Chapter 1176, 7 Province Continent 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The young man looked at her contemptuously. Are you from somewhere in the countryside? Why don't you even know about the West Province Academy? It's a place for training spirit cultivators, and many talents of the continent came from here. I never expected there was someone in the world who didn't know about the academy. The young man shook his head and sighed as he spoke. It never occurred to him there would be someone who didn't know the West Province Academy. Master, I sense soul fruit here. Hearing Xiaomo's voice, Yu Nuofeng, who was going to leave, stopped. Soul fruit, are you sure? Yes, Xiaomo nodded. It should be right here in the West Province Academy. Master, in order to find soul fruit, I think you have to enter the academy. Next. At the city gate, as the old voice repeatedly sounded, the line of people in front of them dwindled down. The entry exam of the West Province Academy was very strict, so many people left with a depressed expression after failing the examination. Master, Huohuo suddenly appeared in front of Yu Nuofeng, a big smile on her childish face. I want to sign up too. I'm going to the academy with you. Huohuo, Yu Nuofeng frowned. Here is different from the continent of no return. Don't be too ostentatious. You'd better stay in the God Code space. Otherwise, if people find out that you're a spirit beast, it might cause unnecessary problems. She said it through soul communication, so no one but Huohuo could hear it. Don't worry, Master, I came out when no one noticed, Huohuo said, stretching herself. I've been so bored in the God Code space all day that I wanted to go out and get a breath of fresh air. Yu Nuofeng froze. Fine, it's up to you. Huohuo made a mischievous face. She knew that her master would not refuse her. Next. Soon, the long queue ahead had disappeared and it was Yu Nuofeng's turn. It's a stone to test your level, and you can just put your hand on it, the old man said without looking at her. Yu Nuofeng laid her hand on the stone, and nothing happened. Surprised, the old man looked up at Yu Nuofeng and said sullenly, Are you kidding me, girl? The minimum requirement for admission into our West Province Academy is that you should at least be a sky-level spirit cultivator. Why are you wasting our time since you have no strength at all? Next. Yu Nuofeng's hand was pressed tightly against the stone as if something in the stone was sucking the spirit energy out of her body, stopping her from moving her hand away. I've said the next one. You can. The old man was going to be angry, but in the next moment he was stunned. A fierce storm was swirling around the girl, her clothes and hair fluttering. Her hands were held tightly against the stone, and a boundless amount of spirit energy was transferring into the stone, but the stone seemed to be starving and still crazily absorbed her spirit energy. What's going on here? The old man was dumbfounded and clearly didn't know what had happened. Why did the stone suddenly absorb Yu Nuofeng's spirit energy? No, didn't the stone fail to detect her level? That was to say, she was only an ordinary person, not a spirit cultivator. But why was there such a constant flow of spirit energy in her body? Chapter 1177, 7 Province Continent 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Her spirit energy seemed like it was almost enough to fill the whole sea. Genius, you're a genius of geniuses. The old man suddenly figured it out and cried with surprise. A person having so much spirit energy could only be a genius. Even if she hadn't begun her cultivation, as long as she was properly trained, she would surely become a peerless genius. Yes, he had to tell the elders about this. You've passed the exam, and by the way, that's all for today. The others should come tomorrow. He dropped it and hurried off. Yu Nuofeng's voice suddenly rang, stopping him before he could start. My sister wants to sign up with me. I wonder if she can be admitted too. Sure, the old man hurriedly nodded. It's absolutely no problem. I have something to attend to, so I have to leave now. You can come to the academy and see me when school starts. With these words, the old man turned and left. He was in such a hurry that his figure soon disappeared from the crowd's eyes. Glancing at the stone that was left behind, Yu Nuofeng frowned and asked via soul communication. Xiaomo, what's going on? Xiaomo thought for a while and replied, Master, your spirit energy is special, so even though the stupid stone couldn't detect your spirit energy, it still perceived that was a good thing. So it tried to devour your spirit energy. Yu Nuofeng raised a wicked smile on her face. According to you, this stone has produced its own consciousness. Master, there are lots of odd things in the boundless world. It is not strange for a stone to have consciousness. Yu Nuofeng stroked her chin and a ruminative light flickered across her eyes. Now we have successfully passed the entry exam, and we'll be able to enter the academy in a few days. Xiaomo, find out the position of the soul fruit as soon as possible and we'll leave the academy after taking the fruit. After all, Yun Xiao is still waiting for me. Quote. All right, Master, you can rest assured. With my ability, I'll be able to quickly find the soul fruit for you. The West Province Academy. In the elder's office, a group of elders was discussing some problem. Suddenly they caught a glimpse of a figure rushing into the room. It was the old man responsible for registration and he said breathlessly, Elders, there was a little accident today. What accident? A grey-robed old man looked at him and asked impassively. The old man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. I was testing the applicants and I found a girl who seemed to have no strength at all. No strength, it's not a big deal. Just tell her she failed, the grey-robed old man said impatiently and frowned. The old man continued, but the stone kept absorbing her spirit energy, and her spirit power seemed endless, even vaster than the sea. So I came to report this to you. What? The elders stood up one after another, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Endless spirit energy, that's the feature of people with a void constitution. They are all 1 in a million geniuses. I never expected this kind of talent would appear in our West Province Academy, ha ha ha. The grey-robed old man laughed. Trying to suppress the excitement in his heart, he said, I want this talent. Don't you contend with me? Chapter 1178, 7 Province Continent 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Elder Zhu Kong, you already have a talent as your disciple. I think I am more suitable for her. She will grow faster if trained by me. Nonsense. You are a physician, but that talent isn't. You'd better find a physician for your disciple. Who says her teacher can't be a physician? I just want to take her as my disciple. You have a problem with it. The elders were all having a heated debate, and no one would compromise. The old man wiped his cold sweat again and said carefully, Elders, didn't you decide that the next talent should be saved for Elder Fifen? Elder Fifen was not in the academy recently, so the other elders who had taken the previous talents as their disciples decided that the next outstanding talent should be saved for Elder Fifen. He didn't expect they would contend for this talent. The whole elder's office fell into silence with the old man's words. Then, all the elders glared at him with anger and brutality in their eyes. The old man shuddered and retreated 2 steps, fearing that he would be killed by them. Remember, don't tell anything to Fifen when he is back. Elder Zhu Kong gave him a black look and warned, if I find out you leak anything to him, you're dead meat. Yes, you must not tell Fifen. Let's discuss who'll keep this talent. As for Fifen, we'll give him the next talent. The elders nodded in agreement. With one less competitor, it would be easier for them to win this talent. In the crowd, a red-robed elder raised his hand and suggested, I propose that we let the talent choose her teacher. Whoever she wants to follow will be her teacher. The others nodded. That's a good idea. It doesn't make any sense for us to keep arguing here. Just let her choose her own teacher. However, every elder was confident and believed that he could win Yun Luofeng's heart. At night, Yun Luofeng pushed the door open and walked into the room. She was about to undress when a knock came at the door. Come in, Yun Luofeng said, making sure she was dressed, her dark eyes glistening with a wicked light. As the door was pushed open, an old man walked in. He looked somewhat embarrassed and coughed dryly. Miss Yun, I'm sorry to disturb you so late. I am Elder Zhu Kong of the West Province Academy. Why are you here? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and asked. Zhu Kong looked more embarrassed, and he pulled a small box out of his sleeve and handed it to Yun Luofeng. This is my present for you. In the West Province, the elders of the academy would normally only receive presents from others, and Yun Luofeng was the only student that received a present from them. I guess there must be a reason for you to visit me. Tell me what you want from me. Yun Luofeng looked at the box, then withdrew her gaze and asked with a faint smile. Zhu Kong grinned, Miss Yun, well, I think you've got a great talent, so I hope you can become my disciple. Well, Yun Luofeng frowned, I'm afraid I'll have to think about it. Instead of saying no, she said she wanted to think about it, which put Zhu Kong's heart at rest. As long as she was willing to think about it, he would have a chance. I'll leave my present here. If you accept my offer, you can come to me anytime. Chapter 1179, Test 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Saying this, Zhu Kong left in a hurry as if he was afraid that Yun Luofeng would return the present to him. After he left, the other elders of the West Province Academy also came to visit Yun Luofeng with presents one after another. They all had one and only one purpose, which was to persuade Yun Luofeng to become the disciple. Of course, just like Zhu Kong, they also hurried away after leaving behind their presents, fearing that Yun Luofeng would refuse to accept them, leaving Yun Luofeng staring in a daze at the presents all over the table. Master, these old guys really spent a lot to woo you. These presents are all precious. Just keep them. Yun Luofeng came to her senses when she heard the voice of Xiao Mo. She put the presents into her space ring and smiled. Xiao Mo, help me check which one of the presents is the most precious. Saying this, Yun Luofeng stretched out, walked lazily to the bed, took off her clothes and got into the warm bed. A few days later, the enrollment of the West Province Academy was finished, and all the students gathered at the gate of the academy. In the distance, Yun Luofeng saw 2 familiar figures in the crowd, and a surprised light flashed through her eyes. Also spotting Yun Luofeng, they two paused for a while and then walked towards her. What a coincidence, said An Zihao, rubbing the back of his head. Have you also enrolled in the academy? Yun Luofeng glanced over the two. If she hadn't been sure she had got rid of them, she might have thought they kept following her. The boy accosted her with a smile. Miss, I haven't asked you for your name. I'm really sorry for mistaking you for a killer. Yun Luofeng impassively replied. The little girl fixed her eyes on the jade pendant on Yun Luofeng's waist and suddenly looked up at her. Where did you get this jade pendant? Someone gifted it to me. Quote. Jun Fengling gifted the jade pendant to her at their first meeting, so she always took it with her. The little girl exchanged a glance with An Zihao and asked, May I ask the surname of the person who gifted this to you? Jun. The word fell in their ears like thunder. An Zihao's thoughts surged. Was the person who gifted her this jade pendant really connected to the province master of the Strid province? He had a feeling that he and Miss would be safe staying with Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, since we've all enrolled in the academy, you're our classmate now. Please let me know if you need any help. I'll always be glad to help you. This time, An Zihao was not as brazen-faced as before, but carefully approached Yun Luofeng, taking the West Province Academy as the excuse. It wasn't a problem for him to run errands for her as long as she allowed him to follow her. A childish voice came from an old tree nearby. I've never seen a person accosting someone so lamely. Huohuo jumped out of the tree and stood by Yun Luofeng, her face beaming with a smile. She turned to Yun Luofeng and asked, Sister, don't you think so? Yun Luofeng had asked her not to call her master outside in case her identity would be exposed. Miss Yun, is this your younger sister? And Zihao's eyes lit up. Your sister is so cute. Huohuo's little face darkened and she glared at Zihao. I'll poke your eyes out if you dare to look at me one more time. Chapter 1180, Test 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. And Zihao smiled in embarrassment and quickly looked away. Thank goodness Yun Luofeng didn't drive them away, as he really didn't want to ruin the relationship at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen. Just then, the old man responsible for registration that day stood up, cleared his throat and said, there are 3 kinds of courses in our West Province Academy, which are cultivation, medical skill and beast taming. You can choose the classes you are interested in. As the old man spoke, the crowd quieted down, and all eyes were fixed on him. Besides, there will be a test before school starts. Only by passing this test can you successfully enter the academy. I wish you good luck, the old man said with a smile. The crowd was in an uproar. Curious about the subsequent test, everyone began to talk about it. Okay, you can leave and prepare for the test now. It will be held in 3 days. Taking a look at the crowd, the old man walked directly to Yun Luofeng. Before he left, he dropped a few words. Come to the elder's office with me. The elders want to see you. As he deliberately kept his voice low, only Zihao, who was standing next to Yun Luofeng, heard his words. A gleam flickered across Zihao's eyes and he realized that he was not following the wrong person. Yun Luofeng must have the strength to protect them. Yun Luofeng, however, didn't know what he was thinking and followed the man into the elder's office. At this time, the elders in the elder's office had been waiting there. When they saw Yun Luofeng entering the room, their eyes brightened and they rushed forward. Miss Yun, what's your decision? Which one do you want to choose to become your teacher? All eyes were fixed on her, and there was nervousness in them. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and blinked. I've seen all your presents, and I like them all. It's difficult for me to pick one of them. Her answer made the elders more nervous and afraid of being rejected by her. Miss Yun, do you have a favorite? Yun Luofeng smiled. I think I can take all of you as my teachers. As soon as they arrived at the West Province Academy, Xiaomo had discovered that the soul fruit was in this elder's office. For this reason, she must enter the elder's office to find the soul fruit. Therefore, it was the best choice to take all these elders as her teachers. The elders were astonished at her words, and looked at each other in astonishment. All the elders take a common disciple. This has never happened before. All the elders of the West Province Academy were in a competitive relationship, so they had never considered accepting a common disciple. Zhu Kong pondered and said, I think it works. Since none of us wants to give her up, why don't we all become her teachers? This seems to be the only choice. I don't want to give her up anyways. What about you? Another elder echoed. All the elders nodded and their luminous eyes stared at Yun Luofeng. Void coughed and explained with a smile, Girl, you are now the disciple of all of us. Let me introduce myself. I am Elder Zhu Kong of the West Province Academy. The white-robed man beside me is Zhu Wu, the red-robed one is Ling Hai, the one who has a pointed mouth and ape's cheek is Qiong Chan. As for the only woman among the elders, it is Zhu Ying. Now you are our disciple, and we'll even risk our lives to protect you if anyone dares to bully you. Chapter 1181, Test 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. By the way, Zhu Ying seemed to think of something and said, blinking her beautiful eyes, I heard that our disciple hasn't become a spread cultivator. With her strength, she will not be able to pass the test of the academy. Why don't we just let her pass it now? That's a good idea. Our disciple is delicate. How can she stand the test? I think we should just let her pass. Ling Hai agreed with Zhu Ying. Since Yun Luofeng had become the disciple, there was no need for her to participate in the test and she could be directly admitted to the academy. No, Yun Luofeng, however, shook her head and refused their kindness. I can get into the academy with my own strength, and I don't need any back door. Ha ha, he laughed, stroking his snow-white beard and nodding with satisfaction, good. Okay, you can take the test if you want. But if you really can't handle it, you can give up. I'll let someone protect you. Because the stone didn't detect Yun Luofeng's level, they thought she hadn't started cultivation, so they had this concern. Yun Luofeng didn't refuse their kindness, or explain it to them. She came here for the soul fruit. Before taking it, she had to hide her strength. Otherwise, if others found out about her strength, they would certainly doubt her purpose for entering the academy. She would never expose her real strength until she had the soul fruit. Disciple, have you decided which course you'll take? Zhu Ying looked at Yun Luofeng tenderly and spoke kindly. On this continent, the profession of physician is very popular. Disciple, learn medical skills with me and you will be highly esteemed, said Ling Hai with a chuckle. Medicine is boring, not as interesting as beast taming. My baby disciple, learn beast taming with me. I'll catch a street beast for you as your ride. No, she is good at cultivation, so she should concentrate on cultivation. Medicine and beast taming are not suitable for her. The elders began to argue again. They violently exchanged words and their faces flushed with anger, as if they would not stop until they reached the goal. The corners of Yun Luofeng's mouth twitched as she watched them argue. She turned to the old man who brought her here and asked, so is this the way your elders communicate with each other? The old man was so embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. They do often argue for an item or a talent, but this is the first time they have argued so violently. He meant that they would not have argued like this had it not been for Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng interrupted the old men's argument with a smile on her lips. Stop arguing. I prefer liberal studies. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin and blinked, and a wicked smile appeared over her lips, so maybe I'll be frequently absent from the courses of the academy. I would like to tell you about this in advance. When she was in Wexia, she was also frequently absent from school, because she preferred self-study to classroom learning. Void sighed helplessly, you can do as you like. Since you're our disciple, you'll have this freedom. You can study by yourself if you don't want to go to class. But if you have any problem, you can ask me anytime. Chapter 1182, Test 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Okay, Yun Luofeng said, lazily stretching herself and casting a wicked glance at the elders. If you've finished, I'll leave for a rest. Go ahead. Zhu Kong waved, if anyone in the academy bullies you, just tell us, and we'll avenge you. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng stopped and a warm feeling ran through her heart. She came to the West Province Academy for a purpose. Though she recognized these people as her teachers, she still hid her purpose from them. But they really treated her as their disciple. After she left, the elders withdrew the gaze, and the smiles on their old faces faded away. What happened? Zhu Kong asked coldly, his face somber. Zhu Ying looked at him and shook her head helplessly. The Infinity Sect was annihilated. What? The Infinity Sect? Ling Hai's eyes filled with shock. It's no weaker than our academy. Who on earth has such a great power to annihilate the entire Infinity Sect? Zhu Ying gave a wry smile. Do you forget what happened the other day? The Infinity Sect had a conflict with a young man and sent all its masters to hunt him. During this process, some other powers also intervened. However, all of them couldn't beat him, and in the end, the Infinity Sect was even annihilated by him. Alas! The elders all gasped in shock. What's the young man's name again? I remember he has a title. Zhu Kong patted his head and asked with a frown. I know, Qiong Chan jumped to his feet and said with a smile as soon as he heard this. His title is, Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor. Hearing the two words, Zhu Kong sank into a reverie. After quite a while, he asked, what's the reaction of the other powers that intervened in their conflict? I don't think they can keep away from it. A sarcastic smile appeared on Zhu Ying's face. They want our academy to help them deal with the Ghost Emperor. Help them. Hearing this, Zhu Kong frowned again. Our academy never meddles in the conflicts of the powers on the continent. Besides, they offended the Ghost Emperor because they wanted to rob him. How can they have the nerve to ask us to help them? I think my brother made a good point. Zhu Wu took a glance at his brother. The Ghost Emperor is very powerful. We'd better not get involved in it. Otherwise, we may end up being the next Infinity Sect. Haha, Ling Hai laughed. To be honest, I appreciate the Ghost Emperor a lot. If I had met him earlier, I would have tried to take him as my disciple. You'd better forget it. Zhu Ying gave a wry smile. The Ghost Emperor will bring you a lot of trouble. If he becomes your disciple, you'll be busy solving troubles for him all day long. Look how many people on this continent want to kill him. But he never backs down and doesn't yield even an inch. He annihilated the Infinity Sect without blinking. Isn't he afraid of arousing public anger? I think Feng Er is much better than him. As a girl, she must be more sensible than the Ghost Emperor and won't cause so many troubles like him. At this time, Zhu Ying didn't know that the troubles caused by Yun Luofeng were no less than those by Yun Xiao. By the time she realized it, it was too late, and she could only solve the troubles for her while secretly shedding remorseful tears. Chapter 1183, Test 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Thinking of Yun Luofeng, the elders immediately forgot the tragedy of the Infinity Sect and a proud smile appeared on their faces. We were really lucky to have such a gifted disciple, and when the other elders learn about it, I wonder if they will have an urge to cry, haha. There were many elders in the West Province Academy. However, some of them didn't stay in the elder's office that day, so they didn't know about Yun Luofeng. The West Province Cultivator Academy arranged cultivation rooms for disciples and they would even sleep in them. The cultivation rooms fell into 4 types according to a student's level, which were respectively Heaven level, Earth level, Black level, and Yellow level rooms. Among them, as the worst ones, the Yellow level cultivation rooms were only common small rooms with very little spirit energy. On the contrary, the Heaven level rooms were as luxurious as residences of rich families and the spirit energy in them was so dense that it had turned into a thick fog. If you cultivated in it, you would get twice the result with half the effort. As for the ranking of the students, there were 4 roles with student rankings, which were also named after Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow. All newly enrolled students were listed on the Yellow roll. If anyone wanted to have a rise in rank, he had to challenge a disciple listed on the Black roll, and those on the Black roll who wanted to have a rise in rank also had to fight with disciples listed on the Earth roll. Except for the Yellow roll, all other rolls had a limitation on the number of disciples. There were only 50 disciples on the Black roll, 20 on the Earth roll, and 10 on the Heaven roll. So if anyone was defeated by a disciple on the Yellow roll, he would be demoted to the Yellow roll and had to hand over his cultivation room. If he wanted to return to the Black roll, he had to challenge a disciple of the Black roll from scratch. This was the rule of the West Province Academy. This is your room. A disciple took Yun Luofeng and the other people into a cultivation room and said expressionlessly, if you can't pass the test in 3 days, you have to hand over this room and leave the academy. And Zihao frowned in disgust. Isn't there a better room? This room is dirty and messy. How can my miss live here? The disciple sneered and a contemptuous smile appeared on his face. Yes, there are better rooms. But those rooms aren't for people like you. You'd better just shut up and take it. A guard, a several-year-old girl, and a teenage girl who hadn't even started cultivation, what made him think they could choose a cultivation room? Every disciple started from this kind of room. He didn't even complain. What made him think they could be polite? Angered by his attitude, Zihao glared at the disciple. He didn't mind being insulted, but he would never allow anyone to insult his miss. Just as Zihao was trying to get a better room, Yun Luofeng quietly pushed the door open and walked into the room. She sat down, took out the tea set and tea leaves from her space ring and made herself a cup of tea, her face calm and her black, unfathomable eyes impassive. And Zihao immediately stopped talking. Even Yun Luofeng didn't complain about the living conditions. As a man, why couldn't he bear it? But, Miss, I'm sorry I can't find a better room for you. And Zihao lowered his head and said apologetically. Even in those days when they were on the run, he never let Miss live in such terrible conditions. Even if he went begging, he would let Miss live a comfortable life. But, when they came to the West Province Academy, his Miss who had never gone through any real hardship had to live in such a shabby room. Chapter 1184, Test 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. It's alright, Brother Zihao, the little girl said with a cute smile. We can't afford that much now. It would be nice just to have a place to live. And Zihao was moved to tears. His Miss was always so sensible. She knew it was not easy for him these days, so she didn't forget to comfort him even at this time. Boo-hoo, and Zihao wiped away tears. Miss, I swear I'll let you live a good life in the future. Listening to their sentimental words, Yun Luofeng poured herself a cup of tea and slowly took a sip of it. Staring at him, it was like she was watching a funny drama, and the smile on her face spread. Miss Yun. And Zihao wanted to enter the room to greet Yun Luofeng only to see the girl raise her hand and slam the door shut with a bang. She just turned a cold shoulder to him. He rubbed his nose, but he didn't look downcast at all. Miss, we live next door to her now. We're so close to her. I believe we'll befriend her someday. Brother Zihao. The little girl bit her lips. I think we should just give it up. She seems to take us as troublemakers and doesn't want to get close to us. No, miss, although we managed to escape here and temporarily hide from those people, we're still in danger. If we can have her protect us, we'll be safe, so we can't give up on it. Looking at the confident and Zihao, the little girl didn't want to disappoint him, so she didn't say a word. At that moment, Xiaomo suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng and blinked. Master, you're not going to help Arale. Arale. Yun Luofeng paused and cast him a doubtful glance. The little girl whom you shut the door on. Don't you think she looks like an Arale? I don't know her real name, so I call her by this name. Yun Luofeng hadn't noticed it. Now hearing Xiaomo's words, she found that the little girl did look like an Arale. No, it's too troublesome. Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and glanced at Xiaomo. You want to help her? Did you forget Xiao Bai? Xiaomo coughed in embarrassment. How can I forget Xiao Bai? Oh, no, we're clean. I mean, we're just friends. Quote. Saying this, he suddenly realized he made a mistake and cast an aggrieved glance at Yun Luofeng. Master, this girl is quite special. Don't you smell the faint fragrance her body gives off? A human being wouldn't have such a body odor. She is probably a straight fruit or something. Yun Luofeng was stunned and quieted down. Her fingers pressed tightly against the cup and she asked, What do you mean? Master, little tree is a tree, but it can turn into a human shape, so I suspect the Raleigh is a humanoid fruit. It is said that after taking a humanoid fruit, your spirit energy will be increased a lot. Yun Luofeng's fingers froze and a smile rose from the corners of her lips. Xiaomo, are you trying to trap me again? Xiaomo said with a low voice, Master, do you think I'm the kind of person? You're the last person in the world whom I'll trap. Yeah, but you've trapped me more than once. You told me Xiao Bai had a special constitution, so I took her as my disciple. And then you told me her constitution would bring me trouble, or even danger. Chapter 1185, Huohuo's Acquaintance, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Because she had taken Xiao Bai as disciple, she had to be responsible for her. But if Xiao Bai and she were just strangers, would she try so hard to save her? The answer was no. But now, no matter what kind of danger Xiao Bai faced, she would keep her safe even at the expense of her own life. Xiaomo decided to tell her the truth. Okay, Master, let me tell you the truth. Arale is only 6 years old now and she isn't aware of her own identity. The strong masters of the continent haven't noticed her, but in 2 years, her body odor will increase and then she will be pursued by these strong masters. Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and said indifferently, So you want me to be hunted down with her? Master, no, you misunderstood me, Xiaomo said with an aggrieved look. It's good for you. Don't you want to own such a magnificent creature? Listening to his tempting words, Yun Luofeng spat out the answer without even thinking about it. No. Master, Xiaomo was speechless. In fact, I sympathize with Arale. As a humanoid fruit, she can only live to 10 years old even if she isn't pursued by strong masters, unless she becomes a sage-level spirit cultivator by the age of 10. Of course, she can't do it on her own, unless you help her. Yun Luofeng stood up and said lazily, I'm going to sleep. Seeing that Yun Luofeng was going to turn around and walk to her bed, he became anxious. Master, don't you want to heal your arm? Besides the holy water of the saintly virgin tribe, there is also something that can be used as a kind of medicine to heal your right arm. I didn't tell you before because this medicine was too difficult to get. Sure enough, Yun Luofeng paused and listened to him, with her back to him. That is the juice from a humanoid fruit. Yun Luofeng looked back at Xiaomo. Juice. Yes, Xiaomo nodded. The juice is Arale's tears. Yun Luofeng's fingers stroked her chin and her eyes flickered. Aren't you trying to trick me again? Xiaomo turned black. Why didn't Master believe him though he was telling the truth? Was he so unreliable in her mind? Master, I promise I'm not hiding anything from you this time. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiaomo. Let's see. If Orelle's enemies are more troublesome than the Saintly Virgin tribe, I'd rather go to the Saintly Virgin tribe for the holy water. Xiaomo lowered his head and sighed. Yes, this seemed to be the best choice. 3 days later. On the Academy Square, countless people were whispering and talking curiously. Cough. A dry cough rang and made the whole square quiet for a moment. This time, your test mission is to spend 7 days in the God Burial Mountain, and if you leave the mountain safely after 7 days, you will be admitted to the Academy. Otherwise you will be expelled. Of course, you don't have to worry about safety. If there is any danger, someone will come and save you. Hearing the old man's words, the crowd was in an uproar. It was said that the God Burial Mountain was so dangerous that even God would be buried there. Especially the top of the mountain. Even the elders of the Academy might not dare to go there. Fortunately, the Academy just asked them to stay in the mountains for 7 days, not to finish some tasks there. All they had to do was to find a safe place to stay for 7 days. Chapter 1186, Huohuo's Acquaintance, 2. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. If you're ready, we'll set off now, the old man said in a cold voice, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. Soon the rowdy crowd quieted down again, waiting for the old man to take them to God Burial Mountain. God Burial Mountain. God Burial Mountain was 9 levels high. On each level higher there were more spiritual beasts and traps. Generally speaking, the spirit cultivators below sage level only dared to wander on the 3 lowest layers. If they accidentally stepped into the 4th layer, they would probably die without a complete corpse. At this moment, a group of people was marching towards God Burial Mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they stopped. The group was led by an old man who, after stopping, turned back and said, God Burial Mountain is here, and I wish you good luck. Well, now you can go to God Burial Mountain and I'll pick you up in 7 days. With this, the old man walked slowly away with his hands on his back. Miss Yun. And Zihao spotted Yun Luofeng who was standing in the crowd, came towards her after hesitating for a while and said with embarrassment, rubbing his head, God Burial Mountain is very dangerous. Can I stay with you? He hoped to pass the test with the help of Yun Luofeng. Of course, if he were alone, he wouldn't have had the gall to beg Yun Luofeng for her help. But now Miss was staying with him, so he had to keep her safe. He would do anything for her. Yun Luofeng glanced at him and strode towards the mountain, without answering him. What does she mean? And Zihao looked at her receding figure in astonishment, wondering what she meant. She neither refused or agreed. What does she mean? The little girl blinked, her cute little face shining under the sunshine. Her eyes were fixed on Yun Luofeng's receding figure and she said in a childish voice, maybe she agreed to allow us to follow her since she didn't say no. Quite glad to hear this, and Zihao patted his chest and promised, Miss, don't worry. I will make her accept us. If we have her protect us, we won't be afraid of that woman. The little girl sighed. Yun Luofeng didn't refuse them, nor did she accept them. It wouldn't be easy to get her protection. But she didn't want to disappoint Zihao, so she could only choke her words back. With fine scenery, the God Burial Mountain was rich in spiritual energy. Yun Luofeng had scarcely arrived at the God Burial Mountain when she heard a loud clamor in front of her. A scholar-like young man was knocked to the ground, his hair set loose and his handsome, fair-skinned face full of anger. He glared at those people who were bullying him and firmly held the medicinal herb in his hand. A young man reached out his hand to the scholar who was lying on the ground and arrogantly said, Jingjiang, give me the medicinal herb in your hand. The scholar grasped the medicinal herb tightly in his hand. No, I have to use this medicinal herb to save a person important to me. I can't give it to you. Besides, I found it first, so why should I give it to you? If you don't give me the medicinal herb now, your death will be swift. Chapter 1187, Huohuo's Acquaintance, 3. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The young man's eyes darkened, a ferocious gleam flashed through his eyes, and a grim smile appeared on his face. Boom. Just as he was going to kill the scholar, a red light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was a gorgeous girl who was about 6 or 7 years old, with 8 tails sticking out behind her, her eyes bloodshot and flames rising high from her body. Huohuo. Yun Luofeng frowned, looked at Huohuo who had just run out from the god code space, and the light flickered across her eyes. Her eyes turned to the scholar who was lying on the ground. If she was right, Huohuo flew into a rage after seeing the scholar being bullied. Was the scholar an acquaintance of hers? Otherwise, from what she knew of Huohuo, she wouldn't be angry for no reason. Go to hell, all of you. The flame spread, painting the whole sky a crimson red. The little girl stood in the sky and looked down at the crowd on the ground. Before they could scream, they had been burned to ashes by the flames that Huohuo released. On the mountain road, except for Yun Luofeng and her friends, there was only the scholar left. The scholar rose from the ground, made an obeisance and said gratefully, Thank you for saving me, little girl. Huohuo's eyes stared at him without blinking. Why did you become like this? Quote. The scholar was stunned for a moment and looked at Huohuo with doubt, wondering what she meant. Girl, did you mistake me for someone else? I don't think we ever met before and I hardly know you. Huohuo shuddered and stepped back. At this time, Yun Luofeng walked up to her and hugged her shoulders gently. She could clearly feel that Huohuo's shoulders were trembling and her delicate little face was ghastly white. How could you forget me? You asked me to stay in the Yi family for recuperation and you said you would protect me. Then you left the Yi family to deal with something urgent and asked your disciple to take care of me. But you never came back. I waited for you in the Yi family for so many years. How could you just forget me? The Yi family. Yun Luofeng's eyes darkened. So this scholar was the reincarnation of the Yi family ancestor and the man. Huohuo liked. Little girl, I really don't know what you're talking about. What Yi family? My name is Jingjiang and I have never heard of the Yi family you just mentioned. The scholar's eyes were filled with doubts, and he felt she was strange. Was this girl mad? Why did she keep saying something strange to him? Huohuo shook her head desperately. You have his smell on you. You must be him. But you are very unlike him. Suddenly, a gentle and elegant man appeared in her mind. The man stood on the peak of the mountain, guiding the world. With a single wave, he could overturn the sky and the earth, and dim the sun and the moon. He was so powerful the whole world would tremble at his feet. However, the man in front of her was so weak. How could he be the one who she hid in her heart for 1,000 years? My fiancée is very ill, little girl. I have to go back to save her. I'll thank you another day. Fiancé. Huohuo tightly bit her lips, her face pale, and she raised her big bright eyes which looked heartbreaking. Chapter 1188, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. You left me behind in the Yi family, telling me that you would come back and marry me after I recovered, but in the end, I couldn't even find your smell. His smell was gone, which meant he was dead and about to be reincarnated. It didn't occur to her that when she sensed his smell again, he would already have a fiancé. How ridiculous this was. He just forgot her and even thought that she was insane. Are you kidding me, little girl? Jingjiang sneered, I'm not a pedophile. I would never love a little girl as young as you. Besides, I really don't know you or the Yi family you talked about. I have to go now and I'll thank you another day. With that, the scholar made an obeisance again and left without looking back. When his figure disappeared, Huohuo couldn't help but lean against Yun Luofeng's chest. Tears fell down silently. Master, he promised me he would come back to me, but now he has forgotten me and has a fiancé. What should I do? Huohuo tightly clutched Yun Luofeng's clothes, her face shockingly pale. Yun Luofeng squinted. Huohuo, are you sure he's the Yi family ancestor? She doubted it. How could a person as powerful as the Yi family ancestor be bullied by a group of hooligans? Huohuo nodded with certainty. He has our Yi smell in him. It must be him. This can't be wrong. Master, what should I do now? He has completely forgotten me. In her life, she had been waiting for two persons. One was Yun Luofeng, and the other was the Yi family ancestor. She had found Yun Luofeng, but the Yi family ancestor had forgotten her. Huohuo, let's confirm that he really is the Yi family ancestor first. The girl reached out her hands and hugged Huohuo. She stroked her hair and tried to comfort her. Master, Huohuo wiped the tears from her eyes. I'm sorry. I couldn't control myself and just ran out of the God Code space when I saw him being bullied. Sorry to cause you trouble. Huohuo, Yun Luofeng said, looking down at Huohuo with a serious expression. To me, it isn't a trouble. If he's really the Yi family ancestor, I would save him anyways even if you didn't do anything. So, I won't blame you for this. Don't worry. But, the academy has people tracking you. Once I showed up, my identity is exposed. Huohuo looked carefully at Yun Luofeng. She failed to control herself just now, and now she realized that she had made a great mistake. Yun Luofeng squinted. The people who came to God Burial Mountain are all my teacher's students, and I'll explain it to them. You don't have to worry about this. Huohuo nodded, and then turned her bloodshot eyes to Nzihao. Being stared at by Huohuo, Nzihao shuddered and hurriedly promised, don't worry. I didn't see anything and I won't say anything. The little girl also nodded, I didn't see anything either. Humph. Huohuo snorted, if I find out that you have leaked anything about this, you will end up like those people who were burned to ashes by me just now. Chapter 1189, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. With these words, she released a powerful aura that shook heaven and earth and made people gasp for breath. Just as Nzihao and the little girl were about to collapse, Huohuo finally withdrew her aura. She turned into a red light and disappeared into the God Code space. What happened today had been such a blow to her that she needed to calm down. It's you. Suddenly, a cocky voice came from the side. Nzihao shivered with fear after hearing the sound. The little girl hid behind him with a timid look. Yun Luofeng frowned and looked at the source of the voice only to see a well-dressed young man swaggering up to them, escorted by a crowd. Keeping his chin up, he haughtily walked up to them. What are you trying to do again? Pointing to the young man, Nzihao shouted, I warn you to stay away from us, or else. Quote. Or else what? The young man laughed sarcastically. You destroyed my medicinal herb and ran away. Are you surprised that we met again here? Nzihao bit his lips. It wasn't your medicinal herb. It grew in the mountains and you didn't even pick it. I accidentally stepped on it. Besides, you discovered it after I trampled it. When did it become yours? That day, he and Miss passed a forest when they were on the run, and he accidentally trampled the medicinal herb in the forest. Then the arrogant young man jumped out. He insisted that it was his medicinal herb, and Nzihao had to compensate him. If Nzihao hadn't been familiar with the forest and escaped with the help of traps, he and Miss wouldn't have been able to make it safely to the West Province Academy. I don't care. All I know is that I wanted to pick that medicinal herb but you destroyed it, so you have to compensate me. The young man sneered and glanced at the little girl hiding behind Nzihao and Yun Luofeng, a greedy gleam in his eyes, but the two bells are not bad. Give them to me and I'll let you go. Nzihao almost hit the young man in the face with a blow of anger and he angrily snapped, in your dreams. Ha ha. The young man laughed, how dare you speak to me like this? Don't you know who my uncle is? Let me tell you, my uncle is a teacher of the academy, and you must obey me if you want to stay here. He licked his lips and stared lasciviously at Yu Nuofeng. Beauty, you won't have any future if you follow this guy. Why don't you just follow me? I'll grant you a good life. My uncle is a teacher of the academy and has a lot of power in it. As long as you follow me, I promise no one would dare to bully you. With that, he reached out his hand to touch Yu Nuofeng's face. Then Zihao hurried to cover the little girl's eyes with his hand. Don't look. It was going to be bloody and adults only. Crack. A cracking sound and then a shrill scream resounded throughout the sky. The young man held his hand whose bones were broken by Yu Nuofeng, breaking into a cold sweat, and his face turned pale with pain. BTCH, how dare you attack me? Chapter 1190, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Go away. The girl moved her red lips and her domineering voice reverberated in the mountain for a long time. A middle-aged man, who had been napping on a tree, was suddenly awakened by this sound. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked curiously at Yu Nuofeng. The elders sent him to protect Yu Nuofeng, but what was happening now? Wasn't that Wang Mijing, Wang Yiji's nephew? Why did he quarrel with Yu Nuofeng? You just wait. Wang Mijing gnashed his teeth, glared hard at Yu Nuofeng and ran away, fearing that the white-clad girl would attack him again if he stayed for a little longer. He had his uncle to back him up. We'll see. 7 days soon passed, and within the 7 days a lot of people had left the God Burial Mountain and failed the test. Of course, some people just found a place to hide for 7 days. At the moment, in the elders' office of the West Province Academy, hearing the report of the middle-aged man, the elders looked at each other in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. You mean Feng, has a humanoid spirit beast? Zhu Kong asked, his eyes solemn. The middle-aged man nodded, yes, that's what I saw. That spirit beast is an 8-tailed fiery fox and is quite powerful. The old man, who had been silent, changed his expression upon hearing it. If Feng has a humanoid spirit beast, then we don't need to worry about her safety. Zhu Ying gave a faint smile, yes, but we must keep it secret. Otherwise, if those powers of the West Province hear about it, they might try to snatch this spirit beast from her. Yes, Zhu Ying is right, Zhu Wu nodded, for the safety of our baby disciple, we must not leak it. Besides that, other than a humanoid spirit beast, was there anything else that happened to Feng? The middle-aged man blushed and touched the back of his head in embarrassment. That 8-tailed fox appeared to be disappointed in a love affair and Miss Yun was trying to comfort her. I felt bored, so I took a nap. When I woke up, I saw Miss Yun and Wang Mijing quarreling. Wang Mijing, who is that? Ling Hai frowned. With his current status, he certainly wouldn't remember the name of a negligible student. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his lower forehead. Wang Mijing is Wang Yiji's nephew. Wang Yiji, who is that again? Ling Hai frowned again. The middle-aged man sweated more and more. Elder, Wang Yiji is a teacher of the academy. A teacher of the academy? Ling Hai sneered, how dare a teacher's nephew be so presumptuous as to bully my disciple? I cherish her like my eyes and I'll never allow those beastards to bully her. Among the elders of the academy, Ling Hai was the most irascible. If he really got angry, no one could stop him. Elder, I didn't see the whole process, so I don't know whether Miss Yun was bullied or not. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth twitched, but when Wang Mijing left, I found that his hand seems to have been broken. However, Yu Nuofeng was unscathed. Ling Hai gave him a black look. Do you mean my disciple bullied him? She is such a good girl, how could she bully anyone? I think Wang Mijing must have done something wrong to irritate her. Chapter 1191, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 7. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In Ling Hai's eyes, Yu Nuofeng was a good girl. How could she bully others? It must be Wang Mijing's fault. He must have offended Yu Nuofeng, so her spirit beast broke his hand. It never occurred to Lin Hai that his hand was broken by Yu Nuofeng. Because Yu Nuofeng didn't show any cultivation level in the test a few days ago, which meant that she hadn't started cultivation yet. Sweating all over, the middle-aged man secretly felt sorry for Wang Mijing. He'd better be sensible and not provoke Yu Nuofeng anymore. Otherwise, he and his uncle would not be able to cope with the anger of these elders. After the middle-aged man left, Yu Nuofeng, in a snow-white robe, walked into the elder's office. Seeing the angry old men, she raised her eyebrows and asked, what happened? Who has offended you? Her words brought Ling Hai back, and a smile appeared on his angry face when he saw Yu Nuofeng walking into the room. Zhu Kong and others looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. Over the years, unlike them who had taken many disciples, Ling Hai didn't take any talent seriously. Yu Nuofeng was the only disciple he had accepted. How could he not shield her? It's all right. Ling Hai answered her with a smile and walked up to Yu Nuofeng, his eyes shining with satisfaction. It seems that you've passed the test. From now on, you're a student of the West Province Academy. Seeing that none of them asked about Huohuo, Yu Nuofeng didn't mention it either. She nodded, I'm here to ask for some time off. Why? Ling Hai cast a doubtful glance at Yu Nuofeng, you've just been admitted into the West Province Academy and you want to take some time off. Yes, I have something urgent to attend to. I'll be back in a month at the latest. Huohuo was in low spirits. If she didn't undo the knot in her mind, she might never be able to walk out of the shadow. Okay, sighed Ling Hai, a little despondent, is there anything I can do for you? Do you need some guards to protect you? No, Yu Nuofeng smiled and shook her head, I can handle this on my own. My teachers, take care. She made an obeisance and turned to walk out. Gazing at her figure, Ling Hai didn't withdraw his gaze until her figure completely disappeared. She has an 8-tailed fiery fox. No one can hurt her. Don't worry. Zhu Kong walked up to Ling Hai and patted him on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Ling Hai could only nod his head, even though he was still worried about her. I hope so. Quote. The sun was setting. The afterglow of sunset clouded the gate of the academy that gave off a golden, brilliant light. Yun Luofeng spotted An Zihao waiting at the door as soon as she walked out of the academy. She raised her eyebrows and asked, "Have you found any information about the man I asked to check out?" An Zihao hurriedly nodded, "Yes. The man called Jing Jiang is the young master of Jing City. Unfortunately, he is really weak, so he is always bullied. But it was true that Jing Jiang went to God Burial Mountain to find the God Burial flower to save his fiancée." After saying this, An Zihao carefully glanced at Yun Luofeng with some trepidation. Chapter 1192, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. He could tell that the little girl in red was deeply in love with Jing Jiang, but he already had a fiancée, so she was doomed to be disappointed. "Thank you for doing this for me, and I'll pay you back later." Saying this, Yun Luofeng was going to leave. An Zihao paused and quickly asked, "Can Miss and I follow you?" Yun Luofeng stopped and shook her head. "It's more dangerous for you to follow me." She didn't know how many enemies she would encounter on this continent, so she wouldn't take An Zihao and Arale with her. Besides, she continued after a pause, "Can you ask for leave?" An Zihao lowered his head in frustration, wondering. Looking back at him, Yun Luofeng gave him a comforting grin. "Don't worry. While you are in this academy no one will hurt you. But if you follow me, you might even lose your lives." After saying this, she turned back and walked away without looking back. Her figure soon disappeared from the street. Jing City. It was not far from the West Province Academy, and it only took half a day to get there. At this moment, at the gate of the Jing City, a girl in white stopped her steps. She stroked her chin and gazed at the ancient gate with narrowed eyes. Swoosh! A flame shot out of her body and turned into a cute little girl, who landed by her side. She looked so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. Holding her little hand, Yun Luofeng asked, "Huohuo, will you regret coming to visit him when you see him?" Huohuo shook her head, her face resolute. "Master, after the medical god code threw me out, I was chased by a group of people and seriously injured. At that time, he showed up and saved me. Now he is in trouble, and I should help him no matter whether because of reason or emotion." A touch of bitterness appeared on Huohuo's face, yet she looked a little bit relieved. "After I help him solve his troubles, we'll be even. We'll be even." Yun Luofeng's heart was shaken by the words coming from Huohuo's mouth. "Huohuo, since he has forgotten you, you should try to forget him." "Yes," Huohuo said seriously, "I'll forget him after I help him fix his troubles. I won't allow myself to think of him again for the rest of my life." No one knew that when Huohuo said this, her heart was bleeding. The beautiful pictures of the good old days kept flashing in her mind, and she was about to burst into tears. However, she held the tears back because she didn't want Yun Luofeng to worry about her. The City Master Estate. At the gate, Yun Luofeng was stopped by two guards. "No unauthorized personnel shall enter the City Master Estate." Huohuo raised her delicate little face, her big, glistening eyes staring at the guards. "I came here to visit Jing Jiang." The two guards looked at each other with a shadow of doubt in their eyes. Thinking for quite a while, a guard replied, "Young master isn't in the estate right now, but I can report to Miss Xiao." Miss Xiao. Before Huohuo figured out who this Miss Xiao was, a guard had walked in to report. After a while, he came out and respectfully beckoned them in. "Miss Xiao will let you enter." Huohuo tried to keep calm before slowly stepping into the courtyard. Chapter 1193, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The courtyard was quite spacious. A woman was sitting in a pavilion. She was in a beautiful cyan robe and with a purple belt around her slender waist and was as beautiful as a celestial being. Noticing Yun Luofeng and Huohuo walking in, she looked up at them. The moment she saw Huohuo, a ray of light flashed through her eyes and the smile on her face widened. But, with a pale face and whitened lips, she looked ill. However, as soon as Huohuo saw her face, she jumped up and shouted, gnashing her teeth, "Xiao Ru. It is you. I never expected that it was you." "Huohuo, do you know her?" Yun Luofeng asked, lowering her eyes. Huohuo was trembling with anger. "Ah Yi saved me and founded the Yi family as my shelter." This woman was one of his disciples who he took after founding the Yi family. But she was then driven out by Ah Yi because she wanted to seduce him. Why is she here? If her heart was broken by the fact that Jing Jiang forgot her, then Xiao Ru's presence made her heart filled with despair. How could this be? Ah Yi didn't like her at all. Why did he choose to be with Xiao Ru after forgetting her? Xiao Ru smirked and walked forward. Her pace was brisk, and her purple belt was fluttering in the wind. No one could deny she was a beautiful woman. "Huohuo, it's been a long time." Huohuo's pupils constricted. "Do you know me?" "No, it's impossible. You're just a human being. You can't live for so many years. How can you still remember me?" Xiao Ru smiled. "Luckily, I learned the skill of spirit possession. Every time I get old, I will commit suicide and find a beautiful young woman to possess. And as time goes by, the woman I possess will gradually look like me." "Huohuo, you took Master's heart. For you, he even gave a ridiculous order to the Yi family's descendants that the whole Yi family should serve you forever. But now, I'm his fiancé. Though he is not as powerful as he used to be, I don't care. I love him as a person, not for his power. I just want to be his wife, no matter how weak he is now. A smile appeared on Xiao Ru's pale face. I believe he is just weak for now and he will be strong again. So I wounded myself and forced him to go to the God Burial Mountain to find me the God Burial Flower. Huohuo's eyes were burning with anger. Did you ever think that with his present strength, he might die if he took such a risk? So what? If he dies, I'll continue to look for his next incarnation. Xiao Ru smiled. Huohuo, as you can see, Master treats me so well now and he is even willing to risk his life for me. You know what, I spent 1,000 years to find his reincarnation. Huohuo's body was shaking more and more violently. She had already made up her mind to respect Yi's decision and give him and his fiancée her sincere wishes. But she never expected that the one who had stolen Yi's heart from her was this woman. Suddenly, Xiao Ru, who was all smiles, suddenly changed her expression and began to sob. She covered her face with her hands and her eyes were full of grief. Ru'er, what's wrong? At first, Huohuo didn't understand why Xiao Ru suddenly acted like this, but then a familiar voice came from behind. Jing Jiang quickly walked up to Xiao Ru with a nervous look. Looking anxiously at Xiao Ru who was sobbing, he didn't know what to do. Chapter 1194, Huohuo, S. Acquaintance, 10. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Huohuo's face turned stiff. She clenched her hands on both sides of her body and stared at Jing Jiang who looked so worried about Xiao Ru. It was so painful that she couldn't breathe. Brother Jing, Xiao Ru sadly leaned against Jing Jiang's chest. Did I put you in danger? Just now the girl blamed me for the fact that you almost died on God Burial Mountain because I asked you to find me the God Burial Flower there. I knew that God Burial Mountain was very dangerous and if you were unlucky, you might not be able to come back alive. Quote. Hearing this, Jing Jiang became furious. He turned to Yun Luofeng and angrily said, Miss, thank you for saving me. But it doesn't mean you can hurl abuses at my fiancé. I'm even willing to jump into a frying pan for Ru'er, let alone to go to God Burial Mountain to find her medicinal herb. What makes you think you can blame my fiancé? Brother Jing, it doesn't matter. Xiao Ru plucked at Jing Jiang's arm. I know I was wrong. I'll never ask you to take risks for me. After all, I just want you to stay by my side. It's my fault. I've asked too much of you. Quote. Jing Jiang's heart ached and he carefully wiped off Xiao Ru's tears. Ru, what are you talking about? I am a good-for-nothing person, and it has been a blessing for me to have a gentle and beautiful girl like you as my fiancé. Tears flew down from Xiao Ru's face, and she lowered her head to conceal the triumphant smile over her lips. Huohuo, in our previous life, Master didn't hesitate to fight against the entire world just to keep you safe. However, in this life, his heart belongs to me. Why are you still here? Jing Jiang looked up at Yun Luofeng and Huohuo and shouted angrily, Get out of here. Don't disturb my fiancé anymore. Brother Jing, Xiao Ru raised her head piteously, don't blame them. They're doing this for your own good. Even though this little girl asked me to leave you, she didn't mean to hurt you. What? Jing Jiang flew into a rage. At this moment, he looked like a different person from the one they met on God Burial Mountain, his eyes filled with resentment, and he glared at Huohuo as if looking at an enemy. Little girl, I told you before. I will never be interested in a child like you. How dare you come to the Jing city and try to sabotage the relationship of my fiancé and me? It's for my own good to ask my fiancé to leave me. If you really want to do me good, never ever appear before me for the rest of my life. Huohuo raised her head and stared at Jing Jiang with her big glistening eyes. Do you really believe everything she says? Of course. She is my fiancé. Who are you? Jing Jiang sneered. Our love is predestined. Ru'er told me that we were lovers 1,000 years ago and she spent 1,000 years to find me. Tell me, would you let down a person who loves you that much? Quote. They were lovers 1,000 years ago. Huohuo laughed and looked at Xiao Ru sarcastically. How could she have the nerve to tell Yi this? And Yi believed it. Huohuo, Yun Luofeng patted Huohuo gently on the shoulder and said in a low voice, Stand aside. Huohuo paused, but she would never disobey Yun Luofeng's orders, so she backed off a few steps. Yun Luofeng walked lightly to Xiao Ru. What are you trying to do? Jing Jiang's face greatly changed. Just as he was going to stop Yun Luofeng, a gust of wind shot from her sleeve and slammed him away. Chapter 1195, The Yi Family's Ancestor, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Bang. Yun Luofeng gave Xiao Ru a sharp kick, kicking her out of the pavilion. Her body rolled and fell into the nearby lotus pool with a splash. This one is for you making Huohuo sad. When Xiao Ru struggled to climb out of the lotus pool, Yun Luofeng came to her, pulled her out of the pool and kicked her in the chest again. This one is for you framing Huohuo. The girl flicked her sleeve and cast a domineering glance at Jing Jiang who was standing in amazement, her voice arrogant and full of killing intent. As long as I am here, no one is allowed to bully her. You. Jing Jiang turned purple with anger. Pointing at Yun Luofeng with trembling fingers, he was going to shout abuse. However, before he could utter his words, he was interrupted by the cold voice of the girl. I don't think you're the one in Huohuo's heart, because Huohuo wouldn't like a man who doesn't know right from wrong. Saying this, Yun Luofeng turned around, walked up to Huohuo and gazed at her. You came here to help him to repay his kindness, but he doesn't need your help. Yun Luofeng paused and continued, besides, you saved him on God Burial Mountain. You don't owe him anything. Let's go. Huohuo nodded and followed Yun Luofeng. Maybe because she was really hurt, she didn't even look at Jing Jiang before she left. Ru'er. Jing Jiang rushed to Xiao Ru and supported her, his face filled with nervousness and worry. Are you all right? Xiao Ru's heart was filled with anger. In the past, to protect Huohuo, Master had taken all kinds of risks. And in the end, he still managed to survive the hunting of so many strong masters. He said that he would spend his entire life to protect Huohuo. He took pains to achieve breakthroughs and improve his strength, just to keep Huohuo safe. Why did he become so weak when he was trying to protecting her? I'm fine. Xiao Ru stood up, and a restless and angry light flickered across her lowered eyes. Did she really like the present Jing Jiang? No, she always believed that one day Jing Jiang would change back into that powerful master from 1,000 years ago. But now she couldn't help but doubt if she was wrong. He was not the powerful Yi family ancestor. Ru'er. Jing Jiang looked at Xiao Ru nervously. Are you really all right? Xiao Ru shook her head and said wearily, I'm a little tired. I want to have a rest. Ru'er. Seeing that Xiao Ru was reluctant to talk to him, Jing Jiang becomes more and more anxious. I'm sorry. I was so useless and couldn't protect you. Xiao Ru stopped her step, and a sarcastic smile appeared over her lips. Brother Jing, I'm a woman and I hope my man can protect me, but you looked so indifferent when someone was bullying me. I'm really disappointed. Jing Jiang wasn't indifferent. He was just too scared. Yun Luofeng moved so fast that he didn't even have the time to react. What should I do to make you forgive me? Very simple. I want you to subdue the other families in the Jing city and annex the other cities with your own strength in the coming days. I want you to become strong. Can you do it? Xiao Ru turned to Jiang Jing, her eyes glistening with tears. After all, I don't want to be bullied anymore. Only when you become strong can you protect me. Chapter 1196, The Yi Family's Ancestor, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Jing Jiang nodded seriously, his eyes resolute. Okay, I'm going to those families now. If they don't agree to yield to me, I will fight them to the death. Saying this, Jing Jiang took a final look at Xiao Ru and walked out of the courtyard, his eyes determined. Xiao Ru gazed at his receding figure and smiled. Without some stimulation, his potential will never be achieved. If he wants to subdue those families with his present strength, he has to risk his life, and only then will his potential be brought out into full play. In Jing City, the city master was no longer as respected as he used to be, especially after people found out that Jing Jiang, his son, was so weak. So she asked Jing Jiang to subdue those families and show her his ability. Don't blame me for being cruel to you, master. I really miss the past you who stood high on the top of the world. Xiao Ru's eyes shone with a maniacal fervor. If Jing Jiang successfully restored his former strength this time, she would certainly stay by his side for the rest of her life. Otherwise, she didn't mind killing him herself and giving him a chance to start over again. Outside the city master estate, Huohuo released Yun Luofeng's hand, her big bright eyes filled with grief. Master, let's go back. You don't want to stay here anymore. Yun Luofeng smiled and looked into her eyes. Huohuo bit her lips. He's forgotten me. What's the point of me staying here? Master, is it so easy to forget a person you met in your previous life? Yun Luofeng pondered for a while before raising her head and staring at the blue sky with her deep black eyes. If there is really an afterlife, I will still recognize Yun Xiao at the first glance. Among the boundless huge crowd, only he would give her a special feeling, so she could recognize him at a single glance. Huohuo lowered her head and kept silent. Suddenly a figure rushed out of the city master estate and ran down the street. Huohuo was stunned. Are ye? What is he going to do? Are you worried about him? Yun Luofeng glanced at Huohuo and smiled. If you're really worried about him, we can follow him. Huohuo's heart suddenly quivered. She wanted to turn around and leave, but Jing Jiang didn't look right and she was really worried about him. Master, I want to have a look. How could she just throw away the love that had lasted for 1,000 years? Had it not been for Yi, she could not have seen Master alive again. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shook her head helplessly. Even though Huohuo promised to forget him, it wasn't so easy for her. The Ling family. 2 guards were guarding the gate. Seeing the aggressive Jing Jiang, they were stunned. Young master, our master is having tea with guests. Please let me report to him before you go in. Jing Jiang snorted coldly and tried to intrude into the estate, ignoring the guard's words. The guards quickly stopped him. Young master, our master is busy. Please allow us to report. Get out of my way. Jing Jiang shouted angrily and tried to break in. At that moment, the master of the Ling family, who was receiving guests in the hall, heard the noise at the gate. With a deep frown, he said to the guest beside him, Sorry, I'll be back soon. Then he quickly walked out of the hall only to see Jing Jiang who was trying to intrude, and a cold gleam flashed through his eyes. Chapter 1197, The Yi Family's Ancestor, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Young master, may I ask why you broke into my house? Jing Jiang paused. Staring at the master of the Ling family, he came straight to the point. I want your Ling family to pledge allegiance to me. Master Ling was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Did I hear that right? You want me to pledge allegiance to you? Ha ha ha, young master, we're being polite to you for the sake of the city master. Otherwise, you don't deserve to be treated differently by us. Jing Jiang looked angry. I don't care. You have to pledge allegiance to me today. Only if you do will Ru'er marry me. Master Ling sneered. It's said that young master was bewitched by a coquette and even risked your life to go to God Burial Mountain for her. Now it seems that it's true. You would mess with our Ling family just for a woman. Have you ever thought about your own abilities? I won't allow you to speak ill of Ru'er. She is the best woman in the world. None of you understand her. Jing Jiang became furious. He would never allow anyone to insult Xiao Ru. Ru'er is willing to marry me despite the fact that I am weak. Though she can find a better man with her appearance and ability, she chose me. For her, I'm even willing to jump into hell, let alone subdue your Ling family. Master Ling said coldly, I don't think you can subdue us. This time, you provoked us first. Even the city master will not be able to blame us when he comes back. Guards, give this guy a good beating. Yes, master. A number of figures suddenly appeared in the Ling family's courtyard from nowhere. These people rushed to Jing Jiang, and they hit him hard with their fists. Jing Jiang felt that his body was like being hit by many hammers at the same time, and the pain was simply unbearable. However, when Xiao Ru's anticipating face popped up in his mind, he endured it. For Ru'er, he couldn't give up. Bang. Bang bang bang. These people were kicking and punching Jing Jiang hard. Jing Jiang protected his vital parts with his hands and clenched his teeth in silence. Master. Huohuo's face changed when she realized that Jing Jiang was going to be beaten to death by them. Yun Luofeng stopped her as she tried to go forward. Are you really going to do this? Even if you save him, he won't appreciate it and may even blame you for meddling in his affairs. Huohuo paused and shook her head with a bitter smile. Master, I can't sit and watch him die because I can't forget the days when we were together. Even if he doesn't appreciate it, or even blames me for disturbing him, I just don't want him to die. That's all. With that, she raised her resolute little face and strode into the house. Stop it. A girl's voice rang in the courtyard, which made the people all stop and look at Huohuo in surprise. It's you again, Jing Jiang shouted angrily. I don't need you to meddle in my affairs. Go away. Huohuo didn't speak. Her big bright eyes gazed at Master Ling. Can you let him go? A special light flashed through Master Ling's eyes, and he smiled. Let him go. Yes, I can, but there is a condition. What is the condition? I want you to be my son's child bride. Tut, such an adorable girl was really rare to see. My son is only 10 years old but likes flirting with maids. If I give this girl to him as a gift, he will certainly be very happy. Chapter 1198, Yi Family's Ancestor, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Huohuo smiled. Her smile was brilliant and adorable, but an eerie coolness covered her eyes. Do you know why I asked you politely? Because the one at fault is Jing Jiang. I didn't want to deal with you, and just wanted you to release him, but you want to make me your son's child bride. It will depend on whether your son has the life to enjoy it. Huohuo's features were domineering as she looked down on Family Head Ling with her chin slightly tilted up. Family Head Ling was startled. This little girl was merely 7 or 8, why were her words so unlike other girls of the same age? Release him this instant. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Huohuo harshly shouted. He. Family Head Ling recovered his wits and snorted. I would like to see how a little girl will be merciless to me. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed past, and Huohuo's fist heavily landed on his chest. Before he could react, his body suddenly shot through the air and forcefully slammed against a pillar. Family Head. Everyone ran to his side and hastily helped him up from the floor. Family Head Ling wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes darkened as he coldly declared, You darn girl, you dare to hit me. I will show you. Guards, seize this girl. Bang. In an instant, rage rushed through Huohuo and a bright red flame floated around her, imposing and ostentatious. The Ling family guards did not dare to approach and only hid far, far away, using the swords in their hands to threaten her. What happened? A geriatric voice came from behind them. There was a heavy pressure in it, making people's hearts unconsciously jolt. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and looked at the elderly man slowly walking out of the main hall. This man wore a loose, long robe. His face was lumpy, giving him an extraordinarily frightening appearance. However, his aura was dreadful, causing Yun Luofeng's eyebrows to tightly knit together. After feeling the threat posed by the old man, she shouted, Huohuo, come back. Huohuo was startled and was about to turn around and go to Yun Luofeng's side when that old man acted. You disturbed my conversation with Family Head Ling, yet you want to leave so quick. Huohuo, seeing the old man's hand reaching for Huohuo, Yun Luofeng swiftly charged over. However, it was too late. The elderly man had already appeared behind Huohuo, a fearsome power emanating from his palm. Boom. Just as the old man's palm was about to make contact with Huohuo, a powerful energy exploded out of the dumbfounded Jing Jiang. This energy was a few degrees more powerful than the old man's, pushing him back several steps. It succeeded. Joy entered the heart of Xiao Ru, who was secretly watching, but when she realized the power only burst out of Jing Jiang in order to save Huohuo, displeasure plagued her heart. But, as long as Jing Jiang could recover his original strength, everything that she did was worth it. The smile on Xiao Ru's face grew bigger and bigger until it froze. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, shock filling her eyes, and even her body started shaking. How could this be possible? Impossible. Everything she was seeing must be fake. Inside the courtyard, Jing Jiang was completely stupefied when he saw another figure split from his body. This man also dressed like a scholar. Compared to Jing Jiang though, this man was gentle and refined with a hint of frost in his features, as though he could control the lives of thousands of people however he wanted. Chapter 1199, Yi Family's Ancestor, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. He watched Huohuo with deep love in his eyes and a faint smile on his lips. Huohuo, long time no see. It appears you have finally found the person that you have been waiting for. At this moment, Huohuo's cheeks were already streaming with tears that covered her youthful face. Ah Yi, I finally get to see you again. 1,000 years later, they met again, but it was under these circumstances. Huohuo, back then, I had no alternative but to leave you, but I accidentally lost my life on a mountain peak. In the process of preserving this spirit form to see you once more, I exhausted all of my power. If it weren't for Jingjiang's appearance, I wouldn't be able to leave that place and wouldn't have seen you again. The man's gentle eyes had only Huohuo's figure in them, and his tone was gentle. Previously, my spirit form resided in Jingjiang's body, so I recovered my strength while I was at it. My purpose was to wait for your appearance. I originally only wanted to sneak a glance at you and then enter reincarnation. Who would have expected? Ah Yi, you bastard. Huohuo swiftly darted to the man, her fists fiercely pounding on his chest as she hoarsely screamed, if I didn't encounter danger, were you planning to not appear at all? You saw me being bullied, you saw me hurt and heartbroken, but you still didn't plan to appear. No wonder she could feel Ah Yi's presence in Jingjiang. It turned out Ah Yi's spirit used Jingjiang's body as a house and lived there. She misunderstood everything. Ah Yi did not forget her nor did he fall in love with someone else. She mistook someone else as Ah Yi. Huohuo. The man grasped Huohuo's fists, his voice turning gentler. I was truly at fault for this matter. I didn't want to let you see the current me, but I didn't expect you to be in so much sorrow. Sorry, I was wrong. Huohuo's sobbing abruptly halted, and she looked up with blurry eyes, his figure reflecting from her clear eyes. Ah Yi, I missed you. The man patted her shoulders, and his cold and fierce eyes turned to the old man. After crippling your own strength, leave here. Otherwise, I will kill you. The old man's expression abruptly shifted, and he sent a fearful glance toward this gentle and refined man. He hardened his heart and said, this matter has nothing to do with me, go find people from the Ling family. I'm merely a passerby. Sir Hui, you can't do that. Family head Ling's expression changed on the spot. Didn't you want to encircle and annihilate Ghost Emperor? Our Ling family's strength is quite decent and can certainly help you. I beg you to save me. Ghost Emperor. Boom. An aura suddenly burst out of Yun Luofeng, and her wicked eyes coldly watched family head Ling. She asked, you mentioned the Ghost Emperor. Family head Ling was startled, not understanding the meaning of Yun Luofeng's question. Is the Ghost Emperor who you speak of a young man? Family head Ling glanced at Yun Luofeng. I'm not sure. They say that the Ghost Emperor always wears a mask and doesn't show his true appearance to people. A mask. Yun Luofeng's eyes slightly dimmed, and the smile on her lips revealed a chilly air. I don't care who is the Ghost Emperor that you speak of. I only know that you mentioned Ghost Emperor and even claimed to want to annihilate him. Based on this point alone, you deserve to die. She did not know whether the Ghost Emperor they mentioned was Yun Xiao. Chapter 1200, Yi Family's Ancestor, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. But she would rather wrongly kill thousands than allow anyone who wanted to harm Yun Xiao to slip away. Ah Yi. Huohuo raised her chin. If you want me to forgive you, then help me kill these people. The elderly man felt the rising killing intent from the man, and his face turned pale from fear. He called out in alarm, no, you can't. Wah. The man had already extended a finger the second Huohuo finished speaking and gently pointed it at the old man. In a flash, pain erupted in the old man's throat, and fresh blood shot out like a pillar, instantly dyeing the ground red. His eyes flew open, and his body fell back with a bang, harshly crashing to the floor. All right. The man turned his head, his indulgent gaze enveloping Huohuo. Are you satisfied yet? If you aren't, just tell me. As long as it's your request, I will certainly satisfy it. Huohuo bit her lips. I want you to not leave me. Can you do it? The man's expression froze, and he stated with a bitter smile, I've already died. I'm currently a spirit without flesh and blood. I need to be reincarnated. No. I won't let you leave. Huohuo's side hastily turned to Yun Luofeng. Master, you must have a way to allow Ah Yi's spirit to be permanently preserved, right? Yun Luofeng grew silent. Seeing her taciturn expression, Huohuo's heart was harshly squeezed, and her tears flowed down without restraint. Silly girl. The man used his finger to gently flick away the teardrops at the corner of Huohuo's eyes and said with a gentle smile, so what if I could stay? I wouldn't be able to marry you. Huohuo, wait 20 more years for me. I will come and find you in 20 years. What if you forget about me after you reincarnate? What then? Huohuo quietly asked, her head lowered. I won't. The man's eyes were incredibly determined. I can forget anyone, but I absolutely won't forget you. Huohuo, don't ever be deceived from now on. You must remember that the person who doesn't recognize you definitely isn't me. I've already engraved you into my soul, so how could I forget you? All right. Huohuo's bright eyes looked up. Then I will wait for you. No matter how many years, I will wait for you. She had already waited for Yun Luofeng for several thousand years and waited for Ah Yi for 1,000 years, so what was several more decades? Silly girl, although you have lived several thousand years, your body is too tiny. I truly wish you could grow bigger. That way, we can marry sooner. The man's hand dotingly patted Huohuo's head and left an affectionate kiss on the top of her head. If you really can't continue growing, that's no problem either. Even if I feel like a criminal, I will still marry you for certain. Huohuo glanced at her young body and fell into contemplation. Suddenly, the sound of someone stumbling came from outside the courtyard. Xiao Ru's face was incredibly pale, her body ceaselessly trembling. Her eyes were nearly emitting fire from her jealousy, and she wished nothing more than to shred Huohuo into thousands of pieces. Ru'er, seeing Xiao Ru's appearance, joy seeped into Jingjiang's heart, and he quickly strode to her side, raising his hand to support her. Are you all right, Ru'er? Get lost. Xiao Ru ruthlessly shoved Jing Jiang away and berated with disgust. Don't touch me with your dirty hands. You're repulsive. Jing Jiang was taken back. There was no way he could believe that the extremely gentle Xiao Ru would say something like that to him. Chapter 1201, Yi Family's Ancestor, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Xiao Ru did not grace Jing Jiang with a single look, as her beautiful eyes were completely focused on the man. Master. She finally called out this title from years ago, though her voice was trembling. Master, Jing Jiang and I are innocent. I merely mistook him for you, which is why I was together with him. As though struck by lightning, Jing Jiang was completely dumbfounded. What did Rusa's words mean? She had mistaken him for someone else all along. The man looked up at Xiao Ru. His expression did not have the gentleness from when he was facing Huohuo, and his eyes were cold as though they were frozen. I saw everything that you did to Huohuo. Only someone like Jing Jiang would believe in your story. What was laughable was that you would actually be idiotic enough to mistake him as me. Master, disciple was wrong. Disciple was truly wrong. Tears stained Xiao Ru's face, and her body was fiercely shuddering. Not many men would be able to resist seeing such a beauty crying so pitifully. Unfortunately, this man remained expressionless and icy. Leave. Don't ever appear in front of Huohuo again. I don't wish for you to disturb her. Xiao Ru's eyes were red, and a jealous fury erupted from them. Master, Huohuo is merely a fox. What is good about her? Why do you love her alone? Bang. With a swish of his hand, Xiao Ru's body was flung back, and she fell on the floor in a disheveled state. A trace of blood dripped from her mouth, and her hand tightly clutched her chest as she looked at the man with despair. I've crippled your strength, so even if you continue to steal someone's body and be reborn in the future, you still won't be able to cultivate. Hence, even if you steal away the body of a peerless genius, you won't be a threat to Huohuo at all. Xiao Ru lowered her head, and her heart trembled more fiercely at this moment. Her master, who was so incredibly protective of Huohuo, and afraid that she would hurt Huohuo, had no scruples against crippling her strength. Perhaps, she was wrong from the start. If she did not verbally humiliate Huohuo due to her jealousy back then, master wouldn't have driven her away in a fit of anger. Miss. The man slowly turned and looked at Yun Luofeng, and a gentle smile appeared on his handsome face again. Seeing how protective you are of Huohuo, I can leave without worry. With a master like you, Huohuo is very blessed. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before saying, in 20 years, if you forget Huohuo, then I absolutely won't spare you. The man smiled. I'm sorry, but you won't have the chance to not spare me. As he said this, his body started turning transparent, as though he would dissipate with a breeze. Yi. Huohuo hurriedly raised her hand, wanting to grasp the man's hand. The man also extended his larger hand to hold her hand. However, just as their hands were about to grasp each other, the man's spirit completely disappeared. Huohuo was dumbfounded. Her hand was frozen in the air as she blankly stared at the place that the man disappeared, unable to look away. She had longed for him for so many years, and they met again with great difficulties, but they had to be separated again. Huohuo, if you want to cry, then cry. Yun Luofeng walked to Huohuo's side and soothingly patted her head. Huohuo's eyes started stinging, but she forcefully stifled the tears, determination filling her face. I believe that we will meet again one day. That day wouldn't be too distant. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and turned her gaze toward family head Ling. With raised brows, she asked, you said that you wanted to encircle and annihilate the Ghost Emperor, so do you know where that will take place? Chapter 1202, Yi Family's Ancestor, 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Family head Ling harshly swallowed. It's Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain. Yun Luofeng looked away and said, Huohuo, let's go. After saying this, she started to leave. Huohuo also regained her senses and hurriedly followed Yun Luofeng. Ru'er. Jing Jiang walked towards Xiao Ru again with a pale face and said, I don't mind you pretending I'm someone else. Will you come back with me to the City Lord's estate? Get lost. Xiao Ru roughly pushed Jing Jiang away and angrily stood up. Why do you think I approached you before? It was simply because I mistook you for my master. Otherwise, based on your strength and talent, how could you gain my favor? Jing Jiang's complexion turned paler, and he looked at Xiao Ru with grief and heartbreak. You didn't use to say this. You said that you loved me as a person, not because of anything else. Xiao Ru sneered. That was because I thought you were my master and believed you would become stronger one day. Who knew you weren't him to begin with? You will never achieve his accomplishments. Jing Jiang, stop dreaming. Why do you think I had you go to Burial God Mountain? Why do you think I also had you seek trouble with all the big clans? That was because I wanted you to have a breakthrough when faced with danger. Jing Jiang's body was swaying somewhat, and he shook his head, unable to believe everything he was hearing. Ru'er, you're lying to me. You aren't that kind of person. You must be lying to me. Lying to you. Xiao Ru coldly smiled. Are you worthy? Her last 3 words were like the final blow. Jing Jiang could not support himself any longer and he collapsed on the ground with a bang. It turned out he did not even have the qualifications for her to lie to him in her mind. How ridiculous that he was so willing to put his life on the line for her. As Jing Jiang laughed and laughed, he suddenly started crying. His uninhibited crying reverberated through the entire Ling residence, eliciting sympathy in its listeners. Xiao Ru stumbled to the gate and completely ignored Jing Jiang behind her, despair written all over her pale face. She was nothing more than a trash now and would never obtain her master's affections. Then what was the meaning behind her stealing other people's bodies so many times? Should she peacefully live to her old age in this life, allow all of her memories to fade to nothing, and reincarnate as someone else? Perhaps it would not be this painful then. A simple small town sat at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. The originally peaceful town had many people coming and going. From their conversations, it could be gathered that they all came here to annihilate the Ghost Emperor. Currently, inside the corner of a tea house in the small town, a girl clothed in white was lightly sipping some tea and quietly listening to the bustle around her without any expression on her face, as though she was aloofly uninvolved. Miss, did you come here by yourself to annihilate the Ghost Emperor too? Suddenly, a voice came from in front of her. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows and peered at the man who spoke. The man did not adhere to formalities and sat down in front of Yun Luofeng without asking and even poured a cup of tea for himself. There was a dashing smile on his handsome face. How did this Ghost Emperor provoke the crowd's anger as to cause so many people to come and annihilate him? Yun Luofeng inquired as her eyes flickered. This, the man rubbed the back of his head. I heard it was because the Ghost Emperor eradicated the Infinity Sect, causing many people to come and annihilate him. I only came for the excitement and to raise my strength a bit. Ha ha. Chapter 1203, Ye Family's Ancestor, 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Infinite Sect. Why did he eradicate the Infinite Sect? Yun Luofeng asked after another sip of tea. The man pondered about it before answering. I heard that some historical remains were excavated that day, and Ghost Emperor and people from several major factions went after it after hearing about it. However, the most valuable treasure in the historical remains, the Void Mirror, was snatched by the Ghost Emperor, causing those factions to hunt him down in fury. Void Mirror. If Yun Luofeng initially was not certain whether the Ghost Emperor of this continent was Yun Xiao, after hearing this man's words, she was 100% certain. The reason was none other than the fact that the Void Mirror was in her hands. Since this Void Mirror was obtained by the Ghost Emperor, then it naturally belongs to him. What right do the other factions have to hunt him down? Yun Luofeng derisively stated with a snort. The man jolted due to her words and wanted to vocally stop her, but it was too late. Instantly, the sight of everyone inside the tea house landed on Yun Luofeng's face. Apologies, apologies. The handsome man hastily stood up and apologetically said, my friend doesn't know the reasons behind this matter, which is why she carelessly spoke. I hope everyone will forgive her this time. Humph. Among those seated in the tea house, an old man snorted, his cold eyes sliding toward Yun Luofeng. Miss, you should know better about what is allowable and what is prohibited to say. The Ghost Emperor was the one in the wrong from the start. So what if he managed to snatch the Void Mirror? He doesn't know how to use the Void Mirror, so he was being a dog in the manger. Moreover, the Ghost Emperor doesn't belong to the West Province, so what right does he have to take an item that belongs to our West Province? That's right. The Ghost Emperor is abominable. Even if the other major factions started hunting him down first, he shouldn't have killed all the people of the Infinite Sect. Furthermore, the Infinite Sect was merely hunting him down and did not kill him, so what right did he have to eradicate the Infinite Sect? Miss, you spoke up for the Ghost Emperor, so are you from his side? If you are one of his people, then we will kill you first. The man became more panicked and continued to explain on Yun Luofeng's behalf before facing everyone and remorsefully stated, she is my junior sister and doesn't know the Ghost Emperor. She only came with me here out of curiosity and is ignorant of the situation. Seniors, please don't fault her. I will temporarily let your junior sister off on your behalf. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being merciless. The elderly said, riled up, with a snort. In their eyes, the Ghost Emperor deserved to die. Who permitted him to take away the Void Mirror? That Void Mirror belonged to the West Province. What right did an outsider like him have to take it away? Let me tell you a story. Yun Luofeng looked at the man sitting down in front of her with a smile. There was once a murderer who was given the death penalty. The reason was the one who the murderer killed wanted to kill him. So out of self-defense, that murderer accidentally killed the other person and provoked public rage in the end. Do you know what those people said? The man curiously blinked. What did they say? Those people said, even if the other party wanted to kill you, you shouldn't have killed him. Moreover, you weren't killed off by him, so what right did you have to kill him in the first place? Hence, I think that if anyone is hunting you down in the future, you shouldn't retaliate. You can only stand there and allow him to kill you without fighting back, Yun Luofeng absent-mindedly commented after another sip of tea. PFT. The man spat out his mouthful of tea. If Yun Luofeng did not dodge in time, her face would have been drenched. Chapter 1204, Ye Family's Ancestor, 10. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and his heart could not help but twitch a few times. He could already sense those people's furious gaze. Miss, don't you think you went too far? The man slapped the table and stood up, his eyes coldly looking at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng's lips turned up. I didn't mention the words, Ghost Emperor, just now, I was merely telling a story to people. Could it be that my storytelling disturbed you? Yun Luofeng was willing to eat anything but a loss. Anyone who fought with her was always angered half to death. Rage festered in the old man's heart, but he simply could not pick any fault from Yun Luofeng's words. That's right, she was merely telling a story and did not mention the Ghost Emperor, so what reason did he have to seek trouble from her? Hence, the old man could only sit back down, and the rage in his heart was uncomfortably stifled, his whole person emitting an eerie aura. I would like to pay the bill. After obtaining the news that she wanted from the man, Yun Luofeng tossed an ingot of silver on the table and walked out of the tea house. This girl is quite interesting. The handsome man raised the tea in front of him and lightly tasted it, watching Yun Luofeng with interest. However, he also could not tell that Yun Luofeng was not interested in him and was merely gathering information from him. In the inn, Huohuo appeared on the roof beam out of thin air. She was swinging her legs as her big, bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. Master, when will we go find Sir Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng carelessly sat down and poured a cup of tea for herself with a faint smile. I still don't know Yun Xiao's exact location yet. I will follow these people at that time and will eventually see him. Huo blinked. I am quite curious about the expression on Sir Yun Xiao's face when he sees Little Tree. Xiao Mo's figure suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng with a months-old baby in his hands and a face full of grievances. After we see Yun Xiao, we will dump Little Tree on him to raise. I don't want to accompany this brat all day long. Gurgle gurgle. A brilliant smile appeared on Little Tree's face and he reached for Yun Luofeng while giggling. Mo, mother. Yun Luofeng was startled. Little Tree knows how to speak. He's only 6 months old but he already knows how to talk. And he spoke so fluently. Xiao Mo glanced at Yun Luofeng. Little Tree isn't human and is considered a spiritual beast, so it's normal that he can talk. Mother, hug. Little Tree's voice was soft and squishy, like a sweet and soft glutinous rice cake, so adorable that it made people unable to resist taking a bite. Yun Luofeng opened her arms and took Little Tree into her embrace. Xiao Mo, it's been hard on you during this time. I will take care of him now. Hearing this, Xiao Mo's face streamed with grateful tears. His hard work was not a waste, his master finally started feeling affections for him. A happy smile appeared on Little Tree's face. Ever since he was born, Yun Luofeng had been busy running everywhere and had never held him in her arms. Master. Huo jumped down from the beam with a smile on her youthful face. I greatly anticipate the day that you and Sir Yun Xiao have your own child. Her hand supported her cheeks as a bright light emitted from her eyes. Your child will certainly be a genius among geniuses. Yun Luofeng paused in her patting of Little Tree. We shall allow nature to take its course for this type of thing. Huo, Xiao Mo, return to the God's Code space to rest. We might have to depart tomorrow and will have a difficult battle to fight. Chapter 1205, Yi Family's Ancestor, 11. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The next day, by daybreak, the streets were already bustling with noise. The handsome man who struck up a conversation with Yun Luofeng yesterday caught sight of the beautiful girl, and a glint flashed through his eyes. The girl had a months-old baby in her embrace and held the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old girl, slowly walking toward them under everyone's attention. When he saw the plump baby in the girl's embrace, the man's heart chilled. Did this beautiful girl already marry? Miss, these 2 children are. The man finally went up and asked. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man. My younger sister and my son. Son. The man was immediately thunderstruck. He felt an interest in Yun Luofeng yesterday and originally wanted to woo her, but reality mercilessly slapped him in the face. This girl actually told him she had a son. The man felt a chilly wind blow into his heart, turning it so cold that he shivered. Ever since yesterday, Yun Luofeng had felt the man's intentional flirting, so she purposefully called Little Tree her son. However, she did not expect that her words would hurt Xiao Mo. Master, you're being unfair. How come you never admitted my identity when I once pretended to be your son? Yet you admitted it when it's Little Tree instead. Xiao Mo wanted to cry but had no tears. The more he thought about it, the sadder he became. He unconsciously began to regret persuading Yun Luofeng to take Little Tree in. Little Tree had stolen his love from Yun Luofeng, how could he not be grieved? Hearing Xiao Mo's aggrieved voice, Yun Luofeng slightly cast down her eyes and smiled, using spread voice transmittance to say, because I can't have given birth to a son as old as you. Xiao Mo responded with silence and quietly started drawing circles while crouched in the corner. Humph. The old man snorted and turned his head away from Yun Luofeng. He evidently felt disdainful towards her bringing her son and younger sister on their expedition against the Ghost Emperor. Cough cough. The man dryly coughed, his face recovering his dashing smile. I didn't introduce myself yesterday. My name is Duan Yichen, what's yours? The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips minutely turned up. Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng. That's quite a nice name. Maple leaves falling between the clouds, haha. The man heartily chuckled before walking to her side and whispering, right, that old man is an elder of the Boundless sect, one of the factions who hunted the Ghost Emperor at the beginning, which is why he was so enraged by your words yesterday. Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man with raised eyebrows. So it's like that. Miss Yun, don't offend this old man. He is very powerful. If you offend him, you will have some difficult days ahead of you. I know my limits. A cold glint flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. In order to snatch the void mirror, these people were willing to hunt down Yun Xiao for thousands of miles. She would not spare them based on this point alone. However, Duan Yichen misunderstood her words as her accepting his advice, and he unconsciously sighed in relief. That's good then. Don't show off around these people. Otherwise, these shameless old farts will certainly seek trouble with you. Perhaps afraid that the people from the Boundless sect would hear him, Duan Yichen purposefully lowered his volume while saying that. You also came here to annihilate the Ghost Emperor? Yun Luofeng asked, turning to Duan Yichen. Chapter 1206, Seeing Yun Xiao Again, 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Duan Yichen chuckled and scratched the back of his head. I said yesterday that I only came for the adventure. I don't care what they do, I only came to raise my strength at Phoenix Mountain. Yun Luofeng did not comment. Her fingers gently ran through Little Tree's hair, the killing intent in her dark eyes growing. Let's depart. The old man from the Boundless sect swept his eyes over everyone present and imperiously said, this time, we will head to Phoenix Mountain, and we must kill off the Ghost Emperor and avenge the innocent, deceased souls from the Infinite Sect. Revenge. Seek revenge for the Infinite Sect. Eliminate the threat, the Ghost Emperor. Everyone raised the weapon in their hand, and the dauntless voices echoed on the streets of the small town. Did they really come to find Yun Xiao to revenge Infinite Sect? In truth, their aim was merely the void mirror. Duan Yichen. As though she thought of something, Yun Luofeng turned to look at him. What is the void mirror that you previously mentioned? You don't know about the void mirror. Duin Yichin was somewhat astonished. Legend says that the void mirror was a treasure once possessed by a strong cultivator named Void. They say that you can obtain all of Void's inheritances from the mirror. It will also cause your strength to change its nature. Inheritance. Yun Luofeng grew silent and pondered over it for a long time, but she still did not know how she should use this void mirror. The crowd already started walking toward Phoenix Mountain in a showy fashion. Phoenix Mountain was not that much smaller than Burial God Mountain, so it would not be that easy for her to find Yun Xiao in such a giant mountain. A day was spent on traveling, and night soon descended. Everyone took out the tent and prepared to camp for the night. Miss Yun, I have a spare tent, do you need it? Duin Yichin asked while scratching his head after a glance at the completely unprepared Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shook her head. No need, I can spend the night under a tree. All right then. Faced with Yun Luofeng's rejection, Duin Yichin did not say anything else. With another glance toward the girl sitting in a tree, he started raising his tent on an empty space. The flames from the bonfire were very bright and illuminated the girl's beautiful face. Yun Luofeng handed little tree to Huohuo, and jumped down, sitting cross-legged at the base of the tree. Unknown to everyone, Astrid had entered the God's Code space. Master, Xiao Mo, who was still crouched in a corner drawing circles, caught sight of Yun Luofeng, and his eyes immediately brightened. He hastily stood up. Why did you come, Master? Xiao Mo, can you think of a method to use the void mirror? Yun Luofeng lightly frowned. The enemies that I have to face are too strong. I won't have the power to contend with them unless I manage to establish a contract with the void mirror. Xiao Mo grew silent. It was a while before he looked up at Yun Luofeng and said, we've already tried to make it recognize you as its master by dripping your blood on it, but it didn't have any effects. However, he paused for a moment before continuing, you only used normal blood back then. You can try using essence blood. But it takes a long time to recover each drop of essence blood that you spend. I was afraid that you would fail and waste your essence blood instead, so I didn't inform you. I must try any means possible. I won't spare any method to raise my strength right now. Yun Luofeng slightly looked up, her eyes solemn. Yeah! 07. Seeing Yun Xiao again, 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. She opened her hand and a copper-colored mirror appeared in her hand. Instantly, she closed her eyes, the tip of her finger pointed directly at the void mirror, and spirit energy rushed out of her, gathering at her finger. A fresh drop of blood was slowly forced from the gap in her finger by the fluctuating spirit energy and landed on the void mirror with a plop. Wah! In an instant, dazzling, white light enveloped the entire God's Code space, blinding Yun Luofeng. She could faintly see a man walking toward her in the midst of the white light. The man's entire body was shrouded by a white fog, and his face remained hazy. Only his unique, aloof voice was heard. Do you see the wind around us? Inside the white space, countless wind blades whipped around in disarray. Her skin was instantly sliced open, cuts covering her skin and blood ebbing out. Defeat it. You can't leave here until you defeat it. If you can't defeat it, you will be imprisoned here for the rest of your life. Yun Luofeng's expression drastically changed. Senior Void, I still have something to do and must leave here. Can I wait until I am finished with the matter before challenging the winds here? Silence was the response. The white-robed man had long disappeared, and her surroundings were slowly composed of the winds that scratched against her cheeks, sending pain to her senses. Seeing another gale darting toward her, Yun Luofeng tilted to the side and narrowly dodged it. She hurriedly drew out a long sword and started fighting against the gales in front of her with anxiety on her face. However, the more she panicked, the more errors she committed. Within moments, wounds covered her whole body, and her snow-white robe turned blood red. Even Yun Luofeng did not know how much time had passed. The wind around her became more and more intense, with no end in sight. Minutes and seconds passed, and Yun Luofeng also became more anxious. Her only desire was to defeat these winds as fast as possible. This won't do. I can't continue like this. Yun Xiao is still waiting for me out there. I must make myself calm down and find the opening in these winds. Yun Luofeng took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Since watching the winds made her dizzy, why not use her ears to differentiate the direction? The sound of the winds whizzing past was incredibly crisp and also calmed her emotions. Finally, she could feel a weaker strand of wind, enveloped by the intense winds. Her eyes shot open, and she sent a slash toward that location. Plop. The slash broke through layers and layers of barriers before finally hitting its target. It was also at that moment that the winds in the surroundings all dissipated, and peace returned to the entire space. Yun Luofeng used her sword as support to remain standing. Her sweat and blood mixed together, making her appear extremely battered. Is that enough? Can you release me now? Yun Luofeng asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. The previous assessment was to make you understand the importance of a clear mind in a fight. The man appeared in front of Yun Luofeng again, his slender finger pointing at a point behind Yun Luofeng. The army over there, defeat it. Yun Luofeng's expression shifted. I said I want to leave. Silence answered her once more. Yun Luofeng could only accept her fate and look back, entering battle with the army. Even inside the void mirror, the time of the day still changed. Seeing the continually changing sky, Yun Luofeng's heart steadied from its initial impatience.
इतना मैथ्स तो मुझे भी नहीं आता. परप्लेक्सिटी से पूछती हूँ.
12:08, seeing Yun Xiao again, 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. She could sense the passing of time and also knew she had spent a few months inside the void mirror. Her top priority was to hurry and finish the missions given to her by the white-robed man so that she could leave and see Yoon Seo. Hence, the only thought in her mind was to give her all to finish her missions. However, the white-robed man appeared to have some spite toward her and handed one mission after another to her after she resolved the army. No matter how Yoon Luofeng handed him, the man did not say anything else. Time passed. When Yoon Luofeng nearly collapsed on the ground from exhaustion, the man appeared in front of her again. You've already finished the final mission. From now on, the void mirror belongs to you. The man slowly walked toward Yoon Luofeng, his finger gently touching the girl's forehead. As a reward for finishing your missions, I have a present for you. Instantly, a powerful energy rushed into Yoon Luofeng's mind, making her head feel like it wanted to explode from its fullness. This is my life's worth of cultivation and fighting experience. I will give it all to you now. I hope you can become the new legend. Yoon Luofeng's body shuddered, feeling an immeasurable amount of knowledge flowing through her mind. At the same time, spirit energy ceaselessly rolled around inside of her, sucking in all of the spirit energy from the outside world. Boom. The spirit energy exploded, bringing her a new, refreshing feeling. However, this spirit energy did not disappear after she broke through and was incorporated into her body. Sage level intermediate rank, sage level advanced rank. It was not until she reached advanced rank sage level that the fluctuating power finally stopped. Yoon Luofeng kneeled toward the white-robed man and kowtowed several times before immediately standing up afterward and rushing toward the outside world. This white-robed man imparted his lifetime's worth of experience to her, so he could be considered as her teacher. Kowtowing to her teacher was deserved. Remember, this void mirror can protect your life when you are in danger. You must not hand it to anyone else. Bear in mind. Bear in mind. The man's voice felt like it was traveling through the clouds and came from a distant place. Yoon Luofeng quickened her steps. Phoenix Mountain. Yoon Luofeng slowly opened her eyes and was immediately greeted by a familiar face. Joy entered Duan Yichen's heart, and he hurriedly said, Miss Yoon, you've awakened. Hearing this, Yoon Luofeng hastily stood up, and asked, face full of panic, what happened to the other people? I've slept for 3 months, could they have already? 3 months. Duan Yichen looked at Yoon Luofeng strangely. If you could sleep for 3 months I would admire you. However, your sleep was long indeed, sleeping for 3 days. 3 days. Yoon Luofeng was startled. She clearly remembered that she had been inside the void mirror for 3 months, so why did Duan Yichen say it had only been 3 days? Huohuo was not anxious at all. She was connected with Yoon Luofeng's spirit, so she naturally knew that Yoon Luofeng was not in any danger during these 3 days. Not good. Yoon Luofeng's face fell. They should be encircling the Ghost Emperor now. Duan Yichen, bring me to find him immediately. Yoon Seo, wait for me. No matter what, I will fight with you side by side. All right. Duan Yichen nodded. Let's go then. Chapter 1209, Seeing Yoon Seo Again, 4. Chapter 1209, Seeing Yoon Seo Again, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. At the peak of Phoenix Mountain, a man stood with his arms behind his back and his black robes gently fluttering in the air. He sensed footsteps from behind him, but he did not look back. His silver mask was glaringly bright from the reflections of the sun. Ghost Emperor, we finally found you. The elder from the Boundless sect walked up, out of breath. His furious eyes were fiercely glaring at the masked man, and his teeth were tightly clenched. Continue to escape if you can. You've killed so many people from our Boundless sect and also wiped out the entire Infinite sect. It's time for retribution. The man slowly turned around, his abyssal eyes coldly watching the crowd in front of him. His icy and harsh aura rushed out. It was so powerful that it made him look like a king lording it over the world and looking down on the people. Scram. His lips minutely parted, and his rough and low voice struck everyone's heart. This man was always incredibly powerful and indifferent, disregarding everyone. It was also this man who made everyone clench their teeth in anger, wishing nothing more than to erase him from the world. Ghost Emperor, hand over the void mirror, and your life will be spared. The elder from the Boundless sect menacingly said. The man's cold gaze settled on the old man. For reasons unknown, when the old man met the man's dark eyes, he could feel his heart tremble, as though a hand was mercilessly squeezing his neck, making it extremely difficult for him to breathe. Let's go up together and kill the Ghost Emperor. The Boundless sect elder waved his hand, and stated with dark eyes, no matter how strong he is only one person. We have so many people among us, should we be afraid of him instead? A pair of hands could hardly fight against 4 legs. Regardless of how powerful the Ghost Emperor was, there was no way he would be so many people's opponent. Crash. As soon as the elder finished speaking, all the experts behind him rushed toward Yoon Seo and encircled him in the center. However, no one dared to carelessly act. They feared the cold and solemn aura around the man and did not dare to be the first to act, afraid that they would not even retain their corpse under the man's murderous aura. If someone once told them that a true strong cultivator could kill people with their murderous aura alone, they would certainly laugh in ridicule. However, from the Ghost Emperor's body, they could feel a murderous aura that was enough to steal someone's life. This man was so powerful that merely standing beside him would make them feel a pressure that made it difficult to breathe. Wild winds whistled past them, and the man's black robes flew up in the air. A cold glint reflected off of the mask, adding to his sharp and austere aura. His eyes were like a deep pond that chilled people to their bones. Seeing everyone staying in place due to prudence, the boundless sect elder harshly gritted his teeth before charging toward Yun Xiao. Instantly, a power like a flood exploded and shot toward Yun Xiao. Bang! Yun Xiao lightly lifted his hand and tightly clutched the man's fist. A formidable wave of power spread out from him, sending a storm of dust flying in the air. The man exerted all his strength to retract his fist but discovered that it was tightly held in place. Regardless of how much strength he used, he could not move his fist even a smidgen. Shock invaded his mind, and he hurriedly looked up at the man in front of him, involuntarily inhaling a sharp breath. Ghost Emperor, I didn't expect that your strength would be raised again in such a short amount of time. But so what? It is not only people from the boundless sect that came today, but other strong cultivators in the West Province also came. You were destined to be unable to escape this calamity, ha ha. Chapter 12:10, Seeing Yun Xiao Again, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. He started laughing wildly, his crazed laughter reverberating through the whole mountain. Boom. The man's power slammed into him, sending his body flying back. The spirit energy in his chest recklessly clashed around, causing him to suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood. Go. Kill him. The other experts met each other's eyes. Perhaps because the behavior of the boundless sect elder raised their courage, they all launched an attack at Yun Xiao. Faced with the tornado-like attacks, Yun Xiao's imposing aura remained unchanged, and his abyssal eyes turned colder. So cold that it made people feel like their heart had fallen into a deep-sea hell. Blood slowly streamed down the mountain. The glow of the setting sun enveloped the whole sky in red, causing it to resemble blood. The man's black robes were already dyed with bright red blood, and the glint on his mask turned icier. This time, the people who came to this expedition numbered in the thousands. Besides the major factions like the Boundless Sect, there were some people who proclaimed themselves as defenders of justice, and they had only one goal: kill the Ghost Emperor. Within the seven-province continent, the relationship between each major faction was very complicated, and it was normal to have all kinds of open internal fighting and covert maneuvering. However, no matter how much internal strife they had, when faced with an outside enemy, they all rose together. The Ghost Emperor did not offend them, except for the fact that he eradicated the Infinite Sect. He was able to eradicate the powerful Infinite Sect at his whim. A man like him was too terrifying. Hence, in order to prevent their factions from being massacred by the man in the future, they could only join forces and eradicate him. The more people Yun Xiao killed, the colder he became. In this world, only Yun Luofeng could elicit a change in him. Other people were separated into three categories. One category was people who Yun Luofeng loved. One category was strangers, and the last category was enemies like the ones in front of him. Why should he show benevolence towards his enemies? He will kill who he should kill and eradicate what he should eradicate. He would never be merciful and lenient. We absolutely can't continue like this. The Boundless Sect elder wiped the blood and sweat from his forehead, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. Our numbers still aren't enough. Based on the Ghost Emperor's strength, we will eventually meet our deaths in his hands. Hence, Miss Cillian, I request your help. A woman clothed in purple leisurely walked out of the crowd. Her looks would be considered pretty if it weren't for the scar on her face. Tut tut, although I can't see the Ghost Emperor's appearance, his figure is quite nice. It would be a pity to kill him. The woman licked the corner of her lips, greed surfacing in her narrowed eyes. Must we kill him? It would be nice if we could turn him into a pet to warm my bed. The corner of the Boundless Sect elder's lips twitched. Although Cillian One appeared to be a 20-something-year-old woman, she was more than half a century old. However, the method that she practiced was a bit special, so she was able to maintain an incredibly youthful appearance. It was precisely because her particular method required her to gather yang to fill her yin that any man that she took a liking to was unable to escape from her grasp. Her finger gently stroked her lips, the desire in her eyes growing stronger. Compared to looks, she preferred men with perfect figures. Based on this man's physique, his skills in bed must be quite decent. It would be too pitiful if they killed him since she had yet to enjoy this man's abilities. Miss Cillian, the Boundless Sect elder helplessly stated, the Ghost Emperor isn't someone easy to control. If you try to obtain him, you will certainly suffer the consequences of your own actions. Hence, I can only request that you help us kill him. Chapter 12:11, Seeing Yun Xiao Again, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Cillian delicately smiled. I was merely joking. I can still judge what is important. Although it's regretful, I will still kill him. Having obtained Cillian's guarantee, the Boundless Sect elder started laughing. The reason they dared to come to Phoenix Mountain to seek revenge from the Ghost Emperor was because they had a trump card like Cillian. If it was her strength alone, Cillian could not contend with the Ghost Emperor. However, Cillian's true strong point did not lie in her strength. Cillian's hand turned over, and a jade flute wand suddenly appeared in her palm. This jade flute was shiny all over, akin to jadeite, and so beautiful that people could not turn their eyes away. Beast-controlling flute. Seeing the jade flute that Cillian pulled out, everyone was astonished. The Boundless Sect's elder referred to her as Miss Cillian just now. Could it be that she is the sect leader of the beast-taming sect, Qin Cillian? If Cillian claimed her beast-taming abilities were number 2 in the world, then no one would claim to be number 1. Within the seven-province continent, Cillian was unrivaled. Beast-taming sect, Central Province's beast-taming sect. Heavens, the Boundless Sect's elder actually invited a strong cultivator from the Central Province here. Seeing Cillian's appearance, delight replaced the despair in everyone. As long as Cillian acted, the outcome of this battle was clear. While everyone was immersed in the discussion, Cillian already placed the jade flute by her lips, and a graceful song flowed out, slowly meandering through the tranquil mountain. All the spirit beasts in Phoenix Mountain called out, as though to answer Cillian's summon. In West Province, besides God Burial Mountain, Phoenix Mountain was the most dangerous. Of course, compared to the mad Strid beasts on God Burial Mountain, the Strid beasts of Phoenix Mountain typically did not attack people. That was unless people provoked them first or snatched the medicinal ingredients they were protecting. However, hearing Zillion's summons now, these Strid beasts all sprinted over, and countless birds circled above them, calling melodiously. The Strid beasts of the entire Phoenix Mountain were probably charging here. Below the mountain peak, the sound of a stampede came from behind, first far and then near. It rapidly reached the back of Yun Luofeng and the others. This was the frightening scene that Duan Yichen caught the moment he turned his head back. He hurriedly said, "Miss Yun, careful." Yun Luofeng frowned. Before she could understand what had happened, these Strid beasts had already shot past them and were rushing toward the peak of the mountain. That frightened me to death. Duan Yichen wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled. I thought the Strid beasts on Phoenix Mountain had gone mad. Instantly, Yun Luofeng appeared to have realized something, and her face abruptly darkened. This is bad. After saying this, her figure turned into a ray of light and charged forward in the blink of an eye. "Master, wait for me." In a panic, Huohuo shouted, "Master," without thinking. At the same time, her figure also turned into a light and quickly disappeared. "Master." Duan Yichen was startled. Wasn't that girl Miss Yun's younger sister? Why did she call her Master? Also, this girl looks like she's only 6 years old, yet she was so fast that even I can catch up. Duan Yichen could not understand the reason even after contemplating it for a while. Afraid that something would happen to Yun Luofeng, he hurriedly chased after the two of them. Chapter 12:12, Seeing Yun Xiao Again, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The mountain peak reached through the clouds and was enveloped in white mist. Countless Strid beasts sent dust flying in the air in a storm of hooves. The gaze had a savage glint as they charged toward Yun Xiao under Zillion's command. All of a sudden, around the entire mountain peak, all sorts of birds and aerial beasts and strong human cultivators dominated the broad sky while the ground had a crowd of Strid beasts running non-stop. It was a majestic sight from the distance. Yet, only an indifferent man stood opposite of them. He was facing an immense number of enemies on his own, but he did not have a trace of fear. Yun Xiao. However, at this moment, a familiar voice traveled from his front, jolting the man's body. His bottomless eyes also slowly moved away from the crowd of beasts and watched a white-clothed girl wildly bounding towards him from the base of the mountain. His perpetual iceberg gaze instantly started melting the moment he saw the girl. His dark eyes only contained the girl's clear reflection. The figure grew bigger and bigger, closer and closer. A glance was a lifetime. At this moment, the man forgot about the clamor around him, forgot about the Strid beasts pouncing on him. His entire world contained only her. Yun Xiao. Seeing the beasts attacking Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng's face abruptly shifted, and panic overtook her voice. Thankfully, at the last moment, Yun Xiao regained his senses. With a boom, the Strid beast at the front suddenly fell over under Yun Xiao's power. Blood flowed out of the apertures of its face, its bones shattered. By that time, Yun Luofeng had already shot through the crowd of Strid beasts and reached Yun Xiao. When their eyes met, they only had each other in their eyes. "You came." The man's lips slightly parted, his rough voice ringing in the clamorous battlefield. "Yes, I came. After several months of separations, she finally came. I chased after your footsteps and became a woman who could fight by your side. I've been waiting for you the whole time." He had been waiting for her to come to this continent. He did not expect her to come so fast, it was beyond his expectations. Seeing several Strid beasts about to spring on him, Yun Xiao waved his hand again and simultaneously sent several waves of power out. Those beasts did not have the time to dodge and soon lay in a puddle of blood. "So you were companions of the Ghost Emperor indeed." The instant the boundless sect elders saw Yun Luofeng, he realized something and furiously shuddered. "No wonder you spoke up for him. It turns out you are a B-starred couple." Yun Xiao's brows knitted, and his cold eyes turned to the elder from the boundless sect. His aura slowly saturated the air, encompassing heaven and earth. Yun Luofeng stood beside Yun Xiao with a wicked smile on her face. Her placid gaze turned to the elderly man. "That's right, the Ghost Emperor is my man. With me here today, I would like to see who would dare to touch my man." Her white clothes fluttered in the wild wind as her domineering voice reverberated throughout the mountain, creating wave after wave of echoes. At this moment, Huohuo had already reached Yun Luofeng with Little Tree in her embrace. Her infuriated eyes coldly stared at the man in front of her. Zillion stopped playing the flute and the Strid beasts who were attacking Yun Xiao stopped as well, looking at each other in confusion. They did not understand how they got here. Yun Xiao silently stood beside Yun Luofeng. With his strength, he did not need her protection, but he loved seeing her domineering appearance when she stood up for him. Chapter 12:13, Seeing Yun Xiao Again, 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. He would never see enough of it. Legend says the Ghost Emperor is cold and heartless, bloody and murderous. I've always wanted to know what type of woman would tame the Ghost Emperor. Zillion slightly narrowed her eyes with a smile on her lips. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. "Now that you've seen me, what do you think?" "Just so." Zillion's smile contained contempt, obviously disregarding Yun Luofeng. She was merely a sage-level Strid cultivator. To normal people, sage-level cultivators were strong enough, but it was only so in front of her. "You old hag, what nonsense are you saying?" Huohuo angrily glared at Zillion. "How dare a 60 to 70-year-old hag like you dare to look down on my master?" Zillion's eyes chilled. This little girl could actually see her age. What infuriated her more was that she actually insulted her as an old hag. However, after a glance toward Yun Luofeng, Zillion suppressed her fury, and the smile on her face remained the same. Tut tut, little girl, I'm afraid your body won't be able to handle the Ghost Emperor's torment. Why don't I replace you, how about it? Yun Luofeng's eyes turned into slits. If she still could not feel Zillian's desire for Yun Xiao now, then she had lived 2 lives for nothing. Leave it to me, Yun Xiao whispered beside Yun Luofeng's ears, his eyes lowered. Yun Xiao, I came here with plans to fight by your side, not to rely on your protection. Yun Luofeng turned her sight toward the man. Hence, you will deal with those humans. As for the spirit beasts, I will handle them. Yun Xiao did not hesitate before nodding and saying, all right. He believed in Yun Luofeng. Since she proposed this, then she would certainly achieve it. Humph. Zillian snorted, derision leaking into her smile, completely unworried about Yun Luofeng. The song she played was not as graceful and melodious as before. It turned immensely sharp instead, akin to a piercing sword that could kill people without a trace. Roar. An innumerable amount of beasts turned berserk, and their eyes were bloodshot as they charged at Yun Luofeng without reason. Instantly, dust flew into the sky and covered the entire mountain. Yun Xiao, swiftly deal with them. I can deal with these spirit beasts. Yun Luofeng said with dark features. All right. Yun Xiao glanced at Yun Luofeng before turning his eyes toward the people in the air. His robes flew in the gales, setting off a vicious aura. Hurry. Protect Miss Zillian, hastily ordered the boundless sect elder, his expression shifting. Instantly, everyone protectively encircled Zillian in the center and turned into an impenetrable wall. Yun Xiao's aura was too terrifying, his cold features permeated with his killing intent. A single look into his eyes and they would shiver unwittingly. Go. A cultivator gritted his teeth and took the lead, charging toward Yun Xiao. At the same time, other people also launched their attacks. The sound of slaughter was heard once more in this mountain dyed red by blood. Countless spirit beasts flocked toward Yun Luofeng with the bared teeth and sharp nails. Anyone could foresee Yun Luofeng would be left without a corpse after the attacks of so many vicious beasts. Ghost Emperor. Zillian slightly narrowed her eyes, her smile sensual. Her jade flute twirled between her fingers, causing her playing to momentarily halt. She licked her lips, appearing seductive. I can't help but respect your taste, finding such a weak woman. She will soon die under the claws of the spirit beasts. Your fate will be just as tragic. Of course, if you agree to be my man, perhaps. Your life will be spared. Chapter 12-14, Seeing Yun Xiao Again, 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Miss Zillian, the boundless sect elder's expression shifted as he asked, you aren't serious, right? Zillian did not look at the old man and remained focused on Yun Xiao with a seductive smile. How about it? Isn't this term very beneficial for you? No matter what, my beauty alone means you won't lose anything. In truth, if I didn't want to see what type of person the legendary Ghost Emperor was, I probably would have rejected the boundless sect's invitation. You should feel honored by this. Shameless. Huohuo glanced at Zillian with a snort, her soft voice derisive. You think you're considered beautiful. A single toe of my master is better looking than you. Indeed, although Zillian's looks were pretty, her face unfortunately had a scar. This scar forcefully destroyed her prettiness. However, what Zillian detested the most in her life was someone insulting her as ugly. You are seeking death. Her eyes turned cold, and she placed the jade flute by her lips again. The spirit beasts, whose movements became sluggish earlier, were revitalized again and arrived in front of Yun Luofeng and Huohuo with lightning speed. No one saw how the chubby baby in Huohuo's arms was not frightened into crying by these beasts and had started giggling instead. His little delicate arms swung in the air, and a bright smile appeared on his baby face. He smiled joyfully, as though he had received some new, curious toy. Little tree, stay here. I need to fight by master's side. Huohuo tossed little tree on the ground and rushed to the front of Yun Luofeng. Her chin was raised as she haughtily looked down on the spirit beasts charging toward them. You little critters think you can harm my master. Let me show you who's the true king of the beasts. Wah! Flames ignited on Huohuo's body, and countless flames covered the entire sky, illuminating the mountain red. 8 tails came into existence behind her. These 8 tails all represented the source of her power, so it caused people to feel the surging rush of power inside of her, so strong that it could not be matched. Among spirit beasts, the spirit beasts with noble bloodlines could exercise a restraint on normal spirit beasts. Even though these spirit beasts were under Zillian's control, they were all startled, and fear flashed through their eyes. Unfortunately, Zillian quickly controlled their consciousness again and ordered them to charge toward Yun Luofeng. The second that Duan Yichen reached the mountain peak, he caught sight of Huohuo enveloped in flames. The 8 fiery red tails behind Huohuo, in particular, were clearly reflected in his eyes, scaring him so much that he nearly fainted. The little girl he had interacted with during this period of time was actually a spirit beast. What could be more astonishing than that? Thankfully, he had not done anything that would anger Yun Luofeng or Huohuo. Otherwise, who knew whether this spirit beast would fly into a rage and kill him on the spot? The more he thought about it, the gladder he became. Even so, he still could not calm the shock in his mind. On the battlefield, the girl's white clothes were drenched in blood, and her black hair fluttered in the air. She held a long sword in her hand, matching her austere features. Blood spurted out of the spirit beasts, splattering her face. However, she did not stop and continued charging forward and meeting enemies head-on. Zillian's expression darkened. In her eyes, Yun Luofeng should meet a tragic end in the midst of the spirit beasts in the next second. Somehow, she managed to use her left arm alone to clear a bloody path for herself. This won't do. If things continue like this, we also aren't their opponents. We must take care of them as soon as possible. Chapter 12:15. Seeing Yunxiu again. 10. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Zillion watched how Yun Luofeng got closer and closer to her, and panic finally flashed through her eyes. Suddenly, her gaze drifted to Little Tree, who had been tossed to the ground by Huohuo, and joy flitted through her eyes. Zillion did not bother thinking about why Huohuo would leave Little Tree on the ground without worry. She also did not think about how Little Tree was clearly a child, but he did not cry or make a fuss upon seeing this type of scene and was giggling non-stop instead. It was exactly because she did not ponder over it more that she would do something that would cause her painful regret. Zillion played her jade flute again, but it was no longer pointed at Yun Luofeng. She sharply glanced at the Little Tree crawling on the ground, and her lips turned up with a cruel smile. Miss Yun, watch out for your child. Duan Yichin shouted, worry flashing through his eyes. He came late, so he did not know what had happened yet and only knew that Yun Luofeng started fighting with these people. However, these people did not want to spare even her child. Yun Luofeng appeared as if she did not hear his words and continued facing her enemies, completely unconcerned about Little Tree's safety. Ha ha ha. Little Tree waved his arms toward the spread beasts pouncing on him, a dazzling smile covering his adorable face. Roar. A male lion landed in front of Little Tree and opened his ferocious mouth, biting Little Tree's meaty shoulder. It's over. Duan Yichin hastily covered his eyes, unable to bear seeing the inhuman scene of Little Tree being bitten to death by a spread beast. But he could not resist cracking a sliver between his fingers. The scene he anticipated did not happen. Little Tree also was not ripped apart by the lion and disappeared instead. When he searched for Little Tree in astonishment, he suddenly realized that the little guy, who was still crawling on the ground just a moment ago, was now somehow sitting on top of the male lion's head. Because the mane of the male lion was too buoyant and covered Little Tree, he did not find him in the beginning. It was not until a meaty arm extended from the thick mane that people discovered Little Tree's presence. On the mountain, besides the roars of the spread beasts, not a single human produced a sound. Zillion was dumbfounded and looked at Little Tree with a stupefied expression. She harshly rubbed her eyes, not daring to believe the scene she was seeing. How is this possible? He's merely a child. Zillion's face was pale, and even her voice was shaky. Everything in front of her exceeded her expectations. She had lived for several decades, but she had never witnessed such a strange sight. The image of Little Tree riding on the male lion's back fell into everyone's eyes. It was as though they saw a rat standing on a cat's claw. KKK. Little Tree's crisp laughter pierced through the growls and roars of the spread beasts, incredibly striking and ear-splitting. Roar. The male lion turned furious and mercilessly made a tossing motion, vainly attempting to fling Little Tree off of his head. Little Tree's laughter dissipated, and his eyebrows were tightly knitted together, clearly displeased. He was angry, and when he got angry, the consequences were serious. Little Tree staggeringly stood up on the male lion's head and furiously slapped the lion's head. Because the lion's mane was too thick, he could not feel Little Tree's tiny hand. However, other people were scared witness by Little Tree's actions. Newborn calves truly weren't afraid of tigers. A baby who did not even have a tooth fully grown yet dared to ride on a male lion's back. And even dared to hit him. Chapter 12:16. Endless Loving Affections. 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Zillion snapped out her stupor and began playing the jade flute again, and all of the immobile spiritual beasts started launching attacks at Little Tree. Little Tree's face was dark from anger. He brandished his meaty arms and extended his palms toward the sky. With a bang, countless vines shot out of the ground and instantly wound around the beast's legs, dangling them in the air. It was not over yet. How could hanging them up in the air be enough to pacify the fury in Little Tree? Hence, he allowed more vines to creep out and turned them into a long whip, mercilessly whipping those spiritual beasts. Silence. The entire world drowned in silence. Zillion's hand loosened from fright, and the jade flute fell on the ground. Her face was ashen white as she fearfully stared at the smug Little Tree. Ho ho, Huohuo snorted, and she had her hands propped against her hips as she said, I really don't know where you got the guts to attack Little Tree. Since I was willing to leave Little Tree on the ground, you should have been able to guess that he wasn't someone you could provoke. Zillion bit her lips, despair on her pale face. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was nothing but a child. So how was he able to defeat so many spiritual beasts in an instant? She wouldn't believe it. She absolutely wouldn't believe some people could possess this sort of power the second they were born. But this time, the black-robed man had already taken care of all the opponents in front of him and appeared in front of her with his menacing aura. Zillion harshly swallowed. Her gaze slowly moved up, and after she saw the man's icy mask, a drop of cold sweat trickled down from her forehead. Ghost. Ghost Emperor. Boom. The man's energy was full of murderous intent as it heavily landed in her chest. At that moment, she could hear the shattering of her danshan and the spiritual energy in her also started leaking out. You lack men. The man's eyes were icy, and his voice was cold and heartless. The brothels can use you. You lack men. The brothels can use you. This man would never waste a word for unimportant people. A single sentence clearly and simply disclosed his intention. Don't you lack men? There are many men who frequent low-grade brothels, so you are well suited to that kind of place. Fear flashed through Zillion's eyes, and she hastily got up from the ground. She kneeled in front of Yunxiu with an ashen face and pleaded, Ghost Emperor, I was wrong. I admit my error. I won't dare to team up with other people to oppose you in the future. I beg you to spare me this once. I guarantee I will work extremely hard to repay you. How could she dare to continue to be boastful at a time like this? If she wanted to save herself, she could only apologize profusely. Bang. The instant she crawled toward the man on her knees, the man waved his sleeve, flinging her away. Zillion spat out a mouthful of blood, and her face turned paler. She regretted it. She regretted fighting Yun Xiao. This man was not someone they could handle. So Yun Xiao. Huohuo made eyes at Yun Xiao. Leave the people here for me to handle. I guarantee I will finish the task with Little Tree and won't leave a single one behind. Go enjoy a couple's world with Master. She resolved to be a spiritual beast who shared her master's tribulations. Since Master has not seen Yun Xiao in so long, they must want to be alone. As for the aftermath, she would suffice. Yun Xiao walked toward Yun Luofeng and was unable to move his eyes away from the giggling Little Tree. He is our son. Don't blame Yun Xiao for misunderstanding Yun Luofeng. Although Little Tree was only a few months old, he could still see his own shadow in him. Little Tree's features were especially similar to his. Chapter 12:17, Endless Loving Affections 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This was why he determined that Little Tree was his and Yun Luofeng's child. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. How long have we been separated? Yun Xiao pondered over it. A little over half a year. How long does pregnancy last? 10 months. Yun Luofeng smiled. Then do you think he is our son? Yun Xiao was silent for a moment. Then who is he? What do you think? Yun Luofeng raised her brows. He looks so similar to you. Who do you think he is? Hearing this, Yun Xiao instantly became anxious and watched Yun Luofeng with distress. I am not related to him at all. I have always followed you over the years, and I haven't come into contact with anyone besides you. Also, my first woman was you as well. Feng you must believe me. I am truly unrelated to him. Duan Yichin was about to walk toward Yun Luofeng when he overheard their conversation. The corner of his lips twitched, and he speechlessly looked at Yun Xiao. The legendary Ghost Emperor was innately slow. Let's go. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and pulled Yun Xiao's lapels. I will settle the score with you when we go back. Feng you must believe me. I don't know him. Yun Xiao was sweating all over due to his panic, afraid that Yun Luofeng would misunderstand him. Yun Luofeng glanced at him. Little Tree is adopted by me. I will tell you his identity later. Right now, the score I want to settle is why you didn't tell me you were going to face so much danger on your own. Nor did you have Qin Yuan tell me. Yun Xiao was startled. His dark eyes unwaveringly watched Yun Luofeng, and his voice was rough and low. I was afraid you would worry. Hence, I need to settle this score with you first. Yun Luofeng declared with a glare at him. All right. If it can cool your anger, you can punish me however you want. Yun Luofeng's eyes slanted into slits, a dangerous gleam flitting through them. Then let's settle the score on the bed now. Settle the score on the bed. Duan Yichin was dumbfounded. This was his first time seeing someone going to the bed to settle the score. Miss Yun was truly different from normal women. Domineering, shameless. From the distance, he could still faintly hear their conversation. Me on top, you on the bottom. This was a wicked and incomparably tyrannical voice. Okay, this voice contained pampering and indulgence. I want to make you unable to leave the bed for 3 days and 3 nights. Don't worry, with my constitution, I can leave the bed even after 3 months. Duan Yichin nearly fell over. Miss Yun's domineering was too overboard, right? She actually said she would make him unable to leave the bed for 3 days. And the Ghost Emperor was incredibly tolerating and indulging of her. He could see that the man spoiled her to the bones and indulged her every action. Bitterness entered his heart. It was a rare occurrence that he would fall in love with a woman at first sight, but unfortunately, that woman already had a husband. Her husband was so outstanding. Outstanding to the point that no one could remotely contend with him. So what hope did he still have? Duan Yichin sighed. Now, he could only give Yun Luofeng his most sincere blessings. Run. After seeing the two of them leave, the cultivators who came to annihilate Yun Xiao turned around, wanting to escape. Huohuo's eyes sharply caught sight of their movements, and she harshly reprimanded, you want to escape. Let's see if you have the capability. Little Tree, those people wanted to kill your parents, how do you plan to punish them? Little Tree was not a normal human, he evolved from a seed. He might look like he was only a few months old, but his intelligence was already like a toddler's. Chapter 12:18, Endless Loving Affections 3. Translator, Zen_editor. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hearing Huohuo's words, Little Tree turned to the people leaving, and his soft voice uttered, kill. Yes. Yes, anyone who bullied his parents deserved to die. Bang. Countless vines raised from underneath the ground again. Without waiting for those people to escape, the vines already wrapped around them, turning them immobile. Little Tree, whip them to death for me. Right, don't kill the woman who played the flute. Your dad said to sell her to a brothel. Doesn't she like to gain men's favor? Then we will fulfill her desires, Huohuo ordered with her hands on her hips. The chubby baby waved his hand, and countless vine whips appeared in front of those people. Under their fearful gazes, the whips mercilessly lashed down. Swish, swish, swish. Only the sound of the whip cutting through the air rang in the mountain, along with those heart-wrenching screams. Just wait. Many people want to kill the Ghost Emperor. He will eventually die in the hands of justice defenders one day. Ha ha ha. The boundless sect elder broke into deranged laughter, and a red gleam shone in his eyes. It was evident he had fallen into madness. The more ruthless his curses, the quicker the whip, until the old man could not speak another word. Oh, I almost forgot. Huohuo narrowed her eyes, turning her dangerous gaze toward Duan Yichin. You were companions with him, you came here to defeat Sir Yun Xiao. Sweat dripped from Duan Yichin's forehead, as he defended himself with an abashed smile. I only came for the excitement. This has nothing to do with me, you can continue. Huohuo stroked her chin and tilted her head up. Seeing as how you aren't inherently evil, I will spare you. However, you aren't permitted to speak of today's matters. All right, I guarantee I won't say anything. Duan Yichin hastily nodded and swore. That won't do. Huohuo shook her head. I can't trust you. If you told other people about Little Tree and my identity, Master and Sir Yunxiu will be hunted by more people, so you must consume this pill. Duan Yichin was taken aback and looked at the pill she handed to him with a slight frown. What is this? This pill will make you forget what happened these past few days. Forget everything that happened these past few days. Didn't that also mean he would forget Yun Luofeng? He did not know why his heart felt cruelly squeezed when he heard her words. He raised his hand but could not bring himself to accept the pill. Can't it be enough that I promised to not tell other people? He asked as he looked up at Huohuo. Huohuo blinked. We have not known each other that long. I don't know your identity or your personality, so why should I believe you? Duan Yichin bitterly chuckled. He accepted the pill and closed his eyes. Since it was like this, he would pretend the last few days of interactions were all a dream. He woke up, so he should forget. Duan Yichin swallowed the pill with closed eyes. Instantly, he felt his body twitch and his consciousness turning into a blur. He slowly fell to the ground. Huohuo's mouth was tightly pursed as she watched Duan Yichin's fallen body and asked, Little Tree, am I too cruel? Little Tree tilted his head and curiously blinked, as though he did not understand Huohuo's words. In truth, Duan Yichin is quite a decent person. Although he also came to eradicate Sir Yunxiu, he has taken good care of us on this journey. He also took good care of me while Master was unconscious for 3 days. However, in my mind, Master is the most important person. For Master, I am willing to do any cruel thing. Chapter 12:19, Endless Loving Affections, 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Determination replaced the initial hesitation in Huohuo's gaze. I can't allow anyone to discover our identity. Otherwise, it will bring danger to Master. Hence, making Duan Yichin lose his memories of the last few days is the best option. Moreover, this guy had impure intentions toward Master, so I don't plan to allow him to have any more interactions with Master. If he forgets Master, he certainly won't hassle her anymore. Little Tree ignorantly looked at Huohuo, his big, bright eyes full of confusion. Forget it. You're still young, so you are in the dark about your parents still. Huohuo lowered her head and gently patted Little Tree's head. But I know the pain of losing my beloved, so I must protect their safety even at the expense of my life. I won't allow them to be separated. Little Tree lifted his chubby arms and placed them on Huohuo's arm, as though comforting her. Huohuo chuckled. Little Tree, don't let Master know about this. Otherwise, it will be over for Xiaomo and me. If it weren't for Xiaomo secretly handing her this pill, she would not be able to erase Duan Yichin's memory. Hence, if Yun Luofeng learned about it, it would affect Xiaomo too. Little Tree sensibly nodded and childishly said, okay. Kill all these people, and don't waste time. We will go find Master after we kill them. Huohuo looked up and watched the screaming people with her eyes rolling with flames, her murderous aura rushing out. Plop. The moment she finished speaking, the vines turned into sharp thorns and pierced into the people's chests. Blood seeped out of their chest, dyeing their lapels red. With a wave of his hand, Little Tree recalled all of his vines, and the corpses plunged down, piling into a mountain. Although Huohuo had killed many people in this life, and even Little Tree had been tainted with blood on his hands for the first time, they were not bloodthirsty people. The spirit beasts were used, and it was not their intention to kill people. If it weren't for Zillion's jade flute, they would not uncontrollably attack Yun Luofeng. Hence, after Little Tree whipped him 100 times, he released them. You can leave. Huohuo haughtily tilted her chin with her hands on her hips. You weren't at fault for this, so I won't kill you. The 100 lashes just now were your punishment. I hope you won't engage in this type of event in the future. Roar. All the beasts made a call and gratefully glanced at Huohuo before stampeding down the mountain at lightning speed. Let's go. Huohuo bent down and picked up Little Tree, heading down the mountain as well. It was not until after they left that Duan Yichin groggily opened his eyes. He rubbed his aching forehead with a deep frown. What happened? Didn't I follow the people who came to annihilate the Ghost Emperor for the excitement? Why am I here? He clearly was not fully awake, but when he saw the mountain of corpses, he jolted from the shock. These are the strong cultivators from all the major factions. Just what had happened? How come I don't remember anything? Pain shot through his head and he staggeringly stood up. It's not safe here. I must quickly leave. It was deep into the night. Inside the inn at the base of Phoenix Mountain, 2 bodies were intertwined on the large bed, sweat flowing down their lengths. Yun Luofeng laid on the bed, and her hand was tracing the man's handsome face with slightly narrowed eyes. Yunxiu, I said me on top, you on bottom. Chapter 12:20, Endless Loving Affections, 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yunxiu lowered his head and laid a kiss on her lips. His magnetic voice dripping with indulgence. I don't want to tire you. Yun Luofeng closed her eyes. While Yunxiu was exercising, she could feel spiritual energy continually flowing inside of her, forming a stream. Although she did not continue to break through, it did strengthen the spiritual energy inside of her. This was the benefit of dual cultivation. Enjoying the benefits, an imperceptible smile appeared on Yun Luofeng's lips. Her arms roped around Yunxiu, and her body pandered to his. They did not leave the room for 3 whole days, as though they wanted to express all of their longings over the past months. Huohuo and Little Tree also waited outside the room for a night. They wanted to return to the God Code space, but they did not want to disturb Yun Luofeng and could only silently wait. Huohuo originally thought this 3-day and 3-night battle would certainly exhaust Yunxiu. However, when she saw Yunxiu again, The man acted like nothing had happened and had no sign of fatigue. He had more energy than before even. Of course, Huohuo did not know that due to their constitution, while Yun Luofeng enjoyed the benefits, Yun Xiao enjoyed this invigorating benefit as well. He merely did not detect it. Of course, even without the nourishment of the spiritual energy, with Yun Xiao's current strength alone, he would not be fatigued even if they battled for 300 more rounds. Otherwise, why were all the women besides strong cultivators red with vigor and nourished? It was because the stronger their strength, the stronger their spirit. Nothing would happen even if they stayed in bed for 3 more days, let alone 3 days. Master, shouldn't we depart? Huohuo glanced at Yun Luofeng in Yun Xiao's arms with a wiggle of her eyes. I know you have been separated for a long time and just want to be lovey-dovey a bit more, but you have already stayed in bed for 72 hours. You need to consider the feelings of a single people. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. Huohuo, return to God Code Space with Little Tree and wait for me there. After saying this, Yun Luofeng summoned them back to God's Code Space before immediately turning to look at Yun Xiao. You can ask whatever you want to ask now. Who is he? Yun Xiao asked after a moment of silence. He was naturally referring to Little Tree. He is a child nurtured from a sapling I obtained in Wangquan City. Yun Luofeng smiled. He was born not long after you left. Because his initial appearance was molded by my thoughts, I had him adopt your appearance. Yun Xiao lowered his eyes, intently staring at the girl's beautiful appearance with infinite longing in his eyes. Feng I am honored that I was the first one you thought of when you shaped his looks. Yun Luofeng smiled. Yun Xiao, you are the only one who can make me this worried in this world. Ever since he met her, Yun Xiao had been following her and willingly hid all of his radiance for her. How was she so blessed to have received his favor? Let's go. My leave of absence is almost over, so I should return to West Province Academy. I will come with you. Yun Xiao had his arms gently looped around Yun Luofeng's waist and a contented smile on his face. From now on, I will follow you wherever you go. Wasn't there a saying, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. He chose to become a member of the Yun family, so he would follow her wherever she went. Chapter 1221, Endless Loving Affections, 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Xiao, you mean? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes, and wickedness leaked through her smile. Quote. You want to be married to me? Yun Xiao unwaveringly stared at Yun Luofeng. You don't want to take responsibility. I will definitely take responsibility for you. Yun Luofeng got on her tiptoes and kissed him. After we deal with the enemies on this continent, we will go home and get married. Feeling the warmth on his lips, Yun Xiao raised his arms and tightly embraced the girl. That action was as though he was dissolving her into his blood and bones so that they could never be separated. After the kiss ended, Yun Luofeng's hand settled on Yun Xiao's chest and gently pushed him away. Yun Xiao, while I wasn't here, you've attracted quite a few peach blossoms one. Especially the purple-robed woman who plays the flute. I won't have peach blossoms. Yun Xiao looked up, unwaveringly watching Yun Luofeng. Quote. Yun Luofeng was startled and looked up, meeting his gaze. His voice was fierce as he declared, because I will snap off all of the peach blossoms. Peach blossoms. Just snap them. He had never been someone who had tender and protective feelings towards the fairer sex, so what if he snapped those peach blossoms off? What about me? Yun Luofeng asked with a faint smile. The man's expression had a seriousness that was only present when he faced her. You aren't a flower. Then what am I? Quote. You are. Yun Xiao grasped Yun Luofeng's hand and tightly held it against his chest. You are this. Yun Luofeng's hand could feel the man's beating heart, causing her heart to skip a beat. You are my heart. If you aren't here, neither will my heart be. Yun Xiao seriously watched Yun Luofeng with complete concentration. If anyone else said this, Yun Luofeng would have certainly considered it flowery speech, but the speaker was Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, who had never lied and did not know flowery speech. His every word came from the bottom of his heart and conveyed his true feelings. How could she not believe a man like him? Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng retracted her hand and touched her boiling cheeks as she turned her head to the side. Let's depart. All right. Yun Xiao's eyes continued to trail after Yun Luofeng, her figure exceptionally clear in his dark eyes. West Province Academy. Inside the classroom, a middle-aged man coldly swept his eyes over the students below him with an extremely displeased expression. Yun Luofeng hasn't come yet. The little Lolita's brows knitted tightly, and she was about to say something when Nzihao caught sight of it and hurriedly tugged on her sleeves. Miss, endure it. Wang Yiji is like the noon sun, troublesome to provoke. The little Lolita was unhappy as she said, but it was because she saved us that she offended Wang Mijing. Her voice was very quiet, nearly inaudible, but Nzihao still sharply heard her muttering. Ever since Yun Luofeng left the academy, several of the old men from the elder court did not want Wang Mijing's uncle, Wang Yiji, to come into contact with Yun Luofeng, so they especially arranged for him to teach other students. Who knew that Wang Yiji would bribe the protectors of the elder court and move to Yun Luofeng's classroom. Because the elders had been preoccupied with other matters during this period of time, no one discovered this. However, when Wang Yiji confidently came to avenge his nephew, he abruptly realized that Yun Luofeng did not come to the classroom. And this absence lasted more than half a month. Chapter 1222, Endless Loving Affections, 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Recalling the pitiful state of his nephew after she bullied him, the fury in Wang Yiji's heart intensified. A dark expression was plastered to his face every day, causing all the students inside the classroom to be cautious and unsettled. After Yun Luofeng returns, make her run to see me, Wang Yiji snorted before turning to leave the classroom. No matter how long Yun Luofeng ran away, she would have to return one day. At that time, he would make her painfully pay for this. Inside Academy City, the streets were flooded with people and carriages. Yun Luofeng was resting her head on her hand with narrowed eyes and a wicked smile. Her incomparably dark eyes were intently watching the street in front of her. Yun Xiao, do you plan to come with me to the academy or stay here? Yun Xiao paused in his steps, his eyes turning to the girl beside him. He was silent for a moment before saying, I'm not that interested in the academy, so I will wait for you here. All right. Yun Luofeng lowered her arms, jubilant in her eyes. Then we will take a look at some residences and settle down here. Since you are here, I won't stay inside the academy at night. To be honest, the cultivation room inside the academy did not hold much attraction for her. She only needed the soul fruit. Otherwise, she would not remain inside the academy. Master, why don't you have Yun Xiao bring you the soul fruit? Xiao Mo's confused voice drifted from her spirit. With Yun Xiao's strength, as long as Yun Luofeng spoke the word, he could certainly do it. But a faint smile hung on Yun Luofeng's lips. First, I don't know where the soul fruit is located yet. Second, I don't want to get on bad terms with the West Province Academy yet. Those bonus masters treat me quite well, so I don't want to sadden them. Third. She paused briefly before continuing, I won't allow Yun Xiao to help with things that I can do with my own abilities, even if he's my man. Xiao Mo grew silent. He had followed Yun Luofeng for 2 lifetimes, so he naturally knew Yun Luofeng's personality. For any task that she could accomplish on her own, she would never seek someone's help. Moreover, if the West Province Academy did her wrong, she would steal the soul fruit through brute force if necessary. It was precisely because the elders of the academy treated her well that she was not willing to fall out with them if she had other methods. Master, Xiao Mo sighed, I will accompany you regardless of what you do. Yun Luofeng lowered her gaze and gently smiled. Thank you, Xiao Mo. The girl's voice sent a stream of warmth to flow through Xiao Mo's heart and also made him clearly understand that everything was worth it if it was for her. Sometime later, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao found a house and purchased it at a reasonable price. Looking at the clean and simple house, a smile spread on Yun Luofeng's face. She cast down her eyes, her beautiful face lightly illuminated. Yun Xiao, from now on, this place will be our temporary home. No matter how busy she became at the academy, she would know that there was a man waiting for her inside this home the whole time. Hearing her words, Yun Xiao wrapped around her waist from the back and rubbed his chin against her head. His low and rough voice rang beside her ear, I will wait here for you. Chapter 1223, Endless Loving Affections 8. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's heart jolted. She turned back, peering up at the man standing in front of her. Yun Xiao, should we go hire some maidservants and cooks? No need. Yun Xiao shook his head with a faint smile. I will suffice. We don't need unnecessary people here to disturb our lives. Hearing this, Yun Luofeng's smile grew. I have left the academy for almost half a month. I will need to make a trip there in a moment. This place isn't too far from the academy. Yun Xiao spoke after a brief silence, so if you are in any danger, I can rush over to save you. He indulged her everything, but it did not mean he was willing to allow her to be in danger. Any danger that she encounters, he will rush over regardless of everything. Huohuo, Little Tree, Xiao Mo. Several figures instantly appeared. She continued, I will give you freedom during this period of time and won't make you stay inside the God Code space. You can come and go as you wish. Master, I love you so much. Xiao Mo's eyes lit up, and he excitedly charged toward Yun Luofeng. He pursed his lips, planning to kiss her cheeks. However, before he could reach her, a large hand came from behind and pulled his body away from Yun Luofeng. He requires discipline, Yun Xiao lowly announced. His cold eyes sent a warning glance at Xiao Mo in his hands. This was the first time that Xiao Mo regretted matchmaking Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Because this man was 100% a vinegar jar. Even Xiao Mo himself was not permitted to be near Master. What ripped Xiao Mo's hope away was how Yun Luofeng merely glanced at him and said, discipline him however you want. Master. Seeing Yun Luofeng about to leave, Xiao Mo shouted in panic, you can't choose your lover over your friends like this. We have at least 2 lifetimes of friendship, how can you abandon me? No matter how Xiao Mo cried to heaven and earth, Yun Luofeng did not stop and left the courtyard. 2 streams of tears streamed down his face due to his despair, and his sobs were extremely pitiful. You heartless woman. His wrenching cries pierced through the walls and escaped outside of the house. If it was normal people, they would certainly mind their own business. However, there just had to be some people who criticized others because they thought they knew everything. Just as Yun Xiao was going to head back in with Xiao Mo in his hold, a furious shout came from outside the door. No matter how big of an error the child did, you shouldn't hit him like this. Look at how pitiful the child is crying, how can you bear to treat him like this? Are you seriously his father? Yun Xiao coldly glanced at the woman standing outside the door and meddling in other people's business, and his face darkened. When he was with Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao never wore a mask, so his cold and handsome face landed in the woman's sight. Awe flashed through her eyes, and her dainty face showed her complicated feelings and pity. She was torn over how such a handsome man could harshly treat a child like this. What made her feel pity was how a peerless man like this was already married and had a kid. Scram. The man did not say anything else besides that word, but it jolted the woman's heart and numbed her whole body. Don't you feel like you've done something wrong? The dainty woman questioned, full of righteousness. He's only a child. How could you abuse him like this? Chapter 1224, Endless Loving Affections 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. While saying this, the girl was about to take a step over the door sill. Killing intent flashed through Yoon Seo's eyes. If your leg dares to step through the door, I will immediately chop it off. The man's emotionless and chilly voice caused her to shudder and subconsciously pull her leg back. The aura around this man was too powerful, so powerful that her master might not be able to compare. The woman frowned. Your child is crying so pitifully, how can you bear it? Bang! The man waved his sleeves, and a burst of energy mercilessly sent the girl flying back. At the same time, he slammed the door, shutting the girl outside his house. Senior Sister Mengchi. Seeing the girl thrown onto the ground, the crowd behind her reacted and hurriedly helped her up. Senior Sister Mengchi, how are you? The delicate girl shrugged them off, and a peculiar glint flashed through her eyes. I'm fine. I merely saw a wrongdoing. Except I'm not strong enough, so I couldn't save the child. My hands are tied. Senior Sister Mengchi, it's not your fault. These parents are inhumane. They actually abuse their kid. Everyone lamented over the injustice. Hearing them, the dainty woman felt better. I don't think the man is some awful person. In contrast, the child's mother must not be anyone good. Otherwise, she would not leave her child behind without care and leave a man to raise the child alone. Currently, the girl had already made up a story of abandonment in her mind. She could not help but feel sympathy for Yoon Seo and lost her precious anger. In her eyes, the man must have been abandoned by his wife, so he turned angry due to shame and vented his anger on the child. The pitiful child was not only abandoned by an irresponsible mother but also suffered from his father's abuse. If she was the child's mother, she absolutely would not abandon such an adorable and delicate son. Let's return to the academy first. Yao Mengchi's eyes were full of pity. She sent a last glance toward the tightly shut door before leading the group toward the academy. Inside the house, Xiaomo had already quieted down, but the corner of his eyes still glistened with tears as he carefully glanced at Yoon Seo. Have I caused trouble? He merely wanted to use his wails to make Yoon Luofeng stay. Who would expect a meddling woman to jump out? His master's man was so outstanding, what would he do if another woman took fancy to him? The more he thought about it, the more regretful he became. He should have obediently accepted the disciplining. The man's features were cold and devoid of expressions. An ant can't cause any storms. In other words, he was completely unconcerned about the woman's strength. If she dared to come and hassle him, he would certainly snap her off. Xiao Mo slowly exhaled. He trusted Yoon Seo a lot. This man only had his master in his eyes and mind. If there was truly a woman who idiotically served herself on a silver platter, he would be the first one to punish her. At the entrance of the academy, as soon as Yoon Luofeng entered, she detected some people's cautious glances of sympathy and pity. When they saw Yoon Luofeng looking over, they hastily looked away and pretended like nothing had happened. Yoon Luofeng lightly frowned, evidently not knowing what had happened. By the time she found her classroom, she understood why those people looked at her like that. Chapter 1225, Endless Loving Affections 10. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yoon Luofeng. Wang Yiji was originally instructing the students, but he abruptly discovered Yoon Luofeng appearing at the doorway and flew into a rage. You've been absent for so many days, but you still dare to come to the academy. Who gave you the nerve to not come to classes for half a month? Yoon Luofeng's wicked eyes peered at Wang Yiji. I gave a leave of absence, didn't you know? In truth, this was Zukong's fault. He originally arranged for another person to manage the Spirit Cultivator classroom, and handed Yoon Luofeng's absence letter to that teacher as well. Unexpectedly, Wang Yiji bribed someone and replaced that teacher. Because that teacher was busy and forgot about this matter, Wang Yiji had no clue that Yoon Luofeng had submitted a leave of absence letter. What leave of absence letter? I didn't receive it. Wang Yiji snorted. You have been absent for half a month. According to the rules, you should be expelled from the academy, but I can give you a chance. You will be given 100 lashes. Wow. And Zihao hurriedly stood up, his forehead drenched with cold sweat. Miss Yoon is a girl, so her physique is weaker. I am willing to take the punishment for her. It was because of them that Yoon Luofeng offended Wang Yiji and his nephew, so he logically should take this punishment in her place. Who are you? What right do you have to take the punishment for her? Wang Yiji snorted and derisively said, Today, I will harshly punish Yoon Luofeng. Whoever speaks on her behalf will be expelled from the academy. And Zihao was about to say something else when he suddenly caught Yoon Luofeng's gesture, and he swallowed back the words on his lips with worry-filled features. Expel me from the academy. I'm afraid you don't have the right. The girl's voice was chilly and merciless. Her strutted features wholly displayed her domineering personality and extreme arrogance. You are the first person to speak to me like this in this academy. Wang Yiji snorted, and a vicious glint flickered through his narrowed eyes. Hence, I will make you understand the consequence of defying your teacher. Boom. In his tempestuous rage, Wang Yiji released the pressure from his body and launched an attack at Yoon Luofeng. His eyes were incredibly fierce, similar to a sharp sword out of its sheath, killing people without notice. Miss Yoon. And Zihao's sweat cascaded down due to his worry, but he could only helplessly watch as Wang Yiji reached Yoon Luofeng. His palm was about to land on the girl's forehead when she finally moved. Bang! She took 2 steps to the side and caught Wang Yiji's palm. Under everyone's shocked gazes, she wrenched her hand, and Wang Yiji fell down with a boom. I said, I submitted a leave of absence. Wang Yiji did not fall gently. He clutched his waist as he stood up, his furious eyes shooting arrows into Yoon Luofeng. You dare to hit me? Great, wonderful. Since you dare to hit even me, then don't bother to think about staying here. I will certainly expel you from the academy. Yoon Luofeng did not take another look at him and turned around, heading to the cultivation room. She originally thought the teachers of the West Province Academy would be very strong. It turned out they were only so-so. Instead of wasting time here, she was better off self-cultivating. Yun Luofeng. Wang Yiji's incensed shout reverberated in the sky above the academy for a long time. The students inside the Spirit Cultivator classroom were stupefied. Who would have expected Yun Luofeng to be bold enough to treat Wang Yiji like this? Wang Yiji was at least a teacher of the academy. Chapter 1226, Crisis After Crisis 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Shortly after that, the entire academy was in turmoil. Reportedly a disciple who enrolled today had actually beaten up Wang Yiji. Even the number one disciple of the Heaven Roll did not have such courage back then. It seemed like the West Province Academy was destined to be in turmoil this year. There were distinct ranks within the West Province Academy. Other than the dean whose whereabouts were unknown, the eldest position was the most respected and the hall master position the second most respected. The academy was divided into a few halls, respectively the Spirit Hall, Medical Hall, Beast Taming Hall, and the Punishment Hall. The first three halls catered to all aspects that the students had to study, and at the same time, after being promoted to the Earth Roll, they would have the qualifications to enter the various halls instead of staying in the school to continue studying. As for the Punishment Hall, just like its name implied, it was used to punish disciples who erred, and it could be said that the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall had the highest authority among the four halls. Of course, if the students wanted to be placed above various Hall Masters, they had to enter the Heaven Roll, as people who were able to have the names on that roll had a position of only being below the Elders. Beneath the Hall Master would be various learning halls teachers. Their position within the educational establishment wasn't very high, but they possessed the authority to control the disciples in the learning hall. At present, within the Punishment Hall, various Hall Masters gathered and coldly gazed at Wang Yiji, who was complaining tearfully. Hall Master, this disciple named Yun Luofeng has gone too far and completely disregarded the teachings of respecting a teacher. Our academy cannot keep such a disciple, Wang Yiji cried. The Hall Master of the Punishment Hall frowned. According to your account, Yun Luofeng was indeed too unruly. Keke, the Spirit Hall's Hall Master faintly smiled, and his fingers gently stroked his chin. Contrary to that, I think that it was Wang Yiji who punished the disciple, not knowing right from wrong. From what I know, Yun Luofeng had indeed presented a genuine leave of absence letter. As for who approved it, I do not know. HMPH, so what if she submitted a genuine letter? Even if she did so, she had no right to attack a teacher. Our academy is unable to accept such a disciple, and I believe we should chase her out. The one who spoke was the Medical Hall's Hall Master. His expression was unsightly and his tone was stern. This old rigid man regarded respect towards teachers of utmost importance, so how could he allow a disciple like Yun Luofeng to stay? So what if Wang Yiji was at fault? Since the teacher had judged her as wrong, then she was wrong. As a student, she could only swallow the injustice. Who allowed her to attack a teacher? The Beast Taming Hall's Hall Master frowned and suggested, we are still unaware of how to pass judgment regarding this incident. Why don't we wait for the various elders to finish their tasks at hand, and then we'll inform them of this incident and have them make a decision. The elders are very busy at this moment, so how can we disturb them for this small matter? The Medical Hall's Hall Master sneered. Not treating teachers with respect, Yun Luofeng should be expelled. Hearing his words, a sinister glint streaked across Wang Yiji's eyes, who was weeping from grievance. Yun Luofeng, you're too inexperienced to go against me. How about this? The Spirit Hall's Hall Master stood up and smiled. If Yun Luofeng can advance to the Earth Roll within 5 days, she will be qualified to enter various halls. At that time, her status would be higher than Wang Yiji, and so attacking him would not be a crime. I wonder what are your opinions on this? Within 5 days. The Medical Hall's Hall Master laughed wildly. All right, I'll give her this chance. Chapter 1227, Crisis After Crisis 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Rise to the Earth Roll in 5 days. This was impossible. The Hall Master of the Medical Hall snorted and flung his sleeves as he left the Punishment Hall in haste. Seeing him leave, the others also followed suit. I can only help her to this extent. The Spirit Hall's Master chuckled, and his aged appearance had a hint of a smile. He left with quick steps and disappeared in the courtyard sunlight. Within the cultivation room. Soon after Yun Luofeng had entered, knocking sounds echoed from outside. She quirked her brows and said, enter. After she spoke, the door was pushed open and an old man in navy robes walked in. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man entering the room and asked, is something the matter? Girl, I indeed have some matters to discuss and came here to look for you. The old man smiled. Oh right, I have yet to introduce myself. I am the Spirit Hall's Hall Master, Mu Ran. Spirit Hall's Hall Master. After entering the academy, Yun Luofeng already knew of the various factions divisions within the academy, and so, after hearing that the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall was standing before her, she couldn't refrain from lifting her brows, clearly not understanding his motive. You beat up Wang Yiji. Mu Ran got straight to the point and asked. Yun Luofeng arrogantly smiled. He deserved it. Mu Ran was instantly silenced. This girl was just as that person had said, having an arrogant and unrestrained personality, yet not causing one to loathe her. Girl, you've invited trouble this time. Wang Yiji has reported this to the Punishment Hall and intends to kick you out of the academy. Luckily I fought for an opportunity for you. As long as you enter the Earth Roll within 5 days, this punishment will be cancelled. Yun Luofeng lifted her brows and questioned Mu Ran. How are you so sure I can enter the Earth Roll in 5 days? Mu Ran laughed involuntarily. If it was someone else, perhaps they might not have such ability. However, since it is you, you can definitely accomplish it. Why? In addition, why are you helping me? Because I owe someone a favor. Mu Ran smiled as he looked straight at Yun Luofeng. I promised him that I would take care of you after you arrived. Yun Luofeng became silent. She couldn't think of the person helping her behind her back, and so, she asked, who did you owe a favor to? Chen Yuqing. Chen Yuqing. Yun Luofeng was startled and a hint of helplessness flashed past her downcast eyes. So it turns out, Chen Yuqing had always been assisting her behind her back. Girl, you only have 5 days' time and I can only help you to this extent. If you are unable to enter the Earth Roll, I will be unable to protect you. Mu Ran stood up and the smile on his face was unchanging. Right now, I shall not bother you during your cultivating. After speaking, he turned and left while closing Yun Luofeng's door behind him. 5 days. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin. 5 days is sufficient time. At this moment, she did not choose to find those convenient teachers of hers. The reason was, such a small matter did not require her to borrow others' strength and she could completely rely on her own strength to stay in the academy. Thinking of this, she stood up and walked out without consulting anyone. Within the academy, there was a specialized arena for battles as private battles between disciples were banned. At this moment, the battle stadium was filled with the buzz of voices and appeared to be a bustling market. However, when Yun Luofeng entered the battle stadium, the entire place became silent. It's her. She's the one called Yun Luofeng. That's right, she is the Yun Luofeng who dared to injure Wang Yizhi. I heard that the punishment hall set a rule for her. If she can enter the Earth Roll in 5 days' time, her punishment can be cancelled. Otherwise, she will be kicked out of the academy. Chapter 1228, Crisis After Crisis 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. 5 days. TSK, how can it be achieved within 5 days? Those disciples who manage to enter the Earth Roll are all at God-level cultivation. Even the last person on the board is a God-level low rank. Each and every one is more powerful than Wang Yizhi. I truly don't know how she has the confidence to come here. If I was her, I would pack my bags and scram. It would be better than making an exhibition of myself. Looking at the young lady walking towards the elevated stage, everyone was talking about her as their eyes contained mocking and ridicule. Currently, around the elevated stage, 2 young men were mutually flattering each other and did not notice Yun Luofeng who was walking toward them. Brother Hu, congratulations. You've finally successfully entered the 20th position in the Earth Roll. Unlike me, I'm still lingering around 50th. You're too kind, I was merely lucky. Brother Lin, you're younger than me, and in a few years' time your achievements will definitely exceed mine. Just as the youth that was addressed as Brother Lin wanted to reciprocate the flattering, his line of sight was blocked. He stared blankly for an instant and the moment he raised his head, a white-robed young lady was currently standing before them. Earth Roll 20th ranked. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows and an indiscernible smile curled on her lips. I want to challenge you. The young lady's bewitching voice loudly sounded above the crowd, causing everyone present to be stupefied. What? She truly wanted to challenge the Earth Roll. However, why didn't she choose Lin Sheng of the 50th position but instead challenge Hu Lin who was ranked 20? You want to challenge me? Hu Lin pointed to himself as his face was filled with disbelief. Miss, I do not hold back when I fight and could accidentally cripple my opponent's hands and feet too. You have such slender arms and legs, are you sure you want to challenge me? Yun Luofeng lifted her brows. That's right, I want to challenge you. After confirming her answer, Hu Lin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Since you wish to challenge me, then I shall do as you desire. Come, let's fight on the stage. Hu Lin had already broken through to God-level high rank, so he was confident that Yun Luofeng before him was not his opponent. Under everyone's gaze, Yun Luofeng and Hu Lin had already stepped on the arena. I'll give you 3 moves. Hu Lin disdainfully pointed 3 fingers toward Yun Luofeng as his face was filled with mocking and contempt. Yun Luofeng swept him a glance and was polite to him. In a flash, her body arrived before Hu Lin. Hu Lin's expression suddenly changed and cold sweat flowed from his forehead. He hastily raised his hands to meet Yun Luofeng's attack. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as Hu Lin flew out and crashed outside the stage. Silence. The entire area was as silent as if everyone was dead. Originally, there was still people hooting, but they had been stunned by Yun Luofeng's actions and looked at the young lady while being speechless. Cough cough. Hu Lin dryly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was unsightly as he looked at Yun Luofeng. You are a sage-level cultivator. When the 3 words sage-level cultivator were spoken, great waves of voices surged among the crowds. Even if sage-level cultivators were everywhere in the 7-province continent, to reach sage-level cultivation at such a young age would definitely cause everyone to be shocked. That's right. Yun Luofeng nodded her head and confirmed Hu Lin's suspicion. From the start, she did not wish to reveal her strength as she was afraid that others would detect her motive for coming here. However, she already understood how things were at this moment. The more she concealed, the more she would be bullied. So, why would she continue concealing her strength? What? Hu Lin abused roundly. A sage-level cultivator came here to challenge a god-level cultivator. Don't you feel embarrassed? There are so many people on the Earth Roll, so why did you find me instead of someone else? Chapter 1229, Crisis After Crisis 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hu Lin felt indignant as he was merely a god-level cultivator and had a huge difference in strength compared to her, yet Yun Luofeng found him. How could he not feel indignant? Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders and said, I only heard your ranking earlier and I don't know who is at what rank. Don't tell me you wanted me to challenge the 50th ranked who was beside you. Lin Hu's voice suddenly disappeared as he did not know what to say for a moment. Was it his misfortune to be unlucky? Wasn't it just having a chat with someone, but he unexpectedly encountered such an incident? Brother Hu. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Lin Sheng shuddered from head to toe and ridiculed him, saying, this matter is unrelated to me as your rank is indeed higher than mine. If she didn't look for you then should she look for me? I'm only a god-level low-rank cultivator. Hu Lin furiously glared at Lin Sheng and climbed up from the ground as he snorted. I'll treat it as I'm unlucky. Thinking of the arrogant words he spoke earlier on, Hu Lin wished he could find a hole and hide in it. Make way, make way. Just then, a familiar voice sounded from the rear of the crowd. And Zihao squeezed through the crowd with great difficulty and saw that Hu Lin was glaring at Yun Luofeng. His complexion instantly changed and even his expression became anxious. However, Hu Lin did not say a single word until the end and turned to leave. And Zihao hastily walked to Yun Luofeng's side and a concerned expression covered his face. Miss Yun, why did you offend Hu Lin? Yun Luofeng's eyes gradually fell on Zihao. Why? Hu Lin's little brother is ranked number 10 on the heaven roll. And Zihao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. You actually offended him. We're finished this time. There were only 10 disciples on the heaven roll, but everyone was an elite. Even the 10th ranked had a strength surpassing a sage-level cultivator. Among sage-level cultivators, the category was divided into a few levels. Respectively, it was Sage King, Sage God, and Sage Monarch. Every level was similar to the previous few levels, which included low, intermediate, and advanced ranks. Only those who reached the Sage King level had the qualifications to enter the heaven roll. As such, each and every genius on this heaven roll had exceptional talents. I'm tired, Yun Luofeng yawned and spoke in a languid voice. I'll return to rest first. Miss Yun. Seeing Yun Luofeng leaving, and Zihao hastily chased after her, and his complexion was so anxious that it had changed color. He was afraid that the geniuses from the heaven roll would look for trouble with Yun Luofeng. Heaven Cultivating Room. On an exquisite large bed, a man's incomparably enchanting posture leaned on a chaise lounge chair, and his foxy alluring eyes revealed a shrewd and cunning glint. You said my big brother was defeated by a little girl. His voice lazily sounded and a smile curled up on his peerless face. If Ji Jutian's charm was only surface deep and was even more of overbearing arrogance, then this man's charm was deep in his bones. Every scowl or smile of his was erotic, just like a peerless extraordinary beauty. So beautiful that it caused one to forget how to breathe. Senior brother Hu Lin was indeed defeated by a little girl, and she even injured Wang Yizhi in front of everyone. This girl is quite interesting. Although my big brother isn't powerful, at the very least, he is a god-level advanced rank cultivation. To be able to defeat him, she is indeed not simple. The man waved his hands and draped a peach-colored cape over his shoulders. A sly smile curled on the corner of his lips. I'd like to meet with this little girl. Chapter 1230, Crisis After Crisis, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Junior brother. At this moment, a voice echoed through the door. Hu Li lightly raised his brow, perhaps because he was annoyed by the person who had arrived. Just as he wanted to order his junior brother to announce his absence, the door was pushed open by a pair of lily-white hands. If Xiao Mo was here, he would definitely recognize her as the person who had meddled in his affairs. Yao Mengqi walked in with quick steps and went towards Hu Li. Junior brother, I've returned. Aren't you going to welcome me? Hu Li's expression faintly contained impatience. I have some matters at hand. If you wish to find someone to accompany you, find another person. Forgive me for being unable to accompany you. Junior brother, there's no need to be so cold toward me. In any case, I suffered a huge grievance outside today. Meng Yaoqi sat down loudly and poured a cup of tea, seemingly minding her own business as her face was filled with fury. Hearing her words, a trace of excitement flashed in Hu Li's eyes. Yao Mengqi suffered a grievance outside. Ha ha ha, that's great. Who told this woman to pester me all day long? Senior brother. The disciple who had yet to leave looked at Hu Li and nudged him while being at a loss for words. Senior brother, even if you're excited to hear about senior sister getting bullied, can you please refrain from being so obvious? Your behavior seems as if you wished for someone to bully her. Hu Li also felt that his own excited expression was too obvious as he hastily coughed dryly and asked, what happened? Luckily Yao Mengqi was in a state of anger and hadn't noticed Hu Li's excited emotions. When I was on my way back today, I saw a man lecturing his child. That child was crying miserably and I couldn't stand it, so I wanted to stop that man. Oh. A faint glint radiated in Hu Li's eyes. That man had bullied you. No, Yao Mengqi's eyes contained pity. He didn't bully me, but I sympathize with him very much. That man is very pitiful, and the woman who abandoned her husband and child was too much. If I were to meet with that ruthless woman, I will definitely dismember her into 1,000 pieces. Noticing Yao Mengqi's eyes had a faint radiance when speaking of that man, a smile gradually curled up on Hu Li's face. That's great. This woman is finally interested in another man and I can get away from her at long last. Junior brother, don't you think that the woman was too much? Yao Mengqi said angrily, how could there be such a cruel woman in this world? Such a handsome husband, and a child that looked as if they were carved from jade. She was actually willing to abandon them. If it was me, I would have never done such a thing. If he wasn't abandoned by his woman, why would that man's residence not have a soul inside? Furthermore, if he wasn't hurt emotionally, this man wouldn't be so unfeeling and ruthless towards others. In particular, towards a woman like her, he had chosen to deal with her in such a cruel way. Yao Mengqi self-opinionatedly pitied Yun Xiao, completely unaware that only Yun Luofeng was the most special person in his heart. Only when standing before Yun Luofeng would his ice-cold expression melt, while when facing other women he had never given them special treatment. That's right. Hu Li parroted and nodded his head. If it was you, you would have never abandoned that man. Senior sister Mengqi, since you pity him, why don't you look for him? It's best if you look for him right now and give me back my peace. That won't do. He is emotionally wounded just recently, and even if I were to find him, I won't be able to placate him. Instead, he would reject me outside the doors. Yao Mengqi sighed while being frustrated. However, luckily I remember the location of his residence. There are plenty of opportunities in the future. Chapter 1231, Crisis After Crisis 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After speaking, Yao Mengqi stood up and spoke with a resolute gaze. Junior brother, I have to do good until the end. I will use my lifetime's energy to placate his emotional injury. I will never give up, and in addition, if I'm the child's mother, I will never let anyone harm him. You should go. I will definitely support you. Hu Li gave a sigh of relief. He currently only thought of getting rid of this woman. Many thanks, junior brother. After I've accomplished it, I will treat you to a meal. There's no need for that. It'll be fine if you don't appear before me anymore. Hu Li curled the corner of his lips as he lazily leaned against the imperial consort chair. Regarding his and Yao Mengqi's strength, one was ranked 9th and the other 10th, but their strength was not the same. It was to the extent that he was more powerful than her by at least a step, but he was just not interested in the rankings, so he had never challenged Yao Mengqi. It was because of this that Yao Mengqi believed that he had fallen in love with her, and had given her the 9th position. Because of this misunderstanding, she had been pestering. Chapter 1231, Crisis After Crisis 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After speaking, Yao Mengqi stood up and spoke with a resolute gaze. Junior brother, I have to do good until the end. I will use my lifetime's energy to placate his. Chapter 1231, Crisis After Crisis 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After speaking, Yao Mengqi stood up and spoke with a resolute gaze. Junior brother, I have to do good until the end. I will use my lifetime's energy to placate his emotional injury. I will never give up, and in addition, if I'm the child's mother, I will never let anyone harm him. You should go. I will definitely support you. Hu Li gave a sigh of relief. He currently only thought of getting rid of this woman. Many thanks, junior brother. After I've accomplished it, I will treat you to a meal. There's no need for that. It'll be fine if you don't appear before me anymore. Hu Li curled the corner of his lips as he lazily leaned against the imperial consort chair. Regarding his and Yao Mengqi's strength, one was ranked 9th and the other 10th, but their strength was not the same. It was to the extent that he was more powerful than her by at least a step, but he was just not interested in the rankings, so he had never challenged Yao Mengqi. It was because of this that Yao Mengqi believed that he had fallen in love with her, and had given her the 9th position. Because of this misunderstanding, she had been pestering him for many years. Once he recalled those rumors, he felt an urge to vomit. Yao Mengqi's looks were good but were not the type he liked. How could he give away his ranking just because of a woman? The funny thing was that Yao Mengqi had believed those rumors. Even if Hu Li expressed that he did not have other thoughts about her, she would stubbornly assume that Hu Li was unwilling to admit it because he was shy. Say, a woman like Yao Mengqi who is so single-minded, how did she enter the heaven role? Hu Li questioned in disbelief and pointed in the direction that Yao Mengqi had left. The young disciple was silent for a long time. Senior sister Yao's talent is good. Her talent was good, and coupled with the fact that the environment she grew up in was extremely good, it had allowed her to successfully enter the heaven role. I pity that guy who's receiving her sympathy, Hu Li smirked. Based on my understanding of Yao Mengqi, she must have misunderstood the situation and imagined the scene of a wife abandoning her husband and son. In addition, she single-mindedly believed her actions are correct. Towards such a woman, I only want to tell her to get away from me as far as possible. The young disciple's mouth twitched. Senior brother, senior sister Yao's nature isn't bad. So what? Hu Li quirked his brow and faintly smiled. The way she conducts herself makes me hate her. Comparatively, I am more interested in Yun Luofeng. The young disciple looked at Hu Li and softly asked, Senior brother Hu Li, are you thinking of causing trouble for Yun Luofeng? What do you mean trouble? Don't you know how to speak? Hu Li glared at him. Am I someone who would cause trouble for others? I only thought of going to have a chat with her about life and our ideals tomorrow, and that isn't called causing trouble. The young disciple shuddered. What happened to the people that senior brother Hu Li was interested in was such that he couldn't help but pity them. Yun Luofeng did not stay in the academy for long, and after the setting sun appeared, she walked out of the academy without consulting anyone. Perhaps because she had punched Wang Yiji previously, others did not dare to obstruct her and looked on helplessly at her leaving the academy. Just as she returned to the residence, the fragrance of food assaulted her senses. She looked at Yun Xiao, who was bustling around, and felt a gust of warm current in her heart. All these years, she had always been constantly on the move outside, yet only at present did she feel the warmth of a family. You've returned. The moment Yun Xiao looked up, he saw Yun Luofeng standing by the door, and a faint smile curled up on his grim and handsome face. Dinner has been prepared. When I wasn't by your side, you've simmed down. Chapter 1231, Crisis After Crisis 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled. I'm accustomed to the food you prepare, and I'm already unable to eat the food outside. Even the top-notch chef in a restaurant cannot compare to your skills. She slowly strode towards the man. A cultivator can refrain from eating for several years as spiritual energy could allay their hunger. However, humans still had to consume food when they were not cultivating. Furthermore, how many people could resist the temptation when facing such delicious food? Yun Xiao, your cooking has improved. Yun Luofeng tucked her sleeves and sat down, using a spoon to lightly scoop up a spoonful of floral congee to have a taste. The aroma assaulted her nose, and the congee melted in her mouth, leaving a rich aftertaste. It's great that you like it. Looking at Yun Luofeng's satisfied expression, an unconcealed hint of a smile emerged in Yun Xiao's eyes. If you're willing, I can cook for you forever. All right. Yun Luofeng lifted her brows and looked at the man before her. Yun Xiao, after having tasted your cooking, I'm afraid I can no longer leave you for the rest of my life. She was already very satisfied with her current lifestyle and hoped that there would not be any crisis appearing in the future. Oh right, where are those subordinates of yours? Yun Luofeng seemed to recall something as she asked. Yun Xiao was silent for a while before answering. I sent them to search for Bai Su. If my guess isn't wrong, Bai Su has also come to the Seven Province continent. Bai Su. It had been a long time since Yun Luofeng thought about this man. After hearing Yun Xiao's words, the spoon in her hand paused. This Bai Su is a disaster. Rest assured, Yun Xiao walked to Yun Luofeng's back and lightly hugged her body from behind. I will not let him harm you. The man's embrace made her feel at ease, to the extent she released all her defenses. Yun Xiao, I believe in you. Since he said he would never let Bai Su harm her, she believed in him. Next day, daybreak. After Yun Luofeng finished her breakfast, she headed towards the academy under Yun Xiao's escort. However, not long after they left, Yao Mengqi sneakily walked to the residence's gates and lightly knocked a few times but no one answered. She was silent for a long time before she jumped up and climbed over the wall. What smell is that? It's so fragrant. The moment Yao Mengqi entered the courtyard, she smelled the fragrant scent and followed the smell into the dining room. In a glance, she saw the leftover food on the table that was yet to be tidied up. There are only 2 bowls and 2 pairs of chopsticks. It seems like my guess was right, and this man is bringing up his child alone without the presence of a partner. Yao Mengqi felt joyous from her own self-opinionated views. However, are all these food made by that man? I didn't expect him to be so meticulous even though he looked cold. The foods he prepared are not greasy or strong-flavored, and are suitable for women. If I could become his wife, I would definitely be very blessed. I truly don't know what woman is so fortunate but doesn't know how to appreciate it. Yao Mengqi felt indignant for Yun Xiao and at that moment, she took a piece of pastry from the plate and placed it into her mouth to taste. Suddenly, her eyes brightened. She had been pampered and spoiled since childhood and what type of delicious delicacy hadn't she tried before? However, there was none that could be compared to the pastry before her. Who allowed you in? Suddenly, a grim voice sounded from behind Yao Mengqi and thick killing intent surged forth. Chapter 1233, Crisis After Crisis 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yao Mengqi's body stiffened as she slowly turned around. Looking at the man standing outside the dining room, she swallowed her saliva with difficulty. I was worried about your son so I came here to check up on him. I didn't deliberately intrude in your residence. Her eyes were filled with tears as she looked at Yun Xiao while feeling grieved and she spoke with some unease. Yun Xiao gradually looked at Yao Mengqi's hands, at the same time discovering the pastry that she took half a bite out of. At that moment, killing intent surged forth from his body and gushed towards Yao Mengqi in an overwhelming manner. You ate it. Yao Mengqi was stunned. She merely ate half a pastry but why was this man so angry? Who allowed you to? The man's voice became increasingly chilly, causing Yao Mengqi to tremble. I didn't mean to. I was attracted to the scent and couldn't help but walk in. If you don't mind, I can replace it with another plate. Yao Mengqi hastily placed the pastry in her hands down as both her hands nervously kneaded her clothing. Tears of grievance flickered in her eyes as she simply wasn't aware of what she had done wrong. The man's large hands raised and a powerful force struck Yao Mengqi. She spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed on the floor in a sorry state. Her eyes revealed dismay while looking at Yun Xiao. That's right. This man intended to kill her. Why? Just because she ate a piece of pastry. It wasn't done deliberately. Please let me off. I can repay you with another whole plate of pastry. Yao Mengqi retreated step by step in shock as her panic expression looked at the man's unfeeling and handsome face. Auntie. At this moment, a small voice sounded from behind Yun Xiao. Xiao Mo's eyes were smiling. Don't you understand? This plate of pastry is not something you can eat. Yun Xiao was a narrow-minded person and everything of his would only be given to Yun Luofeng. How could he permit other people to dip a finger, even if the other party merely ate a piece of cake? Yao Mengqi tightly bit on her pale lips. It was only a piece of pastry. Was this necessary? Although this pastry was comparatively more delicious, it was not especially precious. Was it necessary to kill her because of a piece of pastry? I'm from the West Province Academy. In order to survive, Yao Mengqi hastily mentioned West Province Academy. As expected, after hearing these 2 words, Yun Xiao paused for a moment. Of course, it was completely because of the fact that Yun Luofeng was in there, which resulted in a momentary pause. However, in Yao Mengqi's eyes, she thought that Yun Xiao had feared the Academy's power. Young master, please let me off. I'm from the West Province Academy and if you let me go, I'll repay you in the future. Yao Mengqi raised her eyes filled with tears as she pleaded persistently. Yun Xiao's unfeeling gaze once again fell on her face. So what if you're from the West Province Academy? So what if you're from the West Province Academy? Did he even need to care about them? Yao Mengqi's expression changed once again. Evidently, she had not expected that Yun Xiao did not think of West Province Academy with importance. She tightly clenched her teeth. Young master, I had indeed accidentally entered your residence today, but that was because I was worried about the little young master. In addition, I was also worried about you. I beg of you to forgive my rashness. Xiao Mo stared blankly. This woman was also interested in Yun Xiao. His eyes swelled and he spoke while giggling. Auntie, you're interested in my dad. Yao Mengqi was feeling uncomfortable. She wanted to look at Yun Xiao but did not dare to look straight at him and could only lower her head and fiddled with the corner of her clothing. Chapter 1234, Crisis After Crisis 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Unfortunately, Xiao Mo paused for a moment. My father won't fancy you. Yao Mengqi stared blankly. She raised her head and looked at Xiao Mo while blinking her eyes as she failed to understand. Why? In any case, she had stood out to speak up for him when he had been abused and speaking with reason. Shouldn't this child want a mother who would protect him? Yet why did he say such cruel words? My father only loves my mother. Did you think that just relying on your charisma you could compare with my mother? Xiao Mo sneered. This woman was too ignorant. In any case, she had misunderstood from the beginning that he was being bullied, and so tried to speak up for him. Thus, he did not say anything. However, she did not know what was good for herself and wanted to replace Yun Luofeng's position. Dream on. Hearing his words, Yao Mengqi did not feel angry in her heart but instead, pitied Yun Xiao and Xiao Mo even more. Take a look, even though the damned woman abandoned her husband and child, they are still unable to forget her. Why hasn't such a woman been struck by lightning and died? Daddy, Xiao Mo blinked his eyes and turned to look at Yun Xiao while secretly winking. I wish to play with this auntie, can I? Yun Xiao, who originally wanted to kill Yao Mengqi, retracted his killing aura after hearing his words and coldly nodded. Do as you like. Thank you, Daddy. Xiao Mo's smile was very radiant and called the word Daddy in an extremely smooth manner. Yun Xiao glanced at him. Remember to establish a matrix in the residence. In the future, I do not wish for anyone else to enter. It was fine if they merely barged in, but they actually dared to eat the cakes he made for Yun Luofeng. Thinking of this, his footsteps paused. Oh right, make her spit out the food she ate earlier on. After speaking, Yun Xiao walked out without turning back and there was only Xiao Mo and Yao Mengqi left in the dining room. Yao Mengqi got up from the floor and a smile of currying favor curled up on her pale face. Little young master, in any case, I had spoken up for you earlier on, which was why I offended your daddy. Can't you let me off? Let you off? Xiao Mo sneered. Based on what? Indeed, you must spook that he was physically punishing me so you spoke out to help me. Based on this, I can't say that you were wrong but I can only say you were too foolish. There wasn't even a trace of injury on my body, so how did you infer that my father had beat me up? Yao Mengqi's complexion changed. This man was not what she thought he was, and everything that happened previously was her own misunderstanding. However, the worst mistake you did was that not only did you pilfer my father's pastry, you also have delusional intentions towards him. Xiao Mo raised his chin and spoke in an overbearing manner. I've seen too many women like you and unfortunately, those women weren't able to live very long. Yao Mengqi slightly lowered her eyes. Little kid, your father isn't here right now and you better not be too unrestrained. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The instant after she spoke, he saw Yun Xiao who once again appearing at the door and her complexion immediately changed while she dryly coughed. Young master, I was only scaring the little young master earlier. Yun Xiao seemed to not have heard her as he walked towards her without consulting anyone. Young master, you. Boom. A fist struck her back and in a split second, an urge to vomit rushed forth. She opened her mouth and puked up the pastry that was still undigested. You speak too much, Yun Xiao looked at Xiao Mo. By the time you finished, the pastries would more or less be digested. Chapter 1235, Crisis After Crisis 10. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Xiao Mo's mouth twitched. It was her misfortune to meet a narrow-minded man like Yun Xiao. Bang. However, just as Yao Mengqi thought that Yun Xiao would leave, his legs had trampled on her back. As it was abrupt and she had been caught off guard, her head crashed on the ground and coincidentally fell on her vomit. Dad, what are you doing? Yun Xiao was silent for quite a while and he spoke. I just remembered that your mother isn't fond of others dirtying her place and if she were to find out after returning, she will definitely be angry. Therefore, let her lick up her vomit. When his words entered Yao Mengqi's ears, she assumed that Yun Xiao was still waiting for that heartless woman to return. Unfortunately, what Yun Xiao said was that Yun Luofeng would be angry if she sees a mess when she returns tonight. Daddy, didn't you say that it's too wasteful for her to eat the pastry and wanted her to vomit it out? However, if you're forcing her to eat it again, then isn't it equivalent to letting her taste the pastry? Xiao Mo said helplessly. Yun Xiao pondered. Drag her out and let her puke outside. That way your mother won't be angry. At this moment, Xiao Mo sympathized with Yao Mengqi. After offending Yun Xiao, her end result was destined to be extremely miserable. Yun Xiao looked with indifference at Yao Mengqi, who was attempting to get up. He then suddenly raised his leg and stepped on her head, forcing her to clean the floor by licking up her vomit. Even though it was her own vomit, she felt that her stomach was overturning seas and rivers as it was extremely disgusting. Dad, after she finishes vomiting, should we kill her? Xiao Mo did a hand gesture of slitting one's throat as a cold glint flashed through his eyes. To him, killing was as simple as having a meal. Her blood would dirty the courtyard and your mother will be displeased if she were to see that. Yun Xiao frowned. Therefore, we will break the tendons of her hands and legs and then throw her out. All right, Xiao Mo expressed his agreement. Since she would use her legs to secretly sneak into other residences and her hands to steal other people's belongings, then there's no need to keep them whole and it's better to cripple them. Their conversation caused Yao Mengqi's heart to become increasingly cold. There was no lack of men she had seen in her life but it was the first time meeting such a cruel and heartless man. No, I don't want that. I beg of you to let me go. Yao Mengqi's cries were very miserable as her voice was extremely sorrowful that would normally cause one to have tender feelings for her. If she only secretly snuck in, Yun Xiao would not have been so cruel. However, first she had stolen his pastries and then she even had delusional thinking towards him. Based on this, it was impossible for him to let her off. Yun Xiao did not even spare another glance at Yao Mengqi before he lifted her by her clothing and dragged her out of the house, allowing the other party to cry and shout, not even sparing her any attention. He had promised her. If there were any suitors, he would uproot them and not leave a single one. Within the entire academy, first, a commotion was stirred because of Yun Luofeng's strength and following that, another violent hurricane approached. It was reported that the disciple Yao Mengqi, ranked 9th on the heaven roll, had her hands and feet crippled, becoming handicapped. After finding out about this incident, Yao Mengqi's teacher was agitated and furious. He made an oath that he would find out who had crippled his disciple. However, Facing her own teacher's questioning, Yao Mengqi seemed to have become mute as she foolishly stared at the beam of the room with a sluggish gaze. However, while everyone was in shock because of this, another piece of news was spread around. It was said that Yao Mengqi was sticky-fingered and secretly snuck into someone else's residence, stealing their belongings. This resulted in her hands and feet being crippled. As for the person who crippled her, it was not widely known. Chapter 1236, Battle 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Investigate right now. I want to know who dared to touch my disciple. Within the room, Yao Shu violently slapped the table as he furiously berated, anyone who harmed my disciple, I will let them die while making them suffer. Not only was Yao Mengqi his disciple, she was also his illegitimate daughter. As there was a female tiger in his family, he had made arrangements for Yao Mengqi and her mother to stay outside. It was also because of this that he felt that he owed a lot to Yao Mengqi. Elder, the subordinate cautiously looked at Yao Shu and spoke. Everyone outside is saying that it was the miss who was a thief, thus getting crippled. Utter rubbish. My disciple has been pampered and spoiled since childhood, having everything she wanted. Why would she steal someone else's things? Yao Shu's eyes were spouting flames of fury. There must be someone framing her, so you better thoroughly investigate this matter. Yes, Elder. Everyone cupped their fists and respectfully replied. Currently, an elder beside Yao Shu was silent for a long time before asking, Elder Yao Su, do you think this was done by Zukong and the rest? After all, the dean has been untraceable and I haven't seen him for several years. Currently, the Western Province Academy has been split into two factions and both sides are in an endless war. I feel that they are the most likely suspect. A hint of ruthlessness flashed past Yao Shu's eyes. If I were to know that it was Zukong and the rest who harmed my daughter, I will absolutely let them die while making them suffer. Before these people, he no longer addressed Yao Mengqi as his disciple, but instead, his daughter. Other than a few people, most people in the outside world did not know of his relationship with Yao Mengqi. I feel that this is not possible. Another elder was taciturn for a while. Even if we locked in constant strife with Zukong and the rest, they would not commit such acts that would provoke and infuriate everyone. HMPH. Yao Shu snorted. What's impossible? One may know a person for a long time without understanding his true nature. On the heaven roll, there are 6 who are in my hands and they only control 4. Therefore, they must be wanting to root out a few disciples of ours. In addition, Mengqi is my daughter and naturally, she became their #1 target for revenge. Yao Shu gnashed his teeth in anger and was even more determined that other than Zukong and the rest, no one would have such strength and courage to do such a cruel thing. It was fine if they crippled his own daughter, but they had even slandered her as being a thief. Why would his own daughter covet other people's valuables? Compared to the Western Province Academy that was in constant turmoil, Yun Luofeng was not affected in the slightest. At this moment, she was holding a letter of challenge with a slightly raised brow and had seriously sized up this exquisitely manufactured letter. I knew it, we're finished. And Jihao was standing beside Yun Luofeng as he prattled on, it's fine if you challenged others, but why did you choose to challenge Hu Lin? Now everything's great, senior brother Hu Li has sent you a letter of challenge. If you accept it you will definitely receive his retaliation, but if you do not accept it you will be deemed as a weakling. Why is there a need to answer? Yun Luofeng casually threw away the letter of challenge and a smile curled up on her lips. I'm not interested in accepting a challenge. Going up to challenge the Earth-Rolled disciple was so that she could stay in the academy, and since she had achieved her intentions, why was there a need to take up the challenge? However, even if you don't accept it, Hu Li will also come looking for trouble. And Jihao was deeply worried and sick at heart. Regardless of anything, he did not wish for Yun Luofeng be in danger. Chapter 1237, Battle 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Not accepting the challenge doesn't mean I fear him. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched. You can return first. I want to begin cultivating. All right. And Jihao helplessly stood up. Little miss, let's go. The little loli blinked her eyes and held on Jihao's hand as they walked out of the room. The moment the door was closed, the little loli turned towards Jihao. Brother Jihao, you're too long-winded. I feel that she has her own considerations and knows what she's doing. Miss, that is a genius of the heaven roll. Do you think Miss Yun can deal with him? And Jihao sighed and frowned as he became more worried. The little loli turned towards Yun Luofeng's closed doors and her wide eyes were twinkling with a bright light. I have confidence in her. Even the little loli did not know where did her confidence stem from, but she believed that Yun Luofeng would never suffer a loss. And Jihao became increasingly worried. However, his strength was too weak and he was unable to do anything, not to even mention helping Yun Luofeng. The little loli was afraid that Jihao would continue chattering on and on, so she hastily changed the topic. She then blinked her bright, intelligent eyes and said, I'm hungry, brother Jihao. The moment he saw little loli's expression, and Jihao's heart melted as he hastily said, Miss, I'll bring you to eat right now. Okay. The little loli smiled. That smile of hers was naive without guilt, as splendid as the sun and radiating light into those with gloomy hearts. You said Yun Luofeng rejected the letter of challenge. Within the exquisite and luxurious room, Hu Li heard the report and his pair of sly eyes narrowed. Since she rejected my challenge, then I shall personally pay her a visit. Yes, senior brother Hu Li. After he spoke, Hu Li had already stood up and walked out of the room, and he headed towards Yun Luofeng's residence without consulting anyone. Just as Yun Luofeng entered into a cultivation state, she sensed a wave of footstep sounds from outside the room. She then opened her eyes and at the same time, the door was pushed open. The instant she saw him, there was only one description that surfaced in her mind. An extraordinarily beautiful man. That's right, there were no other words as fitting as extraordinarily beautiful when describing his appearance. Yun Luofeng. The man raised his brow. He stared at Yun Luofeng, who was seated cross-legged, and a crafty glint flashed across his sly eyes. Hu Li. Yun Luofeng had also faced this man, and her expression was calm as she answered the question with a question. I like your expression. Hu Li lightly narrowed his eyes. It's just that I don't know if I like your strength or not. Yun Luofeng paused. What does it have to do with me if I'm able to capture your fancy? If there's nothing else, don't disturb my cultivation. I want to have a battle with you. Hu Li directly unsheathed his sword and pointed it towards Yun Luofeng. Currently, there were numerous disciples surrounding outside, and after seeing Hu Li coming to make trouble for Yun Luofeng, their interest was piqued. I'm not free. However, in the face of Hu Li's arrogance, Yun Luofeng merely calmly replied to him with these 3 words. What if I insist on battling with you? A dangerous glint flashed through Hu Li's eyes and his lips curled up as he questioned. Yun Luofeng straightforwardly shut her eyes, without caring about this man who was bothering her. But the more Yun Luofeng was indifferent towards him, the more he was interested in her. Yun Luofeng, have a battle with me. If you win, you can raise any request you wish. Hu Li spoke in high strokes. If I win, I want you to be my subordinate for 3 years and be my errand girl. Chapter 1238, Battle 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng opened her eyes slowly as her devilish gaze fell on Hu Li. Are you sure you want the battle with me? Yes, Hu Li raised his chin. If you do not agree to my challenge today, I will pester you until you accept. All right. Yun Luofeng was taciturn for a long time before answering. If I win? Yun Luofeng was taciturn for a long time before answering. If I win, I want you to vow your loyalty and devotion to me for 3 years. What do you think? Hu Li was distracted for a moment and he suddenly laughed heartily. Interesting, you're interesting. Sure, I'll promise you. As long as you can beat me, not to mention being your subordinate your 3 years, so what if it's 10 years? Okay, Yun Luofeng answered, don't forget your words. If I win, you are to vow your loyalty and devotion to me for 10 years. Hu Li's laughter suddenly got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't help but start coughing. His handsome face was stifled and became thoroughly red. This woman truly knows how to be nitpicky. He merely casually spoke of it and 3 years became 10 years. Well, he suggested it himself so he could only suffer and hide his feelings. All right, 10 years and so be it. Hu Li clenched his teeth and said, then when are we to start our battle? Right now. After the crisis Yao Mengqi had caused, another violent commotion engulfed the academy. Hu Li, the ranked number 10 genius on the heaven roll, actually wanted to battle with a new student. Especially since the stakes between the two of them was that whichever side loses had to vow loyalty and devotion towards the other party, and this was simply too shocking. Of course, many disciples in the academy believed that Hu Li was bullying Yun Luofeng. After all, based on Yun Luofeng's strength as a sage-level cultivator, she wasn't Hu Li's match. Within the battle stadium, it was like a boiling cauldron of voices and was closely packed by spectators inside out. In the arena, the young lady's white robes were purer than snow, and she looked devilish and awe-inspiring. Her head full of fine black hair flew without wind, looking exceptionally peerless. Standing before the young lady was a man with a magnificent style unmatched in his generation. His foxy eyes contained a crafty glint and a smile curled up on his face that was as beautiful as jade. His eyes revealed enthusiasm as if Yun Luofeng standing before him was an interesting plaything. Senior brother Hu Li's strength is very powerful and this woman will definitely lose miserably. In the academy, senior brother Hu Li's beauty is obvious to all and his strength is even more out of the ordinary. If I can marry such a man, I'm willing to die without regrets. Their eyes seemed to be shaped like hearts as they looked at the man's perfect face without blinking. If they could become the woman alongside Hu Li, they would even smile in the dreams. Yun Luofeng. Hu Li lifted his brows as he looked down with arrogance at the young lady standing before him. Remember our wages. If I win, you have to vow your loyalty and devotion to me for 3 years. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Boom. At this moment, both of their auras surged forth simultaneously and caused a huge storm in the arena. Ha ha. Hu Li laughed wildly, and his head full of pitch black hair danced in the storm. Yun Luofeng, do you believe that the victor of this battle will definitely be me? An expert that had already broken through to Sage King level while the other was only in Sage level high rank. Their strength was completely on different levels. Not only was Hu Li confident he would win, everyone else also believed that it was impossible for her to win this battle. Yun Luofeng's expression gradually turned solemn. The difference between Sage level and Sage King level was not only a ranks difference but also a distinction between quality. However, regardless of anything, she would never lose. Chapter 1239, Battle 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng, take out your weapon. Hu Li looked at Yun Luofeng who was empty-handed and the corner of his lips curled up. I'll never fight with someone who is unarmed. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate and took out her long sword from the space ring and tightly held onto it. Hu Li looked in surprise toward her left hand holding onto the sword and asked, you're left-handed? Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. My left hand is sufficient to deal with you. The young lady's voice was incomparably arrogant, yet at the same time, infuriating to Hu Li. His long and narrow eyes were dyed in a hint of mocking. Then you better not blame me for not giving you a chance. After speaking, Hu Li's body leaped and shot towards Yun Luofeng like a flash of lightning. She's done for. Below the arena, and see how hastily covered his eyes, not daring to witness this cruel scene. No matter how strong Yun Luofeng was, she wasn't Hu Li's opponent. Therefore, the ending came as no surprise to everyone. Although senior brother Hu Li is ranked 10th on the heaven roll, his speed is the fastest among everyone. Even the first few rankers on the roll had to expend some effort to battle him. Based on his speed, senior brother Hu Li could battle with cultivators in Sage King level intermediate rank and even they could not escape from his attack, so how could Yun Luofeng? Everyone was commenting in succession and their expressions looking at Yun Luofeng contained sympathy. However, facing Hu Li who was before her, Yun Luofeng slowly shut her eyes. Everyone assumed she was completely shocked and did not even have the courage to look at Hu Li, not to even mention resisting. No one was aware that the current Yun Luofeng had separated herself in a world of her own. At that time, the scenes from the void mirror flashed past her mind like a fast-forward camera shot, at the same time allowing her emotions to become extremely tranquil to the extent there were only sounds of wind whistling past around her surroundings. What is she doing? On a viewing platform above the battle stadium, Mu Ran looked down with surprise at Yun Luofeng with her eyes closed and his eyes were filled with questions. The Hall Master of the Beast Taming Hall was silent and spoke after a long time. If Hu Li wanted to vie for a position on the heaven roll, even the 5th rank might not be able to defeat him with his speed, despite being more powerful. Frankly speaking, even I myself might not be able to catch all of Hu Li's actions. It was because Hu Li did not wish to contest for the ranking on the heaven roll, so after obtaining the 10th rank, he did not challenge any other positions. If my guess isn't wrong. Ji Yan's voice paused for a moment and continued. She gave up using her eyes to observe his actions and instead chose to use her ears to differentiate the sounds. Mu Ran was shocked. Using ears to differentiate sounds of fighting. Even he was unable to do such a dangerous thing. He could not help but admit that Yun Luofeng had quite the courage. Mu Ran, this is the girl Chen Yuqing recommended to you. Ji Yan smiled. I'm quite interested in this girl. Why don't you give her to our Beast Taming Hall? Mu Ran rolled his eyes. You're a Hall Master in charge of managing the Beast Taming Hall. Why are you fighting over a person with me? Her attainments as a cultivator are very outstanding and she must belong to the Spirit Hall. You better not butt in and create more trouble. Mu Ran, so what if I'm the Hall Master of the Beast Taming Hall? Who set the rule that my Beast Taming Hall can only have beast taming disciples? In any case, I've taken a fancy to this girl and what do you think if I use a flaming bloodline in exchange? Nope. Mu Ran snorted. Even if you use a dragon or phoenix as an exchange, I will not budge. This girl is a good seeding, and she will be more precious than any treasure if cultivated well. Chapter 1240, Battle 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ji Yan's lips twitched and he felt regret in his heart. Why did such a good seedling choose to go to the Spirit School? Unfortunately, the outstanding disciples cultivated by the Academy were all provided to the Spirit Hall. Pity, it's such a pity that such a genius had narrowly passed by him. The whistling sound of wind became increasingly loud. A trace of shock flashed across Hu Li's extremely beautiful face after witnessing Yun Luofeng dodging his attack. The spectators were also astonished. They originally assumed that Yun Luofeng would be defeated in one move, but unexpectedly, she had managed to dodge. Their eyesight must have been blurred. How could it be possible that Yun Luofeng dodged Hu Li's attack? Everyone hastily rubbed and opened their eyes widely. However, what they saw was an uninjured white-robed young lady standing above the arena. This time, the young lady directly tore her sleeves and tied a strip of cloth over her eyes. A devilish arc then curled on her lips. I'm done, we can continue. The 3 months of tempering in the void mirror were not useless. For common people, their eyes were crucial to them and if they were unable to see clearly during a fight, they would definitely be defeated. However, at this moment, her eyes had become a liability. Yun Luofeng, Hu Li narrowed his foxy eyes, and with a sinister and cunning smile said, you are very different from everyone I've seen. The more different you are, the more I want you to become my footman. After speaking, Hu Li moved once again. His figure was still as fast as lightning while the afterimage of his figure could be seen. Yun Luofeng sensed the sounds of wind whistling past and her body leaned to one side, dangerously dodging Hu Li's attack. At the same time, the sword in her hand descended from the skies and chopped down. Boom. In an instant, the arena had been chopped into 2 parts as dust filled the air. Yun Luofeng ducked to Hu Li's rear and once again, her long sword chopped down. Hu Li sensed the danger behind and turned around, using his sword to block the attack. Bang! The storm that spread from both of them was so powerful that the disciples near the arena were sent flying and crashed on the ground in a sorry state. Yun Luofeng's retreated 2 steps and blood flowed up from her throat but she forcefully swallowed it down and the smile on her lips was cold-blooded. Even if she had countered Hu Li's speed, the difference between their strengths was still huge. If this continued on, she wasn't his opponent. At the same time, during the commotion, Hu Li also retreated 2 steps. He swung his somewhat numb hand and his sly eyes narrowed while his gaze gradually became serious. It seemed as though he had belittled this girl and her strength was absolutely not just sage-level advanced rank. On the spectator platform, Mu Ran looked at both of them below and his brows slightly furrowed. Ji Yan, who do you think will emerge victorious? Ji Yan turned silent and shook his head. Previously before the battle, I would definitely say Hu Li. The reason is that there normally won't be any suspense in a battle between a sage-level and sage-king-level cultivator. However, at this moment, I realize that I'm unsure. Thinking of this, Ji Yan mocked himself. He had lived for so many years but he was unable to differentiate the winner and the loser between a sage-level and sage-king-level cultivator. If this were to get out, there would be numerous old fellas who would mock him. Yun Luofeng and Hu Li's battle had attracted quite a number of spectators. Chapter 1241, Battle 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wang Yizhi and his nephew were also standing among the crowd and looked straight at Yun Luofeng with vicious and sinister intent. This wretched girl dared to attack me previously and now she has offended Hu Li. Her good days are at their end. Wang Mijing gnashed his teeth in hatred. Originally, he thought that since Yun Luofeng had attacked his own uncle, those old folks in the punishment hall would definitely expel her out of the academy according to the rules and regulations. However, who would have thought that the hall master of the Spirit Hall had a screw loose and actually wanted to defend a woman like Yu Nuofeng? Furthermore, he raised the suggestion that her punishment would be cancelled if she managed to climb up the earth roll in 5 days. From the start, he did not think it was possible to climb up to the earth roll in 5 days, as a new student could never accomplish such a feat. Nonetheless, Yu Nuofeng had unexpectedly challenged a genius from the roll in a day's time and in addition had defeated him. Alas, she revealed her strength of a sage-level cultivator to everyone. So what? It's fine if she had challenged anyone, but she had to find Hu Lin. Hu was not aware that Hu Lin had a little brother on the heaven roll. Therefore, as what he expected, after Hu Li found out that his brother was defeated, he immediately came looking to cause trouble for Yu Nuofeng. Ha ha ha. Seemingly able to imagine the miserable scene Yu Nuofeng would be in, Wang Weijing couldn't help but laugh heartily. His laughter was sinister and merciless. Yu Nuofeng, one has to pay the price for being too arrogant and rampant. In the crowd, other than Wang Weijing and his uncle, along with the servant and Zihao and his master, there was another elderly man with anxiousness on his face while looking at Yu Nuofeng. This elderly man was the one who supervised the enrollment registration location and in addition, recommended Yu Nuofeng to all the elders. The elder's disciple has gotten into a dispute with Hu Li and it is reasonable to say that I should go and inform the various elders. However, they are hard-pressed for a matter recently and if they were to worry about this, I'm afraid it might affect the progress of that matter. The elderly man wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Forget it, I'll observe the situation first. If Miss Yun is truly in any danger, there's still time for me to inform the other elders. This disciple of the elders truly knew how to stir up trouble. First, she had beaten up Wang Yiji, and following that she challenged the genius of the earth roll and caused a commotion. Currently, now she had even accepted Hu Li's challenge. However, what the elder didn't expect was that Yu Nuofeng was actually a sage-level cultivator. To think she had concealed it that deeply. The elderly man helplessly gave a bitter smile. He didn't know what commotion it would stir up if this matter were to be known by the elders. Boom. In the arena, a storm had spread in all directions. Yu Nuofeng once again retreated and wiped the traces of blood on her mouth as she turned toward Hu Li. Hu Li was not as exceptionally peerless as before and clearly looked quite ragged while his expression was even more of extreme anger. Yu Nuofeng, are you even a sage-level cultivator? How could a sage-level cultivator burst forth with such power? And Zihao was stunned as he did not expect Yu Nuofeng would pressure Hu Li to such an extent. Keke. Suddenly, Hu Li coldly laughed. He supported his body and stood up on the arena as the aura on his body became increasingly powerful. A storm spread out from his surroundings and was so strong that caused one to feel oppressed. Yu Nuofeng, I had indeed belittled you from the start. Now, I would like to see if you can withstand this attack of mine. Not good. Mu Ran saw Hu Li's actions and his expression changed completely. Hurry up and stop him. Otherwise, Yu Nuofeng will definitely be unable to withstand this attack. At the very least, she could even become crippled. After speaking he shot towards Hu Li and Yu Nuofeng like a flash of lightning. Chapter 1242, Battle 7. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Everyone in the surroundings could sense the surging force on Hu Li's body and they were oppressed to the extent they were unable to speak as they could only speechlessly look at both of them in the arena. Mu Ran's expression became increasingly anxious, but unfortunately, he was too late. The instant he was about to arrive, Hu Li's force exploded and swept towards Yu Nuofeng like a hurricane. Boom. A powerful explosion thoroughly sounded in the entire arena, to the extent that the stage became a pile of ruins from the explosion. Mu Ran stopped and looked in shock at the arena covered with smoke and dust. A flame of fury rose up from him as his reddened eyes turned towards Hu Li. Hu Li, do you know the severity of your actions? This girl is someone I selected and you actually dared to kill her. Hu Li was also stupefied. He originally thought that Yu Nuofeng could escape this attack but who knew that she was unable to. How did this happen? His intentions were not to kill her. He merely did not wish to be defeated by her. Miss Yun. And Zihao hastily called out and 2 lines of tears flowed from his eyes. Miss, it's all our fault. We've burdened her. From the start, if it wasn't because they had offended Wang Weijing, Yu Nuofeng wouldn't become enemies with him and Wang Yiji wouldn't have made things difficult for her. All the more she would not have beaten up Wang Yiji before everyone. If not for them, the following incidents would not have happened. Momentarily, layman guilt occupied in Zihao's heart and caused him to shudder. Ha ha ha. Wang Weijing laughed maniacally and his laughter sounded deranged. She's dead, she's finally dead. This woman offended me and she came to a bad end. Hearing Wang Weijing's laughter, and Zihao's eyes became similar to a wolf's as he turned his head in fury towards Wang Weijing. Shut up. Wang Weijing sneered. Trash, who do you think you are hooting towards? Without Yu Nuofeng as a backing, all of you are just a flock of trash. Ha ha ha. His words caused Zihao's originally suppressed emotions to explode. He leaped towards Wang Weijing while overflowing with rage and fiercely bit on his shoulder. Ah. Wang Weijing screamed, hurry and get this trash off of me. In a moment the surrounding people hastily tried to pull Zihao off, wanting to drag him away from Wang Weijing. However, Zihao bit tightly on Wang Weijing's shoulder and was not willing to let go no matter what. Busted. Wang Yiji's eyes turned cold and a palm struck on Zihao's shoulder. In an instant, his body was like a disconnected kite that flew away while heavily crashing into the crowd. Meanwhile, a piece of flesh had been torn off from Wang Weijing's shoulder and blood flowed endlessly. Beat this bastard up until he dies. Due to the relation he had with Wang Yiji, there would usually be a group of attendants following Wang Weijing. Hearing his rage, they hastily went up to kick and punch Zihao who was lying on the floor. And Zihao was in so much pain that he curled up but he was not willing to cry out. Brother Zihao. The little lowly's eyes were filled with sparkling and translucent tears, but she did not let her tears fall. She pushed through the crowd and wanted to rush to Zihao's side. However, who knew that a foot would stretch out from the side and trip her? Little thing, you better be aware of your current situation. Wang Mijing pressed on his shoulder that was bleeding incessantly as he walked to her and lifted her up. He then smiled sinisterly, and Zihao is at death's door and Yun Luofeng has already died. You had better follow me. Chapter 1243, Battle 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Stubbornness could be seen on the little lowly's face, and her huge bright eyes were filled with resentment while staring intently at Wang Mijing. You dare to stare at me? Pa! Wang Mijing raised his hand and slapped her face. In an instant, a red handprint appeared on her tender face. Even so, the little lowly did not cry, and her bright eyes were still staring intently at Wang Mijing, completely lacking fear. Miss. And Zihao felt his heart ache and his hands tightly clenched into fists, feeling powerless from head to foot. He caused Yun Luofeng's death. In addition, he was unable to protect his miss. What was the use for someone as useless as him to continue living? At this moment, everyone's line of sight gathered on the arena and no one paid any attention to Zihao and the little lowly. Even if they had paid attention, it was impossible for them to help them. In the arena, smoke and dust scattered in all directions. Hu Li looked foolishly at the arena that had fallen into ruin. He was still unable to believe that he had killed her. However, at this moment, the smoke and dust covering everyone's sight gradually dispersed and revealed the scene above the ruins. Above the ruins, they saw a gorgeous young lady standing with her white robe stained with specks of dust and a chunk of her sleeves torn off. Fresh blood flowed from her arm and there was a trace of a bloodstain on the corner of her mouth. Her originally fair white face clearly seemed filthy and the piece of white cloth covering her eyes had also fallen as it drifted along with the breeze. In an instant, the crowd went silent. Wang Mijing's maniac laughter spontaneously came to an end as he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. His stunned gaze looked directly at the young lady standing above the ruins. She's not dead. This woman who should have been dead was actually still alive. Wang Mijing gnashed his teeth in anger as his eyes radiated dense hatred and glared at Yun Luofeng. If expressions could kill, Yun Luofeng's body would have long been riddled with gaping wounds. So it turns out you're still alive. Hu Li's heart finally relaxed. I knew it, this move of mine wouldn't be able to kill you. Yun Luofeng, you're very powerful and I concede defeat. Concede defeat. Everyone shockingly opened their eyes wide. Hu Li, the 10th ranked on the heaven roll, had conceded. Remember your promise to vow your loyalty and devotion to me for 10 years. Yun Luofeng wiped the bloodstain on her mouth. Her gaze slowly swept over and saw Zihao who was ganged up on and being beaten by others. Along with the little lowly who clearly had a handprint mark on her face. Wang Mijing's hands lifted the little lowly's body and retreated. Yun Luofeng, don't come near me. If you take a step forward, I'll end her life. Yun Luofeng seemed to have not heard Wang Mijing's words as she walked towards him without consulting anyone. I am not joking with you. If you dare to continue walking, I will really kill her. Wang Mijing tightly clenched his teeth. Seeing that Yun Luofeng didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, he grabbed a dagger in his hands in a flash and held it against the little lowly's neck. Miss. And Zihao's heart missed a beat and his gaze was of anger and anxiousness. Wang Mijing, you better stop. If you dare to touch the miss, I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. In contrary, the little lowly did not have a huge reaction. She blinked her bright eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng. She's fine. That's great. If something happened to her, me and brother Zihao would definitely regret it for life. Yun Luofeng, you forced me to do this. Chapter 1244, Battle 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Wang Mijing fiercely clenched his teeth. He knew that Yun Luofeng would never let him off and so he had to strike first and gain the upper hand. Thinking of this, he lifted the dagger and ruthlessly struck towards the little lowly's chest. The instant the dagger was about to pierce her chest, a powerful oppression attacked him from the front. It caused his hands to stiffen and they could no longer move forward in the slightest. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with horror as he looked at Yun Luofeng with a pale face. At this moment, Yun Luofeng had arrived before the little lowly and her slender long fingers lightly caressed her jade-like tender face. While looking down at her she asked, does it hurt? The little lowly shook her head and spoke in a childish voice. It doesn't hurt, compared to brother Zihao, it's not painful. Do you want to kill him? Yun Luofeng continued asking. The little lowly stared blankly for a moment, looked at Wang Mijing who was deathly pale, and then nodded, yes, they bullied brother Zihao. I want to kill them. Her voice contained a childish tone yet it was extremely resolute. Alright, I'll give you a sword, go and kill them. Yun Luofeng handed the sword in her hands to the little lowly. Remember, you can never be lenient with people who bully you. The little lowly hands trembled slightly as she took the sword from Yun Luofeng's hand. She then turned and used the sharp end of the sword to pierce through Wang Mijing's chest with force. Jingge! Wang Yiji furiously shouted, Yun Luofeng, all of you will receive judgment. You will definitely receive judgment. Fuchi. After Wang Yiji spoke, the little lowly's sword had already pierced through Wang Mijing's chest. In that instant, she felt rejuvenated all over as she had never felt during these days. So it turns out that killing an enemy is such a pleasurable sensation. Wang Mijing opened his eyes wide in horror and his body gradually fell to the ground. Earlier on he had wanted to dodge, but under Yun Luofeng's oppression, he could not even move a finger. He could only look on helplessly at that sword radiating a cold glint as it pierced into his chest. Within the arena, everyone was somewhat stupefied, never expecting that Yun Luofeng would actually dare to kill someone in public. If you are kind you will be bullied. Yun Luofeng seemingly did not see those stupefied gazes and spoke while lowering her gaze, if you don't wish to be bullied, you can only get stronger. If you are kind you will be bullied. The little lowly nodded her head sensibly. In the future, I will not be bullied by others anymore. I want to protect myself and brother Zihao. And Zihao was only her bodyguard but he had accompanied her for numerous years. In her heart, she had long regarded him as her family. Hearing the little lowly's childish voice, and Zihao's internal state of mind was somewhat complicated. In his heart, his miss had always been naive and innocent, and he had never allowed her to be stressed about her livelihood. Even more so, he would never let her be in contact with the vicious side of people. No matter how much suffering or how tired he was, he had never let her suffer any hardships. Thinking of it, was his thinking up until now a mistake? What if one day he leaves the miss forever? Would she, who completely lacked any capability to survive, be able to continue living on this continent? Sigh. Mu Ran bitterly smiled. This girl's temper is as intense, what Chen Yuqing said, not willing to suffer the slightest grievance. Furthermore, she was actually educating a little girl to kill. KK, Ji Yan spoke while rejoicing in Mu Ran's misfortune. Mu Ran, on second thought, I won't snatch her from you. With her personality, she will definitely cause numerous troubles and you had better tidy up after her. Oh right, you still have to help her settle this situation at present. Chapter 1245, Battle 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After he finished speaking, a group of stern voices could be heard over the noisy crowd. Make way, everyone make way. After hearing the voices, everyone unconsciously opened a pathway and allowed those people donned in armor to pass. Among them, the leader was a middle-aged man with a stern face. He slowly walked to Yun Luofeng and expressionlessly said, Yun Luofeng, you recklessly dared to kill before everyone. Right now, immediately follow me to the punishment hall to accept your punishment. Hold it. Seeing that they were about to go up and grab Yun Luofeng, Hu Li leaped and landed in front of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng has already entered the heaven role, and as a disciple, where did the punishment hall's courage come from to dare to arrest her? After entering the heaven role, her position had a huge change, and even the hall master of the punishment hall would not be able to touch her. Sir Tianyu, you have to get justice for my nephew. Wang Yiji recovered his senses and pounced on Meng Tianyu's side in haste while speaking in a tearful voice. My nephew died unfairly. You must get justice for him. Meng Tianyu's eyes sank for a few moments and he looked at Yun Luofeng while sneering. So what if she defeated you? We, the punishment hall, still have the authority to arrest her. Even if we do not have the right to punish her, we can still hand her over to the elders to handle. I doubt you'll want to say that the authority of the disciples on the heaven roll is higher than the elders. Furthermore, the academy has yet to recognize her status on the heaven roll at this point in time. His words implied that the academy had yet to acknowledge her status, so she was not considered a disciple of the heaven roll. Thus, the punishment hall naturally had the authority to arrest her. Hu Li narrowed his eyes and sneeringly blocked them in front of Yun Luofeng. It doesn't matter if you don't acknowledge her. In any case, it's been 5 years since I've entered the role and I want to know if with my status, do I have the right to ask you to scram? Meng Tianyu's eyes darkened. Hu Li, are you sure you want to oppose the punishment hall? Oppose? Hu Li smirked, and as his words were sarcastic, are you even deserving? In an instant, Meng Tianyu's expression changed. The moment he wanted to speak, Mu Ran had unknowingly stood at Yun Luofeng's side. Meng Tianyu, Yun Luofeng is someone from Ostrat Hall. If the punishment hall wants to arrest my disciple, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Mu Ran wore a smile on his face as his unenthusiastic gaze fell on Meng Tianyu while lightly speaking. Meng Tianyu's expression once again darkened. An insignificant Yun Luofeng, not only was Hu Li protecting her, even the Hall Master of Strat Hall was siding with her. Hu Li, Hall Master Mu Ran, I will return and report to my Hall Master and let him make the decision. Let's go. Meng Tianyu waved his hands and led a group of people from the punishment hall to leave in haste. After Mu Ran saw Meng Tianyu leave, he looked at Yun Luofeng while smiling bitterly. Did you have to kill someone on the spot? Couldn't you just bear with it? Impossible. This single word from Yun Luofeng caused Mu Ran to be suddenly silent. He helplessly shook his head and the smile on his face became increasingly bitter and astringent. Furthermore, he was the one who attacked first, using Arlale to threaten me. Arlale, this name, is very strange. Mu Ran stared blankly for a moment and was speechless. The little lowly was also stunned and she weakly explained, I'm not called Arlale, my name is Ji Fei. Yun Luofeng looked at the little lowly before turning towards Nzihao and said, Nzihao, take her back first and recuperate well. I will handle the following matters. Nzihao got up from the ground and his face was full of guilt. I'm sorry, Miss Yun. We've implicated you once again. Chapter 1246, Crowd's Rage 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Brother Zihao, let's go. The little lowly pursed her lips and her huge bright eyes once again looked toward Yun Luofeng. I will remember your words and in the future I will not continue being weak. Taking one last glance at Yun Luofeng, she turned and supported Nzihao to leave, gradually disappearing from her sight. Do you need any help? Mu Ran looked at Yun Luofeng and smiled bitterly. There's no need. Yun Luofeng lightly caressed her chin. A dangerous glint emerged in her narrowed eyes. I can settle this myself. The elders in the academy were split into two factions and their offices were also divided into the east side and west side. The office of Zhu Kong and the rest were the east sides of the academy. Currently, a flustered figure appeared outside the elders' office. Spotting the person guarding the door, he rushed over and spoke while panting. Quickly inform the elders that something has happened. Manager Jin, the elders are currently busy and they have passed down a command that they will not meet anyone. The bodyguard guarding the door furrowed his brows and rejected the elderly man's request. The elderly man swiped the cold sweat on his forehead. You had better inform the elders without delay, or otherwise it'll be too late. Just pass on the message to the elders that something happened to Miss Yun. Seeing the elderly man's flustered appearance, the bodyguard was silent for a moment and spoke. I'll inform the elders, but I can't decide if they're willing to meet you or not. The atmosphere in the elders' office was very grave and several elders were seated upright. Their expression was filled with helplessness and worry. Earlier on, people from the province estate had passed down a command to have everyone above sage-level cultivator encircle and annihilate the Ghost Emperor. Zhu Kong kneaded his forehead. Reportedly, those who went previously have been completely annihilated by the Ghost Emperor. Ling Hai's expression was unsightly. We're hard-pressed because of that matter that happened recently, yet someone feels that we are too idle. Besides, we don't even know the Ghost Emperor's strength. Isn't it courting death if we send ourselves to his door? Those elders in the West faction have agreed to it, and there's only us left, who have yet to make our decision. Zhu Kong, I feel that we had better not get mixed in this muddy water. Zhu Ying's brows furrowed as her fingers lightly tapped the table. After all, the Ghost Emperor could escape after being hunted by so many people and even grow to such a stage. His strength must be beyond our imagination. It would be good if the Dean returned. Unfortunately, he has been away for so many years and his whereabouts are still unknown. All the elders' expression became increasingly worried. During this period when the Dean was away, there wasn't even a person that could make decisions. Elders. Suddenly, a voice could be heard outside the door, causing Zhu Kong and the rest to frown. Did I say you're not allowed to disturb us if there's nothing important? Who allowed you in? Zhu Kong's expression sank as he sternly scolded. A layer of cold sweat appeared on the guard's forehead. Elders, it's Manager Jin who is seeking for an audience. He said, that Miss Yoon is in danger. What? With a bang, Ling Hai's fist fiercely smashed on the table and he stood up in anger. My precious disciple met with danger. Who had such courage to dare to attack my disciple? Immediately send in Manager Jin. Yes. After replying, the guard retreated and soon after, an elderly man rushed in through the door. In an instant, the gazes of all 5 elders fell on the elderly man. Chapter 1247, Crowd's Rage 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What happened? Zhu Kong's expression sank. What danger has Feng Er encountered? The elderly man carefully looked at the 5 elders. Elders, not long ago, Miss Yoon had returned. However, Wang Yiji specifically found trouble for Miss Yoon as revenge for his own nephew. Wang Yiji. It was that bastard again. Ling Hai's eyes surged forth with rage. How did Wang Yiji have the chance to cause trouble for my disciple? Didn't I specially arrange him to be somewhere else? This. The elderly man wiped his sweat and continued, I'm unaware of what happened, but Wang Yiji's school is the same as the one Miss Yoon was in. He accused Miss Yoon of not handing in a leave of absence, so he wanted to expel her from the academy. If Miss Yoon did not wish to leave, she had to bear 100 lashes from him. Ling Hai tightly clenched his fists and gnashed his teeth. Wang Yiji, you're good. Who gave him the courage to hurt my disciple? Zhu Ying and the others also stood up with anxious expressions. What happened to Luofeng? Was she injured by Wang Yiji? Wang Yiji injured Yun Luofeng. After the elderly man heard this sentence, he bitterly smiled. Yun Luofeng was a sage-level cultivator, and what capability did Wang Yiji have to injure her? Elders, please rest assured. Miss Yoon was not injured. On the contrary, it was Wang Yiji who was beaten up by her. Having heard what was said, Zhu Ying relaxed. She patted her chest and slowly breathed out. It's good that she wasn't injured. I was almost scared to death. Wang Yiji, this bastard, is extremely daring. I'll look for him later and make him pay. What's next? Zhu Kong continued asking. Wang Yiji complained about Miss Yoon to the punishment hall and they wanted to punish her. Hall Master Mu Ran spoke up for Miss Yoon, but regardless, those people from the punishment hall believed it was her fault. Alas, they came to a consensus that if Miss Yoon could rush up to the earth roll in 5 days, they would let her off. What? Ling Hai, who just sat down and had yet to take a sip of tea to calm himself, had once again slammed the table after hearing his words. Rush up the earth roll in 5 days. That disciple of mine has great talent, but unfortunately, she has yet to begin cultivating. Aren't they making things difficult for her? By the way, you said that my disciple injured Wang Yiji. From what I know, he has sage-level cultivation, so how did my disciple manage to injure him? The elderly man once again wiped his forehead. Miss Yoon has already rushed up to the earth roll. Pooh. Just as Ling Hai took a sip of tea, he spat it out after hearing the elderly man's words. Zhu Kong, who sat opposite of him, was slightly more unfortunate to have his face getting spat on, and his face was one of resentment. You said that Luofeng rushed up the earth roll. Zhu Ying stared blankly and asked in disbelief. The elderly man nodded. She rushed up the earth roll, but the person she defeated was Hu Lin, who is the brother of Hu Li on the heaven roll. Zhu Kong narrowed his eyes. Was it that Hu Li wanted to revenge his brother and injured my disciple? Whoever harmed his disciple, he would never let him off. No, the elderly man shook his head. Hu Li went to challenge Miss Yoon, but he conceded defeat. Conceded defeat. All the elders looked at each other in dismay while the shock in their eyes was plainly obvious. Hu Li went to challenge Yun Luofeng, yet he conceded defeat. Could it be that Yun Luofeng's strength was more powerful than Hu Li? Manager Jin, hurry up and complete the story. Exactly what had happened? Zhu Ying frowned and continued asking. Chapter 1248, Crowd's Rage 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Exactly who was it that dared to touch my disciple? A cold glint flashed through Zhu Ying's eyes as her tone was extremely chilly. Elder Zhu Ying, Yun Luofeng has 2 friends in the academy, and Wang Mijing assumed that Yun Luofeng had died in Hu Li's hands, so he injured her friends. Yun Luofeng originally wanted to make Wang Mijing pay, but who knew that he would grab her friend and use her life to threaten Yun Luofeng. Thus, following on, the elderly man did not say much, but the 5 elders had understood what happened. HMPH, Ling Hai snorted, that Wang Mijing can't blame others when he's the one looking for death. My disciple hasn't done anything wrong. Was it those people from the punishment hall who came to settle accounts with my disciple? That's right, the elderly man nodded. People from the punishment hall are insisting responsibility on her side. Wait, Zhu Ying frowned. My disciple has defeated Hu Li, and by right, she should have entered the heaven roll. Why did those from the punishment hall have the guts to find her? The elderly man looked carefully at the elders. They said that the academy doesn't acknowledge Miss Yoon's status. Ha ha ha. Ling Hai laughed wildly. When did the punishment hall call the shots in this academy? I will make them pay the price for bullying my disciple. Bang. Ling Hai's fist struck the wall and instantly a huge hole was revealed. Soon after, his figure rushed out in haste. We shall head over too. Zhu Ying's beautiful eyes darkened. After all, I have yet to die and someone had the guts to offend us. Those people from the punishment hall are too much. Just as the elderly man went to search for reinforcements, people from the punishment hall came looking for Yun Luofeng once again. It was Hall Master Zhao Wen who came forth, and perhaps because of Mu Ran and Hu Li, they did not forcefully arrest Yun Luofeng but instead invited her to come. After Hu Li and Mu Ran heard the news, Yun Luofeng had already left together with the people from the punishment hall. Currently, within the punishment hall that was filled with torture instruments, Zhao Wen was seated on a wooden black chair set high above everyone, and his expression sternly swept towards the young lady below. He then spoke in a cold and deep voice. Yun Luofeng, do you know your crimes? The young lady seemed cold and had a wicked look. A smile curled on her gorgeous face and her body radiated laziness while slightly raising her eyes to look at Zhao Wen. The punishment hall invited me here as a guest, and this is how you treat your guests. To not even provide a chair. Zhao Wen's eyes sank as he coldly said, Yun Luofeng, what do you think the punishment hall is? Let me tell you, today with me around, you can only live if I want you to, and you must die if I ask you to. Yun Luofeng lazily smirked. How many gifts did Wang Yizhi send you? Zhao Wen stared blankly and his face turned furious after being exposed. He then sternly shouted, Yun Luofeng, the punishment hall has always been impartial when handling matters. Not to mention you are currently not a heaven-rolled disciple yet, and even if you enter the roll, I have the authority to punish you as long as you commit a mistake. The academy was a place where geniuses were paid attention to. Thus, as long as one entered the heaven roll, their authority would be above the Hall Masters. However, there was an exception. And that was, the academy didn't allow killing. Even the geniuses of heaven roll were not allowed to kill. If a genius of the heaven roll committed this mistake, the punishment hall had the right to punish them. Men, arrest Yun Luofeng and use the branding iron to punish her. Yes. After Zhao Wen passed down the order, immediately there were two people going up, wanting to restrain Yun Luofeng. However, before they even managed to touch her, a trace of energy surged from her body and pushed them back. Chapter 1249, Crowd's Rage, 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Scram. The young lady's vicious eyes swept towards those two who were sent retreating as her gorgeous face was chilly. Yun Luofeng, Zhao Wen stood up in anger. Do you think I invited you to be a guest? I was merely tricking you here to the punishment hall. After you arrive, you have no means of retreating and no one can save you. Yun Luofeng raised her hands, pulled the punishment chair made of metal to her side, and sat down. The back of her hand propped up her head as she devilishly smiled at Zhao Wen. Then do you think you are able to punish me? Languid, bewitching, wild, and arrogant. There was no better description than these 4 words to describe the young lady. Zhao Wen narrowed his eyes filled with anger. His palm heavily struck on the table and stood up in anger. Yun Luofeng, then I'll let you see in a moment if I am able to punish you. In an instant, the energy in Zhao Wen's body surged forth and quickly rushed towards Yun Luofeng. Halt! Mu Ran hastily rushed in from outside and saw Zhao Wen launching an attack at Yun Luofeng. His aged face was instantly furious as his body flickered and dashed to stand before Yun Luofeng, raising his hands to block Zhao Wen's attack. Boom! 2 palms countered each other and Zhao Wen retreated a few steps while his expression instantly darkened. Mu Ran, I'd advise you not to meddle in others' affairs. Keke. Mu Ran sneered and stood before Yun Luofeng. This matter of today, I'll definitely be meddling in it. Zhao Wen laughed grimly. So you were going to shield this woman who committed a violent crime. Although it was the little lowly who killed Wang Mijing, it was instigated by Yun Luofeng. Thus, Wang Yizhi had pushed all the responsibility on Yun Luofeng. As for that little lowly, once Yun Luofeng died, wouldn't it be up to him to deal with her? Zhao Wen, if it weren't because Wang Mijing wanting to kill, he wouldn't have been killed. There are cause and effect for everything, and why should you blame this on Yunsa? Mu Ran's sleeves lightly flew and he had the air of an immortal. In my opinion, we should just let this matter pass as she is not in the wrong. HMPH, Zhao Wen's eyes revealed gloominess. If it were to be spread out that I didn't punish her, others would think that our West Province Academy is lawless. One has to pay with their lives for killing, regardless of whether she is in the heaven roll or earth roll. Since you said that one had to pay with their lives for killing, then Wang Mijing who wanted to kill first isn't in the wrong. Mu Ran frowned as there were faint traces of anger in his heart. You said it was Wang Mijing who attacked first. Zhao Wen coldly smiled. Then is she dead? She and the little girl are still alive, so what right did they have to kill Wang Mijing? Mu Ran took a deep breath as he decided not to continue speaking nonsense with Zhao Wen and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Yunsa, leave first and I will help you settle this matter. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled and lazily stood up from the chair. A smirk curled on her lips as she looked at Zhao Wen while seemingly smiling yet not smiling. Mu Ran wants to kill you. Mu Ran was stunned, as he looked at Yun Luofeng while failing to understand. Had he wanted to kill Zhao Wen? What was this about? When did he intend to kill Zhao Wen? Yun Luofeng continued smiling as she spoke. He had thoughts about killing you long ago. Mu Ran, you're good. Zhao Wen furiously turned towards Mu Ran in agitation. You actually wanted to kill me. Then I shall kill you at this moment and then we'll see if you are able to kill me. Chapter 1250, Crowd's Rage, 5. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Mu Ran was speechless. Could he say that he was innocent? However, Yun Luofeng did not give Mu Ran a chance to speak as she continued. Shrugging her shoulders, she said, "It's somewhat extreme if you were to do that. Mu Ran only had thoughts of wanting to kill you and has yet to do that. I feel that it's better if you talk things through." Yun Luofeng seemed so sincere as she spoke and no one could see any traces of lying on her face. "Talk things through. Dream on. How could I possibly leave him an opportunity to kill me?" Zhao Wen gnashed his teeth. "Mu Ran, since you have intentions to kill me, I will kill you no matter what, or even if the elders of the academy were to stop me." Yun Luofeng laughed. Her laughter sound was extremely distinct in the punishment hall that had quietened down. "I was only joking earlier on, however." She paused and her eyes turned. "You also felt that if you knew someone had killing intent towards you, you had to strike first and gain an advantage, not leaving him any chance to retaliate. However, why is it that when it's someone else in that situation you change your tune?" Zhao Wen's face suddenly changed and only recovered his senses at this moment. This girl Yun Luofeng had tricked him. Yun Luofeng. He furiously shouted and once again, rushed towards Yun Luofeng and the killing aura on his body gushed out, seemingly wanting to kill her with a strike. Suddenly, Wang Yiji unexpectedly walked out. His sinister eyes looked towards Yun Luofeng being subjected to Zhao Wen's attack and a chilly luster flickered in his eyes. "Yun Luofeng, you've murdered my nephew and I swear that I'm not a man if I don't avenge him." Yun Luofeng looked indifferently at Zhao Wen who was approaching her and the expression on her face didn't change. Her gorgeous face still had a wicked smile. "Stop." Bang. In an instant, a voice overflowing with fury suddenly sounded, fiercely hammering on Zhao Wen's chest like a mallet. In the twinkling of an eye, he was suddenly flung out and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. He looked up with fear in his eyes and saw a group of elders walking in. His expression changed from its initial deathly pale to become shocked, as his gaze contained astonishment. "Elder Zhu Kong, Elder Ling Hai. You all, why have you come?" Looking at these people who were raging, Zhao Wen didn't know what happened as his internal mind was in a state of disarray. Furthermore, he did not know how he had offended these few elders. As Zhao Wen was getting up, Ling Hai rushed forward in a flash and kicked him, sending him flying. His expression was unsightly and overflowing with rage. "Zhao Wen, you're sure courageous. Who allowed you to misuse your authority to punish someone in the punishment hall? Particularly, you attacked a weak young lady." Zhao Wen was stupefied. He was only punishing a disciple, and how did it attract these few elders? Could it be that Hu Li went to seek them? Furthermore, the weak lady Elder Ling Hai mentioned, was it Yun Luofeng? If this woman was a weak lady, then there would not be any strong women in this world. Thinking of this, Zhao Wen took a deep breath and suppressed his internal anxiousness and explained, "Elders, please listen to my explanation. Hu Li's words are only a one-sided statement and by all means, you cannot believe him. This woman had the courage to commit a violent assault before everyone and her crime is great, having to be put to death. Therefore, I only acted in accordance to the Academy's rules to punish her. I'm sure the elders are definitely men of understanding, knowing right from wrong, and wouldn't let some sinister nasty person hoodwink you." The sinister nasty person he mentioned was evidently referring to Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1251, Crowd's Rage, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ling Hai burst into laughter brimming with anger. "Zhao Wen, you're still trying to shirk your crimes at this moment." He clenched his teeth and his merciless eyes stared at Zhao Wen. "You might as well quit being the hallmaster of the punishment hall, pack up your things and get lost." Zhao Wen's mind was in a state of confusion. He couldn't understand why Ling Hai was asking him to scram. Was it just because he had tried to deal with Yun Luofeng? Elder Ling Hai. Zhao Wen wanted to continue defending himself, yet he saw that all the elders had already walked towards Yun Luofeng. "My precious disciple, are you injured? Don't worry, your masters will definitely take revenge for you." When Ling Hai spoke, he turned back and looked at Zhao Wen. Boom, rumble. Zhao Wen felt that his mind had been struck by a sudden bolt of lightning as astonishment could be seen across his whole face. Yun Luofeng was Ling Hai's disciple. Were they trying to crack a joke with him? How could this be? However, what made Zhao Wen even more astonished is what followed after. As Ling Hai was asking about Yun Luofeng's health, the other elders stared at him intensely. "Feng did Zhao Wen hurt you? If he did, all 5 of us will never let him leave. In any case, you are our disciple and to think you had been bullied while we weren't paying attention. Not only that, he even arrested you and took you to the punishment hall. If we do not avenge you, we would lose our face if this were to get out." The 5 elders got angrier as they spoke while their chilly gaze shot towards Zhao Wen. Zhao Wen was completely stupefied. He thought that Yun Luofeng was at most Ling Hai's disciple, but according to the current scenario, all 5 elders were her masters. Oh god, he had offended all the elders belonging to the East faction. Wang Yiji's footsteps retreated and his expression was extremely pale. Turning with intentions to escape, a nightmare-like voice caused his body to stiffen at that moment. "Where do you think you're going?" Zhu Kong expressionlessly looked at Wang Yiji with indifference. Wang Yiji wiped the sweat on his forehead as he turned towards Zhu Kong in a bootlicking manner. "Elder Zhu Kong, this matter is not related to me and it was caused by my nephew. I beg of you to let me off. If I knew that Yun Luofeng was your disciple, I wouldn't have dared to do this even if I had the courage." "Let you off?" Zhu Kong sneered. "You've committed such a huge mistake, so why should I let you off? From tomorrow onwards, I'll let Manager Jin assume control of the punishment hall and your crime shall be judged by him." Putong. Wang Yiji's legs weakened and he fell heavily to the floor. He understood that he no longer had any way out. "Elder Zhu Kong," Zhao Wen clenched his teeth, "you want to remove me from my position but have the elders of the West faction agreed to this?" Zhu Kong looked at him with indifference. "Isn't it alright if you hand in your resignation letter on your own accord?" "Elder Zhu Kong, what makes you think I will definitely hand in my resignation letter?" Zhao Wen tightly clenched his fists. If he left the academy, he would not have any better prospects. Therefore, he was absolutely unwilling to hand in his resignation letter. Zhu Kong raised his brow. "You can hand in your resignation on your own accord. or from tomorrow onward, everyone will know that you died suddenly from a heart attack. There are two pathways and you can choose which one to take. Zhao Wen swayed a few times and collapsed on the floor as he could no longer support himself. His expression was extremely pale while his despairing gaze stared at the elders before him. Ling Hai rubbed his nose. It was the first time he noticed that Zhu Kong was so two-faced. If Zhao Wen wanted to live, he could only hand in his resignation on his own accord, otherwise, Zhu Kong wouldn't mind killing him. Chapter 1252, Crowd's Rage 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I will hand in my resignation tomorrow. After speaking, Zhao Wen felt all his strength disappearing as he dispiritedly lay down on the floor. You should have agreed to this from the start. Zhu Ying's beautiful eyes swept past Zhao Wen and fell on Yun Luofeng. She smiled and said, Yun sir, we will settle this problem here and you should return to have a good rest since you've received so many shocks. Yun Luofeng nodded and looked at the few elders before she turned and left. Frankly speaking, the reason Yun Luofeng came to the punishment hall was that she had the ability to protect herself. Nonetheless, the appearance of the few elders made her feel somewhat emotionally touched. Although Hu Li arrived late, he had still witnessed everything that happened earlier while standing outside. Seeing Yun Luofeng walking out, he involuntarily laughed. Yun Luofeng, I didn't expect that you were a common disciple of various elders in the academy. It's no wonder you dared to be so arrogant. Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused. Even without my few masters, no one can stop me from killing my target. When people live for a lifetime, wasn't it to repay the debt of gratitude and revenge? So why would she suppress herself? Hu Li smiled. My interest in you is getting stronger and perhaps I will not be too bored accompanying you in these 10 years. In the beginning, Hu Li was laden with grief, having sold himself for a decade. Right now, he realized that if he were to follow alongside Yun Luofeng, his days in the future would become very exciting. Currently, those elders in the West faction were inquiring about the culprit for Yao Mengqi's incident and after they recovered their senses, the punishment hall had already changed management. Even though they wanted to settle scores at an opportune moment, everything had already become a foregone conclusion and they could only suffer and hide their feelings. Zhao Wen of the punishment hall could be considered as someone nurtured by Yao Shuan now. Not only was he chased out of the academy, Manager Jin had also been selected for promotion. As a result, how could he not be furious? As such, the hatred he had for the East faction became stronger. Before going home, Yun Luofeng had specially changed her clothes and healed her injuries. Even so, the moment Yun Xiao saw her, his breathing quickened. You are injured. Yun Luofeng was startled. She had more or less healed her injuries but it had still been noticed by this man at a glance. I only had a battle with someone, and it is nothing major. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and slowly walked towards Yun Xiao. She reached out her hands and gently embraced the man before her, burrowing her head on his chest. Yun Xiao, let's have a child. Child. This word caused Yun Xiao's gaze to gradually turn lukewarm and he raised his hands to hug the young lady. A long time later, he finally reacted and frowned. Don't change the subject, tell me who injured you. The killing intent on his body bubbled up as an ice-cold aura arisen involuntarily. Yun Luofeng believed that if she spoke of Hu Li's name, he would definitely rush to the West Province Academy and dismember the fox-like man into 1,000 pieces. It's alright now, you don't have to worry. I didn't lose this fight. Yun Xiao's eyes stared unwaveringly at Yun Luofeng. I know that you wish to fight with your own strength. However, you can rely on me whenever it's appropriate. My strength exists to protect you. I don't wish for you to receive any injuries. Alright. Yun Luofeng looked up and kissed his lips. Suddenly she seemed to notice something and narrowed her eyes. Someone came by today. Chapter 1253, Crowd's Rage 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng had always been sensitive in regards to scents. Consequently, the faintly discernible scent floating around the courtyard caused a cold glint to flash through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Yun Xiao honestly nodded. A woman secretly sneaked into our house and ate the pastry I prepared. However, I already forced her to vomit the food and in addition, crippled her. Perhaps afraid of Yun Luofeng getting angry, Yun Xiao hastily added an explanation. I did not let her sully our territory. Yun Luofeng curled the corner of her lips and slightly narrowed her eyes. It seems that I cannot leave your side in the future. Otherwise, I wonder how many women would think of seducing you. They won't be able to. In this world, only Yun Luofeng can approach him. Yun Xiao's eyes drooped and a glint streaked past his grim eyes. Yet, no one knew what he was thinking. The next day, Yun Luofeng set off towards the academy after having her breakfast. Looking at the direction of her departure, Yun Xiao stood by the door and his eyes were bottomless. Yun Xiao, could it be that you're thinking of going to the academy to find master? All of a sudden, Xiao Mo walked over and blinked his huge bright eyes while looking at Yun Xiao in curiosity. Yun Xiao's eyes turned increasingly grim. I'm worried about her. Xiao Mo blinked. The enrollment date has passed and you can't enter the academy even if you want to. Seemingly not hearing Xiao Mo's words, Yun Xiao walked out and a long time later, a grim voice sounded in Xiao Mo's ears. Follow me. Twitching his mouth, Xiao Mo hastily chased Yun Xiao's footsteps and disappeared under the glistening sunshine. As a result of defeating Hu Li of the Heaven Roll, Yun Luofeng successfully entered the rankings. As a disciple on the Heaven Roll, she was not required to attend lessons in school and only had to stay in the cultivation room to cultivate. At present, as Yun Luofeng sat down and had yet to cultivate, a clamorous sound could be heard outside. What happened? She stood up from her seat and walked out the door. The moment she opened the door, she saw a fair handsome young man standing outside and upon meeting her, he got straight to the point. Yun Luofeng, I saw your battle yesterday with Hu Li and I came here looking for you too. You also want to challenge me? Yun Luofeng raised her brow and looked at the young man's handsome face. Blushing, he replied, no, that's not my purpose. I didn't come to challenge you but instead, to confess. Confess. Yun Luofeng stared blankly and knitted her brows. I'm not interested. After speaking, she was about to close the door. Hold on. The young man hastily went up, holding out his hand to stop her. His expression was filled with sincerity. After witnessing your battle yesterday, I found out that you're the most domineering woman I've ever seen. Especially the scene where you dealt with Wang Mijing caused me to be moved emotionally. Yun Luofeng, can you give me a chance to? Do you want to scram yourself or let me help you with it? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow as her domineering eyes swept towards his flushed face. When the young man wanted to continue speaking, an alluring voice could be heard from the back. Yu Zhizhe, you already have a fiancé and yet you're here pestering Yun Luofeng. Hu Li fanned his folding fan as he walked over to Yun Luofeng's side with a face full of smiles and winked at her. Even if Yun Luofeng accepts me, she'll never accept you. Chapter 1254, Crowd's Rage, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yu Zhizhe expression revealed awkwardness. There's nothing between me and my fiancé as this was arranged by my parents. However, I have the right to pursue my true love. You know him. Yun Luofeng did not take notice of Yu Zhizhe and turned towards Hu Li. He's ranked number 1 on the Earth roll. Hu Li lowered his voice and spoke. His cultivation is only half a step difference below Sage King level. As for his fiancée, he paused for a moment and continued, she is number 2 on the Earth roll. Although both of them are on the Earth roll, their families are very influential in this West Province continent. Oh. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow, turning and thought of returning back to the room. Since you know them, you can settle this for me. Hu Li's mouth twitched. As a follower, he even had to settle a pursuer of his lord. Cough cough. Hu Li dryly coughed. Yu Zhizhe, you better return and stop pestering her. Don't forget, you already have a fiancé. Yu Zhizhe looked at Yun Luofeng entering the room and gently sighed. He turned back with his face full of helplessness and left. However, this did not mean he would give up. Regardless of anything, he would attempt to arouse Yun Luofeng's feelings. Due to Yu Zhizhe's actions, it resulted in Yun Luofeng once again appearing among the baseless rumors the first thing in the morning. The entire academy was spreading rumors that she had taken a fancy to Yu Zhizhe's family, so she went to seduce him and schemed to snatch someone else's fiancé. Towards such a woman, even if her talent was outstanding, it had caused others to disdain her as beneath contempt. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's cultivation room had been encircled by a group of women and their leader was a good-looking female. At present, her arms were akimbo and she glared at the door. Yun Luofeng, you better not assume you're amazing after entering the heaven roll. Didn't you win because Hu Li went easy on you? However, it wasn't enough after seducing Hu Li, and you even dared to seduce my fiancé. You had better come out immediately. That's right. In her eyes, the losing one in that battle might not be Hu Li, and if it weren't for him going easy on her, perhaps she would have been defeated. Scram. The room's door had been pushed open by a gust of wind and an attack flew out. Even though she nimbly used her sleeves to block, she was still forced to retreat a few steps. The rage in her chest increased. Yun Luofeng, isn't having Hu Li enough? Why are you even seducing my fiancé? Oh, I get it. It must be because Hu Li's background cannot be compared with my fiancé's, so you're thinking of grabbing both of them in your hands. Why is there such a cheap woman like you in this world? Ping. The door was opened once again and a young lady with snow-white robes walked out with huge steps. She didn't know why, but the moment she saw this white-robed lady, the woman felt her breathing tensing up as if there was a stone pressing on her body. Yu Zhizhe's fiancé. The young lady raised her chin and looked over the crowd from high above. The arrogance in her eyes was evident as her pitch black eyes were filled with dominance. Go back and tell Yu Zhizhe to stop pestering me. I won't fancy a man like him. The female's countenance suddenly changed. Saying that she wouldn't fancy her fiancé, wasn't it equivalent to insulting her? Yun Luofeng, who do you think you are? Is the heaven roll so amazing? Let me tell you, as long as I wanted to enter the heaven roll, you would be defeated by me at any moment. To think that you're holding my fiancé in contempt. Chapter 1255, Crowd's Rage, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Senior Sister Duo Yun is right, Senior Brother Yu is very outstanding, yet you dare to look down on him. Only he is worthy of looking down on your status and you don't have the right to be picky. Furthermore, you seduced someone else's fiancé and now you're trying to reason your way out. A lively conversation occurred among the women behind Duo Yun as they joined in one by one while looking straight at Yun Luofeng with an angry gaze. Clearly, in their eyes, Yun Luofeng was wicked to the extreme. Duo Yun. After receiving the news, Yu Zhizhe ran over and saw Duo Yun who was blocking the space in front of Yun Luofeng and his expression suddenly changed. Hastily rushing over, he furiously said, "Why are you here? This matter is unrelated to Miss Yun and it was me who took a fancy to her." Seeing Yu Zhizhe taking Yun Luofeng's side, Duo Yun's eyes reddened and tears of grievances were about to fall. What's there good about this woman and why are you taking her side? Shut up. Yu Zhizhe raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped her. When the slap landed, Duo Yun was entirely shocked silly. She raised her head in disbelief and stared at Yu Zhizhe. She never expected that he would slap her because of Yun Luofeng. You, slapped me. Duo Yun caressed her reddened cheeks and tears fell down from her eyes. Yu Zhizhe did not spare her another glance and turned to look at Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, this matter is my fault and I will apologize to you. I didn't expect that Duo Yun would come looking for trouble and please, believe me, this sort of incident will not happen again. Yun Luofeng curled her lips as a dangerous glint flashed through her narrowed eyes. Next time. Do you think there will be a next time? Yun Luofeng took a glance at Yu Zhizhe and asked, Yu Zhizhe, I don't believe you fancied me because of my fight against Hu Li. Tell me the truth, what are your motives? Yu Zhizhe's expression stiffened and a trace of panic emerged in his eyes but it was quickly suppressed. He then faintly smiled. Miss Yoon, why don't I understand what you're talking about? I have feelings of admiration towards Miss Yoon and have absolutely no other intentions. In addition, it's pardonable that Miss Yoon isn't accepting of me, but I have confidence in myself. Mommy. Just as Yu Zhizhe wanted to continue making his intentions clear, a soft voice sounded from the back. Hearing this voice, her body suddenly stiffened and she raised her head. When her pitch black eyes saw the young and old walking over slowly, her cold and detached look gradually dissipated. The man's black robes were lightly flowing while being grim and stern. His handsome face was similar to being paralyzed as it was expressionless. Just by standing before this man, one could be instantly crushed into dregs by his powerful aura. However, everyone's line of sight slowly fell down and landed on the little boy with jade-like features standing beside the man. The little boy was around 5 to 6 years old and looked exceptionally adorable. His huge bright eyes were similar to stars that flickered with dazzling radiance. The instant he saw Yun Luofeng, a resplendent smile appeared on his face as he spread out his hands, rushing into Yun Luofeng's embrace. This time, Yun Xiao did not stop him and his gaze fell on the young lady's gorgeous face, while his black eyes reflected her figure. Mommy. This little boy addressed Yun Luofeng as his mommy. Mommy, you left me and daddy at home and we were very lonely, so we came looking for you. Xiao Mo's eyes twinkled as he forced a smile, looking towards Yu Zhizhe who revealed a stiff expression. Chapter 1256, Little Lowly Abducted 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Other than Yun Xiao, other men who surrounded Yun Luofeng were houseflies in Xiao Mo's eyes. Why are you two here? Yun Luofeng lifted Xiao Mo as her eyes turned towards Yun Xiao and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Xiao Mo wanted to follow you, so I brought him along. Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Xiao Mo rolled his eyes. Clearly, it was Yun Xiao who wanted to look for Yun Luofeng, yet he pushed him out to take the blame. Nonetheless, Xiao Mo would not expose him to Yun Luofeng. Xiao Mo spoke beamingly, Mommy, I missed you so I asked Daddy to bring me and look for you. All these years, Xiao Mo became increasingly accustomed to calling her mommy and had even used this method to chase away many suitors of Yun Luofeng. In any case, no matter how outstanding they were, they couldn't be compared to Yun Xiao. Cough cough, Yu Zhizhe dryly coughed and awkwardly spoke, Miss Yun, you're married. Yun Luofeng lifted her brows and coldly looked at Yu Zhizhe. I don't care what motive you have, but if you intend to harm me or my people, I will never let you off. The moment Yu Zhizhe appeared, she knew that it was certainly not as simple as him pursuing her. Deep down in his heart, there was another hidden secret. Yu Zhizhe's expression became even more awkward and he no longer said anything and left in a haste. Yu Zhizhe. Zhuo Yun stamped her foot and just as she wanted to chase him, a grim voice suddenly sounded behind her. Who allowed you to leave? Zhuo Yun's body stiffened and upon turning back, she gritted her teeth. This is the West Province Academy, what are you thinking of doing? You humiliated her with your speech so there's no need for you to keep that tongue of yours. Ah. The moment Zhuo Yun screeched, a trace of energy had entered her mouth and as she felt her tongue hurting, blood flowed out from the corner of her lips. Scram. The man waved his sleeve, seemingly callous and domineering. The instant he waved his sleeves, a wave spread out, causing those people blocking the outside of Yun Luofeng's room to be sent flying. Yun Luofeng. Hu Li walked over from the crowd and just as he wanted to tap Yun Luofeng's shoulder, he felt the man's callous and stern-killing expression, shocking him to the extent that he hastily retracted his hand. I didn't expect that you were actually married. Luckily I found this out sooner rather than later. Otherwise, what if I fell in love with you after being in contact with you for a long time? Ha ha. Yun Luofeng knew that Hu Li was only joking, so she did not take offense. In contrast, Yun Xiao's cold eyes swept towards him as his grim black eyes were filled with warning. You will not have the opportunity to be in contact with her. Hu Li chucked. That might not be so. I have to follow her for 10 years and within these 10 years, I will more or less understand her well. 10 years. Yun Xiao frowned as his gaze fell on Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. He was the one who battled with me back then and lost. Therefore, he had to vow his loyalty and devotion to me for 10 years. Oh. Yun Xiao's eyes were brimming with killing intent and once again turned towards Hu Li. The person who injured you was him. Sensing the man's expression, Hu Li shivered internally as his crafty fox eyes flashed with astonishment. Yun Xiao grimly said, if it weren't because you have vowed your loyalty and devotion to Feng Er for 10 years, I wouldn't let you off lightly just based on the fact that you caused her to be injured. After throwing out these words, he retracted his aura. Hu Li felt relaxed from head to toe only after Yun Xiao withdrew his aura. Unknowingly, his back was covered with sweat. At this moment, in a corner not far away, a woman spotted the grim-looking man standing beside Yun Luofeng and a trace of shock flashed through her eyes. Chapter 1257, Little Lowly Abducted 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Is that the father and son senior sister Mengqi encountered that day? That very day when she had followed behind Yao Mengqi, she had also witnessed Yao Mengqi's argument with this father and son. Because of this, Yao Mengqi had concluded that this man must have been abandoned by his wife which resulted in his violent rage, to the extent of mistreating his child. Unfortunately, his strength was too terrifying, such that even Yao Mengqi did not dare to oppose him. This won't do, I have to inform senior sister Mengqi of this matter. The lady clenched her teeth and ran in another direction at a high speed. In a room that was exquisite and luxurious, the pink curtains drifted along with the breeze. Yao Mengqi was reclining on the bed and her gaze was foolishly fixed on the beam of the room. A line of tears flowed from the corner of her eyes and radiated a sparkling and translucent luster. Senior sister Mengqi. Suddenly, an anxious voice came through from outside but did not cause Yao Mengqi's emotions to have any change. Her eyes were still lifeless with her expression being dark and gloomy. Senior sister Mengqi, guess who I saw? The female hastily ran in and spoke while panting. Do you remember that day when we returned? We discovered crying sounds from a residence. You even went to check out the incident. Yao Mengqi's eyes finally had a reaction as her line of sight shifted towards the woman's face. Just now, I saw the father and son. The female wiped the sweat on her forehead. Yun Luofeng of our academy is the man's wife. Yun Luofeng. His wife. Her hands placed on the bedsheet tightly clenched as her heart seemed to be ripped apart. Hurting so much that she couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. Wasn't he abandoned by his wife? Then why was his wife in the academy? Was it all her misunderstanding all along? Senior sister. The female carefully looked at the pale-faced Yao Mengqi as she was still unable to understand what happened. Yao Mengqi drooped her eyes and spoke. It was the only words she had said after she was crippled. I want to meet my master. The female felt delighted. All right, I shall immediately inform Elder Yao Shu. She finally caused her senior sister to speak, and if Elder Yao Shu were to know, he would definitely reward her. Thinking of this, the female hastily turned to leave as she wanted to head towards the West Academy to inform Elder Yao Shu. As expected, after knowing that his own disciple wanted to meet him, Elder Yao Shu ran over with haste. His expression was filled with heartache as he walked to Yao Mengqi's side. Mengqi, you can rest assured that I will seek for a physician to cure you. Yao Mengqi tightly clenched her hands. Dad. Other than him, there was no one else here, so Yao Mengqi had called him her dad. Her tears flowed down like a river in an instant as her grievances poured out. Mengqi. Yao Shu's heart ached. Tell me who injured you. Was it Zhu Kong and those bastards? Yao Mengqi shook her head. The one who harmed me was Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng. Yao Shu stared blankly, and only then did he recall the disturbance happening in the academy recently. He hesitated and asked, You mean, Yun Luofeng of our academy? That's right. Yao Mengqi's tears flowed once again. Back then, I saw her mistreating her own son and I could no longer continue to stand by and watch, so I went to meddle in her business. Who knew I would be chased out after getting a scolding from her and just yesterday? I was worried, so I wanted to enter her residence to see if she was mistreating her child. Who knew I would meet her by accident the moment I entered? Mengqi, your strength wasn't weak, so why did you get crippled by her? Yao Shu furrowed his brows and asked. Chapter 1258, Little Lowly Abducted 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Yao Mengqi's pale face was filled with suffering. Father, her son has been taught by her to be an accomplice, and I got in a dangerous situation because I wanted to help him. However, he used his innocent appearance to confuse me, and so I fell into Yun Luofeng's hands. Not only did she cripple me, she even accused me of stealing. Honestly speaking, I haven't done anything. Her voice was somewhat hoarse while her face was immersed in tears. However, her child cannot be blamed. If he did not obey her commands, she would definitely mistreat him again. What? Yao Shu burned with rage and his hands slammed on the table while the veins on his face bulged. Father, I don't want her to die too quickly. I want her to have a taste of the same suffering I have undergone. A ruthless glint flashed through Yao Mengqi's downcast eyes as her voice was hoarse. I'll look find Yun Luofeng right now and get even with her. Yao Shu's eyes darkened. He did not even have time to placate his own daughter as he rushed out rapidly. Under the azure skies, the crowd had dispersed. Yun Luofeng had intended to bring Yun Xiao into her room when a sudden anxious voice called out. Miss Yun, and Zihao ran over while staggering. His footsteps were very anxious as his voice contained a sobbing tone. My miss has gone missing. A relay has gone missing. Xiao Mo's reaction was even more intense than Yun Luofeng. Quick, let's go and search for her. Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Xiao Mo before turning her gaze towards Zihao. Tell me, what happened? And Zihao's expression changed due to his anxiousness. Just now the miss wanted to go out and play, so I brought her out. Who knew she would disappear the moment I was distracted? If my guess isn't wrong, those people there must have found the miss and abducted her. Miss Yun, I beg of you to save my miss. If you save her, I'll slog my guts out for you. After speaking, Zihao knelt on the ground and fiercely kowtowed. Very soon, his head became purple as blood flowed down. Yun Luofeng was already his last straw and he could only tightly grasp this chance. In this place, there was no one else who could help him other than Yun Luofeng. Let's leave first and you can tell me the specifics while on the way. Then Zihao raised his head and looked at Yun Luofeng in disbelief. According to his understanding of Yun Luofeng, she had always stayed out of other people's matters. For her to be willing to help was simply out of his expectations. After Yun Luofeng and the rest left, only then did Yao Shu rush over to her cultivation room. However, he had been informed that Yun Luofeng and the rest had left the academy. He was fuming with anger and had immediately issued a command to chase and kill Yun Luofeng, even if she was thousands of miles away. Miss Yun, my miss was previously adopted by the family head and his wife. However, her parents passed away not long after, and the one currently in charge of the Ji family is her uncle and his wife. Her aunt is the bad woman we've frequently spoken about. That bad woman has seized all of the Ji family's assets. Even the dowry the madam brought to the Ji family had also fallen in her hands. On the road, Zihao explained the whole course of the incident to Yun Luofeng. His expression contained anxiousness as worry could be seen across his whole face. Seeing that the miss was adorable, that bad woman wanted to sell her to others as a concubine. However, my miss is only 6 years old, and isn't letting her become a concubine, forcing her down a dead end. Therefore I brought my miss to escape, and as a result, that woman dispatched a hitman to kill us in a rage. Chapter 1259, Little Lowly Abducted 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Since she has abandoned the thought of capturing Ji Fei to be a concubine and wanted to kill her, why is she trying to abduct her now and bring her back? Yun Luofeng glanced at Zihao and asked. And Zihao shook his head. I'm not sure. She was furious that the miss did not listen to her and thought that the miss would continue causing trouble for her even if she got married. So she decided to kill the miss. But I'm not sure why she changed her mind. Are you sure it was Ji family who abducted her and not just that Ji Fei lost her way? Yun Luofeng continued asking. And Zihao shook his head in certainty. It was people from the Ji family. It was definitely them. After I lost the miss, I asked around the surrounding people and they saw miss gagged and carried away. Furthermore, I picked up a token of the Ji family on the road and sir, I can be certain that it was definitely them. In this continent, everyone would be deterred by dangers and no one would meddle in someone else's affairs. Even if they saw a little girl abducted in public, no one would stand out and speak up. Otherwise, if they were to anger those people, they themselves would suffer a calamity. And Zihao's expression became increasingly anxious. He could imagine exactly how frightened Miss must have been the instant she was abducted. It's all because of my incapability. And Zihao fiercely knocked his head. I didn't guard Miss well enough or otherwise, she wouldn't have been abducted. There's no use blaming yourself right now, this matter is of pressing urgency and we should hurry and save Ji Fei. And Zihao pursed his lips. Miss Yun, I was only trying my luck when I went looking for you and I thought you would reject me as before, but why have you chosen to help us this time? Yun Luofeng's footsteps paused and she stopped. With her back facing Zihao, she gazed at the skies before her. Yesterday while I was battling with Hu Li, although I had been buried in the ruins, I heard everything that happened in the battle stadium. And Zihao stared blankly as his gaze of astonishment looked at Yun Luofeng. Initially, he thought that Yun Luofeng had perished in the arena and was caught up in grief. In addition, he heard Wang Mijing's complacent laughter at that moment. With old and new grudges layered, it caused him to momentarily lose his usual rationality and fought with Wang Mijing as if his life depended on it. Was it this incident that caused her to be willing to help them? And Zihao's actions were not of a huge significance, but don't forget, he wasn't Wang Mijing's match. If Yun Luofeng wasn't still alive, then Zihao would definitely have been beaten to death in the hands of Wang Mijing and his lackeys. For a moment, and Zihao had mixed feelings in his heart. He also understood how foolish his actions of pestering Yun Luofeng were. This woman would never pity them because of their pestering and begging. It was simple to obtain her assistance and as long as they treated her sincerely, she would return their sincerity by 100-fold. Thank you. And Zihao sincerely expressed his thanks. You don't have to thank me at this moment, there's still time after I've saved Ji Fei. After speaking, Yun Luofeng's figure flashed and very soon, appeared 100 meters away. And Zihao suppressed his internal emotions and hastily chased her. Ji family. Within a high-raised pavilion in a courtyard, Shanmin was seated upright in the pavilion while elegantly enjoying her tea. At this moment, a bodyguard walked in from the courtyard carrying a sack on his shoulders. In that sack, there were sounds of continuous whimpering. Chapter 1260, Little Loli Abducted 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Bang. The bodyguard threw the sack on the ground and cupped his fists. Madam, I've brought her back. Very good. Shanmin slowly stood up in the pavilion and walked to the sack. She then raised her legs and fiercely trampled the person who was continuously struggling inside the sack as an eerie smile curled on her lips. Run, why aren't you running? Men, untie this sack. I want to see this little slut. As soon as her words fell, guards approached and untied the sack. A little head emerged from the sack and her huge bright eyes revealed stubbornness while she stared intently at these people before her. Little slut, how dare you glare at me? Shanmin sneered and lifted the little loli from the ground as a ridiculing smile appeared. I've said it before, even if you want to escape, or no matter how far you run to, I can still kill you. Originally I had given up on a little slut like you but I didn't expect that someone would be willing to purchase you for a high price. You've been freeloading for so many years in my Ji family so it's time for you to earn something for me. She originally wanted to sell Ji Fei to an old man but who could have known that she would resist at the risk of her life and had escaped with Zihao's help. For her, how could she let the family head know of her conduct and deeds? Thus, she informed the family head that Ji Fei and the bodyguard had eloped. Ji Fei was only 6 years old so how could the family head believe her words? Therefore, he had dispatched men to search for Ji Fei. Shanmin could not allow those people to locate her, so as a result, she had sent a hitman. If it wasn't because someone came to the Ji family and offered to buy Ji Fei, she wouldn't have given up on her plans to kill her. MHMMMMHMM. There was a piece of cloth gagging Ji Fei so she could only release whimpering sounds. Her eyes were filled with an unwillingness to be outdone as she fiercely glared at Shanmin. You still dare to glare at me? The madam's expression turned chilly. Lifting Ji Fei by her lapels, she said, Ji Fei, I'm warning you. If the family head asks, you had better say that you eloped with Zihao. If you dare to say anything else, then Zihao's life will disappear because of your mistake. The little loli's body stiffened and she tightly clenched her fists. Her expression was filled with flames of fury. Shanmin had grasped her weakness and brother Zihao was her sole family right now in this world. She would never allow anyone to harm him. Men, loosen her bindings in case the family head notices any clues. Shanmin sneered and expressionlessly ordered. 2 bodyguards went up and cut off the ropes on the little loli and took out the gag in her mouth. The little loli was finally able to breathe and her first sentence was to abuse them roundly. Who freeloaded in your Ji family? My parents are the previous master and madam of the Ji family and they had left tons of money for me. You siphoned away all of that yet you dare to say that I freeloaded. The ones who truly freeloaded was you. The little loli tightly bit her lips. The Ji family was single-handedly established by her parents and in contrast, her uncle and aunt had relied on her parents for their livelihood. If it weren't for her parents, they would definitely be living hand to mouth. However, in the end, they had seized her parents' assets and even dared to insult her as a freeloader. Your parents, Shanmin sneered, although you have the Ji surname, is there any Ji family blood in you? You're merely a daughter your parents picked up since they were unable to conceive and according to reason, the Ji family should be managed by his biological brother. Could it be that the Ji family was to be given to an outsider like you rather than given to his biological brother? Chapter 1261, Little Lowly Abducted, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I'm your father's sister-in-law, and so what if I freeloaded in the Ji family? After all, your father and my husband are biological brothers, so who do you think you are? Just a wild girl that nobody knows where you were picked up from, and you are clearly freeloading in the Ji family. Shanmin snorted, and her mocking gaze was directed at the little lowly. The little lowly's face became flushed red from anger. On the genealogy, I'm the daughter of my parents. Hearing the little lowly's words, Shanmin faintly frowned. This little girl dared to speak to her in this way. In the past within the Ji family, other than the matter of making her become a concubine that had caused her resistance, Ji-Fei had always complied with her orders and did not dare to rebel, not to even mention about fighting for her own benefit. She had merely left for a few months and her temper became so stubborn. Ji-Fei, I call the shots now in the Ji family, and everything here is managed by me. If I say that you freeloaded, then you freeloaded. Furthermore, in my Ji family, I do not intend to raise a person like you. The little lowly snorted. Currently, both Brother Zihao and I are self-reliant while living outside, so why have you abducted me back here? You lived in the Ji family for 6 years, so shouldn't you do something for the family? Shanmin narrowed her eyes. That lord offered an extremely powerful spiritual beast and a few million taels to purchase you. For the Ji family, you have to follow him. The little lowly shivered. 6 years. My parents only died a year ago, and you actually said you supported me for 6 years. She had seen people before who were shameless, but she had never seen a person who was shameless to such a degree. Shanmin sneered. That was because your parents were too stupid to support a daughter for someone else and not ask for a payment. I don't wish for the Ji family to suffer losses. In those 6 years, everything you used and ate was paid for by the Ji family. Even when you acknowledged a master and became a disciple, you had also relied on our connections. My Ji family has supported you for so many years, and now you have to do something for us. She repeatedly mentioned the Ji family, clearly regarding herself as a Ji while the daughter of the previous Ji family head was an outsider. The little lowly's complexion was somewhat pale as her footsteps retreated. The moment she wanted to turn and run, an anxious footstep could be heard behind. Fei, you've returned, you've really returned. Hurry and let uncle see if you've slimmed down during this period of time. The middle-aged man walked up in quick steps and hugged the little lowly while his face revealed joy. Your father handed you to me before he passed away. If you were to meet any mishaps outside, how could I give an account to your father after death? Shanmin retracted her previous sinister look and walked to the middle-aged man's side while smiling. Family head, you can rest assured now that Fei has returned. In addition, she just admitted that she was tempted by Zihao, so she eloped with him. She's aware of her wrongdoings and you shouldn't blame her. Shanmin turned towards Ji-Fei and a cold glint flashed through her eyes. She then spoke with a crafty smile. Fei, am I right? Seeing the warning within Shanmin's eyes, Ji-Fei turned taciturn. She didn't know if Zihao had truly fallen into her hands. If he truly was in her hands, then Zihao would definitely be in danger if she did not listen to her orders. As expected, it was Zihao, that ungrateful person. The middle-aged man flared up. At that time, if my little brother had not saved him, he wouldn't have survived to this day. Now, he even took away my brother's daughter to elope. Fei is only 6 years old. How could Zihao commit such actions that are worse than a beast? Chapter 1262, Little Lowly Abducted, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ungrateful person. Ji-Fei sneered internally. Speaking of ungrateful, I think the description would be more fitting for you. Although this middle-aged man seemed concerned about her, that was only because he had yet to completely control the Ji family. If news of him mistreating his brother's daughter were to spread out during this period, his reputation would suffer a sudden decline. Therefore, he would never let such a scene happen. Mincer, Fei should be tired. Bring her back to rest and dress her up. I will never let my little brother's daughter suffer any hardships. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Shanmin as he unenthusiastically commanded. Family head, you can hand Fei to me. I will treat her well. Shanmin revealed a faint smile as the sinister look in her eyes deepened. Thinking of the generous offer from those people, she could not even close her mouth from joy. Longchang City. On the flourishing streets, Zihao stopped in his tracks. Looking at the man and woman standing beside him, he said, Young Master Yun Xiao, Miss Yun, this is the Ji family's territory. The Ji family has vast influence in this Longchang City, and the family head has already reached a Sage King level cultivation. After speaking, Zihao was very furious. Before his death, the previous family head, who was Mrs. Father, gave the current family head something to consume that allowed his strength to break through to Sage King level. Furthermore, he told him to take his place in taking care of Miss. Unexpectedly, the Ji family mistreated her. After her parents passed away in an accident, the aunt and uncle seized the Ji family's assets and had even chased the sole daughter out of the family. It was such a familiar scene. Yun Luofeng's heart suddenly clenched and a cold glint flashed through her downcast eyes. Previously in Wexia, she had also experienced the same situation, and even until now she had yet to forget their faces. Let's go, we will head to the Ji family right now. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her devilish eyes while killing intent spread out from her body. Who are you? Outside the Ji family's gates, two bodyguards saw several people coming to look for trouble, and their expressions instantly turned cold. However, after they caught sight of Zihao who followed behind them, their chilly expression turned into shock. Zihao, how dare you return? One of the guards looked furious and hinted to his companion with his eyes as he said, rush back to inform the family head and the madam. Tell them, Zihao has returned. Okay. That bodyguard turned and rushed into the courtyard. Soon after, a man and a woman leading a group of men walked out in haste. The man had a majestic look while his gaze was like a torch, and the beauty beside him had a smile on her face. After seeing An Zihao standing by the doorway, killing intent emerged in her beautiful eyes. An Zihao. The middle-aged man gnashed his teeth. An ungrateful bastard like you dares to return to my Ji estate. Ungrateful bastard. An Zihao sneered, are you speaking about yourself? Impudent. The middle-aged man bellowed in rage, a lowly bodyguard like you actually dares to speak such words to your lord. Who gave you such courage? An Zihao raised his handsome face and fearlessness could be seen across his face. The position of the family head you have now was merely inherited from my lord. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't know where would you be starving without a roof over your head at this moment. Keke. The middle-aged man laughed from rage. Speaking of my little brother, I'd like to get even with you. My brother has always treated you well and had even regarded you as his biological child. However, what did you do? You seduced his daughter and eloped with her. Fifei is only 6 years old, so how could you bear to act in such a beastly manner to her? Chapter 1263, Little Lowly Abducted 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Seduce the miss. Elope. And Zihao was somewhat dumbstruck. Suddenly, he lifted his head and his furious gaze shot directly at Shanmin. Was it you who spread such rumors? Shanmin's eyes were evasive yet contained dismay. Family head, he actually dared to slander me. In addition, Fifei has also admitted to this but he doesn't dare to admit it. The miss admitted. And Zihao's emotions fluctuated even more. Where is miss? You must have her held in captivity. Hurry up and let her out. Presumptuous, the middle-aged man once again sternly shouted. Fifei is my brother's daughter and has an incomparable status in the estate. Who would hold her in captivity? And Zihao, first you seduced Fifei and now you still dare to make false charges against others. You deserve to be put to death. And Zihao tightly gripped his fist as the veins on his forehead bulged. Shanmin, you wanted to marry off Mr. an old man as a concubine, so I took her away to escape. However, you were unwilling to let us go and chased us for several months with the intention of killing us. Now, you've even abducted the miss. Hurry and hand her over or otherwise, I will never let you off. The grievance on Shanmin's expression increased and she tightly bit on her lips. Family head, clearly he seduced Fifei but he's trying to frame me. To actually say I wanted to marry Fifei to an old man as a concubine. Fifei is my niece, so how could I possibly allow her to become a concubine when I love her so dearly? The middle-aged man appeased Shanmin's emotions and his sharp and stern line of sight swept towards An Zihao. An Zihao, you are seeking death. Boom. The aura on his body gushed forth and attacked An Zihao, similar to howling wind and torrential rain. An Zihao's expression suddenly changed and became incomparably pale. However, he firmly held on despite the extreme pain and did not collapse. For his miss, he would never give up. For having seduced Fifei, I shall kill you right here. In a normal situation, a miss eloping with her bodyguard would be a scandal in a family and no influence would reveal this in public. However, the middle-aged man seemed to have no restraint as he repeatedly claimed that An Zihao seduced Fifei. When this matter circulated, Fifei's reputation would definitely hit rock bottom. It was because he wasn't Fifei's father and so he did not truly care for Fifei. Thus, he had been so unrestrained. Suddenly, a force more powerful than him attacked from the front, causing him to retreat a few steps with fresh blood spurting out. His stunned gaze fell on the grim-looking man in black robes. Sire, the middle-aged man took a deep breath. He could sense Yun Xiao's powerful strength and so he did not dare to be rash. This matter is our Ji family's affair and I have to punish this bodyguard who dared to seduce my niece. I request sire not to meddle in our affairs. Yun Xiao seemed to have not heard his words as his slender fingers helped tidy up Yun Luofeng's beautiful hair. A faint smile curled on his lips. The wind was too strong and your hair got messy. I'll tidy it up for you. Yun Luofeng lifted her brows, allowing that man to tidy up her hair. A wicked glint flashed through the corner of her eyes and she chuckled soundlessly. Seeing that he was ignored by Yun Xiao, the middle-aged man's expression became increasingly unsightly. He tightly clenched his fist. Sire. Yun Xiao furrowed his eyebrows and coldly spoke. He's too long-winded. And? Can I kill him? His words were very simple. For him, killing was the same as eating and drinking, without any challenge. It's up to you. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched as her devilish eyes swept towards the middle-aged man. She then noticed his face had become ashen, clearly extremely angry. Chapter 1264, Little Lowly Abducted 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. And Zihao, Yun Xiao and I will settle the matters here. Go and get Fifei. Yun Luofeng slowly looked at the middle-aged man and walked over. The wicked glint in her narrowed eyes became more prominent as she expressionlessly spoke. Okay, and Zihao nodded and replied. Taking one last glance at Yun Luofeng, he walked past the middle-aged man into the Ji estate. The man beside Yun Luofeng was too powerful and his subordinates were definitely not his match. Men, arrest these people. The middle-aged man waved his hands and coldly commanded. In an instant, all the bodyguards unsheathed their weapons, attacking Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao from all directions. Settle them in one round, Yun Luofeng yawned and lazily said. Okay, Yun Xiao looked at her and revealed an indulgent smile. The instant he raised his head, his expression became grim and killing intention surged forth from his body. When she said to settle them in one round, it did not mean these bodyguard, but everyone present. A gale abruptly arose as his black robes lightly flew. The man's grim expression was similar to a killing god, without the care and concern he had towards Yun Luofeng. The middle-aged man turned pale from shock. He wanted to retreat but it seemed as if a hand extended out from the ground and tightly grabbed his ankles. Family head, save me. Within this gale, Shanmin felt that she was about to be drawn into the skies. She tightly held onto the middle-aged man, seemingly grabbing at her last straw. Yun Xiao, refrain from killing them. After Yun Luofeng spoke, she sat to one side and used a ridiculing expression to look at these two who were struggling incessantly in the gale. Bang! A force penetrated into their body and the middle-aged man felt that his internal organs had been crushed. He was in so much pain that his complexion turned ashen, yet he was unable to move even a step as he struggled on the ground. Right now, he was similar to a live target that was unable to move and could only receive those berserk attacks. Within the luxurious bedroom, the little lowly propped her cheek on her hand and she looked at the courtyard outside her room without blinking. Her huge bright eyes were filled with worry. I wonder if it's true that Brother Zihao is in their hands. She lightly sighed. Returning to the Ji family, these people had guarded her strictly, not even letting her take a step outside her room so she did not have an opportunity to escape. And Zihao, you actually returned. Suddenly, she heard a stern voice coming from outside and joy flashed through her huge bright eyes. Brother Zihao. She hastily jumped down from her chair and ran towards the door. However, the door had been locked by a metal chain, so she knocked hard on the door and anxiously asked, Brother Zihao, is that you? Did you not fall into their hands? Have you returned to save me? However, no one replied to her outside the door. The little lowly's heart gradually sank as her eyes were filled with disappointment. Could it be her own delusion she heard earlier and Brother Zihao hadn't actually come? She turned in disappointment, but in that instant, the crisp sound of the metal chain getting chopped could be heard, causing her petite body to stiffen. Miss, I've come to take you away. Miss, I've come to take you away. The little lowly was somewhat unable to believe in her own ears. She tightly bit her lips and her body rigidly turned around. Outside the door, Zihao with his clothes stained with blood appeared before her. Chapter 1265, Little Lowly Abducted 10. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Holding a sword in his hands with blood flowing along the blade, two bodyguards had collapsed in a pool of blood behind Zihao. Brother Zihao. The little lowly's expression changed from disbelief to surprise and her lips twitched while her tears nearly flowed down. After releasing a crying sound, she fiercely rammed into his embrace. Brother Zihao, they wanted to sell me to someone. I was so afraid, woo-woo. Ever since she arrived in the Ji family, she had always suppressed her emotions and only in the instant that she saw Zihao did she allow her tears burst out. No matter how mature the little lowly was, she was only a 6-year-old child. How could it be possible that she wasn't afraid? Then Zihao tightly hugged the little lowly and closed his eyes to conceal his heartache. I've said before, no matter where you are, I will definitely find you. He slowly released the little lowly in his embrace and knelt down. His gaze steadily locked into her eyes that were filled with tears. Miss, I'll be your bodyguard forever. And the bodyguard's duty was to safeguard the miss. Therefore, he would never abandon her for his entire life. The little lowly wiped her tears and a smile curled on her adorable face. Brother Zihao, how did you get in? How could it be possible that those two let you in? Miss, it's not only me who came, Miss Yoon is also here. Yoon Luofeng. The little lowly stared blankly and her eyes curved into crescent moons, while her smile was as brilliant as the sun. I knew that she would definitely come to save me. How? And Zihao was stumped for words. How did you know? Because she taught me to kill. The little lowly's smile was very adorable. The moment she taught me to kill, it meant she had accepted us. And Zihao smiled bitterly. In the end, he was the only one shocked by Yoon Luofeng's help, but the miss had already seen through everything. Let's go, Miss Yoon is still waiting for us outside. And Zihao held the little lowly's hand and walked out of the room. From this moment on, he would never let his miss suffer any injuries. On the streets outside of the Ji family's gates, numerous people had gathered and they were all shocked by Yoon Seo's strength. At the same time, they felt puzzled by him coming to find trouble for the Ji family. Yoon Luofeng spotted Zihao and his master walking out from the courtyard and her expression finally relaxed. It seemed like the Ji family hadn't mistreated Ji Fei. Now she could be at ease. Fi Fei. Seeing the little lowly brought out by Zihao, the middle-aged man's expression changed. In this current situation, you still intend to elope with Zihao. By doing so, aren't you letting your parents down? The little lowly raised her head and looking at the middle-aged man, she spoke with a childish voice. I did not elope with Brother Zihao. It's aunt who accused us. Initially, she wanted to sell me to an old man to become a concubine. I rejected that, so she thought of putting me under house arrest. It was Brother Zihao who got me out. The crowd was in a state of commotion. During this period of time, everyone in the Longchang city thought that the little girl of Ji family had eloped with a bodyguard, but seeing the situation right now, there seemed to be a hidden story. What nonsense are you sprouting? Shanmin got furious as she fiercely glared at the little lowly. The little lowly raised her head and looked straight at her fierce gaze without fear. After you knew I escaped, you sent a hitman to silence me. However, someone came to you and offered a spiritual beast and a few million taels to purchase me. You agreed and abandoned the thought of killing me, and abducted me back to the Ji family. Chapter 1266, Conspiracy Exposed 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Shanmin violently shuddered and could see those gazes of ridicule coming from the crowd. Rotten girl, you're clearly sprouting rubbish. You better watch what you say or I'll tear your mouth. The little lowly snorted. Just now, you used Brother Zihao's life to threaten me and force me to go along with your story. If I didn't agree, you would end his life. It was Brother Zihao who protected me at the expense of his own life during this period of time so that I could survive. For Brother Zihao, I was helpless so I could only be manipulated by you. The crowd had already started pointing fingers at Shanmin. Those ridiculing expressions were like a thorn that ruthlessly pierced into her heart. The little lowly tightly gripped Zihao's hand as she continued speaking. You said that I freeloaded in the Ji family and since you've supported me for 6 years, I ought to sacrifice myself for the Ji family. Ji Fei. Shanmin wanted to stop the little lowly. However, the little lowly did not even spare her a glance and continued revealing her crimes. The Ji family was established by my parents and I'm their adopted daughter, their only child. Yet, you considered me as an outsider and regarded both of yourselves as my parents' closest family members. Not only that, you also said that everything of the G family ought to be yours and I'm only someone who freeloaded in the G family. The crowd on the streets could no longer continue just watching. Their criticizing voices came in great numbers, similar to a tide that was drowning Shanmin. To think the madam of the G family could say such words. TSK, we knew her for a long time without understanding her true nature. I had even assumed that she treated Ji Fei well. Although Ji Fei is only an adopted daughter, she had been adopted by the previous family head and in the family genealogy, she is the rightful successor of the Ji family. If it weren't because of her young age, the previous head wouldn't have passed family rights to his brother on his deathbed. Unfortunately, the previous family head wasn't clear-sighted. Ji Fei suffered grievances in the Ji family and was nearly sold to someone, plus she had been labeled as a freeloader. What was even more shameless was that they claimed the Ji family had supported Ji Fei for 6 years. TSK, it's not as if they were the ones who supported her during those 6 years. Instead, it was the previous family head who personally raised his daughter. All these years, this pair of shameless husband and wife had freeloaded in the Ji family and enjoyed the favors that the Ji family had brought them. However, the daughter's parents only passed away for a year and they were about to sell her off to someone. I've seen people who were shameless, but not to such an extent. Today, I've truly had my eyes opened. Saying all the words she wanted to say, Ji Fei felt relaxed. All these days of being unresigned and indignant, she had finally managed to reveal the truth to everyone. Shanmin went soft and collapsed on the ground. Her face was pale with a layer of cold sweat. Shanmin, the middle-aged man turned towards Shanmin in rage, is what she says the truth? Shanmin's expression became increasingly pale and all of a sudden, she laughed with a sinister laugh. Is what I said incorrect? She is clearly freeloading in the Ji family and since there is no Ji family blood flowing inside her, she is not considered part of our family. Shanmin's hair was in a mess, seemingly looking like a madwoman, and her eyes had a worried radiance. The Ji family is ours, and it can definitely not be given to Ji Fei that slut. Shut up. At this point in time, Yun Xiao had already retracted his restraint, so the middle-aged man had run to Shanmin and fiercely slapped her face. Who allowed you to say this? Fi Fei is my brother's sole daughter and you dare to say she's a freeloader. Chapter 1267, Conspiracy Exposed 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Shanmin lowered her head and her hair was in a mess. A ridiculing smile also gradually curled on her lips. You are the sole successor of this Ji family and as the brother, the Ji family belongs to you after your little brother died. What is Fi Fei considered as? She's only an adopted daughter and not truly someone from the Ji family. You, the middle-aged man trembled. Of course, his internal thoughts were the same as Shanmin, believing that the family head position in the Ji family should be his. However, he was not so foolish as to reveal this before everyone, thus, he furiously berated, apologized to Fi Fei immediately. Shanmin snorted and turned away while disdain surfaced on her face. Fi Fei. Seeing that he was unable to persuade Shanmin, he quickly walked to Fi Fei and his palms lightly pressed on her shoulders. It's your uncle's fault that caused you to suffer grievances. You can rest assured that your uncle will definitely divorce this woman. Uncle has always loved you dearly and how could I possibly let you suffer such grievance? The little lowly raised the corner of her lips and her huge bright eyes blinked. If I want to take back everything belonging to my parents, will you give it to me? Awkwardness surfaced on the middle-aged man's face. He then spoke sincerely, Fi Fei, you're too young and the position of the family head isn't as simple as you think. Throughout the year, there was no lack of demanding work I had to take care of and how could I bear for you to toil? Therefore, you can still be the eldest young miss of the Ji family and I can give you a position with no one above you but millions under you. The little lowly naively inclined her head. But, I'm not afraid of being tired. Can uncle return the authority to me? This was left behind by my father and in addition, there's brother Zihao assisting me by my side. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he glanced at Zihao standing on one side and said, Fi Fei, how can outsiders be more reliable than your family? Although Zihao has followed you for so many years, he's ultimately an outsider. If you let him assist you, isn't it equivalent to gifting him the power? The little lowly laughed. Uncle, when I was outside this period of time, it was the outsider who used his life to protect me. Even if he had to become a coolie for others, he never let me miss a single meal. Comparatively speaking, my so-called family has always schemed against me and clung to my father's assets and prevented me from inheriting. The middle-aged man's expression gradually turned cold. Fi Fei, stop causing a ruckus. Let's return first, all right. After we return, uncle will accompany you to have a chat. No. The little lowly pushed his hands away and raised her head. She then articulated every single word clearly, with a pause in between. I only want the Ji family. What Yun Luofeng said was correct, kind humans would be bullied and kind horses would be ridden. She wished that she would no longer get bullied by others in the future and that required her to become stronger. Fi Fei, the middle-aged man's expression was somewhat unsightly. The Ji family was handed to me by your father and I have to take responsibility. If I were to hand Ji family to you and if by any chance you were cheated, how am I supposed to account to your father? The little lowly's gaze was one of resolution. No matter what you say, I must have the Ji family. Looking at both of them striving against each other, Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed. Yun Xiao, kill everyone who dares to stop Ji Fei from inheriting the Ji family. After she spoke, the middle-aged man's body suddenly trembled. He clenched his teeth and looked towards Yun Luofeng. Aren't you meddling too much? Why are you meddling in someone else's domestic affairs? Chapter 1268, Conspiracy Exposed 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng did not intend to converse with them, as she quirked her brows and called out. Yun Xiao walked up and his grim and harsh aura once again aroused, rushing towards the middle-aged man in an overwhelming manner. Ji Fei, how do you intend to punish them? Yun Luofeng turned towards Ji Fei and asked. Ji Fei bit on her lips. Since aunt treated me so, I will not let her live. As for uncle, although he is greedy, he has never harmed me. I want to chase him out of the family. Ji Fei, you're being lenient. Yun Luofeng looked at Ji Fei. He's greedy for authority, and after you snatched the Ji family away from him, how could he be willing to let you be? Ji Fei lowered her head. She knew that what Yun Luofeng said was correct. If her uncle was unresigned due to his authority getting snatched away, he would definitely return to cause trouble for her. Yun Xiao, cripple him. Yun Luofeng slowly said, I don't wish for any disturbance to arise. Okay. Before the middle-aged man had the time to beg for mercy, he felt a trace of energy in his dantian. Fuchi. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated, ultimately collapsing while his face was deathly pale. Your strength was given to you by Ji Fei's father, and I'll take it back in his place. Yun Luofeng swept him a glance and slowly walked towards Ji Fei. If you do not wish to kill, I will have to cripple his strength for your safety. The little lowly nodded. I understand. She did not intend to kill her uncle on the account of her father's face, but she forgot that her narrow-minded uncle would definitely find her for revenge. Ji Fei, Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and continued. In this world, don't trust anyone else other than Zihao. Even if the other party is your family. The little lowly pursed her lips, and her eyes that contained a layer of mist gazed at the young lady before her. Will you stay? No, I have to return to the academy. Yun Luofeng shook her head. Wait. The moment Yun Luofeng ended her speech, Xiao Mo's petite body walked over from the rear. His beaming gaze focused attentively on the little lowly. We've just saved you, shouldn't you repay us? Ji Fei blinked her eyes. My strength is weak and what I can do is limited. However, as long as I can accomplish the matter, I will definitely help you. Xiao Mo mysteriously smiled. What I want you to do, you can definitely accomplish. In addition, only you can do so in this world. The Ji family hall. The little lowly ordered everyone to leave before she used a puzzled gaze to look at the child standing before her. Cry. Xiao Mo took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeves and handed it over to the little lowly. Quote. The little lowly was confused as she did not understand what he wanted. Xiao Mo frowned and spoke impatiently. I want your tears. You won't suffer a loss by giving me a few tears. Although the little lowly did not know what Xiao Mo wanted her tears for, she followed his instructions. Blinking her eyes, a teardrop flowed from her eyes and dripped into the porcelain bottle. Seemingly recalling the hardships she suffered this year, the little lowly cried even harder. Her tears flowed down like torrential rain, and after a long time, the whole bottle was filled with her tears. That's enough. Xiao Mo put away the bottle and a smile surfaced on his jade-like face. Master, the guiding drug is obtained. Following this, we are short of a few other medicinal ingredients and they aren't very precious, so the medicinal stores would definitely have them. Since that's the case, then let's go. Chapter 1269, Conspiracy Exposed, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. After that, Yun Luofeng turned and walked out of the hall. Miss, please stay here and I'll go out to send them off. And Zihao recovered his senses and hastily followed him out. Perhaps sensing him chasing her, Yun Luofeng stopped with her back turned Zihao as she spoke. I know you're definitely curious about Ji Fei's real identity, but I will not reveal this to you. Knowing the truth wouldn't be good for you. It's sufficient if you use your whole life to protect her. And Zihao was not foolish. For Ji Fei's tears to be used as a guiding drug, how could she be a normal child? I understand, and Zihao did not continue questioning and seriously nodded. I, and Zihao, will use my whole life to protect Mrs. Safety. Even if I were to perish from protecting her, I will use my soul to continue safeguarding her. Whether we become rich or poor, and whether we live or die, it cannot hinder my determination. Yun Luofeng smiled and no longer said anything else. Her eyes looked towards the skies. Yun Xiao, Xiao Mo, let's go. Yun Xiao followed behind Yun Luofeng without speaking, and his grim black eyes stared at her back. On his handsome face, his cold and detached look gradually dissipated. Currently, Yun Luofeng, who was currently rushing back, clearly did not know that what awaited her after arriving in the academy was a violent commotion. Within the West faction, Yao Shu, who was currently hearing his subordinate's report, had his attention diverted by a sudden furious shout. He furrowed his brows and a sharp glint flitted by in his eyes. Shortly after, he saw Ling Hai, who was overflowing with rage, rushing in, and those guards were unable to block him regardless of how hard they tried. Yao Shu, get out. Ling Hai rushed to Yao Shu's front and launched an attack without saying anything further. The instant Yao Shu evaded, an explosion sounded and a hole was bored through the wall behind him by Ling Hai's punch. Ling Hai's fingers crackled from clenching. Yao Shu, was it you who expelled Yun Luofeng from the academy and sent out men to kill her? Yao Shu sneered as his face revealed mocking. Yun Luofeng is extremely ruthless. Firstly, she mistreated her own son, and then she crippled my disciple's limbs just because she went to stop her actions. I will definitely get even with her regarding this grudge. Ling Hai burst into loud laughter. Yun Luofeng has a son. What joke are you cracking, and where did her son come from? Are you harboring hard feelings because the East faction changed the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall, so you casually fabricated a reason to deal with Yun Luofeng? Ling Hai, if you don't believe it, you can ask around. Who doesn't know Yun Luofeng has a son in the entire academy? However, what made me puzzled was, why are you so angry because of Yun Luofeng? That day, only a minority knew about the incident in the Punishment Hall, and Xiao Shu did not know the relationship between Yun Luofeng and the East faction. HMPH. Ling Hai snorted. Yun Luofeng is my disciple, and now, do you think I should meddle in her affairs? Let me tell you, it's impossible to expel Yun Luofeng out of the academy. The East faction will never agree to it. Yun Luofeng is your disciple. Yao Shu narrowed her eyes and a dangerous glint streaked across. That is to say, Yun Luofeng's actions of that day were permitted by the East faction. Utter rubbish, Ling Hai directly abused roundly. Who would care to attack your disciple? Clearly, you are framing us, and for this matter, we shall wait for the dean to return. I will definitely make sure justice is served for Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1270, Conspiracy Exposed, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Dean. The dean has left for so many years, and do you think he'll return? Yao Shu slowly looked up, and the killing intent in his eyes became increasingly dense. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng attacking Mengqi was personally told to me by my disciple, and she has never lied. Ling Hai fiercely flung his sleeves. Even if it was really done by my disciple, then it must definitely be because your disciple has done something outrageous, so don't even think about shifting the blame. With me here, no one can chase my disciple away. After speaking, Ling Hai once again fiercely glared at Yao Shu as he turned and left in fury. Gazing at his back as he left, Yao Shu's eyes became more and more gloomy. East Faction. It seems like the East Faction is not unrelated to Mengqi's injuries. Do you think you can protect Yun Luofeng? What a joke. Whoever I wish to kill can never live past tomorrow. The Desai family in the land of no return. In the luxurious and decoratively carved bed, a red bed curtain was lightly flowing along with the breeze, and an alluring scene could be faintly seen from the bed. Ji Jitian was half reclined on the bed while his red robes were half opened and revealed a jade-like chest. His appearance was extremely gorgeous, with a red mark between his brows. His brows were lightly furrowed, looking unruly and domineering. Two exceedingly beautiful servant maids were kneeling on the bed and pounding his legs, and an unusual atmosphere surrounded the entire room. My lord. At this moment, a servant maid's voice could be heard. Someone has come from the Seven-Province continent. Seven-Province continent. The man lifted his brows. Who? Elder Fifen from the Western Province Academy. The servant maid originally assumed that she would be punished because she had disrupted the man. However, who knew that his extremely bewitching soft laughter would echo from the room? Seven-Province continent. It's been some time since Yun Luofeng went there. Let him in. Yes, my lord. After speaking, the sound of the servant maid's footsteps gradually retreated, and shortly after that, the door was pushed open by an aged hand. Fifen hastily walked in from outside. Seeing the enchanting man on the bed, his expression was instantly showing his anguish. Dean, when will you return to the academy? The academy cannot be lacking a leader, and it's better that you return with me. The man's laughter was like a sharp sword and shot towards Lin Fifen. His fingers plucked a grape from the side, lightly pinching and bursting it. A cold glint streaked past his narrowed eyes. If the West Province Academy requires this lord to return and make decisions, what do I still need elders for? Lin Fifen's voice paused. Currently, the West Province Academy has been split into two factions, which is the West and East faction respectively. The elders in both factions are constantly arguing. Not only this, our internal problems have yet to be solved, and another external trouble arose. It used to be that even the governor would show consideration for our West Province Academy, but once you disappeared, the governor has disregarded our academy. The man once again indifferently plucked another grape. This time, he did not burst it as before, but instead, elegantly placed it into his mouth. For the past many years, this lord only substituted for my good friend to take charge of your West Province Academy. This doesn't mean that the academy can restrict me. Dean. Lin Fifen seemed as if he wanted to say something more, but the man's expression was gradually becoming impatient. This lord has helped him for so many years, and it's sufficient. You can return, and there's no need to find me in the Ji family anymore. Lin Fifen helplessly sighed. He took a last glance at the enchanting man and bitterly smiled as he walked out. West Province. Ji Jitian's fingers lightly touched his lips, and his smile was extremely enchanting. I should indeed make a trip to the West Province, but not necessarily to return to the academy. Chapter 1271, Conspiracy Exposed, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. The servant gathered her courage and asked, My lord intends to look for Miss Yun. That's right. Ji Jitian gave an unruly laugh. It's been a long time since this lord has seen that girl, and I miss her. After a period of time, I shall look for her. Thinking of Yun Luofeng, the smile in Ji Jitian's eyes deepened and the corner of his lips involuntarily curved up. However, Ji Jitian frowned. The spatial transfer in the Ji family leads to the West Province Academy, and I don't wish to see those old men. However, this is the fastest way to reach the Seven Province continent. West Province Academy. Outside the gates, Yun Xiao's arms held onto Yun Luofeng's waist, and just as they wanted to enter, they were blocked by two guards. Yun Luofeng, you are no longer a disciple of the West Province Academy, and you don't have the right to enter. A guard blocked Yun Luofeng and spoke expressionlessly, while another guard immediately ran into the academy after seeing Yun Luofeng's arrival. He had to inform Yao Shu. Seeing the guard blocking her path, Yun Luofeng lightly patted Yun Xiao's hands, hinting him not to take actions. Whose order was it to chase me out of the West Province Academy? She raised her brow, and her eyes revealed the cold glint as she looked at the guard before her. The guard coldly spoke. It was Elder Yao Shu's orders. You injured Elder Yao Shu's disciple, yet you dare to return to the academy. You are sure overconfident of your own abilities. Yao Shu's disciple, Yun Luofeng, failed to understand that she did not know what had happened. Yun Luofeng. Suddenly, an anxious voice could be heard from in front of her. Yun Luofeng looked up and saw Hu Li rushing out from the academy in haste. Yun Luofeng, hurry and leave this place right now. Hu Li's expression was very anxious as he continuously turned back to look, seemingly afraid of someone coming over. Yun Luofeng felt even more and more puzzled. Hu Li, what exactly happened? She had merely left for half a month, so what exactly had happened in the academy? Yun Luofeng, Elder Yao Shu's disciple Yao Mengqi previously had her limbs crippled by someone, and now she has spoken out to identify you as the culprit. You should leave this place quickly, or otherwise it'll be too late. Yun Luofeng turned solemn and pondered for a moment. However, she still couldn't figure out who Yao Mengqi was. Yao Mengqi, could it be her? Xiao Mo cried out in shock. Yun Luofeng turned towards Xiao Mo. You know her? Xiao Mo stroked his nose. Previously, the woman who intruded in our house had her limbs crippled by Yun Xiao. Furthermore, not only did she eat the pastry Yun Xiao prepared for you, she even wanted to seduce Yun Xiao. Therefore, she reaped what she had sown. However, I'm not sure why she would identify you as the one who crippled her. Yun Luofeng subconsciously looked at Yun Xiao and revealed a smile. Isn't there a saying, love begets hate? I think that when Yun Xiao previously came looking for me, she recognized him and transferred her hatred to me. Perhaps she thought that if I was dead, Yun Xiao would be hers. The scenery here is pretty good. However, Yun Xiao suddenly said a sentence that one was unable to make head or tails of. Quote. Yun Luofeng was speechless. Yun Xiao lowered his eyes and fixed his gaze on her. If you like it, I will snatch this place for you. His words implied that he could snatch this West Province Academy for Yun Luofeng at any moment, so how could it be possible that you would fear Yao Shu and his gang? Chapter 1272, Conspiracy Exposed, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. From the moment he crippled Yao Mengqi's limbs, he had never regarded the West Province Academy of any importance. Hu Li's lips twitched and spoke helplessly, you had better leave quickly. If not, it'll be too late. The moment he finished speaking, someone's surprise attacked from the rear with a powerful energy directly launched toward Yun Luofeng as he overflowed with anger. Yun Xiao's body flashed and he instantly stood before Yun Luofeng, his hands raised up without any unnecessary actions, merely holding out a fist. At the same time, his power gushed forth and struck back at everyone with a bang. Yao Shu's expression was extremely imposing as he coldly looked at Yun Xiao. Who are you? The one I'm looking for is Yun Luofeng and unrelated people had better get lost. Yun Xiao was expressionless as his grim eyes coldly gazed at Yao Shu. His black robe scattered without wind in his killing aura. Yun Luofeng. Yao Shu's gaze shifted from Yun Xiao to Yun Luofeng as he clenched his teeth in anger. So it was you who harmed my disciple. Since you've returned to the West Province Academy today, then I shall cripple your powers and let you kneel before my disciple for 3 months to let you have a taste of the suffering she endured. Thinking of his daughter who was lying on the bed, Yao Shu's eyes were overflowing with rage, wishing he could dismember Yun Luofeng into 1,000 pieces. Your disciple. A hoarse voice sounded from the side and the man's expression was as callous as before without any expression, was injured by me. Bang. Yao Shu's rage once again surged forth and he coldly fixed his gaze on Yun Xiao. Impossible, my disciple said that it was Yun Luofeng who harmed her, so it must definitely be her. She couldn't beat my disciple and used this little kid as bait to deceive my disciple. As my disciple was kind-hearted, she did not guard against this little kid in the slightest and so, fell into their trap. His expression that was as sharp as knife swept past Xiao Mo and the killing intent increased. Xiao Mo laughed mockingly, your disciple clearly wanted to seduce my dad but my dad crippled her instead. However, she pushed the responsibility to my mom. TSK, in your mind, this sort of a woman is kind-hearted. HMPH, Yao Shu snorted, don't even think of framing my disciple. My disciple has numerous pursuers and it's impossible for her to want to seduce this man. Hu Li was also her pursuer and she could have chosen Hu Li, so why would she have to find a man who has a wife? Pooh. Hu Li nearly spat out, how was this related to him? Furthermore, when had he become one of Yao Mengqi's pursuers without knowing it? So that's the case. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and looked towards Hu Li with a fake smile. So it turns out you're Yao Mengqi's pursuer. Cough cough, Hu Li dryly coughed and shrugged his shoulders, this is of no relation to me and I have never liked a woman like Yao Mengqi. Even if she were to give herself to me, I would never accept. Hu Li. Seeing that someone dared to humiliate his own daughter, Yao Shu burned with rage. What did you say? If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Did I not make myself clear? Even if Yao Mengqi were to give herself to me, I would not accept her. Hu Li had nothing to lose. At most he would leave the West Province Academy together with Yun Luofeng. He believed that staying alongside Yun Luofeng was better than staying here. Furthermore, the East faction's elders were Yun Luofeng's masters and if they rushed over, Yun Luofeng might not necessarily be in danger. Good, it seems like all of you don't wish to continue staying in this academy. Since that is so, then you are no longer our academy's disciples from now on. A cold glint flitted through Yao Shu's eyes as he gnashed his teeth in anger. Chapter 1273, Conspiracy Exposed, 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Elder Yao Shu, I'm afraid that wouldn't be appropriate. The few other West faction elders who came shortly after hastily persuaded Yao Shu after seeing his actions. Hu Li is at the very least a disciple of the Heaven Roll and if you were to expel him, our academy would lose 2 geniuses all of a sudden. So what, since I said to expel them, then he must be expelled. I will not let off anyone who humiliated my disciple. In this life, he owed Yao Mengqi too much and it was his neglect that resulted in his own daughter suffering all this harm. As such, how could he allow these people who harmed her to get away with it? Hu Li, aren't you siding with Yun Luofeng? Then there's no need for you to continue staying as after all, my West Province Academy doesn't need someone like you. Keke, a sneer pierced through the atmosphere and entered everyone's ears. I truly wonder when you obtained the right to call the shots at the West Province Academy. Zhu Kong and the rest walked over from the back and he also had an angry expression. Only after seeing Yun Luofeng safe and sound did he relax. Zhu Ying bitterly laughed. She originally thought that after accepting a female disciple, she would definitely have more free time. However, who would have thought that Yun Luofeng was so good at causing trouble? During this period of time after taking Yun Luofeng in, there was no lack of commotion caused by her in the academy. However, what could she do? Who asked Yun Luofeng to be her disciple? Could it be she had to look on helplessly at these beastards of the West faction bullying her? Are you honestly going to stop me from avenging my disciple? Yao Shu's eyes darkened. This Yun Luofeng had committed an extremely evil crime. First, she tortured her own son and then injured Mengqi, who wanted to protect the weak. Furthermore, she framed Mengqi of stealing, and how could I bear with this? In any case, no matter who comes today, Yun Luofeng must die. After speaking, Yao Shu's aura once again exploded with a bang and spread out. Under this heavy atmosphere, some bodyguards were unable to breathe. Very soon, Zhu Ying walked to Yun Luofeng and a gentle smile surfaced on her face. Feng, don't be afraid. Your masters will protect you. Tell us what exactly is going on and we will definitely support you. Yun Luofeng did not speak, but Xiao Mo, who was standing on one side, could no longer suppress his voice. It was Mengqi who wanted to seduce my daddy and she was injured by him. My mom and dad did not hit me, and it was because she took a fancy to my daddy, so she seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with him. However, she didn't expect that my daddy would pay no attention to her, so she took advantage and snuck into our residence. His words had explained all the happenings clearly. A trace of shock flashed through Zhu Ying's eyes. What caused her to be shocked was, Yun Luofeng really had a child. What came shortly after was a stomach full of rage, and her eyes turned cold while she looked towards Yao Shu. Your disciple was driven by her sexual urges and even dared to try to seduce my disciple's husband. Did she crave and lack for men to this extent? If she really wanted a man, there are so many disciples in the academy and someone would definitely be willing to roll on the bed with her. Usually, Zhu Yin was very gentle and even Zhu Kong and the others rarely saw her getting angry. However, she was clearly unable to suppress her rage right now, and her words were also very vicious. Zhu Yin, Yao Shu bellowed, you dare to humiliate Mengqi. Zhu Ying sneered. She was the one who committed shameless acts, so how could you blame others for humiliating her? Ha ha ha. Yao Shu's rage turned into a laugh. Good, an elder from the East faction, indeed. It seems like all of you are determined to side with Yun Luofeng to the end. Since this is so, then we can only fight until a victor emerges. The West and West faction had been locked in constant strife for numerous years but had never had a complete falling out. However, right now, because of Yun Luofeng, the elders of these two factions completely stood on opposite sides. Chapter 1274, Conspiracy Exposed, 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. She would be lying if she said she wasn't touched. When Yun Luofeng came to the academy, she had selfish intentions and did not truly regard them as her masters. However, these elders had treated her as their disciple all along. A gush of warm current flowed in her heart and a wicked smile curled on her lips while there was a glint in her black eyes. Yun Xiao, if my masters are unable to defeat Yao Shu and his gang, you don't have to care otherwise and directly launch an attack. Okay, Yun Xiao lightly held onto Yun Luofeng as his grim black eyes turned towards Yao Shu and the rest. Outside the academy gates, it became a state of mutual hostility all of a sudden, and all the disciples went hiding, afraid that this two-sided battle would implicate them. Hu Li walked to Yun Luofeng's side and faintly smiled. I didn't expect that Yao Mengqi's injuries were really inflicted by you guys. Yun Luofeng swept him with a glance. Your heart aches. Immediately, Hu Li was speechless as he used an expression filled with resentment to look at Yun Luofeng. I have no relationship with Yao Mengqi, so why would I feel heartache for her? In contrary, she was the one who assumed that I liked her, so she pestered me endlessly. I explained it to her numerous times, yet she still believed that I was deeply in love with her. Hu Li was filled with helplessness. Suddenly, he recalled something and couldn't help but laugh. Oh right, not long ago I heard from Yao Mengqi that she saw a man mistreating his own son, but I didn't expect she was referring to your husband. Yun Luofeng quirked her brows, indicating for him to continue. Yao Mengqi claimed that this child was very pitiful and the same for your husband. In contrast, you were an evil woman who abandoned your husband and child, and your crimes were unforgivable. It was precisely because you had abandoned your husband that caused him to become so unfeeling and ruthless, while your child suffered from being mistreated. TSK, I really wonder, how did she manage to come to this conclusion? Yun Xiao's pitch black eyes gazed at Yun Luofeng. You cannot abandon your husband and child. Thinking it through, he followed that up by saying, I'm already yours and you cannot shirk your responsibilities after wearing your clothes. Ever since the old general mentioned this sentence, Yun Xiao had frequently repeated it. She smiled helplessly. After a period of time, we shall return and get married. Okay, a smile gradually surfaced from Yun Xiao's eyes. Feng, I will let you get married grandly. Get married grandly. In Yun Luofeng's mind, she couldn't help recalling the scene where Yun Xiao had delivered the engagement gifts back then. It was such a huge sensation when he proposed that she did not know what Yun Xiao meant by getting married grandly. The time when both of them were stuck together as by glue, Yao Shu had already taken actions, first by launching an attack towards Zhu Kong and the rest. Once reaching their level, it was hard for others to meddle in their fight. Therefore, the disciples of the academy could only see a few silhouettes exchanging blows in midair, yet they couldn't differentiate their strength. This was the strength of the academy's elders. It was so strong that one was unable to rival against it. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, countless energies were spread out, to the extent the entire skies were overcast, seemingly a layer of dust covering the original azure horizon. Elders. Just as both sides were awfully busy exchanging blows, an anxious voice could be heard. I felt a trace of energy transmitted from the academy's spatial hole. If my guess isn't wrong, there should be someone coming through it. What? In the skies, both parties immediately distanced themselves and looked at each other, with shock surfacing in their eyes. Chapter 1275, Conspiracy Exposed, 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Did someone come through the spatial wormhole? Could it be? It's the Dean, it must be the Dean. Zhu Ying felt delighted. It was probably around 10 years ago since I've met the Dean and I've not seen him for over 10 years. I didn't expect that he would return at this moment. Zhu Kong and the rest were also pleasantly surprised, forgetting about the previous battle. Yao Shu, since the dean has returned, then we shall find him to get justice for the matters of today. Zhu Kong looked towards Yao Shu and a sneer curled on his lips. Yao Shu burst into loud laughter as anger was surging in his eyes. Even if the dean has returned, he'll definitely stand on my side. After all, my disciple was crippled by Yun Luofeng and it's impossible that I don't even have the authority to get justice for my disciple. You've only heard a one-sided statement from your disciple and determined that my disciple is at fault. Zhu Ying coldly said, the dean will naturally have his own opinion on this matter and we shall investigate the matter right now. After speaking, she walked to Yun Luofeng's side without consulting anyone. Feng don't be worried. The dean will definitely uphold justice for us. Yun Luofeng wickedly smiled. Yun Xiao, let's join in the fun and have a look at what type of person the academy's dean is at the same time. The spatial fluctuation in the West Province Academy was situated at the rear mountain. Other than people of the Eldest faction, no one had the authority to enter the rear mountain. At this moment, at one of the entrances of the cave, all the elders revealed nervousness as they stared intently at the cave. In an instant, a streak of light flashed past and a bewitching man slowly walked out from the cave. His red robes were redder than blood, seemingly unmatched in his generation and magnificent. It seems like this lord has still been discovered by all of you. A smirk curled on the man's red lips. His robes were always half opened, radiating a flirtatious and bewitching appearance. Welcome, Dean. All the elders knelt down in succession and spoke respectfully. The man's hands were behind his head and his phoenix eyes narrowed. His line of sight swept past everyone and noticed Yun Luofeng who was standing among the crowd. Yun Luofeng was stunned. Ji Jutian was the dean of West Province Academy. The world was so small that she could actually come across him here. Yun Xiao sensed the young lady beside him stiffening and he tightly grabbed her hands. His grim gaze cast towards Ji Jutian and became vigilant. Dean. Yao Shu stood up and complained tearfully. You have to uphold justice for me. My disciple was injured by someone and her limbs are crippled. However, these people from the East faction are still protecting her and this is unbearable. Ji Jutian withdrew his gaze from Yun Luofeng's body and quirked his brows as he looked at the elders. This lord would like to know what exactly happened. Dean, Zhu Ying fiercely glared at Yao Shu. It was Yao Shu's disciple who wanted to seduce my disciple's man and thus, she received her retribution. Keke. Yao Shu sneered and spoke sarcastically. Does my disciple have to seduce another man? Especially someone else's man. This woman is incomparable to my disciple in all aspects, and even now she's still trying to frame my disciple. The direction his gaze had pointed to, was naturally towards Yun Luofeng. Ji Jutian once again looked towards Yun Luofeng and his slightly raised lips contained a profound smile. You're saying it was Yun Luofeng who crippled your disciple? Yao Shu did not manage to notice something being amiss at the moment and responded, that's right. It was Yun Luofeng. She had mistreated her own son and this was seen by my disciple, so she crippled my disciple. Dean, you. Chapter 1276, Regretful Yao Mengqi, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Suddenly, Yao Shu reacted and widened his eyes as he looked at Ji Jutian. Dean, how did you know her name is Yun Luofeng? Ji Jutian smiled. His smile was as unrestrained and domineering as before, while seemingly unmatched in his generation and magnificent. As chance has it, this girl is this lord's friend. Friend. Yao Shu opened his eyes wide in shock while looking at Ji Jutian in disbelief. At this moment, he was actually suspecting if his ears had a problem. The dean said that Yun Luofeng was his friend. Yao Shu's complexion turned deathly pale in an instant. His footsteps staggeringly retreated and he fell to the ground as despair pervaded his mind. Ji Jutian slowly walked towards Yao Shu. With this lord's understanding of Yun Luofeng, she would never provoke someone on her own accord but instead, there are usually some ignorant people who will provoke her. If it weren't because your daughter had infuriated her, Yun Luofeng wouldn't have crippled her. In addition, Ji Jutian paused for a moment and his smile revealed sinister intent. You said that Yun Luofeng can't be compared to your disciple. That is to say, this lord has a problem with my insight, is that right? Yao Shu's lips twitched and he dryly laughed. Dean, this is a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Ji Jutian gave a wide smile. Then why didn't you say it was a misunderstanding earlier? After this lord addressed Yun Luofeng as my friend, you claimed that this was merely a misunderstanding. It seems like the West Province Academy has declined in the 10 years since this lord left. Zhu Kong and the rest looked at each other in dismay. Never would they have imagined that Yun Luofeng was the dean's acquaintance. This incident was too unexpected and caused one to be shocked. Yun Luofeng, Li glanced at Yun Luofeng with grief. Why didn't you say that you're acquainted with the dean? Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. Previously, I wasn't aware that other than being the ancestor of the Ji family, he would also be the West Province Academy's dean. Instead, I'm quite interested to know how many other identities he has. Hearing her words, Yun Xiao hurriedly turned Yun Luofeng's head and made her look straight at him. Then, he said in a jealous tone, it's enough for you to be interested in me, there's no need to be interested in others. Dean. Ling Hai glanced at Yao Shu. As long as he recalled the fact that Yao Shu wanted to attack his disciple, the fury in his heart gushed out incessantly. How should we punish Yao Shu in regards to his actions? Ji Jutian swept a glance at Yao Shu. Send him to the punishment hall to receive punishment, the same for his disciple. Every influence had their own rules, and so there was the existence of the punishment hall. Ji Jutian originally wasn't a kind person, so how could the punishment that he established be light? Thus, once Yao Shu was sent into the punishment hall, what followed would be him wishing he could die. Yao Shu also understood this clearly. His legs went weak and he collapsed on the ground. His high-spirited look had also changed into despair. Ji Jutian walked towards Yun Luofeng while a smile surfaced on his bewitching face and a glint flashed through his long and narrow phoenix eyes. Long time no see. He smiled and after finishing his greetings, his line of sight turned towards Yun Xiao. Between these two men, one was grim and expressionless, while the other was flirtatious and bewitching. A light breeze caused their robes to flutter, and both of them were not inferior in any aspects to each other when standing side by side. Ji Jutian. Ji Jutian slowly reported his name. Yun Luofeng's man. This was Yun Xiao's self-introduction. He did not report his own name, but instead, stated that he was Yun Luofeng's man. Chapter 1277, Regretful Yao Mengqi, 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. You're strong. Ji Jutian laughed. His laughter was unrestrained, with an arrogance that did not put others in his eyes. I wonder if this lord can have a battle with you. Okay. Yun Xiao slowly loosened the young lady in his embrace, and his grim expression was cast towards Ji Jutian as he spoke expressionlessly. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng pulled Yun Xiao's sleeves and frowned. I don't know what level Ji Jutian's cultivation is at. Worried that Yun Luofeng would be worried, Yun Xiao's expression softened and he patted her hands and said, wait for me. Yun Luofeng loosened her grip and her eyes were fixed on the man's handsome and grim countenance while her lips curled up. All right, I'll wait for you. She believed in Yun Xiao. Since Yun Xiao agreed to Ji Jutian's suggestion, it meant that he had the ability to battle with him. Yun Xiao planted a kiss on Yun Luofeng's forehead and said in a deep voice, I'll return soon. After speaking, he raised his head, and the instant he looked at Ji Jutian, his expression turned grim once again. Let's go. Ji Jutian laughed wildly. This lord would like to experience the Ghost Emperor's strength. Ghost Emperor. The elders who had yet to leave turned and looked at Yun Xiao's face after hearing Ji Jutian's words. The dean addressed him as the Ghost Emperor. Could it be that this man was the rumored Ghost Emperor who slaughtered those who wanted his life and exterminated the infinite sect on his own? Yao Shu might as well directly lose consciousness due to shock. It was fine to offend others, but he had unexpectedly offended the Ghost Emperor. With his strength, even if all the elders in the academy were to attack him simultaneously, they might not be his opponent. This moment, Yao Shu finally understood why this man dared to attack Mengqi. As it turned out, he had the strength to disregard the West Province Academy. The funny thing was that it was too late for him to regret. Yao Mengqi was lying on the bed while waiting for Yao Shu's good news, but ultimately, what awaited her was a group of bodyguards tying her up and dragging her off to the punishment hall. What are you doing? How dare you do this to me? My master will never let you off. Hearing her words, the bodyguard sneered, are you speaking about Elder Yao Shu? Oh, wait a moment, he's no longer an elder. He is powerless to defend himself right now, so how could he care for you? Powerless to defend himself. Yao Mengqi's body shivered and her expression revealed fright. How could this be? Why is father powerless to defend himself? Didn't he look for Yun Luofeng to vent her anger? Could it be that the East faction's elders had stopped him? Don't think of using frightening words to scare me. I know that the Hall Master of the Punishment Hall belongs to the East faction, and those old men have always opposed my master. It must be those people who wanted to retaliate against my master, so they had ordered you to arrest me. You all had better release me, or else my master will never let you off. Shut up. The bodyguard felt that Yao Mengqi was too noisy and he took off his socks, stuffing them into Yao Mengqi's mouth. A burst of foot stench assaulted her nose, nearly causing Yao Mengqi to lose consciousness. 2 lines of tears flowed from her eyes as she produced whimpering sounds. No matter how Yao Mengqi had struggled, she was still thrown into the punishment hall. Mengqi. Seeing Yao Mengqi being thrown in, Yao Shu's heart shattered. He rolled and crawled towards Yao Mengqi and looked out the smelly socks in her mouth, throwing them to one side. Father. Yao Mengqi pounced into Yao Shu's embrace and cried herself hoarse. The 2 bodyguards treated me cruelly. You must avenge me and dismember them into pieces. Chapter 1278, Regretful Yao Mengqi, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yao Shu's expression changed. He lifted his hands, wanting to stroke Yao Mengqi's back, but it was beyond his capability. Yao Mengqi did not notice Yao Shu's peculiarity and was still angrily complaining about those 2 bodyguards, even wanting Yao Shu to dismember their bodies. Mengqi, Yao Shu sighed and bitterly said, this time, I'm afraid I can't help you. Father. Yao Mengqi raised her eyes filled with tears and looked at Yao Shu while failing to understand the situation. Father, what do you mean? What did he mean he couldn't help her? His meaning is very simple. He's powerless to help himself, so how could he help you? Ling Hai suddenly appeared in the punishment hall with his arms crossed on his chest. His expression of contempt was cast towards the father and daughter hugged together as he spoke mockingly. You're spouting nonsense. Yao Mengqi fiercely glared at Ling Hai. My father is also an elder, what authority do you have to punish him? Ling Hai sneered, you're probably unaware, but the dean has returned. In addition, it was the dean who personally sent your father here. What? Yao Mengqi stared blankly. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she lowered her head to look at Yao Shu. Father, he's lying, isn't he? You're an elder of the academy, why would the dean send you to the punishment hall? Yao Shu lowered his head, not daring to meet with Yao Shu's bright eyes as he was afraid he couldn't control his crumbling emotions. Yao Mengqi, how dare you ask him why he was punished? Isn't it all because of you? Ling Hai's eyes were stern. You framed Yun Luofeng, thus resulting in your father receiving punishment. Yao Mengqi's body stiffened as her eyes were evasive. What are you saying? When have I framed her? You were creating something out of nothing. You fell for Yun Luofeng's husband and did not hesitate to frame her and let your father avenge you. However, you didn't know that Yun Luofeng and our academy's dean are old friends, thus the dean sent your father to the punishment hall in a fit of anger. The dean and Yun Luofeng are old friends. Yao Mengqi bit her lips and her body violently shuddered. Impossible. She did not believe all this, she would never believe it. In addition, Ling Hai paused for a moment and continued, the man you've taken a fancy to is the Ghost Emperor who caused a huge sensation recently in the West Province. Boom. The last piece of news once again caused her head to spin and her mind was in a wreck, completely unable to recover from the shock. That grim and expressionless man was the rumored Ghost Emperor. It was rumored that the Ghost Emperor wore a mask all year round, not allowing others to see his appearance. She had even made a guess that the Ghost Emperor had to be extremely ugly and used a mask to cover himself before everyone because he did not dare to reveal his face. However, she had never anticipated that the rumored Ghost Emperor was so handsome. Yao Mengqi's bit her lips increasingly tightly and fresh blood flowed from her lips. She wanted to digest this news but her heart was full of that man's matchless handsome face. Ling Hai, the grudge you of injuring me today, I will definitely repay you one day. In addition, there are numerous people who want to kill the Ghost Emperor in the West Province. If I were to spread this news out, the Academy will also be implicated. At that time, all of you will receive the rage of all the experts on the continent. Yao Shu's expression was sharp as his words contained a threat. Of course, if you let me off, perhaps I will bury this news for eternity. Chapter 1279, Regretful Yao Mengqi, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ling Hai sneered. The Dean has passed down his orders. Once you've entered the punishment hall, there's no need for you to leave, so what ability will you have to spread this news? Furthermore, if we were to let you leave, I'm afraid it would cause the Academy to be in a dangerous situation. Boom. This news caused Yao Shu to tremble. He suddenly climbed up from the ground and dashed towards Ling Hai like a madman. I don't believe it, I will never believe that the Dean would be so ruthless. At the very least, I've been devoted to the Academy for so many years. I want to meet the Dean, let me meet him. Scram. Ling Hai furiously shouted and suddenly released a palm strike towards Yao Shu. He then flung his sleeves and coldly spoke. Yao Shu, you and your daughter are reaping what you've sown. If you hadn't wanted to deal with my disciple, you wouldn't land in such a plight. Hall Master Jin, the Dean has commanded that these two cannot be left alive. After speaking, Ling Hai waved his sleeves and turned to walk out. Father. Yao Mengqi despairingly looked at Yao Shu who was paralyzed while sitting on the ground as her cheeks streamed with tears. You must have a method to save me, right? I don't want to die. Yao Shu laughed bitterly. He was powerless to save himself, so how was he able to save Yao Mengqi? Mengqi, your father has caused you harm and is unable to protect you. By offending the Dean, we're at our end. Hearing Yao Shu's words, Yao Mengqi's face was filled with despair and only at this moment did she experience what was called regret. After Yun Luofeng left the academy, she sent Huli to purchase medicinal herbs for her. Fortunately, medicinal herbs were abundant in the West Province and not long later, Huli had brought all the medicinal herbs she required. With the medicinal herbs, she headed towards the kitchen to boil a decoction and poured the little lowly stairs into the pot. In an instant, a fragrant odor assailed her nostrils, making one feel entirely relaxed. Master, after you've drunk this pot of decoction, your hand will recover. Xiao Mo stood beside Yun Luofeng and said this while blinking his eyes. Yun Luofeng did not hesitate and poured the medicine into a bowl, drinking it in one go. As the medicine entered her body, she attempted to move her right hand and was finally able to freely move her originally numb hand. Her hand could be considered as completely recovered. It's been a long time since I've moved my right hand and it's somewhat stiff. Xiao Mo, I'll go practice for a moment and remember to call for me when Yun Xiao has returned. Okay. Xiao Mo nodded his head. When Yun Xiao returns, I will notify you. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng walked to the backyard without consulting anyone. However, Yun Xiao only returned after sunset. The first instance Yun Luofeng saw Yun Xiao, she questioned. How was it, between you and Ji Jutian, who won and who lost? Facing Yun Luofeng's inquiry, Yun Xiao honestly replied, it was a draw. Draw. Ji Jutian is that strong. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and a glint streaked across her eyes. Xiao Mo had quietly arrived. His young and tender face was astounded and he commented, Master, in any case, Ji Jutian is an old freak that has lived for so many years. How could he not be strong? That was true. Compared to Yun Xiao, Ji Jutian had lived for an extremely long time. Otherwise, the Ji family wouldn't regard him as their ancestor and he would not be the Academy's dean. Master, when you meet Ji Jutian tomorrow, don't forget to ask for the soul fruit. Xiao Mo's eyes turned. The reason Yun Luofeng came to the West Province Academy was that of the soul fruit and currently, with Ji Jutian's relationship, how could they not make use of it? Soul fruit. Yun Xiao was silent for a long time before he fished out a red fruit from his sleeves. Are you talking about this? Chapter 1280, Regretful Yao Mengqi, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. That's right, this is the soul fruit. Yun Luofeng took the red fruit Yun Xiao passed to her and asked, why do you have this? Ji Jutian threw it to me before he left. Although Yun Xiao treated Ji Jutian as his rival in his heart, he would not conceal things that the other party had done. He related everything in its entirety to Yun Luofeng. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng's heart clenched. She kept the soul fruit and a smile curled on her gorgeous face. The next time we meet, I'll thank him. Yun Xiao's eyes fell on the young lady. Your motive of coming to the West Province Academy was for the soul fruit. Yun Luofeng nodded. Xiao Bai is injured and requires the soul fruit in order to recover. Why didn't you tell me this? Yun Xiao pressed on towards Yun Luofeng. As long as you tell me, I can snatch as many soul fruits as you wish. Yun Luofeng shook her head. Yun Xiao, the elders of the East faction treated me well and had taken care of me wholeheartedly. I do not intend to have an acrimonious falling out with them, so I did not tell you about this. The moment she finished speaking, the man's arm suddenly reached out and pulled her into his embrace, fiercely kissing her lips. This is an indecent assault. Xiao Mo hastily covered his eyes. Master, Yun Xiao, both of you can slowly kiss and I shall not disturb the both of you. A crafty glint was in his eyes as he hurriedly walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Yun Luofeng had been kissed by Yun Xiao until she couldn't catch her breath. Only after a long time did the man move away, and she took this opportunity to catch a deep breath. Feng Er. Yun Xiao's fingers lightly caressed her lips. In the future, do not conceal anything from me. Meeting with the man's pitch black eyes, Yun Luofeng lightly nodded. All right. Regardless of whatever you want, I can obtain it for you. Yun Xiao lowered his head and spoke with determination. Even if what you want is the entire world. As long as Yun Luofeng asks, so what if he obtained the whole world for her? If it can be exchanged for a smile of hers, the whole world was nothing out of the ordinary compared to it. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and walked towards him. She pressed Yun Xiao's body against the wall and raised her head as she forcefully kissed his lips. Yun Xiao, I'll be on top today. Outside the courtyard, the night breeze was gently blowing. The red-robed man stood upright and his gaze was staring at the house that was brightly lit. An undetectable glint flashed through his long and narrow eyes. My lord. Two extremely gorgeous servant maids arrived behind the red-robed man and spoke respectfully. Yao Shu, father and daughter have been settled. The red-robed man's voice was domineering and arrogant, while a rose-like smile blossomed on his bewitching face. His smile was very pretty and at the same time carried thorns, preventing one from getting closer. Reporting to my lord, Yao Shu intended to help Yao Mengqi to escape and your subordinate has killed them. The servant maid lowered her head and respectfully replied. Good, let's go. After disappearing for 10 years, it's time for this lord to let those people in the West Province know that I'm still alive. Ji Jutian flung his sleeves and turned. His red robe, similar to the scorching sun, was extremely striking in the twilight. All along, the servant maid did not dare to even lift her head, but she still managed to catch a glimpse of the bruising on his gorgeous face from the corner of her eyes. Is the lord injured? The Ghost Emperor's strength had already grown to such an extent that even the lord had been injured by him. Chapter 1281, West Province's Shock 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. West Province, inside the governor's estate. The middle-aged man with an imposing expression was seated upright on the chair. Beneath him were leaders of various huge factions, with two good-looking maids lightly hammering his shoulders while fawning on him. Governor, the West Province Academy is totally disregarding us. I've dispatched men to request for them to join our expedition several times, but they have always locked the doors and refused to see us. That's right, the West Province Academy is too arrogant and considers everyone else beneath them. Do they think Ji Jutian is still in the academy? What right does the West Province Academy have to be haughty without Ji Jutian? They were in a lively conversation with everyone joining in while discussing the West Province Academy. In their eyes, Ji Jutian had already disappeared for 10 over years and it meant that he had abandoned the academy. Currently, the West Province Academy had degraded to a middle-level faction and was of no account when compared to them. As such, what right did the academy have to be condescending? The middle-aged man lowered his eyes. Clearly, he was also dissatisfied with the West Province Academy's actions. A trace of ruthlessness was in his eyes and he coldly commanded. Since the West Province Academy does not intend to send troops to encircle and annihilate the Ghost Emperor together with us, they must have certainly wallowed in the mire with him. Thus, there's no need for this academy to continue existing. The governor's brilliant. Everyone was heartened. They were long dissatisfied with the West Province Academy. They had wondered why those people thought they had the right to be arrogant and didn't regard them of importance. Today, with the governor's words, it also represented that this West Province Academy would disappear and become history. Governor, I suggest that we lead troops on a punitive expedition to the West Province Academy right now. An elderly man stood up and said angrily, we have to let them understand how foolish they were by disobeying the Governor Estate's orders. The Governor Estate was the most authoritative force on the entire continent. The 7-province continent represented 7 countries and the force that controlled each of all the 7 countries was the Governor's Estate. It was of no difference compared to other continents' imperial court. Let's go. Not knowing who issued the command, everyone else also stood up and their condemning voices reverberated throughout the entire West Province night skies. Everyone was waving their fists, wishing they could eliminate the West Province Academy along with the Ghost Emperor. At that moment, a soft chuckle echoed through the air, like a thundering boom that vibrated in everyone's ears. Who is it? The governor's expression suddenly sank and his sharp eyes shot to the front, releasing a killing intent. Under the night skies, his red robe similar to blood seemed to have dyed the entire night scene red. The man was just like an extremely bewitching flower, extremely beautiful yet dangerous with thorns all around. After seeing that man's domineering and unbridled face, fury had been replaced with shock on the governor's face and lastly, he turned pale. This lord merely disappeared for 10 years, yet all of you have forgotten about me. It seems as though you would like to have another taste of the price you paid 10 years ago. The night breeze suddenly blew and lifted the man's blood-like robes. His countenance contained a smile while an arrogant and unrestrained smile curled on his lips. If Yun Xiao was a death god, then he was undoubtedly a devil. Even if it was a smile, it had caused one to feel chills on their back and nervousness to the extent that they couldn't breathe. You, why have you returned? The governor's lips trembled as he looked with fear at the man standing under the night scene, similar to a bewitching red rose. A chill involuntarily rose up in his heart as he slightly shivered. Chapter 1282, West Province's Shock 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. 10 years ago, they had encircled Ji Jutian to annihilate him just as they did with the Ghost Emperor. They would never forget that day where fresh blood dyed the entire West Province and corpses were littered all over. There were countless voices similar to the wailing of ghosts echoing throughout the entire West Province for an entire half-month and it could be clearly seen how many had died unjustly in his hands. That day, the sunset was similar to fresh blood and the man's red robe seemed very bright-colored. He was just like a killing god that came out from the underworld while the sword in his hand was like a sickle that reaped lives easily with no difficulty. Originally, the West Province's influence was not as backward as now, and back then their rank among the 7 provinces was among the best. Owing to that battle, the previous governor had died in this man's hands and countless experts were annihilated, resulting in the West Province to retrogress to such a state. Everything was caused by this man. Ji Jitian's domineering countenance gradually swept towards the governor and the smile on his matchless face was filled with contempt. His expression was as if looking at an ant, disdaining beneath contempt. Compared to the previous governor, you're lacking too much. At least when he saw this lord, he wouldn't be trembling to the extent that he couldn't even sit still. Gulp. The governor swallowed and spoke with a trembling voice. Ji Jitian, I remember 10 years back, you also suffered a serious injury and your strength has yet to recover to its peak state even now. Even if this lord's limbs are crippled, it's of no difficulty to take away your life. What was considered unrestrained? Everyone here had experienced the meaning from this man's words. Besides, he had the ability to be arrogant and regardless if Ji Jitian had yet to recover his strength or not, they would never dare to take the risk. The scene of 10 years ago caused too huge of a shock to their hearts and even now, they were still fearful of him. Not to mention fighting, they did not even dare to take a look at Ji Jitian. This lord came here today to tell you something. Don't think that just because this lord disappeared for 10 years that I'll allow you to step on the West Province Academy however you like. The man raised his brows and his tone was rampant and aggressive, incomparably arrogant. Even if this lord isn't fond of this West Province Academy, it was left behind by an old friend and I have the responsibility to make sure it exists in this world. No one could say that they could cause an organization to exist eternally on this continent. If one were to be slightly careless, they would meet with destruction. However, regarding Ji Jitian's statement, no one dared to refute him. With Ji Jitian's influence, the faction he wanted to safeguard could evidently exist eternally. In addition, Ji Jitian wildly smiled. The Ghost Emperor is not someone you can provoke. This lord advises that you better not provoke him. The governor's expression became increasingly pale. Ji Jitian, we can promise you not to touch the West Province Academy, but aren't you sticking your fingers in too many matters? Encircling to annihilate the Ghost Emperor is our affair and is none of your business. He was quite unyielding when he said that, but his trembling legs revealed his internal fear. His long and narrow eyes fell on the governor and the smile on Ji Jitian's face contained a chill. Encircling to annihilate the Ghost Emperor is indeed your affair, but if you were to harm the woman beside him, then I will definitely get involved in this. At the time within the land of no return, he did not get involved with Yun Luofeng's matters and did not even provide her any assistance. Chapter 1283, West Provinces Shock 3. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. That was because he understood that the clowns in the land of no return were unable to touch her. However, it was not the same in this 7-province continent. Before Yun Luofeng had grown up, he had the obligation to clear up the troubles for her. The governor was dumbfounded. He did not understand what Ji Jitian meant by that. Ji Jitian coldly looked at the governor and his domineering eyes contained a chilly glint and killing intent. If this lord finds out that you dare to attack the Ghost Emperor, then it's time for this lord to clean up this West Province. The man's arrogant and unbridled voice exploded in the entire governor's estate. Even after the red-robed man turned to leave, everyone in the estate had yet to recover their senses. It was after a long time when one faction raised the question. Governor, what should we do now? What's there to be done? The governor bitterly smiled. What can we do? Do you want to offend Ji Jitian? That bastard is a madman that kills without blinking. Governor, an elderly man's eyes twinkled as he spoke. With Ji Jitian having such powerful strength, it's such a pity that he can't be used for our West Province. Why don't we find a woman to seduce him? As long as one is a man, it's hard to overcome a beauty trap. If there is a woman who can obtain his favor, he'll definitely listen to our commands in the future. The governor sneered. Have you forgotten what caused the war of 10 years ago? The previous governor's daughter fell in love at first sight with Ji Jitian. The governor loved his daughter dearly, so he devised ways and means to let his daughter have the opportunity to approach Ji Jitian. However, the moment she expressed her affection she was thrown to one side by him, but she used the influence of the governor's estate to try to force Ji Jitian to accept her. As a result, it thoroughly enraged the madman. What happened after that was basically known to everyone. Ji Jitian crippled the eldest young miss of the governor's estate out of rage, which caused the fury of the experts in the West Province. In addition, they chased him with intentions of killing him. There were tens of thousands of experts in the West Province and each and every one was incomparably powerful. However, that madman had cut a bloody path out of the battlefield. Wanting to use a woman to seduce that madman, perhaps the moment you expressed your thoughts you would immediately become a soul under his sword. Therefore, this method is completely useless before Ji Jitian. The governor narrowed his eyes. That time, the previous governor's daughter was publicly known as the #1 beauty of the West Province and she did not even have any effect on Ji Jitian. Do you think there are other beauties that can obtain his attention? Suddenly, a young man expressed his own opinion from the crowd. Earlier on, Ji Jitian mentioned that he's helping the Ghost Emperor not because of him, but the woman beside the Ghost Emperor. If this woman wasn't by his side, then can we launch an encirclement to annihilate the Ghost Emperor? At this moment, the young man had neatly forgotten Ji Jitian's previous words. The Ghost Emperor was not someone they could afford to offend. It was because they overlooked this that it was possible for the tragedy of 10 years ago to happen again in the West Province. This is a good method. The governor's eyes twinkled. It is already very terrifying for the West Province to have one Ji Jitian and we cannot allow another one with the Ghost Emperor. Therefore, we have to kill him before he gets stronger. Otherwise, where would there be a position for the governor of the West Province in the future? Regarding this, I will personally dispatch someone to settle it. All of you can return and today's discussion cannot be revealed. If I find out that someone lets this out, I will chase you even if you're 1,000 miles away. A killing intent flashed in the governor's eyes and a stern aura that was filled with chilliness spread from his body. Chapter 1284, West Provinces Shock 4. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Within the God Code world. Just as Yun Luofeng appeared in the open land, Xiao Mo's sharp eyes noticed her and surrounded her together with numerous gold-seeking hamsters. Master, he quickly called out with a soft voice, causing one to instantly melt. Yun Luofeng looked at Lin Ruobai who was lying in a cluster of flowers and asked, have you fed her the soul fruit? Xiao Mo nodded. This is the second soul fruit, and after this we just need one more. After we feed her 3 soul fruits, it'll allow her soul to gradually recover. We're still lacking 1 fruit. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin as her eyes twinkled. It seems like it was time for her to leave the Western Province Academy to search for the 3rd soul fruit. Master, congratulations for finally recovering the use of your right hand. A resplendent smile surfaced on Xiao Mo's face, while his eyes were similar to the night stars that radiated a bright light. Nothing could cause him to be happier than Yun Luofeng's right hand recovering. Oh right, Master, when are you going to bring in more medicinal herbs? These medicinal herbs are not sufficient for these gold-seeking hamsters to consume. Xiao Mo was somewhat grieving while his eyes were filled with blame. In addition, Little Tree's growth also requires medicinal herbs. The more herbs there are, the faster he will grow. The number of spirit herbs we have currently are not sufficient for their consumption. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes and looked towards the wilderness under the blue sky. After I find the 3rd soul fruit, I will settle this matter. Yun Xiao is still waiting for me outside, so leave first. After speaking, a white light flashed and Yun Luofeng's figure had disappeared. On the bed, the moment the young lady opened her eyes she met with a pair of pitch-black eyes. In that instant, her soul seemed to be attracted by these eyes and could not move away from his gaze. Yun Xiao. You're awake. Yun Xiao tightly hugged her body from the side and a faint smile curled on his handsome and grim face. Even if his smile was very faint, it was sufficient for Yun Luofeng to be deeply entranced by it. Looking at the man before her, she realized that she could not get enough of him. Especially with his good figure that was of the highest quality, she couldn't help running her hands over it. If you wish, you can touch to your heart's content. The man's voice was deep and hoarse, similar to a devil's spell sounding in her ears. This man that was once so adorable and cute to the extent he didn't even know the meaning of warming one's bed. However, the current Yun Xiao had grown to become a true man. Yun Xiao, explain to me the various factions in this 7-province continent. Yun Luofeng was aware that it was not the time to tease this man, so she lazily stretched her waist and rested her head on her hands, while her bewitching face which contained a smile stared at the man beside her. The man took a glance at her. The 7-province continent is divided into a few provinces, which are respectively the West Province, East Province, North Province, South Province, Central Province, Spirit Province, and Beast Province. Yun Luofeng was taciturn without speaking. Chen Yuqing had told her about the few provinces previously. Included among these, the West Province's strength is the weakest, but it was not 10 years ago. Yun Xiao was silent for a while before he continued. 10 years ago, one person massacred all the experts in the West Province, including the governor. This caused the West Province to lag behind, by 100 over years when compared to the other provinces. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Who was that person? Ji Jutian. Ji Jutian. Yun Luofeng was somewhat dumbfounded. To think that Ji Jutian had such strength, to challenge all the experts of the West Province relying on his own strength. Chapter 1285, West Province's Shock 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Xiao, between you and Jutian, who is stronger? Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before asking. Yesterday, Yun Xiao paused and replied, yesterday, both of us did not use our real abilities but had a fight with our bodies. Therefore, I am unclear of his strength. Fighting with their bodies. Yun Luofeng's lips twitched. No matter how strong Ji Jutian was, him choosing to have a physical fight with Yun Xiao, wasn't it simply admitting defeat? Yun Xiao had stayed in the Forest of No Return for 7 years and it had allowed him to have toughened his physical strength. If Ji Jutian didn't use his spiritual energy, he wasn't Yun Xiao's match. As for last night, when Yun Xiao claimed that they had a draw, it was because he couldn't grasp Ji Jutian's strength, so he said that they ended with a draw. Yun Xiao, do you know of Ji Jutian's identity? Not only is he the Ji family's ancestor, he is also the dean of the West Province Academy, which means he's definitely not just around 20 years old. Yun Xiao's fingers lightly stroked Yun Luofeng's beautiful hair. He and Bai Su are the same type of person. However, he is also different from Bai Su because he would not harm you. It was reasonable to say that witnessing how special Ji Jutian treated Yun Luofeng, he should be treating Ji Jutian as a love rival. However, he did not do that and instead, spoke up for him before Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng tightly held onto Yun Xiao's hand. Yun Xiao, didn't you treat Ji Jutian as a rival? Why are you speaking up for him? Yun Xiao lowered his eyes and Sir, Yun Luofeng was unable to identify what emotions he had within his deep eyes. He can ensure your safety. Yun Xiao. Feng if I'm by your side, then protecting you is my responsibility. Even if I had to fight with my life on the line, I will never let you encounter any danger. Yun Xiao raised his eyes and his slender fingers lightly stroked her black hair. However, if I were to disappear one day, then, I hope that there are others protecting you by your side. I don't wish for you to be in any danger and I don't wish for you to lose your life on this continent. The man's voice was determined, to the point that it caused Yun Luofeng's heart to clench tight. If I'm alive, then protecting you forever is my responsibility. However, if I'm gone, I would naturally hope that others could replace me to ensure your safety, and that person was Ji Jutian. As a man, if they were not beside the beloved and allowed someone else to protect her, they would definitely lose their dignity as a man. However, in Yun Xiao's mind, a man's dignity can be compared to her. For her, he could let go of the identity as the Ghost Emperor, abandon all his dignity and willingly wait upon her, helping her to arrange everything. As such, what else was there that he couldn't do? As long as she was alive, it was better than anything. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng suppressed her heartache and fiercely kissed Yun Xiao's lips. The words that came out of her mouth contained traces of a slight trembling. In this lifetime, I will only allow you to stay beside me. If you are gone, then even if I have to brave countless dangers, I will definitely find you. The young lady's voice was incomparably domineering. If you dare to leave me and head down to the underworld, then I'll massacre my way into the underworld and haul you back. Don't even think about leaving my side. Even the underworld is unable to stop me. No matter where you are, I will massacre my way in and haul you back. If heaven were to hinder me, then I'll defy heavens. If the gods were to stop me, I will then kill all gods. If man were to obstruct me, I'll definitely overturn the world. Yun Xiao tightly hugged the young lady's body and deepened the kiss. After a long time, he loosened his lips and his determined and serious gaze fell on the young lady in his embrace. Chapter 1286, West Provinces Shock 6. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. There's no need for you to come down and haul me back. Even if it's the 18th depth of hell, I will climb up and meet you. After speaking, he once again kissed her lips and the bed covers on their bodies slowly fell down. Inside the bed covers, only their bodies that were in a tangle could be seen, and lastly, the young lady flipped and pressed onto the man's body. Her head full of black hair fell down, forming a beautiful scene. East Courtyard. All the elders had gathered together and were currently in a discussion. However, a handsome man and beautiful woman walked in hand at this moment, and after spotting both of them walking in, the elder's eyes brightened. Disciple, why have you come? Ling Hai animatedly rushed up. The more he looked at this disciple of his, the more he was fond of her. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled and her eyes swept past all the elders. I came here to bid farewell. Bid farewell. Ling Hai frowned. Why, are you leaving? That's right, I have other matters to attend to. In addition, Yun Luofeng paused for a moment and spoke in a remorseful tone. Masters, I have to be forthcoming with you on something. All the elders looked at each other in dismay and used a puzzling gaze to look at Yun Luofeng. Actually, I had my own motive for coming to the West Province Academy and acknowledging you as my masters. Yun Luofeng's expression was one of apology. At that time, I sensed that there was a soul fruit in the academy, so I attempted to enroll here. Soul fruit. The various elders revealed astonishment on their faces. What's a soul fruit? They had been in the academy for a period of time, yet they did not know what a soul fruit was. Yun Luofeng smiled. The soul fruit was hidden by Ji Jitian in the academy and he passed it to me before he left. In any case, my motive for acknowledging you as my masters was not pure, and so I wanted to apologize for this. All these people had truly regarded and treated her as their disciple, not hesitating to have a falling out with the West faction's elders for her. As such, it was reasonable that she had to make things clear. At the same time, she had been prepared to be rebuked by the various elders. No matter what, when one had accepted a disciple that they were satisfied with, yet knowing that the disciple had other motives in the end, they would be bitterly disappointed. Sure enough, after hearing her explanation, all the elders turned silent, resulting in the entire East Courtyard to be surrounded with a silent aura. Seemingly afraid of Yun Luofeng being nervous, Yun Xiao lightly grasped her hands, letting his energy to be transmitted into her body. Reasonably speaking, with Yun Luofeng's talent and coupled with the relationship she had with Ji Jitian, there was no need for her to explain to the various elders, and it was even more needless to be so nervous like today. However, she had ultimately come and revealed her own motives. In addition, although she did not reveal it on her face, her heart was filled with nervousness as she sweated from her hands. All these years when she had faced various experts, she had never felt so nervous. Puchi. Suddenly, a laugh burst out in the East Courtyard, breaking the silent atmosphere. Zhu Ying lightly chuckled. I thought that it was something big, but it turns out it was only a small matter. Speaking of that, I'd like to thank that soul fruit. Without it, how would I have the opportunity to accept such an outstanding disciple? Yun Luofeng stared blankly and asked in disbelief. You're not angry? Angry? Ling Hai stared at Yun Luofeng. Why should we be angry? Could it be we had to be angry because you did not tell us your motives earlier? If you had told us earlier, even if I had to rummage through the entire academy, I would have definitely found this soul fruit for you. Their expression was not fake in the slightest. They were also not lenient and tolerant with her just because of their respect towards Ji Jitian. Chapter 1287, West Provinces Shock 7. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. They truly did not get angry because of this. If they were angry about anything, they were only angry that Yun Luofeng didn't tell them this earlier. If so, they could have even helped her with it. Yun Luofeng was emotionally touched and a smile surfaced on her gorgeous face. If the academy encounters any critical circumstances when Ji Jitian isn't present, you can spread the news, and no matter if I'm 1,000 miles away, I'll rush back to help as long as I know about it. Regardless of whether it was repaying Ji Jitian's assistance or for these masters who treated her as their disciple, she would not be stingy with her help. Disciple, Zhu Kong smiled. With your talents, you'll be well known within the continent before long. At that time when we tell others that you're our disciple, we as your masters will also feel honored. Therefore, you don't have to feel that you've let us down for your motives. It's as what Zhu Ying has said, we should be thankful for that soul fruit, or else how could we have accepted such an outstanding disciple like you? As Zhu Kong was afraid that Yun Luofeng would blame herself for the previous deceiving and concealing, he had repeated Zhu Ying's words once again. I understand. Yun Luofeng cupped her fists. Masters, please take care of yourselves. Yun Xiao, let's go. She took a last glance at the elders and turned to leave. The moment she left, the atmosphere within the courtyard had once again turned silent, and Ling Hai had even sneakily wiped his tears. Zhu Kong looked at him and walked over to pat his shoulders as he said, hate to part with our disciple. In my whole life, it's the first time I've accepted such an outstanding disciple. Do you think I can bear to separate from her? Ling Hai glared at Zhu Kong and his expression was filled with grief. She has a bright future and we cannot restrict her path. As long as we're fated, we will definitely meet her again in the future. Zhu Ying smiled. She did not feel too emotional as they were on the same continent, so there would definitely be an opportunity to meet again in the future. What's wrong with you? Why your face is sullen? The voice of someone who wasn't clear about the situation could be heard from outside, and soon after that, an elderly man walked into the room. Our disciple is about to leave the academy and Ling Hai is currently being emotional because of the separation. Zhu Ying quirked her brow, looking at Fei Fan who appeared outside the door and asked, "Oh right, Fei Fan, why have you returned?" Fei Fan was somewhat stupefied. "What do you mean by, our disciple? You've simultaneously accepted a disciple. Who was it that had such good fortune to be liked by all of you?" Zhu Ying smiled. "On the contrary, it was our good fortune to have accepted such an outstanding disciple. Initially, when she was being tested, her spirit energy had poured out incessantly, so we had taken a fancy to her because of her talent. Zhu Kong and everybody also vied with each other to be her masters, and as a result, we unanimously agreed to accept her altogether as our disciple." "Wait," Fei Fan scratched his head and frowned. "I seem to remember that you promised to leave the next genius for me to be my disciple." "Ah, did we?" Ling Hai, who was originally being emotional due to the separation, had immediately recovered his senses. He gave a puzzled look at those beside him. "Who said this? Why don't I remember it?" Zhu Kong and the rest looked up in the air, acting as if they suffered from memory loss. "I also can't remember. I don't think I said something like that." "Zhu Ying, did you say that?" "No, I completely don't remember having said this before." "Fei Fan, are you being delusional? How come we are unaware of this?" Chapter 1288, West Provinces Shop 8. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. It's sufficient for my precious disciple to have 5 masters and there can't be more. There definitely cannot be more. Fei Fan, it's better if you stop thinking about her. Fei Fan's face turned red from anger. These old fellas were truly too shameless. It was fine that they took advantage of his absence and snatched his disciple away, yet they even acted innocent. I don't care if you remember or not. In any case, that genius is my disciple and you all have to hand over the position. One shouldn't be sinister to this degree, or otherwise, how can we still associate with each other in the future? Zhu Kong dryly coughed. Ling Hai, Zhu Ying, it's quite late and we should disperse too. That's right, it's quite late now. Let's leave. This group of old folks acted as if they did not see Fei Fan and walked out of the courtyard without any more discussion, only leaving Fei Fan whose face had turned ashen from anger. Shameless old folks, I want to sever all ties with you. Fei Fan's thundering voice echoed throughout the entire Eldest courtyard. Unfortunately, no one replied to him for a very long time. West Province Academy. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were walking on a long expansive lawn side by side. Without exception, everyone around them focused their attention on them with eyes filled with worship and admiration. They were unaware of the matter of Ji Jutian appearing. They only knew that Yun Luofeng had crippled the disciple of the West faction's elder Yao Shu, and as a result, that elder brought men to settle the debt with her. However, they were ultimately arrested by the punishment hall, while the elders of the two factions had shed all pretenses of cordiality for her. Within the academy, what other disciple could cause such a huge sensation? Seemingly after Yun Luofeng arrived in the West Province Academy, it had never been peaceful. Yun Luofeng. Suddenly, a hurried voice sounded from the back, causing Yun Luofeng to stop her footsteps. Turning back, she saw Hu Li, who was drenched in sweat, walking over and asking while panting, "Yun Luofeng, are you leaving the academy?" In actuality, Hu Li's senses were very accurate. Yun Luofeng had indeed decided to leave the academy. "That's right." Yun Luofeng nodded and replied. Hu Li smirked. "If you are leaving, then I'll be following you. Don't forget, I already sold myself to you for 10 years, and within these 10 years, I'll follow you closely and protect you." Yun Luofeng quirked her brow, then turned to look at Yun Xiao. After seeing that he nodded, she then faced Hu Li. "Both Yun Xiao and I have many enemies, and if you follow us, you will definitely encounter danger. Are you sure you want to follow me from now on? Actually, the wager stakes I mentioned were only a joke, and there's no need for you to vow your loyalty and devotion to me." Hu Li's smile was enchanting and extremely flirtatious. "I've never broken any promises I've made. In addition, I'm someone who has already survived countless dangers, so why would I be afraid? If you are certain you're not deterred by those dangers, I can allow you to follow alongside me." "I'm not afraid." Hu Li's eyes were filled with a flirtatious glint. "Yun Luofeng, where do you intend to head to from now on?" Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao met each other's gaze before looking at Hu Li. "We don't have a definite location and we'll be taking it one step at a time." Their objective was for the soul fruit, and their journey would be headed towards whatever place had the fruit. "Since it's if you do not find it troublesome, I would like to return home first." "All right." Yun Luofeng was silent quite a while before continuing, "Then I'll follow you to your home." "Are you leaving right now?" "Oh right, where's your son?" Hu Li did not see Xiao Mo following alongside Yun Luofeng and asked while being somewhat puzzled. Chapter 1289, West Provinces Shop 9. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Obviously, Yun Luofeng would never tell him that Xiao Mo had returned to the God Code world, and so she told him something else. He has returned to his wife's side. In reality, Xiao Bai was currently in a sleeping state in the God Code world and Xiao Mo was guarding her by her side, so wasn't that equivalent to him staying by his wife's side? "Master." Within the God Code world, after Xiao Mo heard Yun Luofeng's words, he shouted with resentment. "Both Xiao Bai and I are innocent, why did you put us together?" Yun Luofeng drooped her eyes and revealed a slight smile. "When I had just gotten to know Yun Xiao, you frequently nagged for us to dual cultivate." Xiao Mo was speechless. "All right, just treat it as if he had not said anything, and wouldn't it be fine if he maintained his silence? In any case, he would never get married to. Correction, he would never marry Lin Ruobai even if he was beaten to death." "What is this?" Yun Luofeng, who intended to continue teasing Xiao Mo, suddenly heard Hu Li releasing an anguished wailing. "Even a young brat like your son has a wife, yet I'm still single and can only get by with my 5 fingers, Hu Li whined as he spoke resentfully. Yun Luofeng smirked. It seems like there would be numerous women coming to you as soon as you raised your hands. Yun Xiao seemed to be jealous that Yun Luofeng was speaking to Hu Li for an extended period of time, so he had tightly hugged Yun Luofeng's waist while casting a warning glance to Hu Li. Hu Li did not notice the warning glance in the slightest and continued, I am not the least interested in those average women. The moment he finished speaking, a grim voice suddenly sounded, causing Hu Li to feel an internal chill. You say too much. Yun Luofeng's man was a jealous man, yet unfortunately, only Yun Luofeng could subdue this kind of man. Hu Li's mouth twitched. I'll say one last thing. Yun Luofeng, the #1 genius of the heaven roll, is looking for you to have a fight. I'm not interested, Yun Luofeng expressionlessly replied. Seemingly already knowing her choice, Hu Li smiled. The #1 person on the heaven roll is a true madwoman. As long as she takes notice of someone, she'll pester you relentlessly until you agree to have a fight with her. In any case, everyone in the academy takes a detour upon seeing her. However, it seems that they didn't need to be concerned as that madwoman is only willing to fight with people who are strong. You had better not let her find you, or otherwise, she'll definitely pester you for a fight. The #1 genius on heaven's roll was a legendary figure in the West Province Academy. She had broken through to Sage King level when she was in her early 20s, and her outstanding talent caused all the elders in the academy to fight over her. However, she who was proud and arrogant was unwilling to acknowledge anyone as her master. In her life, fighting was the most carefree matter. The current Yun Luofeng was still unaware that not long after this, she would ultimately have an encounter with this #1 genius of the heaven roll. Furthermore, Yun Luofeng would occupy an important position in the other party's life. For some, only a process was needed to become acquainted from being strangers, and this process was fighting. At this moment, Yun Luofeng did not know that after that genius had an encounter with her, what she would invest was not only her time but her entire life. If she dares to come. The man's voice was husky, she can have a try. Hu Li's lips twitched. How could he have forgotten this man? Thanks to this man beside Yun Luofeng, it was most likely that the genius would be unable to approach Yun Luofeng. Let's go. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders as she turned and spoke. Chapter 1290. West Province's Shock 10. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. At the door of the courtyard. Hardly had the guards escorted Yun Luofeng and her friends out when they felt a wind blow behind them. A gust of wind then roared past, accompanied by a fiery red figure, and they were almost slammed to the ground. The person rushed to the door and stared in the direction that Yun Luofeng had left with a frown, thought for a while, and then turned to the two guards who were standing there stunned. The woman in a blood-red robe raised her chin and condescendingly asked them, Did you see Yun Luofeng? The two guards swallowed hard and their legs trembled when they recognized this woman. She has left. Swoosh. As soon as they said this, the fiery red figure disappeared, and there was only the sound of a gentle breeze in the doorway of the courtyard. The sound proved that what they had just seen was not a dream. Why is she looking for Yun Luofeng? One of the guards felt his heart throbbing violently. Is that maniac going to challenge her? I have a feeling that anyone who attracts her attention is going to be miserable. The other guard nodded with sympathy. Whoever attracted her interest would be pursued by her all the way. She was like a leech that stuck to you until you were willing to fight her. Of course, you couldn't beat her, or else she would keep chasing after you and challenging you until she finally beat you. The staggering speed with which this mad woman improved her strength was inseparable with her tenacious and unscrupulous character. As soon as she entered the academy, she challenged the disciples of the Earth Roll and managed to be listed on the Heaven Roll step by step. She was once defeated and seriously injured by the #1 on the Heaven Roll of the time, and spent half a year to recuperate. However, as soon as she recovered, she went on to challenge him. After many defeats, she became more and more courageous. Finally, her strength surpassed the #1 on the Heaven Roll of the time and she replaced him. After that time, all the students of the academy were terrified of her. She was completely isolated in the academy and had no friends. In addition, she was very proud and never took the people who were weaker than her seriously. However, since she won the first place of the Heaven Roll, she had never challenged anyone. The most important reason was that no one was strong enough to arouse her attention. Now her enthusiasm for a challenge was brought back by Yun Luofeng. She would never stop until Yun Luofeng agreed to fight her. Who could afford to provoke such a maniac? Shall we tell the elders about this? The two guards looked at each other and eventually decided to report to the elders about this matter in case Yun Luofeng was pestered by this maniac. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao also stopped when Hu Li stopped at the gate of the Luohua city. She looked at Hu Li, who looked somewhat embarrassed, and frowned. Aren't you going in? Evidence of a struggle appeared on Hu Li's face. My family is a family of physicians, but I'm not interested in medicine. 3 years ago, my father forced me to study medicine, but I refused. When he was going to push me harder, I was irritated and left the family, and I haven't been home in the last 3 years. When my brother learned that I was in the West Province Academy, he also came to the academy. But he didn't tell me anything about my family during the past 3 years because he didn't want to make me unhappy, so I don't know whether my father has forgiven me or not. Chapter 1291, Rage of Hu Li, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Thinking of the events of that year, Hu Li felt a bit remorseful. He had been missing his home during the last 3 years. However, he always enjoyed his freedom and didn't want to be bound by his father. Besides, he felt guilty about not doing what his father wanted, so he didn't go back home these years. Now at the gate of his home, he didn't know how he should go in. Yun Luofeng patted Hu on the shoulder. Since you've come back, why not go in and have a look? All right. Hu Li gradually calmed down. He took a deep breath and stepped into the city gate. When the people in the street saw him, their eyes were mixed with shock and sympathy, and he began to think that something might be wrong. Hu Li's heart sank and he quickened his pace towards his home. After 3 years, his home had changed a lot. The gate was not as bustling as before, and the 2 stone lions on either side of the gate were moved away. The steps were covered with red cloth, looking festive yet strange to him. Then, Huli raised his head only to find that the "Who" inscribed on the board hung over the gate had been inlaid with gold. Everything was different from when he left. Huli took a deep breath to suppress the nervousness in his heart and came up to knock the door. After a while, the door was opened and a furtive little boy stuck out his head. "You, Hu Tao, why are you at my home?" With his beautiful slanted eyes wide open, Huli stared at the little boy who appeared at the door. Hu Tao was the son of his second uncle, but second uncle and his father never got along. Why was his son in the Hu family house? Bang! Hu Tao was also stunned when he saw Huli. With a bang, he slammed the door hard and shut him out. At this moment, Huli thought of the strange eyes of the people he met on the street, and his handsome face immediately darkened. "Hu Tao, open the door for me." "This is my home. I won't open it." Hu Tao's proud voice came from the other side of the door. Bang! Huli lifted his leg and kicked the door open. With a single kick, he kicked the door off its hinges. Perhaps frightened by his actions, Hu Tao turned pale and watched Huli walking in the door in horror. Huli, whose handsome face turned green with anger, strode in, seized the collar of Hu Tao and asked coldly, "Where is my father? And where is my brother? Why did the Hu family's house become yours?" Hu Lin had already returned to the Hu family some time ago, so Huli asked him where his brother was. "Let me go." Hu Tao was struggling hard in Huli's hand. "Some time ago, your dad killed a patient when treating him. He had to compensate by giving a large sum of money to the patient's family, so he borrowed a lot of money from my dad. He gave this house to my dad to repay some of his debt." Though Hu Tao was young, his words were rather offensive. "Huli, you ran away from home and didn't return for 3 years. How can you have the cheek to interrogate me? You trash, beastard." Bang! Huli raised his hand and slammed Hu Tao hard on the ground. He clenched his fists, his knuckles snapped and the blue veins in his forehead were strongly pulsing. "Tell me, where is my father now?" Slammed hard, Hu Tao cried in pain. "He is in the slum of the Western District." "Boo-hoo, how dare you bully me? I'm gonna tell my dad and he'll kill your entire family. One more word from you, and I'll strangle you." Hearing his threat, Hu Tao immediately shut up. With red eyes, he dared not say anything more, not to mention cry loudly. Chapter 1292, Rage of Huli, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Huli turned around, his face pale. He looked at Yun Luofeng and said, "I need to take care of my personal affairs. Please wait for me here." Yun Luofeng looked at Huli and said, "We'll go with you." "Okay." Huli nodded, strode out of the gate and walked quickly towards the slum. The Hu family was quite famous here, especially Huli's father who was a well-renowned physician and had cured a lot of patients. Therefore, by asking pedestrians, Huli easily found out the whereabouts of his father. At that moment, a hunchbacked old man supported by another man tottered out of a dilapidated house in the slum. He was grey-haired and old, his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. If Yun Luofeng were here, she would immediately recognize that the person supporting the old man was Hu Lin who she had defeated. "My brother, you finally came out." A middle-aged man sneered at the old man, with a contemptuous smile on his face. "When are you going to pay me back?" "Hu Yu, I know it was you who framed my father. That year, you wanted to take everything belonging to the Hu family, so you framed my father and expelled him from the family. To your surprise, my father was successful in his career after he left the family. Seeing that he managed to gain a high status in the Luohua city with excellent medical skills, you bore a grudge and framed him again by arranging an accident when he was treating a patient. Then you forced him to borrow money from you." Hu Lin gnashed his teeth and glared at Hu Yuwu. Hu Yuwu guffawed disdainfully. "It was your father who killed his patient. Why do you blame me? Look, as I said, his medical skill is inferior and is no match for mine." "You." Hu Lin clenched his fists. "My brother is very successful now. When he comes back, he will surely avenge my father. And then you will die miserably." "Ha ha ha." Hu Yuwu laughed. "Are you talking about that Huli who ran away from home 3 years ago? Tut, if he is really as successful as you said, why doesn't he come back home? I think he must stay outside to conceal his failure. You dare to brag that he has reached the Sage King level and been listed on the heaven roll. What a joke. Even my son is not able to achieve this, so how could Huli do it?" Huli had reached the Sage King level, which was not bad but not surprising. But it was a different story considering his age. After all, Huli had reached the Sage King level at the age of 25. On the whole 7-province continent, only some students of the West Province Academy achieved this. More importantly, everyone knew what the heaven roll of the West Province Academy stood for. Once a student was listed on the heaven roll, he would attract the attention of the elders of the academy, and soon become the disciple of one of them. Then, technically, he could make use of the power of the West Province Academy. If Huli had really achieved that, then Hu Yuwu wouldn't dare do these things to his father. However, Huli had been missing for 3 years. If he had really made it, he would have returned home and shown off his success, but he hadn't come back. That was why Yuwu didn't take Huli seriously. "Who did you say was missing for 3 years?" Just as Hu Yuwu laughed, a cold voice came from behind him. Chapter 1293, Rage of Huli, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Hu Lin shuddered and raised his head only to see Huli slowly walking towards him. Feeling relieved, he hurriedly said, "Second brother, you've come back. Ah, Yun Luofeng, why are you here?" That day, claiming he had something urgent to attend to, Hu Lin had hurried back to Luohua City after fighting Yun Luofeng without even staying to watch the fight between Huli and Yun Luofeng. It was probably because of the circumstances of the Hu family that he left in such a hurry. He didn't understand why Yun Luofeng was standing with Huli. "I'll tell you about it later." Hu Li gave an enchanting smile, though his slanted eyes were filled with hatred and killing intent. Get out, or I'll throw you out. Hu Yu scowled and sneered. I came here to collect the debt, not to give you a hard time. I'm always a kind-hearted person, so I will give you one more day because your son came back today. But if you don't pay me back tomorrow, don't blame me for being cruel to you. Let's go. He flicked his sleeves hard and swaggered away, followed by a group of people. Father, quote. Gazing at the old man in front of him, Hu Li couldn't believe his eyes and almost burst into tears. Just 3 years later, his father, who was in his prime of life when he left, had become so old and frail. But he was only in his 40s. He could only imagine how difficult his life was these days. You bad boy, why did you come back? The old man scowled, hit the ground hard with his crutch, and harshly scolded. Father, how did you become like this? Hu Li reached out his trembling hand to touch his father's grey hair, but finally his hand dropped powerlessly. Brother, why didn't you tell me about these things? Enjoying a comfortable life in the academy, he had no idea of the hardship that his family was going through. Hu Lin glanced at his father and said, Father didn't want me to tell you. He thought it wasn't easy for you to have your present life and didn't want to bother you with these things, so I didn't tell you about it. Shut up. The old man hit the ground with his crutch again, turned around and stumbled away. No more talk of these things. Come in with your friends. The moment he turned around, he stealthily raised his hand and wiped a drop of tear from the corner of his eye. Second brother, why is Yun Luofeng here? Hu Lin frowned. Apparently, he was still angry at Yun Luofeng who beat him before. Hu Li was a bit embarrassed. I lost to her, so I'll serve her for 10 years as I promised. I left the academy with her and dropped by to see father. Hu Lin was surprised, but he knew that it wasn't the right time to talk about this, so he looked away from Yun Luofeng and turned to Hu Li. In fact, as soon as you left home, father regretted that he tried to force you to do something you didn't like, but you know, he is too stubborn and will never admit he is wrong. In the last 3 years, because of Hu Yu, it was getting more and more difficult for father year by year, but he never allowed me to tell you about it for fear that it might distract you. He didn't want to be a stumbling block to you. Looking at his bent father, Hu Li was overwhelmed with guilt and grief. Suddenly, he fell on his knees with a bang and shouted loudly, Dad, I was wrong. Chapter 1294, Rage of Hu Li, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. The old man's body shook. Then he slowly turned around, tears running down from his face. Lissa, thank God you came back to me. Hu Li pressed his head against the ground. He had missed too much in the last 3 years. His father had become so old that he looked like a different person from before. However, no matter how much he suffered, he bore the hardship alone. Although he knew his son was doing well in the academy, he didn't want to disturb him. Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao stood silently behind Hu Li, without disturbing him. They knew that at this moment, Hu Li needed to vent his inner guilt and pain. Get up. The old man walked up to Hu Li on his crutch and helped him up. Finally understanding each other, the father and son cried on each other's shoulder. Li, are this young master and the lady your friends? The old man wiped tears from his eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao. Hu Li nodded. She is called Yun Luofeng, and she is my classmate at the West Province Academy and the disciple of 5 elders of the academy. As to this young master, he is called Yun Xiao and he is Yun Luofeng's husband. I lost to Yun Luofeng, so as I promised, I will serve her for 10 years. Now I left the academy with her to start a new journey. To Yun Luofeng the old man gratefully said, as a matter of fact, I have long known that Lissa dislikes being restrained. He is uninhibited and enjoys freedom. The West Province Academy was only a temporary foothold for him. He stayed at the academy because he was afraid I couldn't find him. Now because of you, he regained the confidence to chase his dream. I'd like to thank you for this. Not speaking, Yun Luofeng glanced at the old man's leg and then asked in a low voice, is there something wrong with your leg? The old man nodded with a wry smile, yes. When I treated a patient, he suddenly died, so his family broke my leg. I could have had a 50% chance to heal my leg, but I gave all my money to the patient's family and owed a lot of debts, so I couldn't afford the medicine. In the end, my bones decayed and there was no chance for me to stand up again. Father, I have money. I can buy you the medicine. Hu Li got up from the ground, took out his space ring and put all his silver tickets into the old man's hand. Go and get the medicine. The old man shook his head. I may have had a 50% chance to heal it when it was just broken, but now the chance isn't even 1 to 10. Hu Li's head hung down. He clenched the space ring in his hand and his heart ached. If he were in the Luohua city those days, his father wouldn't have been bullied like that. If he had never left his family, it wouldn't have happened to his father. It was all his fault. Hu Li was going to hit his head with all his strength and try to break it. Brother. Startled, Hu Lin rushed forward and grabbed Hu Li's hand. What are you doing? No one blames you. Besides, it was father who didn't allow me to tell you about it, and you have nothing to do with it. Let me go. Hu Li struggled out of Hu Lin's grasp. Just when Hu Lin was going to stop him again, an indifferent voice came from the side. Let him go. Let him hit himself if he wants. I'll bury him if he wants to die. Hearing this, Hu Lin angrily turned his head and asked, Yun Luofeng, what do you mean? Chapter 1295, Rage of Hu Li, 5. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. What do I mean? A cold and wicked smile appeared on Yun Luofeng's lips. I think you know what I mean. At this point, instead of thinking about how to help your father, you are busy blaming yourself. Your father is already in pain. Do you want to make him feel more pain? Hu Li's hands gradually fell down and his handsome face turned paler and more ashamed. Hu Li, I asked you to follow me, not because you were a coward. Yun Luofeng's black eyes were shining with a wild and domineering light. What I need is a person who has courage. Now you should think about how to revenge your father, not how to punish yourself. Hu Li said with a bitter smile, you are right. Now it's not the right time to do this. I will repay those who hurt my father before I apologize to my father. Yun Luofeng's words might sound heartless, but they were right. They hit Hu Li's heart like a hammer and made him calm down. Seeing that Hu Li had calmed down, Yun Luofeng turned her gaze to the old man's crippled right leg. Your leg can still be cured. The old man froze, and after quite a while, he shook his head. I'm a physician myself. I know how badly it was hurt. It's already beyond hope. If I say it can be cured, it can. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Hu Li, go buy me some medicinal herbs. Okay. Hu Li unconditionally believed Yun Luofeng. Since she said his father's leg could be cured, she would cure it. Yun Luofeng wrote down the medicinal herbs she needed on a paper and handed it to Hu Li. Taking the prescription, Hu Li hurried to the drugstore of the Luohua city. There were a lot of people in the drugstore. Hu Li had hardly arrived there when he met someone he didn't want to see. Seeing him, the man was also stunned, and then he sneered. Hu Li, my father said you came back and I didn't believe him. So you really come back? Were you expelled from the West Province Academy? You have to come back to the Luohua city because of that, right? Hu Li scowled. Get out of my face. Oh, I didn't see you for a long time and you become so grumpy. I remember you didn't dare to talk to me like this before. Putting his arms around the waist of a woman with heavy makeup, the young man swaggered toward him, his belly sticking out. His face was pale and his footsteps faltered, which showed that he had indulged in too much sexual pleasure. Even if I was expelled by the West Province Academy, I can still kill you with one hand. Hu Li snorted. I didn't do anything to you 3 years ago because my father didn't let me. But you know, I don't obey his orders now. Do you think I'll still let you go? This young man was the eldest son of Hu Yu, the elder brother of Hu Tao. This guy had been against him, but his father didn't allow him to cause trouble outside. Therefore, no matter how hard he provoked him, he just ignored him. Now, how could he still endure this guy since his family had almost ruined his father? Hu Li, your father killed a patient and became notorious. How dare you go out? Don't you fear the family of the dead person seeking revenge against you? When talking to Hu Li, the young man couldn't help but stretch out his hand and pinch the bottom of the woman beside him. The woman exclaimed and grumbled shyly, young master, it hurts. Chapter 1296, Rage of Hu Li, 6. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Haha, the young man laughed lasciviously and whispered to the woman, it'll hurt more tonight. The woman pretended to be shy and lowered her head. However, the moment she did it, a touch of disdain flashed through her eyes. He wants to make me hurt. With what? I guess a toothpick would do a better job than him. She fawned on him just because he was quite generous and the Hu family was a powerful family in the Luohua city. Watching Hu Rui's nasty behavior, Hu Li frowned, his slanted eyes filled with disgust, and then he shouted, get out. As he said this, a powerful aura thundered out from his body. Before Hu Rui figured out what was going on, his body had been slammed down and fell heavily into the crowd. Hu Li flicked his sleeve and strode into the drugstore. He put the prescription on the table and said, give me the medicinal herbs on this prescription. The shopkeeper looked up at him without concern. Sorry, we don't have the goods you need. Hu Li was away from home for 3 years. It was said that he was down and out and lived a dog's life. Look at him. He probably couldn't afford these medicinal herbs. Besides, even if he could afford it, he wouldn't sell it to him because he didn't want to offend the Hu family. Are you sure? Hu Li squinted and asked, in a threatening tone. Get out, the shopkeeper said impatiently. Get out now. I told you we didn't have these medicinal herbs. As soon as he said this, he felt a chill on his neck and he shivered. He lowered his eyes only to see a sword against his neck, and he immediately turned pale and his voice trembled. Young master Hu. Hu Li, I was just joking. Hu Li sneered, take out the medicine, or I will kill you now. All laid a load on a willing horse, but everyone was afraid of a villain. At this moment, this saying strongly resonated with Hu Li. When he was in the Luohua city 3 years ago, though his father was driven out of the Hu family, he was a well-renowned physician, so no one in the city dared to mess with him. Now seeing that his family declined, these people changed their faces. Then why should he be polite to them? The shopkeeper hurriedly took out the medicinal herbs that Hu Li wanted from the cabinet, wrapped them separately with yellow straw paper, and carefully handed them to Hu Li. His hands were trembling. These are the medicinal herbs you want? Hu Li raised his eyebrows. How much is it? No, they're free. How would he dare to ask Hu Li for money? He just wanted to save his own life. Hu Li cast a cold glance at the shopkeeper and left behind a piece of silver. I'm not the kind of person who takes things away without paying money. Here is the silver. Take it. I'll never come to your shop again. Saying this, Hu Li turned away. Just then, the crowd was in an uproar. As soon as Hu Li stepped out of the drugstore, a group of people rushed towards him. They were all in mourning apparel, and the grieving expressions turned to anger when they saw Hu Li standing in front of the drugstore. The Hu family's beast-starred. Pay us with your life. Your father murdered my son and I want your life for my son's life. A middle-aged man angrily pounced at Hu Li, hiding spiritual power in his hand, and he was going to hit Hu Li on the head. However, before he could reach Hu Li, he was pushed away by the aura released by him. Ouch. The middle-aged man fell to the ground and cried, this beast-starred's father killed my son. I asked him to take responsibility for this only to be beaten by him. Is there still any justice in this world? Chapter 1297, Rage of Hu Li, 7. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Hu Li's eyes turned grim. He coldly stared at the middle-aged man who was sitting on the ground and crying bitterly. Everyone in the Luohua city knew about the accident, so they began to blame Hu Li when hearing the middle-aged man's words. Physician who really overdid it. How can he still call himself a physician after murdering a patient? Tut, though the Hu family is a famous medical family, its master is Hu Yuwu. I guess Hu Wenwu didn't become the master because his medical skills are inferior. Hu Wenwu was Hu Li's father. Hu Li stared at the middle-aged man who was still crying bitterly and an unfathomable light flickered across his eyes. He didn't have the time to ask who was the patient his father killed. Now seeing this man, he realized that this matter was not that simple. The man in front of him almost became his father-in-law. He was engaged to the man's daughter when he was little, and though he didn't like that woman, he didn't call off the engagement because his father didn't allow it. However, this woman had illicit sexual relations with another man and became pregnant, but she wanted to cheat him into marriage. In a rage, he called off the engagement and denied that the child was his. Finally, the biological father of the child stood out and admitted the child was his. Having no choice, the woman could only marry the child's father. Unfortunately, that man didn't cherish her after marrying her and always treated her with terrible violence at home. The woman wanted to turn to her family for help but her husband threatened to harm her child if she did that, so she had to endure it hopelessly. This was not revealed until the woman committed suicide in despair. Since then, this man hated Hu Li's guts because he thought his daughter's tragedy was caused by him. Therefore, Hu Li suspected that this farce was actually orchestrated by this man. Hu Li, son of Abtch, give me your life. The middle-aged man jumped up and angrily threw himself at Hu Li again. This time Hu Li didn't resist and was seized by his collar. He lowered his eyes and whispered to the middle-aged man, what is done by night appears by day. If I find out that you and Hu Yuwu set my father up, I will throw you and your family into hell. The middle-aged man quivered, and a flustered gleam flashed through his eyes. Just at that moment, Hu Li shook off his hand. His pinkish figure quickly drifted forward and disappeared from his sight. The man swallowed hard and gnashed his teeth. With a black face, he cursed secretly, Hu Li, you son of Abtch, you're too naive to fight against me. My daughter died because of you. I won't let you go. Even though the middle-aged man had killed the murderer who abused his daughter to death, he thought that Hu Li was equally liable for her daughter's death. Coldly staring at Hu Li's receding figure, he pondered before going towards the Hu family. The Hu residence. Hu Yuwu was sitting in the hall, drinking tea, and a servant came to report that Hu Yang Chanran had come to visit him. Let him in, Hu Yuwu said, slightly stunned. The servant took his order and left. After a while, the middle-aged man dressed in morning apparel walked in from outside. Reluctant to see the morning apparel, Hu Yuwu waved sullenly, Hu Yang Chanran, why did you come here dressed like that? Chapter 1298, Rage of Hu Li, 8. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. Why do you come to my home dressed like this? Hu asked with displeasure, frowning. Hu Yang Chanran smiled and walked up to Hu Yuwu. Master Hu, I'm dressed like this because I came to make trouble for Hu Li just now. By the way, Master Hu, when are we going to solve Hu Li and his father? Hu Yang Chanran, do you really hate Hu Li and his father so much? Hu Yuwu asked with a smile, his eyes glistening. A ferocious light flashed through Hu Yang Chanran's eyes when he heard this. Yes, how can I not hate them? If it weren't for Hu Li, my daughter wouldn't have died. I'll never forget that. The smile on Hu Yuwu's face spread. It wasn't Hu Li who killed your daughter. You seem to forget that. Hearing this, Hu Yang Chanran became furious. It was him. He murdered my daughter. If he was willing to marry my daughter, she wouldn't have married the beastard, so he is the reason for my daughter's death and I will never forgive him. At this moment, Hu Yang Chanran seemed to forget that it was his daughter who first had illicit sex with another man and even had that man's child, but attempted to cheat Hu Li into marriage. If she hadn't been too loose, she wouldn't have ended up like that. Hu Li would never admit another man's child as his own. Hu Yang Chanran, however, had never thought about his daughter's mistakes and blamed his daughter's death on Hu Li. If Hu Li hadn't refused to marry her, his daughter wouldn't have died so miserably. By the way, how about your son? Hu Yuwu asked, with an unfathomable gleam in his eyes. In my opinion, it would be better for you to just kill him to make sure no one finds out about the truth. Hu Yang Chanran's face stiffened for a moment and he grinned awkwardly. Master Hu, although I have other sons beside him, he is still my flesh and blood. How can I have the heart to kill him? Besides, I've already sent him away. No one will find out about anything. Don't worry. How can you achieve great things with a woman's pity? Hu Yuwu sneered and looked scornfully at Hu Yang Chanran. Master Hu, I came here to ask you to do me a favor. Hu Yang Chanran's eyes glistened. Though I have taken all the money of Hu Wenwu, it isn't enough. I want you to give Hu Li to me, and I will bury him alive with my daughter. He didn't want to marry my daughter. Fine, then I'll send him to accompany her into the afterlife. When Hu Yuwu was going to answer him, a noise came from outside the courtyard. He scowled and thundered, who is it? Squeak. Then he heard a rat squeak, and a white figure flashed away and disappeared from his sight. He was relieved to see the gold-seeking hamster that had run away. It was a gold-seeking hamster. That kind of spiritual beast is weak and I don't think it can pose any threat to us. Don't worry about it. Only god-level spiritual beasts could speak like human beings. A lowly beast like a gold-seeking hamster would never be able to reach the god level in its life. Why should he care about it? Master Hu, what I just proposed. Hu Yang Chanran hesitated for a while and asked. I agree to your proposal. Hu Yuwu stood up and said casually, I just want to ruin Hu Wenwu and his sons. As for Hu Li, his end will be up to you. He didn't take Hu Li seriously and spoke as though he could decide Hu Li's fate. Chapter 1299, Rage of Hu Li, 9. As he said before, if Hu Li really became successful, how could he stay away from home for 3 years? It must be because he was too ashamed of his failure to come back home. And Hu Lin claimed that his brother had been listed on the heaven roll of the West Province Academy. That was a big joke. How could Hu Li achieve that? Hu Lin must have made it up so that his brother wouldn't be too embarrassed. Hu Yang Chanran, keep your son hidden. If I find out that my plan is ruined because of your son, I will kill your whole family. Hu Yuwu made a slicing gesture by his neck with his hand, his eyes shining with a ferocious light. When Ouyang Chanran saw Hu Yuwu's action, his heart quivered and he subconsciously wiped the sweat off his forehead. Master Hu, don't worry. No one knows where I hide my son. He won't affect your plan. I hope so, Hu Yuwu sneered. Saying nothing more, he asked servants to see Ouyang Chanran away. In the slum. In a shabby house, Hu Lin, who was waiting anxiously, saw his brother return and hurried to meet him. Brother, do you have the medicine? Was there anyone messing with you? Hu Li shook his head, handed the medicine to Yun Luofeng, and turned his eyes to his father. Father, tell me the details of the accident. Was the patient Ouyang Chanran's son? The old man shuddered and nodded helplessly under Hu Li's questioning gaze. Yes, it was his son. His son just had a fever, so I gave him a normal fever reducer. But no one expected that he would suddenly die. Upon hearing this, Hu Lin became angry. I think Hu Yuwu was behind this accident. He was the one who framed you. As soon as Ouyang Chanran's son died, he came to visit you, telling you he could lend you money, and at that time, you would have no choice but to borrow his money. Not answering Hu Lin, Hu Li stared at the old man. Why did you agree to treat Ouyang Chanran's son? The old man smiled wryly. I'm a physician. Treating patients is my responsibility. As a physician, how can I refuse patient? But I never dreamed that such a thing could happen to me. Father, don't you think the two persons colluded on this matter? The more Hu Li thought about it, the more he was sure that these two were both behind the plot. It isn't possible. How could Ouyang Chanran seek revenge against us with his son's life? The old man shook his head. And his son is dead. It couldn't have been done by him. It must be Hu Yuwu. Hu Li smiled coldly. He was sure that Ouyang Chanran was involved in this plot. Just then, a gold-seeking hamster darted through the door, and in front of everyone's eyes it suddenly changed into a white-clad young man. The people in the room were all stunned and stared at the young man appearing from nowhere. Not looking at the others, Milk Tea directly reported to Yun Luofeng, Master, as you ordered, I followed Hu Yuwu. And guess what I heard? Milk Tea looked excited. It turns out that the patient who is supposed to be dead isn't dead but is instead hidden somewhere by his father. What? The old man and Hu Lin cried out at the same time. Having no time to ask about Milk Tea's identity, they both stood there dumbfounded. That's impossible. The old man shook his head. I was sure the boy was not breathing. How could he still be alive? Chapter 1300. Rage of Hu Li, 10. That was absolutely impossible. Hu Li sneered. Father, don't forget that Hu Yuwu is also a physician and inherited most of the Hu family's medical books. He must have found a way to make people believe that the boy had died. The old man shuddered and fell into his chair. He agreed to treat that boy because he always wanted to help people with his medical skill and didn't want to see the boy tortured by high fever. He didn't even receive treatment fees because he felt guilty about the death of Ouyang Chanran's daughter. However, he never dreamed that his kindness would be repaid with malevolence. Father, I told you this must have something to do with Ouyang Chanran, but you didn't believe me, Hu Li said angrily. His heart was filled with rage as soon as he thought about how Ouyang Chanran and Hu Yuwu had colluded to ruin his father, and he wished he could kill them right now. However, Hu Li knew his father well and knew that he valued his reputation more than his life. How could he ruin his father's reputation for his own sake? Brother, let's go settle accounts with those people. Hu Lin gnashed his teeth, his eyes burning with the fire of resentment. No, Hu Li had calmed down. I need to find Ouyang Chanran's son first to prove father's innocence. We can't see father's reputation be ruined, or let the wicked get away. Hearing Hu Li's words, Yun Luofeng, who had been silent, suddenly said, I will send someone to find that boy for you. Thanks, Hu Li said gratefully. In fact, Yun Luofeng could keep out of the affair but she chose to help him, which moved him. Yun Luofeng cast a glance at Hu Li. Don't forget. You're going to leave here with me. I just don't want to waste too much time here, so I'll help you find the kid. Otherwise, I'm afraid it'll take you a long time to do it with your own strength. How are you going to find that boy? Hu Li asked. Yun Luofeng thought for a while and looked up at the old man. Do you have anything that Ouyang Chanran's son has used? Yes. The old man tottered aside, took out a piece of white cloth and presented it to Yun Luofeng. Ouyang Chanran's son used this to wipe his mouth when he coughed and he left this cloth. Will it work? Yes, anything he had used will do. Yun Luofeng took the white cloth and handed it to Milk Tea. Remember the smell on it and find that boy. Milk Tea always had a sharp nose. Otherwise, he wouldn't be called a gold-seeking hamster. There was nothing in the world that the gold-seeking hamster couldn't find. Milk Tea sniffed at the white cloth to remember the smell and assured her, Master, wait for me here. I'll find out where the boy is soon. With that, Milk Tea rushed out the door and disappeared from everyone's sights in the blink of an eye. Yun Luofeng hefted the medicinal herbs in her hand and turned to Hu Li. Do you know how to decoct medicinal herbs? Hu Li paused and nodded, yes. Decoct these medicinal herbs into soup, make your father drink it, and apply the dregs on his broken leg. In 3 days, he will recover. Hu Li was stunned. He looked at Yun Luofeng in disbelief, and asked doubtfully, you mean these medicinal herbs can heal my father's leg? He knew how good his father's medical skill was. Even his father couldn't heal his leg. Was Yun Luofeng really able to do it? If you believe me, do it. If you don't, just take it as you didn't hear me. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and said coolly. Chapter 1301. Collect the debt 1. Hu Li cast a hesitant glance at Yun Luofeng and finally took over the medicine. He turned to the old man. Father, wait for a moment. Let me decoct the medicine. Then he walked away. Mr. and Mrs. Yun, the old man said, his eyes resting on him, if you don't mind, please rest in my home tonight. Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. For a Sprid cultivator, even sitting up all night would be no problem. The next day, in the morning, a loud noise came from outside the shabby room in the slum. A man yelled arrogantly, "Hu Wenwu, Hu Li, is your money prepared? If you can't repay your debt, you'll have to give me your lives." Squeak. The shabby wooden door was pushed open by an old hand, and the old man tottered out with the help of his sons. His crutch heavily pounded the ground like a hammer hitting on the hearts of the crowd. "Hu Yu, you know what you did." The old man coldly stared at the man standing in front of him, his voice hoarse and dry and his eyes solemn. Hu Yu laughed. "What did I do? Why don't I know? How about you? A patient died of your treatment, which is known to the whole Luohua city. Your reputation has been destroyed, and no one can help you." With that, Hu Yu raised his hand and a piece of paper appeared in it. A bright red fingerprint was clearly visible on it. "You borrowed 10 million taels of silver from me. When are you going to repay me?" With a sarcastic smile on his face, he looked provocatively at Hu Wenwu. "Hu Wenwu, when you were kicked out of the Hu family, you should have kept your hands off the medical industry and hidden in a corner to spend the rest of your life. However, you didn't want to give up your fame and continued to treat patients. You're provoking me by doing this. Now you are just suffering from your own actions and your tragedy has nothing to do with anyone." The old man angrily pointed at his brother, and his old body trembled with anger. After learning all the truth yesterday, he just wanted to come forward to slap him hard when he saw the shameless face of Hu Yu. Swoosh. Just then, a gust of wind blew over. Hu Yu failed to hold the paper firm, which was blown away. Hu Yu was astounded and hurriedly jumped up to grab the IOU. Just at this moment, the IOU flew forward and fell into a big hand. It was a black-robed man who looked cool, his dark eyes so unfathomable that no one could detect the emotions in his heart. Seizing the IOU, the man gave it to the white-clad girl beside him. And then, the girl raised her hand and the IOU immediately broke into pieces in her hands. The shredded paper floated everywhere. She raised her eyebrows and stared at Hu Yu, who had turned pale and casually said, "Since you said that Hu Wenwu owes you a debt, you should show the IOU. If you don't even have the IOU, how can you come to collect the debt?" At the moment, the streets were already crowded with pedestrians, who were stunned when they heard Yu Nuofeng's words. The IOU. Didn't she just tear it up? How dare she ask about the IOU? How could she be so shameless? Hu Yu gnashed his teeth. "Miss, you think I can't do anything to Hu Wenwu without the IOU? Ridiculous. I can just piece the IOU back together, and then..." Chapter 1302, Collect the Debt 2. Oh, the girl raised her eyebrows and the smile on her face spread. "Really? Then how about this?" Swish. The shredded paper that was swirling in the air was suddenly on fire and was soon burned into ashes. Hu Yu felt as if he had been punched in the heart and became furious. He glared at Yu Nuofeng, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Miss, you'd better mind your own business, or else don't blame me for being rude to you." Yu Nuofeng languidly leaned against the man and gave him a provocative yet beautiful smile. "I'm sorry, it is my business now. Hu Wenwu owes me money, and all the people in the Luohua city can testify to it." Hu Yu's eyes darkened and he said coldly, "He can't repudiate it." Yu Nuofeng raised a faint smile. "May I ask why he borrowed money from you?" "Humph, as everyone knows, a patient died from his treatment and the patient's family asked him for compensation. In desperation, he could only turn to me to borrow money. For the sake of our brotherhood, I lent him 10 million taels of silver." Hu Yu snorted. "He'd better not repudiate the debt." "What if?" Yu Nuofeng narrowed her eyes. "That patient didn't die." "The patient didn't die." The crowd was in an uproar and everyone looked at Yu Nuofeng as if they were looking at an idiot. Even Hu Wenwu himself had admitted that the Yu Yang family's child was dead. How could he not have died? However, no one noticed the flustered look flickered across Hu Yu's eyes when he heard Yu Nuofeng's words. He tried to calm down and took a deep breath. "Nonsense, what are you talking about? The patient died. Hu Wenwu admitted it. Are you suggesting that the Yu Yang family was blackmailing him?" By saying this, he disassociated himself from this matter. Even if the truth was exposed, it would be Yu Yang Chanran's fault and had nothing to do with him. The time is nearly up. Yu Nuofeng looked into the distance, and he should be back now. Early this morning, Milk Tea informed her via soul communication that he had found the boy and was on his way to the Luohua city. "Hu Li," Yu Nuofeng turned to Hu Li, "bring Yu Yang Chanran here. Now I'm going to give everyone a good show." Knowing what Yu Nuofeng was up to, Hu Li he nodded and sped east of the street. After just a moment he strode back with Yu Yang Chanran carried in his hand. "Hu Li, you little son of a BTCH. Your father killed my son. How can you have the cheek to attack me? Go to hell. Shut up." Hu Li punched Yu Yang Chanran in the eye, and one of his eyes immediately turned black. He fiercely glared at Hu Li, as if he was going to cut Hu Li into pieces. When he reached Yu Nuofeng, Hu Li threw this guy to the ground, his slanted eyes shining with cold light and his face expressionless. "Yu Yang Chanran." Yu Nuofeng pointed her toes, stroked her chin and looked down at him with a smile. "Now let me give you a good show." Yu Yang Chanran angrily got up from the ground. "Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this?" Hu Li's eyes turned cold. Just as he was going to hit Yu Yang Chanran again, a black figure had flashed over like a gust of wind. The man lifted up his leg and kicked Yu Yang Chanran away. Chapter 1303, Collect the Debt 3. Under the public stare, Yu Yang Chanran's body fell heavily to the ground after flying a dozen meters away. The crowd was stunned. Looking at the cool, handsome man, they couldn't help but swallow hard. Though the Yu Yang family was not as powerful as the Hu family, Yu Yang Chanran's strength was not bad. How could the man kick him so far away without exerting any strength? Especially since Yu Yang Chanran was badly injured by his kick. He kept vomiting blood and almost coughed his viscera out. They're almost here, Yu Nuofeng said with a faint smile, her wicked eyes shining with a grim light. Ouyang Chanran, do you want to see your little son? Ouyang Chanran shuddered and turned pale. What do you mean? I don't understand. It doesn't matter, you'll find out soon. When Ouyang Chanran was wondering what was going on here, a young man's voice came from behind him. Master, I have brought you the boy you asked me to find. Hearing the clear voice, everyone looked towards the source of the voice. It was a slim young man. His thin body was covered in a white robe, his handsome, fair-skinned face looked quite young, and his smile was as bright as sunshine. However, what attracted everyone's attention was the little chubby boy held in his hand. The chubby boy, with drool on his mouth, looked oafish. Seeing Ouyang Chanran lying on the ground, he burst out crying. Daddy! Ouyang Chanran's face turned ghastly pale. His eyes were mixed with fear and shock, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The chubby boy's cry was like a stone falling into quiet water, causing a great disturbance. Isn't this Ouyang Chanran's dead son? How is he still alive? Well, I think he looks a bit stupid, not as clever as he used to be. Ouyang Chanran asked Hu Wenwu for compensation and broke his leg because his son died of Hu Wenwu's treatment. But, this boy, who can tell me what happened? Ouyang Chanran's eyes were filled with despair instead of fear. He wondered why his son showed up here though he had hidden him so well. Hu Yuwu looked nervous too. He gave Ouyang Chanran a black look with an angry gleam in his eyes. He had told him to get rid of the boy in case of any trouble afterward, but Ouyang Chanran couldn't bear to do it. If he was more decisive, how could this happen? So was this the good show the woman in white had mentioned? I'm sure all of you have seen it, Hu Li, who reacted first, said with a sneer. Ouyang Chanran's son is not dead. He framed my father. He is even worse than a beast by using such a dirty trick. Hearing his words, the crowd began to loudly discuss this with each other. The shock in their eyes was replaced by taunts and Ouyang Chanran was almost drowned in their curses and reproaches. Ouyang Chanran is really insidious. His son is still alive, and he claimed that his son was dead. He was just blackmailing physician Hu. Chapter 1304, Collect the Debt 4. I knew it. Physician Hu's medical skill is good. It was impossible that a patient died from his treatment. Now it turns out to be a frame-up. Now with both human testimony and material evidence, I'd like to see how he will defend himself. Wait, if Ouyang Chanran's son didn't die, why was he not breathing? Among those people angrily cursing Ouyang Chanran, there was still someone sensible. That man's question made the crowd quiet down. Yu Nuofeng grinned. There's a pill that can make people look like they're dead, but it also has a backlash, which is that after taking it, the one who takes it will become stupid. Nonsense. Ouyang Chanran jumped to his feet and glared at Yu Nuofeng. My son had a fever. It was the fever that injured his brain, not that medicine. Ouyang Chanran's heart throbbed violently at the thought. He took advantage of his son's fever to frame Hu Wenwu, but this delayed the treatment of his illness, which damaged his brain. However, at this moment, Ouyang Chanran, who knew that what he did had been exposed, admitted everything. Yes, he hated the Hu family people. Was that wrong with that? Would his daughter have died had it not been for them? He had done nothing wrong to seek revenge against them. In that pill there is a medicinal ingredient called heart-losing grass. Every physician knows its side effects. Yu Nuofeng raised her eyebrows and glanced at Ouyang Chanran with a faint smile. Heart-losing grass. Ouyang Chanran shook his head. It's impossible. There couldn't be any heart-losing grass in the pill. I don't believe it. I will never believe it. Master. Milk Tea walked up to Yu Nuofeng and held out his hand. I found this in the Ouyang boy's room. He handed the pill on his palm to Yu Nuofeng. Yu Nuofeng had barely reached for the pill when Yun Xiao held her hand. He tore off a piece of his sleeve and handed it to her saying, Don't get your hands dirty. Yu Nuofeng smiled, took the rag and wrapped it around the pill. If a person takes the medicine to feign death, he can still restore consciousness as long as he forces the medicine out of his body with spiritual energy. But your son thought this was something precious and saved it. Yu Nuofeng handed the pill to Hu Wenwu. Heart-losing grass. Hu Wenwu paused, took the pill, put it on the tip of his nose and sniffed at it. Then his face suddenly changed. The pill does contain heart-losing grass. If Yu Nuofeng had said that, Ouyang Chanran would not have believed it. But it was the highly esteemed Hu Wenwu who said this. Even though he hated the Hu family people, he had to admit that Hu Wenwu would never lie. That guy was too proud to tell lies. Since he said that there was heart-losing grass in the pill, it was definitely true. Ouyang Chanran felt his heart tremble as he thought of it, and his mind went blank. His son became a moron. Because of him. No. It was Hu Yuwu who was to blame. Who, quote. Ouyang Chanran clenched his fists, gnashed his teeth and spat out this word. Before he could finish, with a swish a flying knife pierced his throat, and he quivered while his eyes went wide in disbelief. Chapter 1305, Collect the Debt 5. You old beast-ard. Hu Yuwu rushed up to Ouyang Chanran, kicked his body to the ground and pulled out the throwing knife that he had stabbed into his neck. How dare you frame my brother? That's unforgivable. I will kill you today to avenge my brother. Stop it. Hu Li's face greatly changed. Ouyang Chanran, the only person who could testify against Hu Yuwu, was killed in front of his eyes. Hu Yuwu, stop it. Hu Li rushed to Hu Yuwu and reached out his hand. When Hu Yuwu was about to make the next move, he quickly grabbed Ouyang Chanran. Unfortunately, Ouyang Chanran was already dead. Hu Yuwu, what are you doing? Hu Li coldly stared at Hu Yuwu and anger welled up in his mind. Hu Yuwu laughed. I'm avenging you, of course. This asterisk asshole dared to frame you, which is a provocation to our Hu family. How can I allow this beast-ard to behave like this? Hu Li sneered. I think you just wanted to silence him. A cold gleam flashed through Hu Yuwu's eyes and he simpered. What are you talking about? I'm your second uncle. I'm avenging you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lent money to your father when Yang Chanran asked him for compensation. I'm always a kind-hearted person. Don't take me wrong. Hu Li clenched his fists and his knuckles snapped. His face was black and the murderous aura around his body grew intense. Yun Luofeng remained silent. After all, she had done enough for Hu Li, and now he had to deal with it himself. Hu Yu, I will get the evidence. Hu Li snorted, get out of here. Don't wrong a kind-hearted person. Hu Yu gave a sneer and waved his hand, let's go. Followed by a group of people, he swaggered away, leaving Hu Li standing there, trembling with anger. In fact, Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao were both capable of stopping Hu Yu from assassinating Yang Chanran, but they didn't stop him. Even if they did, what would it matter? As long as Hu Yu didn't admit it, there was no evidence to prove that Yang Chanran was instigated by him. So Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao didn't move. Of course, there was a more important reason. There seemed to be a familiar smell on Hu Yu. Yun Xiao, did you detect it? Yun Luofeng asked, and her eyes slightly darkened. Yun Xiao's face was cold and his deep voice slowly rang, Bai Su. Yes, there was the smell of Bai Su on him, which meant that Bai Su had stayed with him. Xiao Mo didn't find Bai Su when he went to the Hu estate yesterday, and we discovered the smell on Hu Yu today, which means that they met last night. As one's strength grew, he would become more sensitive to odor. A strong master would recognize a person by his smell, not his look. This was why disguise techniques can deceive strong masters. It seems we need to stay here for a little longer, Yun Xiao said, holding Yun Luofeng in his arms, his lowered eyes filled with tenderness. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and smiled, do you want to wait for Bai Su to show up? Yes, he's too dangerous. If I don't solve him, I'll always worry about your safety. Chapter 1306, Bai Su, 1. The Hu residence. Hu Yu looked rather discomfited. He rushed into the hall, took the teacup handed to him by a maid, took a swig of the tea and slammed the teacup to the floor. A ferocious light flickered across his eyes, and he grimly said, how dare that woman ruin my plan? I will never let her go. At that moment, a wicked voice suddenly came from the beam, making his face change. I told you last night that you would fail. There was indomitable pride in the man's voice, and a faint smile appeared on his wicked, handsome face. Then he jumped down from the beam and landed in front of Hu Yu. If you follow my orders, I can help you. Hu Yu's eyes darkened. He looked at the man standing in front of him and asked, clenching his teeth, how can you help me and why do you want to help me? He never believed that such a strong man would help him for no reason. The man was not only powerful but also mesmerizingly attractive. No woman in the world would be able to resist his charm. However, this man's aura was so terrifying that no one dared to approach him. My purpose is simple, said the man, slightly squinting his eyes while a sinister smile appeared on his face. I want Yun Luofeng. Over the years, the Ghost Emperor had never given up hunting him. He swore he would take Yun Luofeng away from him and make him experience the painful feeling. Besides, the man's eyes glistened with a cold gleam, I heard that the Hu family has a treasure that can conceal one's smell. I hope you can give it to me after I help you. Hu Yu paused, the treasure is not a problem, but why didn't you show up since you want to take her away? The man turned his eyes to Hu Yu. His stare almost suffocated Hu Yu, and he felt as if his heart was grabbed by a hand. It was so painful that he almost couldn't breathe. You just need to do what I tell you. Otherwise, your life will be lost here now. Hu Yu clenched his teeth. I will mobilize all the power of the Hu family to fight against those people. After saying this, Hu Yu hurried out of the hall, not daring even to look back at the wicked man. Master, a gorgeous woman suddenly appeared at Bai Su's side. She lowered her eyes and said, the Hu family can't resist Yun Xiao. I know, Bai Su said and smiled darkly. I don't expect these people to resist Yun Xiao. I just want to give them some trouble. Besides, I came to the Hu family just for that treasure. Their lives have nothing to do with me. More importantly, by the time he stepped into the Hu family, he had sensed Yun Xiao's presence. If he left the Luohua city now, Yun Xiao would immediately find him. So he asked Hu Yu to make trouble for them, and perhaps he could have a chance to escape. Have you found that thing? Bai Su asked with a frown. The gorgeous woman nodded. Master, this jade pendant is what you need. Raising his eyebrows, Bai Su turned to glance at the jade pendant in her hands and took it from her. In the same instant, with a bang, his body shrank, and a loose silver robe covered his small body, which looked a little funny. Chapter 1307, Bai Su, 2. Bai Su became a boy of 5 or 6 years old. Fair-skinned, this boy looked quite adorable, but his big, bright eyes glistened with a wicked gleam and the faint smile on his chubby face contained awe-inspiring killing intent. I was wounded by Yun Xiao and lost all my strength, so I had to change into a child to recover as soon as possible. Even now, I can still keep my strength for half an hour at most. After half an hour, he would become a boy again. Master, your wound will recover soon. The gorgeous woman walked up to Bai Su, her eyes shining with adoration for him. She was willing to sacrifice her life for this man. She was willing to give up everything for him. Let's go. Getting what he wanted, Bai Su walked slowly out of the hall and disappeared without looking back. The silence of the Luohua city was broken by the clamor of the Hu family people. Hu Yu led all strong masters of the Hu family and stormed towards the slum, which attracted the attention of a lot of pedestrians. As soon as he reached the Hu Wenwu's home, he kicked the door open with a bang. Hu Wenwu, get the FCK out. Hu Yu thundered with a ferocious look. He was followed by a group of old men who were obviously the elders of the Hu family. Seeing Hu Wenwu who walked out of the door with a crutch, Hu Yu sneered, Hu Wenwu, you defected from the Hu family, so you were not allowed to continue practicing medicine. But you broke the rule. Now, in the presence of the elders of our family, I'll uphold justice. Hearing his words, Hu Li became furious, with a raging flame in his slanted eyes. Hu Yu, when did my father defect from the Hu family? He was driven out by the narrow-minded Yu. Besides, the Hu family never forbid my father from saving people. I am the master of the Hu family. Since I said there is such a rule, there is. Your father was not allowed to continue practicing medicine once he left the family. Now that he has broken the rule, of course I have the right to execute him. Hu Li clenched his fists, the blue veins in his forehead were strongly pulsing, his eyes were filled with killing intent, and the aura around his body became increasingly aggressive. Hu Yu, what gives you the right to execute my father? Hu Lin also stood out and asked furiously. Hu Yu said coldly, not only your father but also you and your brother must die today. Come on, take them. Hu Lin's face greatly changed and he hurriedly cried out, my brother is on the heaven roll of the West Province Academy. The elders of the Hu family weren't weak. Even though his brother was very talented, how could he resist so many old guys at the same time? Therefore, he tried to scare them away with the name of the West Province Academy. The heaven roll. An elder of the Hu family sneered with disdain. If what you said is true, isn't it too easy to be listed onto the heaven roll? And, if he's really capable of this, your father would have told everybody about this. How could he endure the bullying in silence? Hu Lin, do you think we are idiots? No one would believe your nonsense. Hu Lin's face turned red with anger and he glared at the men surrounding them. Hu Li. Suddenly, a wicked voice came from behind. Hu Li turned his head only to see a girl, crossing her arms against her chest, who lazily leaned against the door frame and smiled at Hu Li. If you need any help, just tell me. Chapter 1308, by Su, 3. Hu Li laughed wildly, I can deal with these people alone. By the way, where is Master Yun Xiao? Yun Luofeng paused and said, he had something urgent to attend to. Hu Li, solve them as quickly as possible. Okay. Staring at the enemy in front of him, Hu Li gradually calmed down, and the rage in his slanted eyes was replaced by confidence. Hu Li, I'll see if you can still speak so arrogantly. Hu Yu laughed and commanded all his subordinates to attack Hu Li. Yun Luofeng didn't watch the fight but gazed at the blue sky above, her dark eyes filled with worry. Yun Xiao, you must come back safe. The gate of the city. Bai Su looked at the city gate in front and a ray of light flashed through his wicked eyes. Jinyu, we can leave here now. Hu Li alone may not be able to resist the Hu family, so Yun Luofeng would stay behind to help him. From what he knew of Yun Xiao, he would never leave Yun Luofeng alone. So, at this point, he must be staying with Yun Luofeng. What Bai Su told Hu Yu was only partly true. He knew that the Hu family would not be able to defeat Yun Xiao, so he didn't stay long in the Luohua city, in case that man would find him. He hadn't recovered from his injuries, so he had to hide from Yun Xiao. As soon as he regained his power, he would wage a decisive battle with Yun Xiao. However, the very moment Bai Su was about to step out of the gate, a black-robed man suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. His black robe was fluttering in the breeze, his cool face remained stern and his deep, black eyes were filled with killing desire. Bai Su stopped. They looked at each other, and two powerful auras surged out of their bodies. Suddenly, a fierce gale sprang up and clouds of dust were flying up in the air. Yun Xiao, Bai Su's eyes twinkled with an evil light, and he coldly stared at the man in front of him, why didn't you stay with Yun Luofeng? The man's voice was as cold and hoarse as ever, but it contained faith in the girl. Those people can't rival her. He believed in Yun Luofeng. Even though Yun Luofeng hadn't broken through to the Sage King level, he didn't think those people could threaten her. Bai Su laughed. Yun Xiao, it seems that I underestimated you. But I don't think you can stop me. If I want to go, no one can stop me. Yun Xiao stared expressionlessly at Bai Su. Do you think the woman beside you can take you away again? Over the years, Bai Su escaped every time because of the woman beside him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by him long ago. Master, Jinyu's face darkened and she cast a wary glance at Yun Xiao. Don't worry. I'll take you away even at the expense of my life. Swoosh. Just at that time, the man suddenly moved. He was so fast that he had reached the front of Jinyu like a gust of wind in the blink of an eye. Boom. Before Jinyu could react, she had been hit by a force. Her body flew out with a jerk and fell heavily to the ground. Blood gushed from her mouth. Master, go, Jinyu cried anxiously, her beautiful eyes full of eagerness. Yun Xiao, Bai Su sneered, how can you beat a woman? Don't you think you are too rude? Chapter 1309, Bai Su, 4. Yun Xiao withdrew his hand, his handsome face expressionless, his voice deep and hoarse and his eyes cold. If I let you run away, you will hurt Feng Er. And anyone who'll hurt Feng Er is my enemy. Rude. So what? In his entire life, Yun Luofeng was the only person he cared about. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged out of Yun Xiao's body and pounced on the gorgeous woman lying on the ground. Pinned down by this powerful aura, Jinyu couldn't move at all. Her beautiful eyes filled with panic and her face turned pale. Bang! Just at that time, a white figure rushed over and blocked this attack on Jinyu with all his strength. Struck by the attack, Bai Su retreated 2 steps. Blood oozed from his mouth and he looked up at Yun Xiao. His loose silver robe fluttered in front of Jinyu's eyes, making her heart violently throb. She was only a maid of Master. It was her honor to sacrifice her life for Master, but Master protected her with his own body. Master, don't mind me. You can't resist Ghost Emperor with your current strength. Just go. Shut up. Bai Su wiped the blood from his mouth, lowered his eyes and snapped in a low voice. Then he looked up at Ghost Emperor again and sneered, Ghost Emperor, I will never let you stay together with Yun Luofeng even at the expense of 1,000 years of life. Yun Xiao looked into Bai Su's eyes and expressionlessly walked towards Bai Su, and the aura around his body turned murderous. Bai Su bit his finger hard, and bright, red blood oozed from his finger. He smiled. The smile was so evil, presumptuous, and arrogant. Yun Xiao, you've been hunting me for so many years, and you should have found out who I am. He stared at Yun Xiao who was approaching him, and continued, as a matter of fact, I'm not the young master of the Bai family, but the person who founded it. As was known to everyone on the Longshao continent, the young master of the Bai family had great authority over the Bai family. Even the master of the Bai family was very obedient to him. However, everyone thought it was because he was very gifted that everyone in the Bai family obeyed him. What they didn't know was that the young master of the Bai family was actually the person who had founded the family. Yun Xiao stopped. Though he had already found that out some time ago, he still felt surprised to hear it from Bai Su. I have lived so long that I myself don't know how many years I have lived. I was not from the Longshao continent but strayed into there because of an accident. And after that accident, my strength was reduced a lot. In order to live safely on the Longshao continent, I founded the Bai family. This was why all previous young masters of the Bai family were mysterious and named Bai Su. This time, I will make you stay away from Yun Luofeng forever at the price of 1,000 years of life. Bai Su's life was so long that he didn't know how many years more he would live. But that didn't mean he would never die. The loss of 1,000 years of life would also be unbearable to him. On hearing this, Jinyu's heart quivered and she said anxiously, Master, you must not use this method, otherwise. As if not hearing Jinyu's words, Bai Su silently mouthed an incantation. Then a drop of essence blood flew out of his fingertip and shot towards Yun Xiao. Chapter 1310, Bai Su, 5. Yun Xiao frowned and sidestepped the drop of essence blood. However, the essence blood, wrapped in a bundle of power, suddenly flew back and shot into Yun Xiao's heart with a swish. Yun Xiao, you can't hide from it, haha. My essence blood will keep following you until it enters your body. Bai Su gave a wicked smile and cast a sarcastic glance at Yun Xiao. And as long as my essence blood is in your body, you'll never be able to touch Yun Luofeng again. Of course, there's a way to remove it. That is, you find a different woman to sleep with. But in that case, Yun Luofeng will never accept you again. It was true. Bai Su knew Yun Luofeng well. If Yun Xiao cheated on her, she would never see him again. Yun Xiao's face turned chilly and the killing intent in his eyes grew more intense. With a boom, he released a powerful force and hit Bai Su hard in the chest. Blech. Bai Su vomited a mouthful of blood, but he still stared sarcastically at Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao, from now on, you'll never be able to touch Yun Luofeng again, or you'll be in unbearable pain. But I can give you a suggestion. Find a woman and have sex with her, and then you can remove the blood curse I placed on you. As long as Yun Luofeng doesn't find about it, she won't leave you. Boom. Yun Xiao raised her hand again and launched another strike against Bai Su. Being struck by his attack, Bai Su felt as if his body was shattered. If he could regain his former strength, he wouldn't be so vulnerable to Yun Xiao's attacks. Unfortunately, he recovered too slowly to beat Yun Xiao. Your plot, Yun Xiao raised his eyes and said coldly, will never work. I'll never cheat on her. Bai Su taunted, even if you'll never be able to touch her again. As long as this blood curse exists, every time you touch her, you'll suffer from a gut-wrenching pain. Can you stand this torture? For her, I don't fear going to the bottom of hell, let alone a blood curse. Yun Xiao's face became colder and his aura turned chillier. Just when he was going to hit Bai Su again, his heart gave a jerk and he covered his chest in pain. Do you feel it? Bai Su slowly stood up from the ground, even when she is missing you, your heart will ache. Hearing this, Yun Xiao raised a faint smile. That's not bad. Bai Su was shocked and looked at Yun Xiao in surprise. With a tender smile on his face, Yun Xiao covered his chest with his hand. Even when I'm not by her side, I can still feel her. Wasn't it great? Yun Xiao, are you really not going to find a woman to remove the blood curse? Bai Su's face sank sharply. Yun Xiao raised his head, the smile on his face disappeared, and he said expressionlessly, I won't touch any other woman but her. Bai Su took a final look at Yun Xiao, lifted Jinyu up and lowered his eyes, saying, let's go. Then he quickly turned around and fled towards the gate. Yun Xiao's eyes darkened. He released all his power and chased the two who were trying to escape. Boom. His force hit Bai Su who stumbled and almost fell down from the sky. Perhaps Yun Xiao's attack was too powerful. A hole appeared in Bai Su's back, and blood gushed out and dyed his silver gown red. Chapter 1311, Bai Su, 6. Bai Su didn't even dare to stop but rushed forward, enduring the pain. When Yun Xiao was about to continue to chase him, a sharp pain in his heart forced him to stop. Master, a grey figure fell from the sky and landed by Yun Xiao's side. Shall I chase them? No, Yun Xiao frowned. Even though Bai Su is badly injured, you still can't beat him. Yun Xiao tightly pressed his chest with his hand. A blood curse at the price of 1,000 years of life. If it weren't for this blood curse, Bai Su would have died today. Yun Xiao pondered for a while and ordered, don't let Feng Er know about this. Lin Qiong paused and suggested carefully, Master, I think you can just find a woman, as Bai Su suggested. Just don't let Mistress find about it. Yun Xiao coldly glanced at Lin Qiong. His cold stare pierced Lin Qiong to the bone. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar and he shuddered. Go take your punishment. The man's voice was cold and relentless. Perhaps except for Yun Luofeng, he had no mercy on anyone else. Lin Qiong bowed to him with a pale face, yes, Master. Saying this, Yun Xiao turned away, and his hand pressed harder against his chest. Smack. Lin Qiong slapped himself. What was I thinking? Master is annoyed at me again. A few years ago I was punished because I gave Master Chunggong too. It has hardly been any time since I was released, and now I am going to be confined in a dark prison again because of my stupid mouth. Master is so fond of Mistress that he won't betray Mistress even at the expense of his life. In the slum. The streets were crowded with countless people, who were pointing at the warring sides and whispered to each other. With a bang, Hu Li stepped back 2 steps. He wiped the blood from his mouth and looked up at the people before him. Sage King level. These people were shocked by the strength of Hu Li. None of them expected that Hu Li had really reached the Sage King level. Unfortunately, even though he had reached the Sage King level, he was alone, while there were so many of them. He was desperately outnumbered by them. At the thought of this, the elders launched merciless attacks against Hu Li again. Yun Luofeng. Hu Lin was worried. He looked at Yun Luofeng and begged, "Can you help my brother?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Before she answered him, Hu Li's voice had rung, "No, I can deal with them alone." With a cold smile on his face, he coldly stared at the Hu family people. The Luohua city is quite busy recently. What happened here? Suddenly, an old curious voice came from behind the crowd. "I don't know. We'd better find Hu Li and Feng as soon as possible. Otherwise, that maniac will find Feng ahead of us." It was a woman's voice that sounded quite charming and attracted a lot of attention. "Okay, let me ask where Hu Li's home is." Ling Hai smiled, randomly picked a pedestrian and asked, "Is there a person named Hu Li in your Luohua city? Where does he live?" "Hu Li." The man was stunned for a moment and pointed to the front. "He is fighting with someone." "What?" Ling Hai's face changed and he became furious. "Hu Li is fighting with someone. That is to say, another person messed with Feng. Who is it? Who dared to mess with my disciple?" Chapter 13:12. Bai Su, 7. Saying this, Ling Hai rushed ahead with a swish. Zhu Ying shook her head helplessly and followed him. On the battlefield, Hu Li faced the elder's attack without fear, and his handsome face remained expressionless. Just then, an angry voice from the air parted the two battling sides. "Stop it." The voice seemed to have a magic power, and everyone shuddered when hearing it as if they were hit by a hammer. Hu Yu looked up in surprise only to see 2 persons were standing in the air. One was an old man whose face was blue with anger, and the other was a middle-aged woman who had no trace of time on her face and looked quite charming. Obviously, she took good care of herself. You are." Hu Yu paused and thought with a frown, "I remember you. You're an elder of the West Province Academy." An elder of the West Province Academy. Everyone was stunned. Why did an elder of the West Province Academy appear here? Hu Yu met Ling Hai by chance. When he was young, he followed his father to visit a lot of places and happened to meet Ling Hai, who was worshipped like a star, so he remembered him in his heart. However, Ling Hai didn't know Hu Yu. He landed from the air and walked quickly to Yun Luofeng with a nervous face. "My disciple, are you all right?" Disciple. Like being struck by a bolt from the blue, Hu Yu froze. The girl was Ling Hai's disciple. That was impossible. Why did elder Ling Hai's disciple stay with Hu Li? "I'm fine," Yun Luofeng shrugged. "The one in trouble is Hu Li, not me." Hearing this, Ling Hai turned to Hu Li and scowled. "Hu Li, what happened?" Hu Li looked at Hu Yu and explained, "This man framed my father along with others. I'm just making him pay a price." "Nonsense." Hu Yu gave him a black look. "It's Yang Chanran who set your father up, not me." "Elder Ling Hai, don't listen to his nonsense. I'm his uncle. Why would I harm his father?" Ling Hai snorted. "Do you think I will believe my student or you?" Then he turned to Hu Li again and complained, "Hu Li, after all, you are on the heaven roll of our academy. Why is it so hard for you to deal with these guys? What if they accidentally hurt my baby disciple?" At the moment, Ling Hai seemed to forget that Yun Luofeng was stronger than Hu Li. How could these people injure her? But no one noticed it, because everyone was stunned at what Ling Hai just said. The heaven roll. So Hu Li was really on the heaven roll of the academy. Hu Yu shuddered, staggered a few steps and fell to the ground with a bang. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with panic. Now he really regretted it. It never occurred to Hu Yu that Hu Li was really on the heaven roll. "No, I still have Master Bai Su behind me." The despair in Hu Yu's eyes was replaced with hope. How could he forget Master Bai Su? With his strength, he could easily defeat these people. At this time, Hu Yu didn't think about the fact that if Bai Su could really beat Yun Luofeng and her companions, why would he need to hide behind him? Chapter 13:13. Bai Su, 8. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng looked up and saw Yun Xiao slowly walking to her. She smiled at him and asked, "How is it going?" Yun Xiao's heart jerked when he saw her beautiful smiling face. He couldn't help but raise his hand to cover his chest, but the next minute, he put his hand down because he realized Yun Luofeng was looking at him. "I couldn't kill Bai Su," and he escaped again. Bai Su escaped. Mindless words could be taken seriously. Upon hearing this, Hu Yu's face suddenly changed. Master Bai Su fled. So he abandoned him. No, Hu Yu howled to the sky. His eyes were filled with desperate tears and his face was deathly grey. "Yun Xiao, let's go and let Hu Li handle it." Yun Luofeng grabbed Yun's hand and turned to walk into the house. Yun Xiao's heart jerked again, but he didn't shake off her hand but let her pull him into the house. "Feng Yun Xiao looked into Yun Luofeng's eyes. "I'm going to be away from you for some time." Yun Luofeng paused. She turned to Yun Xiao and asked, "Are you going to leave me? Though Bai Su is weaker than me, I can't kill him." Just as Bai Su once said, Yun Xiao can kill him. "Why?" Yun Luofeng asked, frowning. Bai Su has a special constitution which grants him not only longevity but also strong defensive ability. Of course, if it wasn't for the blood curse, Bai Su might have been killed by him. "So, I'm going to go out and find chances to improve my strength." Yun Luofeng clutched Yun Xiao's arm and said seriously, "I'm going with you." "No, the place where I'm going is too dangerous, I don't fear it as long as you are by my side." Her voice seemed magical, and Yun Xiao felt like his heart was torn again. A drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his handsome face. Yun Xiao, were you injured? Yun Luofeng became nervous and hastily checked Yun Xiao's body. Yun Xiao looked down at the worried girl and gave a faint smile. Don't worry, I'm fine. Feng trust me, I'll be back soon. Yun Luofeng's hand slowly slid off Yun Xiao's arm as she heard this. After a long time, she looked at him again, with a resolute smile over her lips. Okay, I'll wait for your return. Yun Xiao smiled, took Yun Luofeng's hand and pressed it against his chest. I will be able to feel it when you miss me even if I'm not by your side. What he said was true. Every time Yun Luofeng missed him, he felt a gut-wrenching pain. Yun Luofeng tiptoed up and kissed Yun Xiao's lips. When they were kissing, she clearly felt that his body was trembling. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng stopped the kiss and looked at his cool, handsome face in surprise. What's wrong with you? Why did she have a feeling that Yun Xiao had something wrong? I'm fine, Yun Xiao said, shaking his head and trying to suppress the pain in his heart. Feng, you must wait for me. Before Yun Luofeng answered him, the man had walked out of the house and disappeared from her sight. Outside the city gate. In the thick woods, Yun Xiao was leaning against a tree, and his hands pressed tightly against his chest. Tortured by the gut-wrenching pain, he frowned. Chapter 13-14, by Su, 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. With Yun Luofeng by his side, he didn't dare to show any signs of pain no matter how bad it hurt. The girl was so perceptive and even the slightest sign of it would have caught her attention. Master. Suddenly, a blue-robed man landed from the sky and respectfully made an obeisance. Lin Qiong has gone back to take his punishment. Master, do you have any other order? Yun Xiao straightened up, his hands still pressed tightly against his chest, and a cold gleam flashed in his eyes. The Central Province. The Central Province. The blue-robed man paused. Master was going to the Central Province. The place where a lot of strong masters gathered. The heart of Bodhi can only be found in the Central Province. The heart of Bodhi. The blue-robed man asked carefully, Master, may I ask what is heart of Bodhi? The heart of Bodhi will keep me alive for 3 days. The man's voice was cold and deep, and the blue-robed man was stunned. Keep him alive for 3 days. What did that mean? Since he implanted the blood curse into my heart, I plan to cut my heart open and take out his essence blood. His domineering voice reverberated in the woods for a long time. The blue-robed man was dumbfounded. Did Master mean that the heart of Bodhi could keep him alive for 3 days no matter what kind of damage he took? Even if he cut open his heart, he wouldn't die. But that was his heart. To keep his commitment to Mistress, Master was even willing to risk his life. The blue-robed man felt sympathy for Lin Qiong. Master loved Mistress so much, but Lin Qiong was so stupid as to suggest Master finding a woman to solve the blood curse. No wonder Master was pissed off by him and made him go back to take punishment. If Jin Yuan was here, he wouldn't say anything against Master's will. On the contrary, Lin Qiong was so stupid. Yun Xiao pressed his chest tightly and looked up at the blue sky above. Feng wait for me and I'll come back to see you when I solve the blood curse. When Hu Li entered the room, he found Yun Luofeng was sitting alone and gloomily staring out of the window. He coughed and said, I've solved the Hu family people, so we can start off now. Yun Luofeng withdrew her gaze and slightly nodded. We'll leave here tomorrow. You can say goodbye to your father and brother tonight. Okay, by the way, Yun Luofeng, your husband. Hu Li was going to ask about Yun Xiao's whereabouts when he was interrupted by Yun Luofeng's voice. He has something to deal with. We don't have to wait for him. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes. For some reason, she had an inkling that Yun Xiao seemed to be hiding something from her. Master, Yun Luofeng was thinking about Yun Xiao when Xiao Mo's voice came from her soul. Yun Xiao does everything for you. So all you can do is to trust him. Yes, all she could do was to trust him. Xiao Mo, I don't want to wait for him here. I'll try to improve my strength and fight side by side with him. She would find him no matter how far apart they were. Meanwhile, on a mountain, Jinyu carried Bai Su and stopped beside a big stone. She laid Bai Su flat on the stone, and her beautiful eyes were filled with concern and worry. Master, how are you? Bai Su didn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Blood seeped out of the bloody hole on his back and dyed the stone red. Chapter 13-15, Bai Su, 10. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. If Master hadn't rebuilt his body and made it different from ordinary people's, Yun Xiao's last attack would have killed Master. Jinyu tightly bit her lip, but, even though Master survived, he will still lose his life if not treated in time. Besides, he just cast a blood curse at the cost of 1,000 years of life. Bai Su's eyelids fluttered and his hands hung limply to the ground. His face was bloodstained and she can see his face clearly. But, just now, in order to resist Yun Xiao, Bai Su forcibly restored his body shape, so it was quite strenuous for Jinyu to carry him here and her forehead was covered with sweat. Master, I'm sorry, I failed to protect you and could only watch you being wounded so badly. Jinyu's face softened and she cast a loving gaze at Bai Su, gently stroked his face and smiled tenderly. Now there is only one way to save you and help you restore some strength. Even if you'll hate me for it, I must save you. She lowered her head and gently kissed Bai Su's bloodstained lips. Then she lifted her hand and took off all her clothes. Master rescued me from the streets because I have a special constitution. If nurtured with medicinal ingredients, my body will become a medium for you to regain your strength. But up to now, my body still isn't good enough to help you restore all your strength. Quote. But now I have no choice but resort to this means to save your life. Bai Su frowned and tried to resist, but he didn't even have the strength to raise his hand, so he could do nothing but watch her little hand fondling his body. Deep in the woods, a man and a woman were having sex on a big stone. As it was her first time, Jinyu accidentally hurt herself and her face turned pale with pain. As time went by, the man suddenly opened his closed eyes and hit Jinyu violently. With a thud, Jinyu's naked body flew away and fell heavily to the ground. Master, are you all right? Jinyu stood up with difficulty and looked at Bai Su with joy and surprise. Bai Su coughed and vomited a mouthful of blood. He clenched his fists, and the blue veins in his forehead were strongly pulsing. Jinyu, how dare you? Who told you to do this? Perhaps because he hadn't recovered from his wounds, Bai Su spoke feebly, and his handsome, wicked face turned purple with anger. Master, Jinyu bit her lip. Master, did you forget why you picked me up from the streets? I just wanted to help you. Bai Su sneered. Help me? What a joke. Get out of my face. Get away now. I don't want to see you again. Master. Jinyu was stunned. She knew that Master would be angry, but she didn't expect that he would drive her away. Master, I. Get away. Don't make me kill you. A killing intent flashed through Bai Su's eyes. He couldn't hide his emotion and his voice sounded so angry. Master. Jinyu smiled. Her smile was charming yet desperate, and her beautiful eyes glistened with a resolute light. You rescued me from the streets and nurtured me with medicinal herbs because you wanted to restore your strength with my body. But now, it's been a long time since you let me take a medicinal bath. Chapter 1316, Bai Su, 11. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Bai Su's eyes grew colder and were filled with a terrifying chill. Looking at the man's chilly eyes, Jinyu couldn't help but shiver. She bit her whitened lips and said nothing. Get dressed and go. Bai Su didn't scold Jinyu anymore. He rose slowly from the stone and feebly leaned against a tree behind him. However, looking at his expressionless face, Jinyu felt even more flustered. She fell to her knees with a bang and said anxiously, Master, I know I was wrong. Please don't drive me away. Jinyu, I'll say it again. Don't make me kill you. Bai Su took a deep breath and closed his eyes. His clenched fists creaked, which showed that he was furious. Jinyu slowly stood up from the ground with a self-mocking smile on her lips. Master, you don't want to touch me. Because of Yun Luofeng. Bai Su opened his eyes and his gaze shot at Jinyu like a sword as he snapped. What are you talking about? Master, you know whether it's true or not. Jinyu looked paler. Yes, Yun Luofeng is not only gorgeous, but also gifted and excellent. How could you not love her? Maybe you did want to take advantage of her at first, but as you knew her better, you became more and more obsessed with her. Am I right? Shut up. Bai Su angrily shouted. I just want to use her. If you dare to talk that rubbish again, don't blame me for killing you right now. Jinyu smiled softly, her smile beautiful yet sad. If Master wants my life, I won't mind giving it to you. My life was saved by you. Over the years, I have been following you and demanding nothing. Even though you wanted another woman, I still tried my best to help you get her. If you were not seriously injured this time, I wouldn't have done this to you, so. I don't regret it. Swoosh. A fierce wind was blowing towards Jinyu. Bai Su suddenly grabbed her neck, and a chilly light flashed through his wicked eyes. Jinyu shuddered and closed her eyes, with a smile hovering over her lips. If she could die in the hands of Master, she would die without regret. Bai Su exerted a greater force in his hand. With just a little more force, the girl would die here. However, he finally let go of her. And then, as he flicked his sleeve, a force hit Jinyu. In an instant, Jinyu flew out and fell heavily to the ground. I don't want to see you again. With that, his figure flashed and quickly disappeared from Jinyu's sight. However, he soon stopped 100 meters away and banged his fist against an ancient tree nearby. I like Yun Luofeng. How could it be possible? Bai Su sneered, with a sarcastic smile on his handsome, wicked face. No one could tempt me in the last 1,000 years, and neither can Yun Luofeng. But I have to admit that Yun Luofeng is way better than her mother. From the very beginning, he just wanted to use Yun Luofeng. And there wouldn't be any difference in the future. Fall in love with her. Never. At the thought of this, Bai Su looked behind him. Making sure that Jinyu didn't follow him, he quickly disappeared into the forest. Chapter 1317, East Province, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. The sun was shining brightly. A glow of fire flashed through the sky like a flame and rendered the sky red. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several figures fell from the sky and landed in front of a woman in red. The woman frowned. Her domineering gaze swept over the men who stood in her way. Back off. Miss, we've finally found you. The governor wants you back. Not obeying her order, they still stood in her way but answered her respectfully. Get out of my way. The woman in red berated coldly. Just like her hot red clothes, her temper was also hot, as flammable as gunpowder. Miss, an old voice came from behind the crowd, and then a blue-robed old man slowly walked out, with a kind smile on his face. Miss, you've been gone for several years. Could you please go back to the East Province with us? The woman in red scowled and coldly stared at the old man standing in front of her. Even you've come. It seems that he is determined to force me to come back. Miss, the governor is doing this for your own good. Enough. Seeing that the old man was going to continue, the woman in red stopped him. I'll go back to the East Province. But I don't want anyone to restrict my freedom. The woman in red flicked her sleeves, her beautiful face cold and her eyes chilly. The old man shook his head helplessly. In order to escape marriage, Miss went all the way from the East Province to the West Province and hid in the West Province Academy. They wouldn't have found out that Miss was hiding there if they hadn't spotted her by chance. Indeed, with Mrs. Tant, she wouldn't have chosen a place like the West Province Academy to stay. But only by staying there could she hide from them. The old man rolled his eyes and asked, by the way, Miss, I heard that you've been looking for someone, right? The woman in red glanced at him sharply. It's my business. Stay out of my business. If these people found out who she was looking for, they would find Yun Luofeng by all means and force her to go to the governor's estate. And that was not what she wanted. The West Province. Like a battlefield of ancient times, the frontier was desolate and had no trace of human habitation except for beacon fires. Yun Luofeng, the other side of this place is the East Province. Are we really going there? Hu Li hesitated and looked carefully at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Is there anything wrong with the East Province? Well, Hu Li shook his head with a wry smile. The elders told me before they left that some people from the East Province were looking for the first talent of the heaven roll. So, I guess that she is probably from the East Province, and we may run into her if we go to the East Province. Yun Luofeng squinted. The East Province is so big that I may not meet her. Her words made sense, so Hu Li didn't stop Yun Luofeng. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small figure in the sands in front of him. He was stunned, then rushed up and dug open the sands with his fingers, and a small body was revealed. Yun Luofeng, there's a kid here. A kid. A suspicious gleam flicked across her eyes and Yun Luofeng walked towards Hu Li. A little boy in an ill-fitting, blood-stained robe was lying in the dust. He frowned as if he was suffering from pain, and an anguished look was on his dirty little face. Chapter 1318, East Province 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Master, there is the smell of a soul fruit on this kid. A soul fruit. Yun Luofeng was stunned and looked at the boy with a solemn expression. The kid has no spiritual fluctuations in his body. Why is he here? And why does he have the smell of a soul fruit on him? Hu Li had already pulled the boy out of the sands and walked quickly to Yun Luofeng. This kid seems to be seriously injured. Yun Luofeng, since your medical skill is excellent, can you find a way to save him? Yun Luofeng pondered for a moment and nodded. His wounds can be healed. I'll give him a spiritual grass. Hu Li, find an inn and a change of clothes for him. She had to get as many soul fruits as possible, so she would never ignore any clue about it. Fortunately, the nearest inn was not far from the East Province border. They could arrive there within an hour. Though it was on the border of 2 continents, there were plenty of inns, because many people would come here to hunt spirit beasts. At the moment, Yun Luofeng was sitting in a chair at the inn. Holding a cup of tea, she was idly sipping the tea. Suddenly, the door was pushed open by a hand and Hu Li came in with the little boy. After washing his little face and putting on a clean silver gown, the boy looked innocent and adorable. With a timid look on his fair-complexioned face, he timidly looked at Yun Luofeng who was sitting in the room. I've cleaned him up. With a smile, Hu Li stroked the boy's head and looked up at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng put down her teacup and looked down at the boy. Your name? The boy gave her a weak look. His voice was lowered to a whisper. I don't remember. You don't remember? Yun Luofeng asked, raising her eyebrows. The boy nodded, with a weak and pitiful look. I don't remember anything. Can you take me in? I promise I won't give you any trouble. He bit his lips, with tears in his eyes, as if he had been bullied. Who injured you? Yun Luofeng continued. The little boy seemed to think of something frightening. His eyes were filled with fear. He held his head tightly and squatted in pain. The robbers. They wanted to take me away and make me a catamite. I didn't agree, so they beat me up. The boy was fair-complexioned and adorable, the type who was really prone to attract the attention of perverts. However, for some reason, Yun Luofeng had an inkling that his presence was more than a coincidence. Yun Luofeng stretched herself lazily and said gently, go to your room and take a rest. Okay. The boy nodded obediently, took a final glance at Yun Luofeng and turned away. Bang. After he left, Yun Luofeng waved her hand and slammed the door. Hu Li, keep an eye on him. Her voice turned cold, but whatever he does, don't stop him. I'd like to see what his purpose is. Yun Luofeng didn't drive him away because there was the smell of a soul fruit on him, and she wanted to find the soul fruit through the boy. You mean, this boy has a problem? Hu Li looked surprised at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1319, East Province 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng shook her head. I didn't say that he had a problem. It is only my guess, and I hope my guess is wrong. Anyway, Hu Li, keep an eye on him. There weren't many people in this world she could trust. She would not trust a stranger she had never met before. I see, Hu Li nodded seriously. I'll keep an eye on him. If anything goes wrong, I'll immediately tell you. Okay. Yun Luofeng put her hands behind her head and wearily closed her eyes. Hu Li said nothing more and left the room. As soon as he left, Yun Luofeng opened her eyes, and an unfathomable light flickered across her eyes. Xiao Mo, did you find anything wrong about that kid? Xiao Mo shook his head. No. Xiao Mo was very perceptive. Even he didn't feel there was any problem. Was she really wrong about the boy? I've asked Hu Li to keep an eye on him, and if he does have any problem, Hu Li will find out. If it's proven that he approached us with an evil intention, I'll never let him get away with it. Yun Luofeng slowly rose from the chair and walked towards her bed. If only I could find the soul fruit soon and help Xiaobai recover. And then I'll go find Yun Xiao. She had a feeling that Yun Xiao was hiding something from her, so she was going to find him anyway. No matter how difficult it was, they had to face it together. The night was as cool as water, silent yet beautiful. Noticing that the door of the room was pushed open, Yun Luofeng frowned but remained silent. A hand lifted a corner of her quilt and slowly reached inside it. Unable to keep silent anymore, Yun Luofeng reached out only to catch a small hand. She opened her eyes and sharply stared at the boy in front of the bed. Her voice was chilly. What do you want? The little boy was stunned and piteously looked at Yun Luofeng. Tears almost fell from his eyes. I want to sleep with you. Yun Luofeng squinted. I'm sorry, only my husband can get into my bed. You're not allowed even though you're just a kid. The boy lowered his head. He looked so despondent as if he was greatly wronged. "You're really like my mother. I miss her so much, so." Quote. A dangerous gleam flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. "Don't you have amnesia?" The boy kept his head down, so she could see the expression on that lovely little face. "I don't remember the past, but I have a portrait of my mother. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Quote. Squeak. At this time, the door was opened again. Hu Li, pretending not aware of anything, walked in from the outside. He looked sleepy and lazily yawned. "Why are you in Yun Luofeng's room? Come on, come back to sleep." Pulled out by Hu Li, the boy didn't protest. However, the moment he walked out of the door, he turned around and looked at Yun Luofeng again, his eyes filled with attachment and sadness. If it were an ordinary woman, this would have produced maternal love towards this cute little boy. Yun Luofeng, unfortunately, was not an ordinary woman. Her mood never changed because of this boy. Chapter 1320, East Province, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Soon after Hu Li left with the boy, he appeared in the room again. "Just now I felt that guy had snuck out, so I followed him only to find that he came straight to your room. I know your strength, so I did nothing but waited to see what he was going to do." Looking at Yun Luofeng, Hu Li explained why he showed up so late. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. "Good, keep watching him." Hu Li hesitated for a moment. "Yun Luofeng, don't you have a hamster? I think it would do a better job than me. Why don't you?" "I don't know why. I feel it not safe for Milk Tea to watch him." Saying this, Yun Luofeng fell silent, as if thinking of something. Hu Li lowered his eyes. "In fact, I think he came to your room just because he missed his mother. The boy looks powerless and harmless. I don't think he is dangerous." Yun Luofeng smiled, and slowly stood up. "Hu Li, never judge people by their appearance. The more harmless he looks, perhaps the more insidious he is. I'm still alive because I never trust anyone. When she was still in Wexia, her family was killed, and her uncle who was always kind to her adopted her, but as soon as he got her parents' property he changed his attitude. She was sent to an orphanage, where the children who looked gentle and kind were actually fond of torturing people. That was why she didn't believe anyone, even if it was just a harmless kid." Hu Li kept silent and then nodded. "I see. I will keep watching him and won't give him any chance to threaten us. Go to sleep. We'll continue our journey tomorrow." Yun Luofeng waved her hand and went back to her bed. Enlightened by her words, Hu Li cast a grateful glance at Yun Luofeng and walked out of the door. Now he understood why Yun Luofeng was so cautious. On this continent, you had to be alert at all times, or else you could lose your life at any time. The next day, morning. Hu Li and the boy waited at the door of Yun Luofeng's room. When the boy saw the door open, his dark eyes glistened with a flash of joy. However, when he thought of Yun Luofeng's attitude towards him last night, he looked timid and terrified. Yun Luofeng's gaze shifted from Hu Li to the boy and she scrutinized his harmless face. "You said you lost your memory. I guess you might have forgotten your name. From now on, we'll call you Wu." "Wu." The boy's eyes flickered, wondering what the name meant. Yun Luofeng apparently didn't want to explain to him. She gave an evil smile. "Hu Li, he looks so cute. When we are short of money, we can sell him to a brothel." In her soul, Xiao Mo, who was trying to pacify Little Tree, suddenly heard Yun Luofeng's words and had an unhappy look on his face. "Master, why are you so obsessed with brothels?" The first time she saw Yun Xiao, she also wanted to sell him to a brothel. "Yun Luofeng," Hu Li gasped, the corners of his mouth twitching. "Well, I'm afraid this isn't a good idea." Chapter 1321, East Province, 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng glanced at him. "Everyone needs to work. If he wants to follow me, he has to be useful. Otherwise, I'll sell him to a brothel right away." Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, the little boy became anxious. His bright eyes were filled with panic and an aggrieved look appeared on his piteous face. "I can wash and cook, and I can take care of pets. Please, don't sell me to a brothel, okay?" He wanted to come forward to embrace Yun Luofeng's legs, but he stopped when he thought of her cold attitude towards him last night. He looked at her with his piteous eyes, as if begging her not to sell him to a brothel. Hu Li knew Yun Luofeng was joking. If she really didn't want to take the boy in, she wouldn't allow him to stay with them, let alone ask him to keep an eye on him. Unfortunately, wherever Yun Luofeng went, there was always some busybody. "I never met a person so cruel before. How can you have the heart to sell such a cute kid?" A young man's voice came from the side and sounded so angry. "Little girl, by doing this, aren't you afraid of divine punishment?" Hu Li's face turned black and he coldly stared at the young man slowly walking to them. His face turned blacker when he recognized the young man. "Wang Junfei, why are you here?" "Phew, look who I met. The trash of the West Province Academy, ha ha ha." Wang Junfei laughed. "I was wondering who would be so cruel. It turns out to be the beastards of the West Province Academy. No wonder, except for your West Province Academy, who would be so poor as to sell kids." Hearing their conversation, Yun Luofeng glanced at Hu Li. "Do you know him?" Hu Li snorted. "He is from the East Province Academy. We fought once, but he lost to me, so he has a grudge and always wants to retaliate against me." Wang Junfei sneered. "I have a grudge against you. What makes you think you're so important? The students of our East Province Academy are all talents from the major powers. Unlike your West Province Academy, where even a pariah like you could enter it. The East Province Academy is an upper-class college charged expensive admission fees that scared off many ordinary people. However, the West Province Academy was different. As long as your strength met the standard, you could study there. Don't get in our way. Get out of my face." Hu Li snapped, with a cold gleam in his slanted eyes. "If you refuse to leave, then I'll have to teach you a lesson again." Wang Junfei's eyes darkened and he said with a sneer, "Hu Li, I can't beat you. So what? Unlike you, I'm not alone and I brought a lot of guards with me this time. You think you can beat me? What a joke. Guards, come on, get these people. Looking at the two middle-aged men who were approaching him, Hu Li scowled. He never took Wang Junfei seriously, but the strong masters of the Wang family were a different story. Suddenly, a hand fell on Wang Junfei's shoulder. A girl stepped forward, with a bright smile on her beautiful face. Are you going to beat up my friend? Wang Junfei narrowed his eyes. Who are you? How dare you talk to me like this? I'll settle the human trafficking matter with you later. Now I just want to beat this beastard of the West Province Academy. Chapter 1322, East Province 6. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng gave a faint smile. I'm sorry, but I'm from the West Province Academy too, so. Am I qualified to fight you? Wang Junfei snorted and waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Get them. In Wang Junfei's eyes, Yun Luofeng was nobody but another poor woman seduced by Hu Li. It was a pity that such a peerless beauty chose a pauper like Hu Li. Yes, in his mind, Hu Li was a pauper. Though he ranked the 10th of the heaven roll of the West Province Academy and was valued by the Academy, he still couldn't be compared to the powerful Wang family. With the strength of the Wang family, it was just a trifle to make him disappear. As soon as Wang Junfei finished, the girl suddenly disappeared. Before he figured out what happened, she had appeared in front of him. Bang! Wang Junfei, standing between two men, was kicked out and awkwardly rolled down the stairs. The strong masters of the Wang family were all stunned and then they rushed up to encircle Yun Luofeng in the middle. Hu Li stood beside her and confronted them with her. Kill them both. Ignoring the fact that the two were from the West Province Academy, Wang Junfei jumped to his feet and shouted angrily, his eyes bloodshot and ferocious. The two big men immediately moved. Their fists, wrapped in spiritual energy, struck toward Yun Luofeng and Hu Li like a storm. Wu stared in bewilderment at Yun Luofeng and Hu Li, biting his lips and keeping silent. What happened here? Suddenly, a low voice came through the door. Hearing it, Wang Junfei, who was already in a bad mood, flew into a rage. Get out, don't make me angry. Footsteps stopped in front of Wang Junfei, and soon he heard an angry, old voice. Are you talking to me? Wang Junfei frowned. Just when he was going to teach this stupid old man a lesson, he saw a guard beside the old man take out a token and wave it around in front of his eyes. Wang Junfei's face instantly changed as he saw the three sparkling words on the token, the governor's estate. Ah, are you from the governor's estate? He swallowed hard and his eyes filled with horror. He was doomed. He had offended the people of the governor's estate. The old man said coldly, now can you tell me what happened here? Here is the thing, said Wang Junfei, trying to suppressing his fear, these two are from the West Province Academy. They provoked our East Province, claiming the East Province was worse than the West Province. More importantly, they even dared to insult the governor's estate of our East Province. The more Wang Junfei spoke, the more fluent he was. And he put all the blame on Yun Luofeng. By the way, the man named Hu Li is on the heaven roll of the West Province Academy. The 10 people on the heaven roll are all beastards. I heard that they wanted to destroy our East Province Academy and annihilate the governor's estate together. Oh, suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind the crowd. Wang Junfei looked up only to see a woman in red stride in. She raised her eyebrows and asked arrogantly, are you sure the disciples of the West Province Academy said that? Wang Junfei thought about the woman's identity. Since she was with the people of the governor's estate, she must be from there. Our miss asked you a question. Answer her. The old man shouted coldly when he saw that Wang Junfei didn't answer her. Miss. Wang Junfei was stunned. Was this beauty the heiress to the governor's estate? At the thought of this, Wang Junfei hurriedly answered, yes, it is absolutely true. Miss, you must destroy the presumptuous West Province Academy with your men. The West Province Academy should not have existed. After the miss heard these people's disparagement of the governor's estate, she would probably kill the 10 disciples of the heaven roll. Without those disciples, the West Province Academy could pose no threat. This was why Wang Junfei framed the 10 disciples of the heaven roll. He could only frame Hu Li, but in order to destroy the West Province Academy, he claimed that these words were from the 10 disciples of the heaven roll. Unfortunately, Wang Junfei didn't know that he made a big mistake. The woman in red smiled, and her voice was as evil as a devil's, which made Wang Junfei's heart tremble. Sorry, I'm also from the West Province Academy, and I rank the first on the heaven roll. Chapter 1323, The Genius, Hong Luan, 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Wang Junfei was stunned. His face that was filled with astonishment turned pale, and he stared at the red-robed woman in horror. What did she say? Was there something wrong with his ears? The woman in red gave a sneer. Ignoring Wang Junfei, she strode towards Yun Luofeng who was standing in the corridor. Hardly had Hu Li repelled the enemies in front of him when he saw the woman in red approaching. He was so scared that he was trembling all over and could hardly hold the sword in his hand. Why are you here? He looked frightened and he wailed in his heart. He thought he wouldn't met this maniac since the East Province was so vast. However, he ran into her here so soon. From the very beginning to the end, the gaze of the woman in red never fell on Hu Li but was fixed on Yun Luofeng. She smiled and asked, Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng also stopped and looked at her. The first genius of the West Province Academy, Hong Luan. The smile on Hong Luan's face grew wider. The first genius. If you hadn't been there before, I would have been able to take this title, but now I think it suits you better. Yun Luofeng, I've long heard of your name and I have always wanted to have a duel with you. Would you give me the chance? Some battles were fated. Okay, Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. I accept your challenge. Swoosh. The woman in red raised her hand and a long sword suddenly appeared in her hand. She had never underestimated Yun Luofeng, so she didn't concede and took the lead to launch a strike. As affected by the great power of her sword, the doors of the inn all collapsed into ruins. Without any hesitation, Yun Luofeng came up to take this attack. Oh, my god, my inn. Watching the two battle, the innkeeper sadly cried as if his parents had died in front of his eyes. The old man frowned, cast a cold glance at the innkeeper, took a silver ticket out of his sleeve and threw it to him. We have bought this inn. Our miss can do anything she wants here. No irrelevant person is allowed to stay. The innkeeper was crying bitterly for his destroyed inn. To his surprise, the people of the governor's estate were so generous that they gave him a silver ticket with the face value of 10,000 taels of silver. He put away the silver ticket and left contentedly with 1,000 thanks. Rolling his eyes, Wang Junfei wanted to sneak out, taking advantage of the chaos. However, hardly had he taken a step out when a hand stretched out from behind and grabbed him by the front. You can't go yet. Wang Junfei swallowed hard and forced a smile. This master, as the saying goes, he who knows nothing is not guilty. I didn't know that Miss was from the West Province Academy, so. The old man cast a cold glance at him. The killing intent in his eyes made Wang Junfei's heart throb. He quickly shut his mouth and stayed on the spot, not daring to take a single step. Boom. The corridor collapsed and the two jumped down to the hall. With the glint and flash of cold steel, the two were fighting a pitched battle. The tables and chairs were all blown away and the hall was a big mess. The woman in red backed up 2 steps. Standing in the dusty hall, she narrowed her charming slanted eyes, and the domineering smile appeared over her sexy red lips. Yun Luofeng, you didn't try your hardest. Chapter 1324, The Genius, Hong Luan, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. She slightly raised her head and looked at the gorgeous woman opposite to her. I challenged you because I want to know your real strength. Yun Luofeng looked at the woman in red and put away the sword in her hand. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. The voice of the woman in red was confident and proud. I'm confident I can beat you. Boom. Suddenly, numerous vines appeared on the ground around Yun Luofeng. As if alive, the vines automatically wound towards Hong Luan. Hong Luan's eyes lit up with excitement. That was what she wanted to see. Great. She would lose the desire to fight if her opponent was too weak. Boom. Yun Luofeng was very fast. Like a gust of wind, she passed through the vines and reached the front of Hong Luan. Her fist, wrapped by a great power, struck hard toward Hong Luan's chest. Seeing Yun Luofeng putting away her weapon, Hong Luan threw her sword to the ground and her cheerful laughter resounded throughout the inn. Ha ha, Yun Luofeng, I made the right decision to go back to the East Province. Bang. 2 fists collided in the air and exploded like bombs, releasing a strong storm. Their long dark hair was fluttering in the fierce wind, and they looked very enchanting. Hu Li was stunned and stared at the girl standing opposite to Hong Luan, his eyes filled with astonishment. He remembered Yun Luofeng was only a sage-level advanced rank spirit cultivator, while Hong Luan was already a Sage King intermediate-level spirit cultivator. But she could face up to the attack of Hong Luan. What he didn't know was that these vines diverted Hong Luan's attention, so Yun Luofeng had a chance to launch a surprise attack on her. Besides, Yun Luofeng fell into the void mirror and received 3 months of training that made her stronger than her peers. Yun Luofeng would not be able to rival Hong Luan if they fought with weapons, but Hong Luan chose to fight barehanded, which gave Yun Luofeng the chance to resist her. Though they hadn't fought for long in the eyes of others, they had actually exhausted their strength. With so many medicinal herbs, Yun Luofeng could easily restore her strength. However, she didn't want to cheat in this battle, so both of them fell to the ground exhausted at the same time. Sweat was running down Hong Luan's forehead, but she raised an enchanting smile and turned to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, you are stronger than I thought. I haven't enjoyed such a great battle in a long time. Let's fight again when I restore my strength. Yun Luofeng gave her a faint smile. Okay. Ha ha ha. Hong Luan couldn't help laughing wildly. Her crescent-shaped eyes were filled with pleasure. Yun Luofeng took out 2 slices of the blood ginseng, put one into her mouth, and gave the other to Hong Luan. Hong Luan paused, but she soon took it and put it into her mouth. As soon as she put it into her mouth, she felt that her energy was gradually restored. Thanks. She jumped up from the ground and reached out her hand towards Yun Luofeng. Let me introduce myself. My name is Hong Luan. The governor of the East Province is my father. I entered the West Province Academy to escape an arranged marriage, but these guys still found me. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the crowd closely following Hong Luan, and the smile on her lips grew wider. Yun Luofeng, Hong Luan's eyes sparkled. Can you pretend to be my man? Chapter 1325, Genius Hong Luan, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. The people of the governor's estate were also stunned and stared at Hong Luan in astonishment. No, Hu Li jumped out first. Yun Luofeng is a woman. How can she pretend to be your man? Hong Luan cast a scornful glance at him. She can disguise herself as a man. I'm not going to marry the man my father chose for me anyway. Miss. The people of the governor's estate were all shocked and tried to stop Hong Luan. Hong Luan looked at them coldly. You are not allowed to leak any information about this. If I find out you do, I'll never let you get away with it. Don't forget, when my father grows old, I'll be the one in charge of the East Province. Her domineering voice resounded throughout the hall, and her cold gaze swept across those people as she coldly ordered them. Yun Luofeng's face grew darker. I haven't said yes. In face of Yun Luofeng, Hong Luan was not as domineering as she treated the people of the governor's estate. Her face was beaming with a smile. We're already friends. Now your friend is in trouble. Won't you help me? You can turn to Hu Li for help. No way. I only want you. If it was someone else, Yun Luofeng would just leave without saying a word. However, she appreciated Hong Luan a lot and felt bonded to her. Okay, I agree to do it. Yun Luofeng nodded, but you have to do me a favor. What favor? Just name it. I'll try my best to help you. I'm looking for someone. His name is Yun Xiao and people call him the Ghost Emperor. The governor's estate had thought that Yun Luofeng would refuse Mrs. Unreasonable request, but to their surprise, she readily agreed. Their hearts trembled all the more at the thought of Miss returning with this woman. They hoped that the governor didn't find out about it, or else they would be punished too. Did you hear that? Hong Luan raised her eyebrows and turned to the crowd behind her. Find that person. Don't come back until you find him. Miss, you, the old man asked, frowning. I'll go back myself. Don't worry about me. Looking at the woman's cool and proud face, the old man gave a wry smile and finally left with the people of the governor's estate. After they left, Hong Luan spotted Wang Junfei who was trying to sneak away. Do you think you can leave after insulting our West Province Academy? Hong Luan sneered, that's too good to be true. Hu Li, beat him up. Let him remember that I'm behind the West Province Academy. Hu Li seemed to be very afraid of Hong Luan and didn't dare to go against her order. Besides, he had been enduring Wang Junfei for a long time, so he rushed up and beat him up. Beaten all black and blue, Wang Junfei shrieked shrilly. Yun Luofeng glanced at Wang Junfei, who cried out in tears under Hu Li's angry fists, and turned her eyes to Hong Luan. When do you start off? Hong Luan stroked her chin. Let's go. I'll get you a set of men's clothes, and then we'll go to the governor's estate. The streets were noisy and crowded. Inside a clothing store, Hong Luan was waiting anxiously at the door. After a while, a white-clad handsome young man appeared in front of her and her eyes lit up. The young man was stunningly handsome, with a smile on his lips. He looked relaxed and wicked yet charming. Chapter 1326, Genius Hong Luan, 4. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng, I didn't expect you to look so perfect in men's clothes. Gee, if you were a man, I would probably have a crush on you. Hong Luan walked around Yun Luofeng. The more she looked at her, the more she was satisfied. As she said, when Yun Luofeng appeared in the crowd, no woman was able to take their eyes off her. Hu Li was also stunned. He didn't expect that Yun Luofeng would be so handsome and charming in men's clothes. God was really unfair, gifting her both a perfect face and peerless talent. Such a person was a favorite of fate and had all the favor granted by God. Seeing that Hong Luan was stunned by her looks, Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly and flirtatiously lifted her chin with a finger. Remember what you promised me, Hong Luan. Recovering from her thoughts, Hong Luan patted away Yun Luofeng's hand and gave her a black look. Do you really think you are a man? How dare you molest me? I heard that you're already married, and your husband is rather jealous. I don't want him to give me a hard time for molesting his wife. After saying this, Hong Luan hurriedly turned around, patted her hot cheeks and exhaled heavily. If Yun Luofeng were really a man, she would be infatuated with her. Of course, as long as she had forgotten the person in her heart. Let's go, Yun Luofeng said, stretching lazily. Aren't you in a hurry to go back to the governor's estate? I'll help you finish this matter as soon as possible. Hong Luan nodded. It's not far from here to the governor's estate. We can be there within a day. Yun Luofeng, no matter what happens, I will protect you. This was her promise. She used the rest of her life to fulfill this promise. Yun Luofeng, Hu Li went up to Yun Luofeng. I think you'd better not smile at any women when you wear men's clothes. Otherwise, young Master Yun Xiao will have to compete with both men and women. I don't think he could handle it. Yun Luofeng shrugged. I'm just kidding. Besides, do you think Hong Luan is the kind of person who isn't mentally strong enough? If Hong Luan wasn't mentally strong enough, she wouldn't be where she was today. Hu Li nodded and quickly followed Yun Luofeng on the journey to the distance. The East Province. In the governor's estate, a middle-aged man was sitting in the seat of honor, his eyes cold and his face somber. Luanaire hasn't come back yet. Governor, Miss is on her way back. She'll be back soon. As soon as he finished, a figure rushed into the hall and shouted cheerfully, Governor, Miss has come back. What? The governor, who looked solemn, rose to his feet as he heard this with an imperceptible gleam of joy in his eyes, but the next minute he looked serious again. Humph, I'll ask her where she's been all these years. Did she forget she has a home? With that, the governor was about to walk out of the hall followed by a group of people. However, before he lifted his foot, a fiery red figure had appeared before him. Dad, I'm back, Hong Luan said slowly, looking up at the governor. The governor was going to speak, but the next words she said made him turn pale. Chapter 1327, Scum 1. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Father, I came back this time to announce something, said Hong Luan, holding the hand of the young man by her side, with a sly smile hovering on her red lips. This is my man, Yun Luofeng. At first, the governor's eyes were fixed on his baby girl, and when he heard this, he turned pale and turned his eyes to the young man standing beside Hong Luan. The young man, dressed in a white robe, was peerlessly handsome, with a wicked smile in his dark, deep eyes. Looking at his eyes, you would feel like you were going to be sucked into them. Danger, yes. Yun Luofeng, in the governor's eyes, was handsome yet dangerous. His wickedness was irresistible and the smile on his face was awe-inspiring. The governor's face darkened. Luanaire, stop messing about. I have chosen a fiancé for you. You must marry him whether you want to or not. Dad, Hong Luan sneered, why do you want me to marry him? Is it because he is the son of the North Province's governor? Have you ever thought about whether I'll be happy after marrying him? The governor frowned and said helplessly, Luanaire, I believe you'll be happy after marrying him. Besides, you two have been on good terms since childhood. Why are you so opposed to being his wife now? Dad, it's enough. Except for Yun Luofeng, I won't marry any man. Taking a parting shot, Hong Luan held Yun Luofeng's hand and was going to leave. The governor flew into a rage. Luanaire, stop. Hong Luan paused and stopped, and she lowered her eyes to conceal the cold resolve in her eyes. Young Master Yun, the governor glanced up at Yun Luofeng and said coldly, Luanair is the heiress to our governor's estate, and she's destined to marry some man of the same status as her. With your pretty face, it must be easy for you to get women to fall for you. Why are you pestering my daughter? He was implying that Yun Luofeng had befuddled Hong with his looks. Hong Luan's eyes were filled with anger. Just when she was going to refute her father, the young man beside her took her hand and patted her arm gently. Yun Luofeng raised her wicked black eyes and looked back at the governor who had turned blue with anger. No one can force Hong Luan to marry someone she doesn't like. The young man's voice was powerful and domineering. With that, she held Hong Luan's arm and walked slowly out of the hall under the surprised stare of the crowd. The governor's estate had beautiful scenery. Yun Luofeng, holding Hong Luofeng's arm, didn't stop until they came to the aisle of the backyard. Hong Luan turned to appreciate the perfect profile of Yun Luofeng and said sincerely, Yun Luofeng, thank you. If you were really a man, I would definitely marry you. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Even if I were a man, I would only marry a person named Yun Xiao. If she was a woman, she would marry Yun Xiao. If she were a man, she would still marry him. In her lifetime, she would only marry one person, Yun Xiao. Titter. Hong Luan couldn't help but laugh and her eyes turned crescent-shaped. I really envy you and your husband. What I want is nothing but a monogamous marriage in conjugal bliss. If there is someone else between my husband and me, I would rather stay single for my whole life. She would never abandon this principle for anyone. Looking at the sadness on Hong Luan's face, Yun Luofeng was going to say something, but then a joyful voice came from ahead. Chapter 1328, Scum, 2. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Luanair, you've come back. Hong Luan suddenly froze. She took a deep breath and held Yun Luofeng's arm. With a smile on her beautiful face, she looked at the man walking towards her. It's been a long time, Ling Chen. It was a handsome, well-groomed man who had a noble temperament. Holding a folding fan in his hand, he was really a personable, charming beau. Hong Luan, he is. Ling Chen turned to Yun Luofeng and frowned, apparently with disapproval. Hong Luan smiled and her smile revealed no emotion. Even so, Yun Luofeng still felt the force of Hong Luan's grip on her hand. My man, Yun Luofeng. Hearing Hong Luan's words, Ling Chen's handsome face darkened. Luanair, don't forget, I'm your fiancé. Fiancé, Hong Luan sneered, don't you have a woman you love already? Since you love her so much, you should be responsible for her. Why do you still want to marry me? Ling Chen scowled. He seemed to be thinking of the woman who he was crazy about, and a helpless gleam flickered across his eyes. Luanair, our marriage was decided by our parents and can't be cancelled, but my father promised to allow Chuer to be my concubine, and you to be my only wife. Luanair, I'm sorry. I hope you can understand me. Hong Luan sneered, don't you think you're hurting the woman you love by doing this? No, Luanair, you don't understand Chuer. She is a good girl and she has already agreed for me to marry you in order to save me from troubles. Out of compassion for her, I'll marry her as my concubine before I marry you. I came to propose to you because she has forgiven me. Mr. Chen hurriedly explained, for fear that Hong Luan would refuse him. If she refused, his father certainly wouldn't let him marry Chuer. Hong Luan's eyes turned colder. You feel compassion for Chia Chu, but don't you feel compassion for me? How come? Luanair, you'll be my wife, and she can only be my concubine. Her position is beneath yours, so I feel compassion for her. As for you, I'll give you the most important position. I don't think I owe you anything. Get out. Hong Luan's heart was filled with anger. Get out of here. I'll never marry a scum like you. Luanair. Ling Chen was anxious and was going to come up and grab Hong Luan. Before he did it, he was stopped by a snow-white figure. Yun Luofeng tightly held Ling Chen's hand, and her wicked eyes were filled with coldness. Hong Luan is my woman. If you dare to touch her, I'll rip off your arm at once. Ling Chen scowled. Hey, Luanair is not a woman you deserve. If you don't want to die. Bang. Before he could finish, Hong Luan rushed to him without warning and kicked him hard on the chest, and he flew away. Ling Chen, you really let me down. I wish I had never met you. Get out of my face. Hong Luan glared at him and her voice was angry. Besides, if you dare to insult Yun Luofeng again, I'll cut your tongue at once. Ling Chen stood in amazement. He had known Hong Luan for years, and it was the first time she attacked him to protect someone else. Especially. Hong Luan called this gigolo her man. She was cheating on him. Chapter 1329, Scum, 3. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Luanair, Ling Chen jumped to his feet and asked Hong Luan, pointing to Yun Luofeng, you were so cold to me because of this gigolo. You would never treat me like this before. 10 years ago, you said you would marry me. Gigolo. Yun Luofeng squinted and a dangerous light flashed through her eyes. Ling Chen, Hong Luan's face turned colder, and she stared at his handsome face and said coldly, yes, I wanted to marry you, but that was 10 years ago. Do you think I betrayed you because I have Yun Luofeng? No, you are the one who really betrayed me. Anger welled up within Ling Chen. Luanair, I'm a man. No man will only have one woman. But women are different. A woman has to be loyal to her husband until her death. Don't you understand that? Why can a man have more than one woman, while a woman must be loyal to one man? I, Hong Luan, will never compromise my principles. If my husband can't be faithful to me, I won't marry him. Yes, even though she once loved Ling Chen, she hid her love deep in her heart after he fell in love with another woman. But now it seemed that she made a wise choice. When she was little, she had no idea that Ling Chen was such a disgusting scum. No man will only have one woman. Yun Luofeng gave a wicked smile. This is just the pretext of men for their lasciviousness. What's the use of a man who can't even control his sexual desires? Hong Luan, this kind of man doesn't deserve you. Hong Luan cast a chilly glance at Ling Chen. Don't bother me again, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Luanaire. Seeing that Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng turned to leave, Ling Chen cried out anxiously. However, he was not as talented as Hong Luan since childhood, so he never dared to provoke her, let alone at such a time. Therefore, he restrained his inner impulse and looked anxiously at the disappearing figures. At this moment, he thought of the good old days he spent with Hong Luan, and at the same time, the beautiful smiling face of the woman he loved also popped up in his mind. For some reason, when he looked at Hong Luan's receding figure, his heart ached. Young master, a servant hurried in. Ling Chen frowned. What's the matter? Miss Jia has had a relapse. What? Ling Chen's face suddenly changed and he immediately forgot about Hong Luan, his eyes anxious. Let's go back to our mansion now. Many years ago, the governors of the East Province and the North Province were intended to be united by marriage, so the latter built a mansion in the East Province to foster their bond. However, no one expected that Ling Chen would fall in love with a commoner, and Hong Luan, angry at his betrayal, rejected the marriage and ran away from home. At this moment, as soon as Ling Chen entered the mansion, he heard a sharp cough. The sound made his heart ache and he hastily pushed the door open. Chuer, how are you? Cough. Hearing his voice, the woman in bed raised her head and a feeble smile appeared on her delicate and beautiful face. Young Master Ling, why did you come back? The most important thing for you is to find Miss Hong Luan and clear the air. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The woman couldn't be compared with the gorgeous Hong Luan. However, compared with Hong Luan's domineering demeanor, such a tender woman was exactly what most men loved. Chapter 1330, Scum, 4. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. No wonder Ling Chen was infatuated with her. You're more important than Hong Luan. Ling Chen hurried up to Chia Chu and held her delicate shoulder, his eyes filled with love for her. If my father hadn't said that I can marry you unless I married Hong Luan, I would never marry her. She is a shrew and is no match for the loving and caring person you are. Chia Chu buried her head in Ling Chen's arms, her face delicate and pale. Young Master Ling, it's my fault. If it weren't for me, you and Miss Hong Luan would have already been married. If Miss Hong Luan doesn't want me to stay here, I'm willing to leave you. As long as you're well, I'm willing to do anything. The woman raised her head, with tears in her eyes, and her voice was so soft and tender that no man could resist her charm. What are you talking about? I'll never leave you alone. I just feel sorry that you can only be my concubine. Ling Chen put his arms around Chia Chu's shoulders. In my life, you're the only person I feel compassion for. Chia Chu shook her head. No, the one you should feel compassion for is Miss Hong Luan. Her, Ling Chen sneered. Isn't it enough for her to be my wife? Must I have her as my only woman? A monogamous marriage? That is ridiculous. And she even hooked up with a gigolo after she ran away from home. What? Chia Chu covered her mouth in surprise. Miss Hong Luan betrayed you. How? How could she do such a mean thing? A woman should be loyal to her husband and never betray him until her death. After saying this, Chia Chu vowed, Young Master Ling Chen, I'll never be unfaithful to you in my life. Unfortunately, my family is not strong enough, so I can't become your wife. Otherwise, I would fulfill a wife's responsibilities, manage the family well, and select proper concubines for you. She was implying that Hong Luan didn't fulfill a wife's duty by stopping Ling Chen from taking a concubine. As a wife, shouldn't she help her husband select concubines and manage the family well? Even though Hong Luan was the heiress to the governor's estate, even though she wouldn't go to the North Province but stay here to inherit the East Province after marrying Ling Chen, she had no right to stop Ling Chen from taking a concubine. A wife must do her duty well, or else she was not qualified to be a wife. If Hong Luan was as understanding as you, I wouldn't have to worry so much. Ling Chen sighed and looked helpless. Young Master Ling, Miss Hong Luan must be afraid that I will compete for status with her, so she behaved like this. I'll talk to her and explain it for you tomorrow. What do you think? Chia Chu said softly, holding Ling Chen's hand. Ling Chen paused. Chuer, you haven't recovered, you'd better not. It doesn't matter. My life was saved by you, so it's my duty to explain this for you even though I'm still sick. Chia Chu stared lovingly at Ling Chen, with a tender smile on her pale face. When it came to any man, he would be touched by a woman understanding him and also being infatuated with him like Chia Chu. Ling Chen was deeply touched. Chuer, you've done so much for me. I promise I'll never let you down. That promise alone is enough for me. Chia Chu put her arms around Ling Chen's neck and sent her soft, warm lips to his. The room was brimming with an erotic atmosphere, and the two bodies blended into one. Chapter 1331, Feigning Illness, 1. Translator, Iris8197 Editor, Rock. In a restaurant. No sooner had Hong Luan entered than the waiter came to greet her respectfully. Miss Hong Luan, welcome back. Did anyone use my box when I was away? Hong Luan glanced at the waiter and asked. Well. The waiter wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked carefully at Hong Luan. Miss Hong Luan, when you were away, young Master Ling Chen once visited here with a girl. I didn't dare to stop young Master Ling Chen, so. Quote. Ling Chen. With a girl. A cold gleam flashed through Hong Luan's eyes, and she said domineeringly, I don't want anyone to touch my things. Immediately throw away the tables and chairs in that box and replace them with brand new ones. I'll only give you a quarter of an hour. Don't make my friend wait too long. The waiter quickly nodded. When he spotted the white-clad young man closely following Hong Luan, he was stunned by his handsomeness. He had met so many people over the years, but he had never seen a man so good-looking who was even more beautiful than a woman. One more look at him and I'll gouge out your eyes. Seeing the waiter staring straight at Yun Luofeng, Hong Luan scowled and snapped. Besides, since I've booked this box permanently, even though I wasn't here, no one should be allowed to use my box. If you still dare to let anyone else in, your restaurant will be shut down. Yun Luofeng, let's go. Hong Luan held Yun Luofeng's hand and headed toward the second floor. Yun Luofeng raised a wicked smile. She didn't shake off Hong Luan's hand but let her pull her into the box. Bang! Hong Luan kicked the door of the box open. Glancing over the clean, elegantly decorated box, she frowned and her eyes were burning with a raging fire. It seems that I can't wait for the restaurant staff to clean the box up. I can't stand seeing these tables and chairs anymore. Boom! Releasing a great power from her sleeve, Hong Luan destroyed all the tables and chairs. She clapped her hands and then turned to the waiter who rushed in after hearing the noise and smiled. Remember, since I gave you the money to book this box belongs to me. Without my orders, no one else is allowed to enter here. Get out of here now. The waiter was frightened for his life by her words. Soon a group of people hurriedly came in, took the tables and chairs away, and placed brand new ones in the box. Hong Luan sat down and poured a cup of tea for Yun Luofeng. Then she raised her eyebrows and looked at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, do you think I'm too overbearing? Yun Luofeng took a sip of tea and slowly put down the teacup. Being overbearing is not a fault. If someone abhors your character, it only proves that they don't love you. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong. Since you gave money to the restaurant to reserve this box, they had no right to allow others to use it. So, there's nothing wrong with what you did. Hong Luan laughed, her eyes filled with joy. Yun Luofeng, I think we'll become confidants. Yun Luofeng squinted. I hope so. By the way, Hong Luan, do me another favor. Just name it. As long as I can, I'll help you. Soul fruit. Help me find the soul fruit. And by the way, find out what happened to the kid who was following me. Hong Luan's subordinates would do a better job than her concerning these matters. Chapter 1332, Feigning Illness 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Therefore, she entrusted Hong Luan with this matter. Hong Luan blinked her eyes. That isn't just one favor, but two favors. If I help you with these two favors, how will I benefit? I'll settle Ling Chen for you. However, I do not wish to oppose the North Province at this moment, so I still require you to handle it personally. She could help Hong Luan to deal with Ling Chen, but he was the young master of the North Province governor and the aftermath would require Hong Luan to personally settle it. Deal. Hong Luan's hands heavily slammed on the table. All of a sudden, she wasn't able to control her own strength and had the brand new table had once again been smashed into two chunks. Hong Luan's expression was somewhat awkward. I accidentally used too much force. I'll have the restaurant bring another table again. In addition, you don't have to worry about the North Province's governor taking action against you. In any case, I, Hong Luan, am the East Province's future governor. Even if they're courageous enough, they would never dare to touch someone I want to protect. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow. Your father intends for you marry with Ling Chen. Isn't he afraid that the East Province will fall into the North Province's hands? Nope, Hong Luan shook her head. Getting married to Ling Chen is only a formality. Even if we do get married, I would never follow him to the North Province. My father only has one daughter and I definitely have to inherit the East Province in the future. However, the situation in the continent as of now isn't stable, and my father making me connect by marriage is only so that there's a guaranteed relationship between the two provinces. One was the East Province's future governor while another was the North Province's heir. With them connected by marriage, it was bound to allow the two factions to be tightly bound together. After Hong Luan explained this, she snorted once again. My father has become muddle-headed after getting older and thought that a marriage could solve all the problems. I don't have to rely on a marriage to obtain help. Just by relying on my own strength, I can still make the East Province last for over 1,000 years. When the woman was speaking, the aggressiveness between her brows had evidently spread out and her heart-rending voice echoed throughout the cabin for a long time. Miss Hong Luan. The waiter walked in through the door and spoke respectfully. That lady who came to the restaurant together with young Master Ling Chen stated that she wishes to meet with you. Hong Luan stared blankly. Chia Chu, why has she come? Let her in. Yun Luofeng sipped her tea and asked, what do you think about her personality? I'm not sure, Hong Luan shook her head. I've only met with her a few times. In addition, I do not have any malice towards Chia Chu. All the fault lies in that reg, Ling Chen. She's only a victim. The person she hated in her heart would only be one person, Ling Chen. Even if Chia Chu had obtained Ling Chen's heart, Hong Luan did not hate her. The reason was that Hong Luan had believed from the start that she was only a pitiful person. After a long time, a lady walked in as the waiter lead her in. The lady was dressed in a green dress with a violet belt fastened on her waist. Her head of black hair flowed slightly along with the wind as she walked, and her posture was elegant. After stepping into the cabin, she raised her head and it was at that moment that Yun Luofeng clearly saw her appearance. Even though she was beautiful, she couldn't be compared to Hong Luan's alluring and magnificent style. Yet it was irrefutable that her gentleness and beauty could cause countless men to be moved. Her beautiful eyes faintly contained tears while her gentle expression seemed pale. Her pitiful expression would arouse one to feel tenderness towards her. Chapter 1333, Feigning Illness 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. However, Yun Luofeng had met plenty of women who would arouse others' tender feelings. Compared to such a woman, she preferred someone domineering like Hong Luan. At the very least, Hong Luan was true to herself and would never use such a pitiful appearance to attract others' attention. Putong. Chia Chu did not say a single word and knelt before Hong Luan. Her eyes glittered with tears as she implored, Miss Hong Luan, everything is my fault and I shouldn't have snatched young Master Ling Chen away. Actually, the person he wants to marry is you, so please give him another chance, I beg of you. There were customers currently walking to and fro outside the cabin and after hearing Chia Chu's words, they couldn't help but stop in their tracks and fix their attention on the scene. Hong Luan's expression gradually turned cool. Frankly speaking, I pitied you in the past as after all, you're a victim of Ling Chen but he's unable to marry you. However, as of now, I will no longer pity you. Isn't there this saying, a pathetic person will certainly have something that makes other people despise them? Chia Chu stared blankly and she tightly bit on her lips. Miss Hong Luan, young Master Ling Chen still has you in his heart and if you do not wish to see me, I can disappear and no longer appear before young Master Ling Chen. I only beg of you to give him another opportunity. Hong Luan narrowed her eyes and flames of fury gradually surfaced in her beautiful eyes. Just as she wanted to get angry, a hand suddenly landed on her back while a bewitching voice sounded in her ears. I've said that I'll deal with these two people for you. Hong Luan stared blankly. Taking a look at Yun Luofeng, she chose to retreat. Chia Chu raised her head and her vision slowly focused on the young man's handsome face. In an instant, her heart seemed to have begun fiercely beating and she blushed. It was no wonder Hong Luan would disdain and treat Ling Chen with contempt. As it turned out, she had seduced an extremely handsome young man. It was a pity for such a handsome young man to follow alongside this vixen Hong Luan. Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin and revealed a fake smile as she looked towards Chia Chu who was kneeling on the ground. Asking Hong Luan to marry Ling Chen, was it due to your own selfish motives or because you were truly being considerate for Ling Chen? Chia Chu's gaze was earnest and sincere. Everything I've done is all for young Master Ling Chen. As long as Miss Hong Luan is willing to marry him, I can leave here without asking for anything and not meet him in the future. Alright, if that's the case, then you can leave here and not meet him in the future, Yun Luofeng nodded her head and said in all seriousness. Chia Chu's expression changed instantly. Her hands had tightly clenched tight to restrain her internal anger at this injustice. On what basis? Just because her background couldn't be compared to Hong Luan, she had to suffer such a grievance. Hong Luan merely got lucky during her reincarnation and if Chia Chu was the young miss of the governor's estate, then Hong Luan would definitely be inferior to her in all aspects. Young master, I do wish to leave young master Ling Chen, but, Chia Chu loosened her fist and took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, young master Ling Chen isn't willing to let me go. The smile on Yun Luofeng became increasingly devilish and she looked towards everyone present. Everyone, presumably you've all heard her clearly. She repeatedly mentioned that Hong Luan is unwilling to give Ling Chen an opportunity, yet now that Hong Luan is giving him a chance, she rejected it. In this case, Hong Luan cannot be blamed. Chia Chu lowered her eyes and hatred surfaced within. She merely casually mentioned it earlier on because she knew that Hong Luan despised Ling Chen for not being a virgin and would definitely reject her suggestion. By coming here she did not really intend to beg Hong Luan to accept Ling Chen. She only wanted to let Ling Chen know of her own determination so that Ling Chen would marry her without second thoughts even with the governor's objections. Chapter 1334, Feigning Illness 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. However, she didn't expect that this young man would actually agree on behalf of Hong Luan. The surrounding crowd also reacted due to Yun Luofeng's words and instantly they all looked at Chia Chu. Miss, with your background, you are not deserving of young Master Ling Chen. Why don't you back off? That's right, what this young master said is correct. Earlier on, you said you intended to leave young Master Ling Chen so that they could get together. Right now you've been given the chance, so why are you unwilling to leave? TSK, aren't you asking the obvious? From the start, she didn't intend to leave and was merely putting on an act. How can such a woman have any right to be compared to Miss Hong Luan? If it was in other places, perhaps many would consider Chia Chu as pitiful and stand on her side. However, this was the East Province. Although Hong Luan's personality was domineering, she was also very protective of her own. As long as they were the East Province's citizens, she would not be miserly in extending her own assistance as long as one was in a difficult situation. It was also because of this that within the East Province she had received the love and respect of the common people. Therefore, Chia Chu wanting to lead the public opinion around was a good move yet found the wrong location. Why? Chia Chu stood up from the ground. Her footsteps staggered and tears flowed from her pale face. Just because my background isn't strong enough, so I have to receive your criticisms and not even have the right to be together with my beloved. Don't tell me falling in love with someone is also wrong. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms and cast a sideways glance at Chia Chu. First, you were the one who said you wanted to leave and no one forced you. Second, since you're deeply in love with Ling Chen, you can just be together with him, yet now you're here to disturb Hong Luan. Aren't you shooting yourself in the foot? Chia Chu's body shivered. I only wanted to help young Master Ling Chen. Alright, then I will give you another opportunity. If you can kneel here for 5 days and nights, perhaps I might consider giving Hong Luan to him. Yun Luofeng pulled on Hong Luan's hands and walked out. Let's go, having had the atmosphere spoiled by someone, I do not have the mood to continue staying. The moment she walked past Chia Chu, her footsteps paused and she spoke in a low tone, I will not let anyone harm Hong Luan, so. If you wish to court death, I won't mind killing you. After throwing her these words, the white-robed young man had already cut through the crowd and disappeared from Chia Chu's line of sight. On the bustling street, Hong Luan struggled free of Yun Luofeng's hand and stopped. Raising her head, she looked at Yun Luofeng. Earlier on, thank you. If it were up to her, she would definitely take action after being provoked by Chia Chu. However, Yun Luofeng was different. Even if she didn't take action, she could let Chia Chu be totally refuted, and cause Chia Chu who was originally in an advantageous position to immediately fall into a disadvantage. Yun Luofeng turned and looked at the red-robed lady. Hong Luan, in order to enter the governor's estate, Chia Chu will definitely kneel in the restaurant for 5 days and nights. At that time, send someone to monitor her. In addition, you have to be prepared to be reproached by Ling Chen. Hong Luan smiled. In the past, I had fallen for Ling Chen, but afterward I realized that I was blind. Words from that bastard can no longer affect me in the slightest, and in addition. Her voice paused and she continued speaking, what you've done was right. Ling Chen is deeply in love with Chia Chu and if I force Chia Chu to kneel for 5 days and nights, he will definitely fly into a rage. In the future, I can also break away from his pestering. Hong Luan sighed and her voice was somewhat sentimental. They who were once childhood friends, how did they end up having a falling out to this extent? Chapter 1335, Feigning Illness 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng was taciturn for a while before saying, Hong Luan, today Ling Chen came looking for you but left due to an emergency. I asked around and rumor has it that Chia Chu's old illness had relapsed, so he hastily left. However, I checked Chia Chu's body and her physique is so weak because she has consumed a herb called Rausen flower. Rausen flower, Hong Luan was startled. What is this Rausen flower? A herb that can cause symptoms of debility. That is to say, she has purposely consumed Rausen flower and faked her sickness to deceive Ling Chen into returning. Other than that, there's no problem with her body. I would like to ask, when you and Ling Chen met each other back then, did Chia Chu frequently use this excuse to get him to return? Hong Luan turned silent and nodded her head after a long time. Indeed, a few years ago, Ling Chen had coincidentally saved Chia Chu and both of them secretly bore feelings for each other. In addition, Chia Chu had gotten pregnant before marriage. Ling Chen originally wanted to take her in as a concubine but the governor had always opposed it and even put him under house arrest, resulting in Chia Chu having a miscarriage due to sorrow. From then on, she had symptoms of debility and because of this, Ling Chen felt guilty towards her and always believed that he had harmed her. After saying this, she raised her beautiful eyes and looked at Yun Luofeng with all seriousness. Therefore, you mentioned that there's nothing wrong with her body. Is that true? I can confirm that there's no problem with her body. Yun Luofeng's words caused Hong Luan's heart to tremble. She who was originally sympathetic towards Chia Chu had transferred her sympathy to Ling Chen. So it turns out, Ling Chen was a fool to have been deceived by that woman. This woman is sure scheming, knowing that after losing her child she would be unable to enter the North Governor's estate. She feigned sickness so that Ling Chen would feel guilt towards her. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. Hong Luan, this Rausen flower isn't some mysterious herb. Were there no physicians in the governor's estate who examined her? Hong Luan shook her head. At that time, Ling Chen felt extremely guilty and wanted the governor's estate's physicians to examine and treat her. However, she rejected it with all her might, claiming that her status was lowly and she didn't deserve for those noble physicians to examine her. In addition, if she relied on the governor's estate's influence, the governor would definitely oppose her entering the family. As such, Ling Chen felt incomparably touched, wishing he could embrace tightly the love Chia Chu had for him. Now I finally know why Ling Chen did not choose you, Yun Luofeng blinked, because you would never act pitiful like Chia Chu and pick words that others like to hear. However, one day, someone who appreciates your frank personality will appear. It was because Hong Luan was too frank which resulted in her being in a disadvantageous situation when contesting against Chia Chu. Nonetheless, Yun Luofeng was fond of her personality and she felt very relaxed while being by her side. What you say is right, Hong Luan quirked her brow and smiled. How could it be that I, Hong Luan, can't find an outstanding man? Who does Ling Chen think he is and why do I have to feel wrong because of him? Since he's fond of a fake woman like Chia Chu, then I shall give him my best wishes. Yun Luofeng, let's go. There's someone I dislike in this restaurant so let's find another restaurant. A smile like a rose blossomed on Hong Luan's face as she tightly pulled on Yun Luofeng's hand and walked to another restaurant with quick steps. Only after arriving at the restaurant did Yun Luofeng understand what being rich was like. Chapter 1336, Feigning Illness 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Within this East Province, Hong Luan had reserved a cabin in all restaurants, just because she did not want to use something that someone else had used before. After all the dishes were served, it could be even said that the food smelled good, looked good, and tasted great, yet Hong Luan saw that Yun Luofeng didn't move her chopsticks, so she asked, Are the dishes of this restaurant not to your liking? Yun Luofeng ate a mouthful of food and shook her head. No, I was just longing for someone else's food. During this period after leaving Yun Xiao, she was still unaccustomed to outside food. Of course, if it was someone else who had tasted Yun Xiao's cooking, they would probably be unable to eat any of this food. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. By the way, where has Huli gone to? Yun Luofeng lowered the chopsticks in her hands. He's not far from me, and he won't be appearing by my side for the time being. Before she clarified Wu's identity, she would not allow him to approach her, and Huli was sent to monitor him. You suspect the child's identity yet you sent Huli to monitor him, aren't you afraid that Huli might encounter danger? Hong Luan curiously questioned. Yun Luofeng smiled. If there's a problem with this child, his objective would be me. Therefore, he would not inadvertently alert an enemy by harming Huli. This was also the reason she had been at ease, allowing Huli to be alone with him. After Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan returned to the governor's estate, the skies had turned dark. Just as they stepped through the gates, a breeze-like figure rushed from behind her. Hong Luan. Ling Chen's tone was furious as he hastily dashed towards Hong Luan. His tightly clenched fist crackled and his eyes were thoroughly red. Why did you do that? Why did you punish Chuer in such a way? She merely went to find you because of me, yet you had the heart to be so ruthless towards such a kind-hearted woman like her. Ling Chen was angered to the point his body trembled. Right now, I want you to beg Chuer to stand up. When I forced her to, she threatened me saying that she would commit suicide and dared not stand without your orders. Follow me immediately to beg her to stand. The words he used were not to ask, but to beg. Just as Ling Chen and grabbed Hong Luan's arm to drag her forcefully, Hong Luan's expression turned chilly as she ruthlessly flung his hands away. Feng Er has said, if she were to kneel for 5 days and night, Feng Er would consider giving me to you. However, I did not force her to kneel, and this was her own choice, so it's unrelated to me. At that time, Yun Luofeng only said she would consider and did not use an exact wording. Even if Chu Chia indeed knelt for 5 days and nights, Yun Luofeng would never hand Hong Luan over to Ling Chen. Ling Chen raised his hands, and a palm fiercely struck towards Hong Luan. Just as his palms were about to land on Hong Luan's face, she raised her hands and tightly grasped his wrists. Ling Chen, this is the end of our friendship. Between us, we do not owe each other anything else. Hong Luan suddenly used force, causing Ling Chen to retreat. He touched his wrists that had turned blue-black and looked up at the red-robed lady who gradually disappeared from his sight. He didn't know why, but looking at the woman's heartless appearance, he momentarily felt his heart feeling empty. Even Ling Chen himself did not know where this feeling came from. Eldest young miss. Suddenly, a bodyguard walked out and cupped his fists towards Hong Luan as he said respectfully, Eldest young miss, the governor invites you and young master Yun over. Father is looking for me. Hong Luan stared blankly. She then turned towards Yun Luofeng and asked, if you are willing to follow me, then we'll head there right now. If you are unwilling, no one can force you. Chapter 1337, Strict Provinces Jun Family 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Let's go together. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. Since the governor invited her and Hong Luan, what harm was there in making this trip? Hong Luan did not speak any further, but she had made a firm resolution. If her father were to make things difficult for Yun Luofeng, she would disregard everything and stand by her side. This was what she had promised Yun Luofeng. A promise must be kept and by no means could it be broken. The atmosphere within the study room was tense as the middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. His back faced the door and radiated an eminent and unapproachable aura. This was also the second time Yun Luofeng had seen the governor, Hong Ling, all-powerful within the East Province and a figure above every man. Seemingly sensing their arrival, Hong Ling slowly turned around. At this moment, he was not as overbearing as before, while his expression revealed his helplessness and he heavily sighed. Luanair, are you truly unwilling to marry Ling Chen? The moment Hong Luan returned to the governor's estate, he was fuming with anger so he couldn't restrain himself and berated her. Now that he had calmed down, in order not to force his daughter to leave, he could only suppress his internal rage and revealed a helpless expression as he questioned her. Hearing his words, Hong Luan seriously nodded, yes, I will not marry Ling Chen. Luanair, the seven-province continent will go through enormous changes from now on, and if you were married to Ling Chen, only with an alliance between the two provinces will we be able to continue to survive among the seven provinces. Hong Ling's expression gradually turned solemn, otherwise, the East Province will definitely be destroyed by then. Hong Luan sneered, Father, you're sending your daughter to connect by marriage just so the East Province will continue to survive in the future when huge changes occur in the seven-province continent. It's fine if it was someone else, but I, Hong Luan, will never use my marriage to ask for peace. Seven provinces huge change. After hearing these words, Yun Luofeng secretly took note while she stood alongside Hong Luan all along without commenting. Luanair, Hong Ling's face revealed anger. You are only a woman and no matter how strong you are, how can you rely on your soul strength to support the entire East Province? I only have you as my daughter and if you do not marry Ling Chen, how am I supposed to die without concern? Hong Luan did not expect that her own father would be so stubborn and her expression also turned chillier. I've mentioned this before, with my strength, I do not require the North Province's assistance. There will be one day that I'll be able to use my own strength and let the East Province stand at the peak of the seven-province continent, and will never be forgotten. Forget it. This expert who had shocked the world was full of helplessness now when facing his own daughter who was currently in her rebellious period. He was well aware of his own daughter's temper. She would never turn back on something that she had decided. Luanair, if you do not suffer a setback, you will never turn back. Your father is also helpless in dealing with you. Hong Luan bitterly smiled. Even though he was stern with his daughter, but in any case, she was his only daughter and could it be that he had to tie her up on the marriage sedan? I will not interfere in your affairs in the future. Besides, the matters between you and Ling Chen have to be settled by you personally. In a few days, the North Province's governor will personally visit to withdraw the marriage. Have you thought about how you are going to decline tactfully? Tactfully decline? Why should I do that? Hong Luan coldly chuckled. I said I wouldn't be marrying and that's that. Even if the emperor were to arrive, I would also refuse to marry. Hong Luan shook his head helplessly and only then did he shift his line of sight to Yun Luofeng. Currently, perhaps Yun Luofeng felt that the father and daughter discussion was boring, so she had casually pulled up a chair and sat down. Her body lazily leaned against the chair while her wicked eyes revealed an attitude of looking down on the world. Chapter 1338, Strict Provinces Jun Family 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. However, Yun Luofeng's haughty attitude caused Hong Ling to feel dissatisfied, and his expression darkened. The first time they met, as Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan did not stop by for long, and he did not have the chance to size up Yun Luofeng carefully. Only now was he able to carefully look at Yun Luofeng from head to toe. However, a piece of jade pendant hung on the young man's waist entered his line of sight. A Jun character was clearly carved on the jade pendant, causing his eyes to narrow. You are from the Spirit Province's Jun family. Spirit Province's Jun family. Yun Luofeng stared blankly. Her line of sight gradually fell on the jade pendant hung on her robe as suspicion surfaced in her eyes. This jade pendant was given to her by Jun Fengling. Could it be that there was a problem with it? What Spirit Province's Jun family? Yun Luofeng's brows quirked as she asked. The Spirit Province's governor's surname is Jun. Hong Ling carefully stared at Yun Luofeng. Tell me, where did you obtain this jade pendant? Yun Luofeng lightly stroked the jade pendant and faintly smiled. It's an item my mother had since she was young. Is there a problem? Jun Fengling was Yun Xiao's mother and was also naturally her mother too. With her current appearance, she could not say that it was gifted to her by her mother-in-law, so she had addressed Jun Fengling as her mother. Hong Ling's eyes shrunk and instantly recovered. If you wish to know the origins of the jade pendant, you can make a trip to the Jun family in the Spirit Province, and the answer you're looking for is there. Besides, the Jun family has offended a large number of enemies, and I'd advise you to remove this pendant to prevent being discovered by their enemies. Yun Luofeng's eyes narrowed and stayed silent for a long time. Spirit Province's Jun family. It seems like after locating Yun Xiao she would have to make a trip to the Spirit Province to seek for an answer. After Yun Luofeng left the study room, Hong Luan seemed to notice that her father had something to say and so stayed behind. Father, exactly what's with the Jun family you speak of? Hong Luan sighed. Several years ago, the Jun family's lord offended the previous governor of the Spirit Province and was chased by countless experts. At that time, his wife had been killed by the previous governor, and to protect his daughter who was in her infancy, the lord had no alternative but to gift her to an old friend. After that, the Jun family's lord sought revenge from the previous governor and also exterminated the governor's entire estate. As a result, the lord assumed the position of governor in Spirit Province. Yet, the lord did not leave the Jun family, and so, when others mentioned the Spirit Province governor's estate, it can also be called the Spirit Province's Jun family. However, he has become the right and proper governor of the Spirit Province. All these years, the lord still remembers his deceased wife and has remained a bachelor. Furthermore, he has been searching for the whereabouts of his daughter all these years, but not to mention his daughter, even that old friend disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the Jun family's missing daughter has become the most enigmatic problem. Now with the Jun family's jade pendant appearing in Yun Luofeng's hands, could it be that her mother was the Jun family lord's daughter? Hong Luan was somewhat astonished, seemingly never having thought that Yun Luofeng would have such an identity. She was silent for a moment before asking, "Are you sure Yun Luofeng's mother is the Jun family's daughter? Could that jade pendant be from someone else of the Jun family?" Hong Luan shook his head. The Jun character on that jade pendant was carved using a special method. In particular, this jade pendant can resist one killing attack from an expert. Do you think an ordinary person from the Jun family can possess such a jade pendant? Hong Luan blinked her eyes. Father, do we need to inform the Jun family of this matter? Chapter 1339, Spirit Province's Jun Family, 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. In fact, Hong Luan wanting to inform the Jun family was not only for Yun Luofeng to be safe. More importantly, she admired the Jun family's lord. This lord's wife had passed away many years ago, yet he had still insisted on his feelings and did not remarry. After he had taken revenge, he wholeheartedly searched for his daughter for dozens of years, but it was as though just one day had passed and he had not abandoned hope even now. How could she not be touched by such a spirit? Without a doubt, this jade pendant should have originated from the Jun family's lord. However, whether Yun Luofeng's mother is the eldest young miss of the Jun family still requires some verification. Furthermore, the Jun family's lord left the Spirit Province after passing the family position to his disciple. Even till today, his whereabouts are still unknown and locating him is easier said than done. Hong Ling shook his head and helplessly sighed. The Jun family's lord was always traveling throughout the various provinces, and even the Jun family was unaware of his specific location. He had only brought along the daughter of his disciple by his side, and searching for him was just like finding a needle in a haystack. Father, why don't we inform the Jun family? I'm sure they have the means to locate the lord. Hong Luan's expression was determined. If Yun Luofeng had the Jun family as her backing, she would be able to travel around the 7 provinces without fear, and who would dare to humiliate her? Okay, Hong Ling's eyes flickered. Hong Luan, you should build up good relations with Yun Luofeng during this period. If he's the son of the Jun family's eldest young miss, it's fine if you are connected to Yun Luofeng by marriage. The more Hong Ling spoke, the more excited he was. The Spirit Province was one of the front ranking among the 7 provinces, and if they could be related with the Jun family by marriage, it was much better compared to the North Province. However, before he had calmed down his excited emotions, Hong Luan doused him with a pot of cold water. First, my relationship with Yun Luofeng is already good. Secondly, the Jun family is the Jun family, and Yun Luofeng is Yun Luofeng. No matter if he's really from the Jun family, he's someone I have acknowledged. I'm different from you. You place too much importance on power, but in my eyes, power cannot be compared to friendship. If one is overly obsessed with pursuing power, how much can they achieve in their life? Being lectured by his daughter resulted in Hong Ling's expression becoming even paler as flames of anger rushed to his head. Father, we are cultivators, and originally, cultivators do as they please. Too many distracting thoughts will make it hard for us to advance forth. If you insist on me being the same as you, then I would rather not want this governor position. I believe that with my strength, I can reach the summit of this continent. Hong Luan had always disapproved of Hong Ling pursuing power and influence. In her opinion, one should do as they please. Regardless if Yun Luofeng was from the Jun family, she was a friend she had acknowledged for her lifetime, without change. The reason why she had regarded Yun Luofeng of such importance was most probably because of the previous fight in the restaurant. This fight had caused her to cherish Yun Luofeng, and after hanging out together these days, she understood that they were the same type of person. Furthermore, in that fight, she and Yun Luofeng were equally matched, and her objective was to be able to defeat her one day. Luanaire, you. Hong Ling slammed the table and stood up while meeting her with glaring eyes. Hong Luan remained unmoved and smiled. Father, if Yun Luofeng is someone from the Jun family, I will not draw support from the Jun family just because you want me to, and even if he's not from the Jun family, he's still the only person I call as my friend in this life. Those people whom she had met in the past were all people who curried favor due to the governor's estate's influence, and only Yun Luofeng could become her true friend. Chapter 1340, Spirit Province's Jun Family, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Ling was extremely furious as his palm suddenly slammed on the table and smashed it into pieces. Yet, Hong Luan turned to leave without caring about Hong Ling's anger in the slightest. This girl is too rebellious to dare to speak to her father in this way and lecture me. Hong Ling overflowed with anger. Without power, how can one stand at the peak? How can one rely on their strength to stand at this position? If it weren't because the governor's estate provided her with the conditions to cultivate, how could she have become so strong? Hong Ling became even angrier as he thought about it. He had never believed that a person of low status could rely on their strength to reach the summit, and even more, he did not believe one could be powerful without a family's nurturing. It was impossible for a phoenix to emerge from a mountain village, and a phoenix could only surface by using countless precious ingredients and treasures. Forget it, I'll take my hands off you in the future, and you can do whatever you please. Expending all my might, wanting to be connected by marriage with the North Province and thinking of obtaining the Jun family's assistance, wasn't it all for you? However, you are not the slightest bit grateful towards me for all I've done, and your obstinate attitude is the same as your mother. I must have owed both of you too much in my previous life. Hong Ling sighed heavily and sat down. Currently, the expert that inspired all throughout the province was just like a normal helpless father facing a daughter in her rebellious phase, and he could only allow her to make her own life decisions. After Hong Luan left the study room, it was evident that she was exhausted. Just as she pushed the door open, she suddenly noticed a white-robed young man seated in her room sipping tea. Yun Luofeng. Hong Luan stared blankly. Why are you in my room? Yun Luofeng placed the teacup down, raised her head and looked at Hong Huan. What's with the huge changes in the 7 provinces? Hong Luan walked in and poured a cup of tea, seemingly minding her own business. She lightly sipped her tea before placing the teacup down. The 7 provinces' huge changes had happened once before 1,000 years ago. Hong Luan looked at Yun Luofeng. Do you know that the underground of the 7 provinces continent is suppressing a terrifying existence? These existences awaken once every 1,000 years, and when they awaken, it is a calamity of the entire continent. However, no one is clear about the exact timing when they will awaken. My father is afraid that he will be on his deathbed at that time and I will not be able to deal with those existences. So, he thought to connect with the North Province via marriage, hoping to rely on their influence to help us. Yun Luofeng frowned. It was the first time she had heard all of this information. Actually, I know that my father has my best interests at heart, but I'm unwilling to comply with his orders. I do not believe that I'm unable to fight against those existences with my strength. Hong Luan laughed and explained. Yun Luofeng lifted her brow. It doesn't seem like there are just these conflicting views between you and your father. Hong Luan was surprised and helplessly revealed the truth. You noticed it. It's because he caused my mother's death, so I haven't had any good feelings for him since I was young. Your mother? That's right, my mother's personality was resolute and upright. Her temper was even more explosive than mine, and she was also powerful. That year, this East Province had been conquered by her and my father together. However, to make the hearts of those powerful subordinates follow my father and not betray him, he decided to take in the daughters as his concubines. How could a person like my mother allow a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Because of that, she left my father in a fit of anger. To prove to my father that he did not need to rely on marriages to strengthen their influence, she attempted a forced breakthrough, resulting in her death by an explosion with her soul dispersing. Chapter 1341, Strud Province's Jun Family, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. If a human dies, they can still be reincarnated, but if one's soul disperses, then it meant that they had disappeared from this world. Hong Luan sneered. I was young and immature back then, so my memories of her aren't especially clear. However, she was still my mother, so how could I not hate him? Sometimes, I wish that I didn't have him as my father. Yun Luofeng sipped her tea and continued listening to Hong Luan's story. Perhaps it's retribution. My father has had countless concubines all these years, but none was able to conceive an heir. Hong Luan's smile became increasingly chilly. Yun Luofeng, why are men so ruthless? They conquered this place together with my mother, but he started taking in concubines in a blink of an eye after obtaining this land. For men, is power and influence so important? In this instant, a handsome yet grim expression surfaced in Yun Luofeng's mind and she faintly smiled. If he loves you, he'll naturally be willing to abandon the world for you. If he's not sincere, then you're not as important as the world in his eyes. That year when meeting Yun Xiao, she was only a trash with a bad reputation, yet he was the ghost emperor that was set up high above. For her, he had willingly set aside his position and become the man behind her. If she were to request it of him, then that man would definitely obtain the whole world for her. In this life, what other desires would she have when she had such a husband? Yun Luofeng, I told my father that if he continues forcing me, I don't mind giving up the governor's estate. But in reality, I was only scaring him. I am his only daughter and who else could he pass the position to? Although I do not place importance on power, I must obtain this governor's estate. Hong Luan's gaze became resolute. The reason is that a portion of this East Province belongs to my mother and I will never let others take advantage of it. Such a joke. How could she possibly give up the East Province? For her mother, she would never give the East Province to someone else. I have faith in your strength. Yun Luofeng smiled. With Hong Luan's abilities, she would indeed be able to make it big in the future, yet it was unknown if there would be a man capable of moving her emotionally. No matter what, Ling Chen was no longer one of her choices. A servant maid pushed open the door and entered while hastily reporting, Miss, young Master Ling Chen is still outside, unwilling to leave. Ignore him, Hong Luan sneered, since he likes to wait, let him be. I'd like to see how long he can wait. According to Ling Chen's temperament, he will leave within 6 hours. Hong Luan had thought too highly of Ling Chen. Not to mention 6 hours, he did not even wait for 2 hours before he hastily left towards the restaurant to persuade Chu Chia. However, Chia Chu had made a firm resolution that she would not stand up before the 5 days were up. For this reason, the hatred Ling Chen had towards Hong Luan had increased a few levels, and the emptiness in his heart he previously felt had long been forgotten. Hong Luan, just you wait. By treating Chia Chu in this manner, I will let you repay this debt another day 1,000-fold. Ling Chen said while overflowing with hatred. Currently, Ling Chen, who was overflowing with anger, did not notice in the slightest that a trace of smug and sinister emotion flashed through Chia Chu's eyes. Hong Luan, your personality is too overbearing and unreasonable. No man would ever fancy a woman like you. As long as I slightly scheme, even the peerless white-robed young man beside you will become mine. At this moment, Yun Luofeng's arrogant and confident appearance surfaced in Chia Chu's mind while her eyes revealed infatuation. It was the first time she had ever met such an exceptional young man. Chapter 1342, Stroke Province's Jun Family, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ling Chen, who was originally uncomparably handsome in her eyes, was like dung when compared to that young master. He was similar to an immortal who was detached from the mortal life, and even a glance from him could cause one's heart to beat frantically. The only unfortunate thing was that his background couldn't be compared to Ling Chen, and precisely due to this, she had suppressed her impulse that day. However, if she could enjoy one night with the young man, she would be satisfied. As for the disdain Yun Luofeng had towards her while protecting Hong Luan, it was not important since in her opinion no man could resist a woman who was tender and soft as water. Unfortunately, Chia Chu did not know that Yun Luofeng was a woman, causing her to do something that she would regret for the rest of her life. 5 days later, within the restaurant that was bustling with activity, the crowd had long dispersed. Ling Chen helped Chia Chu up while feeling heartache and he gnashed his teeth in anger. Chue, you can rest assured that after I have married Hong Luan, I'll let you deal with her. Chia Chu lowered her head, and her head of black hair covered her pale complexion. Young Master Ling Chen, I have accomplished the task Miss Hong Luan entrusted to me, and I'll follow along with you to meet her. Besides, I wish to have a conversation with young Master Yun, in the hope that he will fulfill his promise and give Miss Hong Luan to you. No, Ling Chen hastily pulled Chia Chu's hands. How can I be at ease with you looking for that bastard? You're so beautiful, and what if he harbors bad intentions and bullies you? Chia Chu revealed a miserable smile. Young master, if he really intends to commit beastly actions towards me, then it'll let Miss Hong Luan know his true colors. Wouldn't that be much better? I do not agree to this. I shall settle this matter, Chue, and it's best if you're not involved. Ling Chen frowned and spoke. Chia Chu was his woman, so how could he possibly allow his own woman to meet with an unknown man? Therefore, he would never agree to her suggestion. Young master, if you were to look for him, you'll be meeting as rivals in love. How could he possibly give Miss Hong Luan to you? Chia Chu shook her head. Actually, that day he said that if I were to kneel for 5 days and nights, he would consider giving Hong Luan to you, and he did not give a certain answer. Ling Chen's heart trembled. Then why were you willing to suffer for 5 days and nights? Young master, if it's for you, I will not give up as long as there's a gleam of hope. Chia Chu tightly bit on her lips and continued. Furthermore, it'll be the best if I were to persuade young Master Yun to surrender. However, I would require you to pester Hong Luan during that period, or otherwise, with her temperament, she'll definitely forbid young Master Yun from doing so. Chue, Ling Chen tightly held Chia Chu in his embrace. You've done too much for me. What good have I done in my life to deserve such a kind-hearted and virtuous woman like you? Chia Chu burrowed her head on Ling Chen's chest, so he was unable to see her expression. You are the love of my life, and for you, I have nothing to fear, even I have to enter the depths of hell. Chia Chu raised her head and stared at Ling Chen with tears twinkling in her eyes. Young master, you can rest assured. Since Chue has decided to follow you, Chue will definitely keep myself pure, and if that young man truly intends to molest Chue, I will not let him have his way. Ling Chen was silent for quite a while before answering. All right, I'll send someone to protect you in secret. Chia Chu's eyes twinkled. Young master, let your subordinate maintain a distance away from me, or otherwise he will be discovered. If he were to discover your subordinates, he would definitely be unwilling to let go of Miss Hong Luan. For you, Chue is willing to take a gamble. Chapter 1343, Unrivaled in Being Shameless, 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. In the west garden of the governor's estate, just as Hong Luan intended to look for Yun Luofeng, a figure suddenly appeared and blocked her path. She furrowed her brows. Who let you in? Whenever Ling Chen recalled everything Hong Luan had done to Chia Chu, he felt suffocating anger within. However, thinking of his motive coming to the governor's estate today, he forcefully suppressed his rage. Hong Luan, I'm not here to pester you or find trouble. I want to talk to you. In any case, he had already dispatched his subordinates to follow Chia Chu secretly, and he figured that young Master Yun would be incapable of committing any immoral acts. What is there to discuss between us? Hong Luan sneered, moving sideways as she intended to leave by walking around Ling Chen. Ling Chen hastily moved and continued to block her way. Get lost. Hong Luan's expression was cold as she sternly shouted. Looking at Hong Luan, he said, Hong Luan, you would never talk to me like this in the past, and at the same time, you never would have harmed an innocent woman due to jealousy. You've changed to become vicious, ruthless, and incomparably cruel. Is everything all because of that guy? Hearing his words, Hong Luan laughed, and her laughter was filled with sarcasm. That's only because you didn't understand me. Ling Chen, I'll give you another chance. Get out of my estate. From today onward, both of us are like strangers, without any entanglement. Hong Luan, seeing that Hong Luan was about to turn and leave, Ling Chen hastily called out, Are you truly disregarding our past friendship? Hong Luan stopped, and a trace of confusion surfaced in her heart. In the past, Ling Chen would definitely fly into a rage after she treated Chia Chu like that. However, at this moment, there were no traces of him being angry at her treatment of Chia Chu. Instead, all the signs seemed to be indicating that he did not wish for her to leave. Why was that? Miss, a servant maid hurriedly ran over and softly whispered in Hong Luan's ear. Hearing her words, Hong Luan's eyes revealed a glint as she looked at Ling Chen oddly. Ling Chen initially thought that Hong Luan would not stay, but she was actually not in a rush after the servant maid whispered something to her. The smile on her lips revealed sinister intent and her phoenix eyes were brimming with amusement. You said you wanted to talk with me. Hong Luan looked at Ling Chen with a fake smile. Sure, I'll have a good talk with you right now. Seeing Hong Luan changing her mind, Ling Chen faintly felt unease in his heart, but he was unsure what had caused the unease. Could it be that Hong Luan is aware that Chue went looking for Yun Luofeng? No. That was impossible. With Hong Luan's personality, if she found out that another woman went to look for her man, she would definitely aggressively rush there. Therefore, perhaps Hong Luan was honestly willing to have a chat with him. Ling Chen smiled. As long as he could hold her up, Chue would have a chance to convince Yun Luofeng to give up on Hong Luan. Within the room, Yun Luofeng was seated upright on the chair. Her eyes faintly twitched as she heard the sound of footsteps outside. The door was pushed open by a pair of lily-white hands, and soon after, a beauty in green dress appeared in her room. At this moment, the lady's eyes were twinkling with tears as her expression of weakness and helplessness gazed at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng sipped her tea and asked indifferently, Ling Chen brought you in. Chia Chu bit on her lips. Young master left me alone due to Miss Hong Luan, and I did not intentionally intrude here. I wasn't aware that this was young master Yun's place of residence and I asked the young master to forgive my rashness. Chapter 1344, Unrivaled in Being Shameless 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Ling Chen went to look for Hong Luan. Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and asked. Chia Chu nodded. They're currently taking a stroll hand in hand. I felt unnecessary, so I left. It was reasonable to say that after a man heard that his own woman was taking a stroll hand in hand with another man, they would definitely be jealous. Instead, Yun Luofeng was still elegantly playing with the teacup while an absent-minded smile curled up on her peerless appearance. Chia Chu's eyes twinkled. Yun Luofeng's indifference towards Hong Luan meant that their relationship was superficial and perhaps she could stick her foot in. A long time later, Yun Luofeng put the teacup down. If there's nothing else, you can leave. Young Master Yun. Suddenly, Chia Chu pounced onto Yun Luofeng. She did not jump into his embrace but knelt on the ground before him instead. Young Master Yun, during our first encounter, only then did Chia Chu understand the meaning of a celestial being. Even if you were merciless towards Chue, my heart belongs to you. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and her fingers lightly lifted Chia Chu's chin while revealing a faint smile. You mean, you're trying to seduce me? Chia Chu lowered her head in embarrassment. Chue is not as mule-headed and unreasonable as Miss Hong. Chue would be satisfied if I can wait upon young master for a night. Hong Luan was mule-headed and unreasonable. A ruthless glint streaked across Yun Luofeng's eyes and she raised her leg, kicking Chia Chu flying with a bang. Chia Chu suddenly crashed against the wall, and she raised her eyes filled with astonishment and looked at Yun Luofeng in disbelief. Facing a woman as gentle and tender like me, he was ruthless enough to attack me. From the start, Chia Chu thought that Yun Luofeng coveted the governor's estate's power and so defended Hong Luan in public. After all, who would be fond of a woman as unreasonable as Hong Luan? However, she did not anticipate that Yun Luofeng would attack her when Hong Luan wasn't present. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned on her chair, and she fished out a handkerchief from her lapels, carefully wiping the finger that had touched Chia Chu's chin. Her expression and actions were just like Chia Chu was a germ that would infect her fingers. Since you're unwilling to accept me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chia Chu's eyes twinkled and a cold glint streaked across. With a tearing sound, she tore her clothing in the chest area, revealing half of her bosom in a way that looked enticing. After that, she deliberately made a mess of her hair before she rushed out with a bang and loudly shouted, Help! Someone is trying to molest me. Chia Chu's wailing cries were mournful, and her disheveled appearance made it easy for others to think they were real. The first one to appear was the subordinate Ling Chen sent to protect Chia Chu. Ling Chen had ordered him that if Chia Chu were to scream, he must appear before her at the first instance. Witnessing Chia Chu's disheveled appearance, he burned with anger. Miss Chia Chu, please rest assured that my young master will definitely demand justice for you. Just as he was pacifying her, men from the governor's estate had also heard the commotion and arrived. The person leading in the front was the governor, Hong Ling, who appeared worn out from the journey. Shortly behind Hong Ling, Hong Luan and Ling Chen had also rushed over in succession. Seeing Ling Chen, Chia Chu rushed into his embrace with a cry and started crying loudly. Chue, what happened? Did that bastard molest you? Seeing Chia Chu in his embrace, Ling Chen tightly clenched his fists, and his eyes seemed to spurt flames of fury. Chapter 1345, Unrivaled in Being Shameless 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Chu Chia broke down in tears with half her chest revealed along with her scattered hair, making it impossible for one to avoid making assumptions about her encounter. Young master, Chia Chu stopped her tears with great difficulty and raised her eyes that were blurred with tears, seemingly a weeping beauty. You have to uphold justice for Chue. Her words indirectly accused Yun Luofeng of molesting her. Good, very good. Ling Chen tightly gnashed his teeth, and everyone could even hear grinding sounds. Hong Luan, so this is the kind of man you've found, a lecherous man. Not only is he lecherous, he even dared to molest Chue. This kind of man is not worthy of Chue. Hong Luan smirked and played with her hair. Between me and Chia Chu, who is prettier? Yun Luofeng giving Chia Chu furtive glances is a joke. She cannot even be compared to a single finger of mine, so do you think she's worth feng to peep at? Everyone in the governor's estate stared at Ling Chen with an unfriendly expression. If he dared to say that the young miss couldn't be compared to Chia Chu's beauty, they would definitely gather around and beat him until he was half dead before talking reason. Who cares if he's the young master of the North Province? He's not allowed to humiliate the eldest young miss no matter what. Ling Chen replied in anger, yes, you're indeed beautiful, but you're too unruly, unreasonable, and cause trouble without reason. How can you be compared to Chu's gentleness? Besides, men are all insatiably greedy and who would dare to swear that they would not think of having 3 wives and 4 concubines? After speaking, Ling Chen turned towards Hong Ling who was taciturn without speaking. Uncle Hong, you have to give me an explanation. Hong Ling's dignified gaze swept towards the woman in Ling Chen's embrace and sternly said, who allowed this woman to step into the governor's estate. He did not reply to Ling Chen's questioning but instead interrogated his men. What do you think my governor's estate is? A place where a shady woman can enter. Hong Ling's eyes burned with rage as his voice was imposing and domineering. Ling Chen, I allowed you to take in concubines, but I did not say that you could bring your concubines to bully my daughter. Therefore, you can spare the address of Uncle Hong as I don't have a nephew like you. Ling Chen's expression became ashen and pale while he gnashed his teeth. Governor Hong Ling, do you intend to shield Yun Luofeng? HMPH, just a one-sided statement from her and you came to a judgment that Yun Luofeng had molested her. On the contrary, I think that this woman has an ulterior motive and can't bear to see my daughter being happy, so she came to wreck this marriage predestined by fate. Hong Luan oddly turned towards Hong Ling. According to her own father's personality, he would definitely side with Ling Chen in this type of situation, as after all, Ling Chen was the young master of the North Province. He was a person who regarded power of importance and also placed importance on the relationship between various provinces, so how could he possibly berate Ling Chen for her? If it were because of Jun family's relations, it was still unlikely. It had yet to be confirmed that Yun Luofeng was the son of the eldest young miss of Jun family, and he would never make a decision in a situation where he wasn't certain. Could it be? This guy had a change of personality. Young master, Chu Chia's tears flowed down like running water while her voice filled with grievance caused one to feel sorry for her. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If it weren't for Chue, you wouldn't have encountered such a situation. Originally, Chue came looking for Yun Luofeng with good intentions, thinking of asking him to give his blessings for you and Miss Hong Luan. However, who knew? Who knew Yun Luofeng was such a lecherous man? Chia Chu bit on her lips, lifting her head and looked at Ling Chen. However, Yun Luofeng is the governor's estate's future son-in-law, and it's better that we let this go. I don't wish to implicate young master. Chue can bear with such unfair treatment. Chapter 1346, Unrivaled in Being Shameless, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. At first, Ling Chen intended to leave the governor's estate as they were overwhelmed by numbers here and he would not benefit if they were to have a dispute with them. However, after hearing Chia Chu's grieving tone, the flames of fury in his heart surged forth once again. Taking a look, this was the woman he loved dearly, a woman who was beautiful, kind-hearted, and was still considerate of him at this moment. How could he display his weakness now? If he was unable to stick up for his own woman, wouldn't he be worthless as a man? Chue, say no more. Today, I will definitely get justice for you. Ling Chen gnashed his teeth, and soon after, he raised his head while shouting towards the room, Yun Luofeng, get out here. After he said that, a white-robed young man stepped out from the door. His white robes were similar to snow, and he looked peerlessly handsome like a celestial being that was set up on high. Who's barking outside? Who's barking outside? The young man's voice was not loud and instead revealed indifference, but anyone could detect the loftiness in his voice. What did barking mean? Only dogs bark. This darn beastard actually insulted him by calling him a dog. Ling Chen tightly clenched his fist. Yun Luofeng, how dare you molest my woman? You're too audacious, and no one can protect you today. Yun Luofeng lifted her brow and looked at the woman who was still in Ling Chen's embrace with a chilly smile. Do you think everyone's tastes are as ordinary as yours? You. Ling Chen was thoroughly angry. This darn beastard said that his tastes were too ordinary and he would never fancy a woman like Chia Chu. Young Master Yun, Hong Ling furrowed his brows and turned towards Yun Luofeng. Could you explain what exactly had happened? Previously she turned up uninvited, told me that Hong Luan was strolling hand in hand with Ling Chen, and claimed that she wanted to spend the night with me. After that, I kicked her, but I do not know why she tore her clothing and ran out, Yun Luofeng said indifferently. Hong Luan widened her eyes and furiously rebuked, when did I stroll hand in hand with him? You're brazenly lying. You're speaking nonsense. The moment Hong Luan furiously rebuked her, Chia Chu's voice sounded. Her body trembled from being furious as she angrily stared at Yun Luofeng. My clothes were clearly torn by you. A lecherous man like you is not fit for Miss Hong Luan. She must have been deceived by you to have accepted you. One had to admit that Chia Chu's scheme was well thought out. She knew exactly how she should phrase her words to allow the governor's estate to side with her. As such, her words did not humiliate Hong Luan in the slightest and instead claimed that Yun Luofeng had deceived Hong Luan. In this case, the governor's estate would definitely join hands with her and deal with Yun Luofeng together. As expected, everyone in the estate except Hong Ling and Hong Luan was glaring at Yun Luofeng with rage, as if she had committed some act that made the gods angry and the people resentful. Fuchi, Hong Luan finally couldn't bear with it and laughed out loud. Ling Chen, previously my servant maid informed me that Chia Chu was sneakily entering Yun Luofeng's room. Do you know why did I not stop her? Everyone also turned to look at Hong Luan in confusion and even Hong Ling did the same. He understood his own daughter's personality, which was very impulsive. If she knew about it beforehand, she would definitely rush over. Could it be that she wanted to test Yun Luofeng? But looking at her expression, it did not seem so. Chapter 1347, Unrivaled in Being Shameless, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. What do you mean? Ling Chen's expression was somewhat stiff as he asked. Hong Luan's smile deepened. It's because I wanted to know what Chia Chu's scheme was. It seems that I thought too highly of her. To think that she could act out such childish ploy. She is befitting of the term, unrivaled in being shameless. Hong Luan, can't you see that it was Yun Luofeng who bullied Chue? Ling Chen's expression became increasingly unsightly. These matters clearly proved that Chia Chu had been taken advantage of, and Hong Luan still trusted in this man. Hong Luan did not heed Ling Chen and walked to Yun Luofeng's side. There was a smile on her face as she said, Yun Luofeng, thank you for your help. Now that my father is no longer forcing a marriage alliance, our objective has been achieved. What did she mean? Everyone blinked in shock. What did Hong Luan mean by achieving their objective? Just as everyone was in confusion, Hong Luan raised her hand and gently pulled on the headband that bound Yun Luofeng's hair. Her full head of black hair scattered and covered her devastatingly beautiful appearance. Yun Luofeng then took out a bottle of medicinal liquid and gently smeared it on her throat. Her Adam's apple then dissolved, gradually disappearing before their eyes. The atmosphere became deathly still. No one spoke up as they were staring at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Her Adam's apple disappeared. This young man was a woman. Hong Luan, my task is complete, and you will have to settle the aftermath. Her voice was not as low and hoarse as before, and instead, a melodious female voice sounded. Ling Chen was speechless. Chia Chu's expression turned deathly white, and a layer of cold sweat unknowingly surfaced on her forehead. She stood in front of Ling Chen while staring blankly and was not able to recover even after a long time. Yun Luofeng, you're a woman. The first one who recovered his senses was Hong Ling. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the son-in-law he gradually acknowledged was a woman. Father, you've always been trying to force me to marry. I didn't want to marry Ling Chen, and so I asked Yun Luofeng to disguise herself as a man and act as my partner. Hong Luan faintly quirked her brow. Luckily, you already agreed that I could make my own decisions in regards to my marriage, so there's no need for her to continue her disguise. Hong Ling took a deep breath, and his expression was odd. Luckily he had yet to inform the Jun family, otherwise, how could the lord of the Jun family locate his family member when his grandson turned into a granddaughter? Chia Chu, Hong Luan smiled and looked at Chia Chu. Now you know why I did not obstruct you from entering Yun Luofeng's room. I'd like to see how you're going to settle this mess. Chua. Having heard what was said, Ling Chen reacted and ruthlessly pushed Chia Chu away from his embrace while questioning with a pale face, can you provide me with an explanation? Chia Chu's lips slightly trembled as despair gradually surfaced on her face. No matter what scenario she envisioned, she never expected that Yun Luofeng was a woman. Hong Luan, Yun Luofeng turned to her, are there any physicians in the governor's estate? Hong Luan suddenly reacted as she understood Yun Luofeng's meaning and spoke to Hong Ling, Father, please find a physician to examine Chia Chu's body. Ling Chen, didn't you think that Chia Chu was gentle and kind and you were feeling guilty about things that happened to her in the past? Then I'll have to expose her true colors to your face. Chapter 1348, Unrivaled in Being Shameless, 6. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Unfortunately for you, I'm a narrow-minded person. Even though Hong Ling did not know of Yun Luofeng's and Hong Luan's intentions, he still invited a physician. Soon after that, a physician with a head full of white hair appeared before Hong Ling. Examine her body, Hong Ling waved and said. I understand, Governor. The elderly man cupped his fists and slowly walked towards Chia Chu. No, I don't want that. Seeing that the elderly man was walking towards her, Chia Chu's expression changed drastically and she walked back step by step. Don't come any closer. Hong Luan looked at Chia Chu while beaming with a big smile. I heard that your miscarriage caused your body to be frail, so I invited a physician to examine you, but why are you acting this way? Could it be you have kept a secret hidden? Only at this moment did Chia Chu understand that she would never be Hong Luan's opponent in her entire life. Looking at the elderly man walking closer, she panicked, and her robes were soaked in sweat while a look of despair was on her face. No matter how foolish Ling Chen was, at this moment he had noticed that something was wrong. His expression turned cold, without the slightest hint of his previous tenderness. Chia Chu, let him examine you. Chia Chu shivered. It was also at this instant that the elderly man touched Chia Chu's wrist. After a long time, his brows slightly knitted and he said, youngsters nowadays sure are courageous to consume everything recklessly. To even dare to eat a medicinal herb like rosin flower indiscriminately. Rosin flower, Ling Chen's body suddenly stiffened. Even if he wasn't a physician, he had also heard of a medicinal herb called rosin flower. Reportedly, this herb only had one effect, which was to allow someone who was healthy to look as if they were a sickly person. As this medicinal herb did not have any beneficial effects, medicinal shops would rarely sell this herb. However, if one were to consume rosin flower frequently, it would ultimately cause one's physique to become frail and weak. As such, the elderly man had spoken such words. Young master. A trace of anxiousness streaked across Chia Chu's face. She hurriedly pulled on Ling Chen's hand and spoke, Young master, listen to me. Everything I've done is for. Bang. Ling Chen fiercely flung Chia Chu's hands away, causing her to retreat a few steps and fall heavily on the ground, with a complexion as pale as a ghost. Ling Chen bellowed, Chia Chu, you've always been deceiving me. No wonder your old illness would recur whenever I looked for Hong Luan, and due to guilt, I always returned to your side every single time. Yet in the end, it was merely a plot. Ling Chen's heart seemed to have been pricked by needles, and it was incomparably painful. The person he loved wholeheartedly was a scheming woman who could even sacrifice her health to obtain him. Besides, she tried to seduce Yun Luofeng, but after being rejected, attempted to frame her. How could such a woman be the Chia Chu that was pure and honest in his heart? Young master. Chu Chia's voice choked with emotions. Everything I have done is all because I love you. You love me. Ha ha. Ling Chen laughed wildly, and his laughter was deranged, and his footsteps staggered. He then spoke in a pained manner. I wonder if there was ever any truth behind anything you've told me. A few days ago you told me that your heart would never change even if you saw someone better, but after seeing Yun Luofeng's devastatingly gorgeous appearance, you attempted to seduce her. Is this the commitment you have for me? I didn't. Chia Chu's eyes were filled with tears as she shook her head while her voice trembled. Chapter 1349, Unrivaled in Being Shameless, 7. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. You never tried to seduce her. Could it be that she seduced you? If Yun Luofeng wasn't a woman, perhaps I would have believed you. It was only because Yun Luofeng was a woman that he understood how scary this woman Chia Chu was. Chia Chu covered her face, allowing her tears to flow down. She understood that Ling Chen would abandon her, and marrying into the North Province would merely be an unattainable dream. Luanair. Ling Chen raised his head and looked at Hong Luan. His throat was choked with emotions while he was filled with regret. I realize my mistakes, could you give me another chance? Impossible. Hong Luan rejected him without leaving room to maneuver. No, you're not someone so ruthless. I know that your previous rejection was due to disappointment. Ling Chen's heart clung on his last gleam of hope. Isn't there a saying, broken bones that are well set will become stronger? Since I've realized my mistakes, why are you unwilling to give me a chance? Hong Luan crossed her hands and sized Ling Chen up and down. Her domineering phoenix eyes gradually revealed a disdainful smile. You had an affair with Chia Chu, and your body is filled with germs. Why would you assume that I would accept you? My apologies, I, Hong Luan, will never accept such a sinner. To me, the mistakes you've committed can never be erased, and you no longer have a chance. The woman's cruel words caused Ling Chen's body to stiffen, and alas, he could no longer support his weight and fell heavily on the ground. I'm tired. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched her waist. I'll take a rest first and don't bother me if there's nothing important. After speaking, she shut her doors with a bang. The situation could be taken care of by Hong Luan now and didn't require her to get involved. Men, invite Ling Chen to leave the estate. Hong Ling clenched his teeth and spoke. From today forward, the governor's estate does not welcome his presence. Also, whoever allowed him to enter today will be arrested and dealt with according to the rules. After handing out his orders, Hong Ling looked at his daughter and said, Follow me, I have something to tell you. Hong Luan furrowed her brows and slowly followed behind Hong Ling. Within the room, neither Hong Ling or Hong Luan spoke, and the atmosphere turned stiff, faintly containing oppression. Luanair, in the end, Hong Ling couldn't endure it and spoke, I know that all these years, you've been blaming me for being too snobbish, which resulted in you losing your mother. Hong Luan coldly sneered, It's good that you're aware. This matter had been a thorn in her heart for all these years, and it had not lessened in the slightest. However, do you know why there are no heirs appearing in this governor's estate other than you? It's retribution. Even though Hong Ling did not side with Ling Chen this time, she was still unable to eliminate the prejudice she had towards him. If it weren't for him, her mother never would have tried to forcefully break through to prove herself, and what's more, wouldn't have exploded and died. Everything was caused by his obsession to strengthen his power, and so he had married concubines. Hong Ling did not get angry, but instead, smiled bitterly and shook his head. That's because before I take in a concubine, I secretly let them consume a type of medicinal herb that makes them unable to conceive. Hong Luan stared blankly and raised her head in disbelief while looking at Hong Ling in shock. I know that my methods are too cruel and ruthless, but I can give them a life of luxury and unsurpassed status. However, I will never let them conceive my heir. Hong Ling tightly pressed down on Hong Luan's shoulders. Chapter 1350, Unrivaled in Being Shameless 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. In this world, only your mother is fit to give birth to my bloodline. And sir, no one can inherit it other than you. If you sincerely love mother, why did you take in concubines one after another? Even after mother passed away, you are unwilling to let her rest in peace. Luanair, there are some things you don't understand. Hong Ling bitterly smiled, your mother has passed on, and I can't let our hard work go to waste. Taking in concubines is a method that will allow the East Province to stabilize. Luanair, everything I have done is for you. For me, Hong Luan laughed. You said that taking in concubines was for the East Province and me. I've never believed in those methods of roping in influential figures. I only believe in strength to be able to subdue them. If they were to betray us, it'd be fine if we behead them. There's no need to resort to such methods like yours. Luanair, never having stood in my position, you'll never understand. Now you're the East Province estate's sole descendant, and those concubines that I took in will assist you. If all those people had their children, they would definitely think of replacing Hong Luan. Since they had nothing, they could only protect Hong Luan. Only with her existence would the East Province never be forgotten. Indeed, for the East Province and Hong Luan, Hong Ling had sacrificed and put forth a great effort. Yet, he did not know that Hong Luan deeply disdained everything he had done. Father, I still do not agree with your methods. Right now, you are still able to control the governor's estate for several years, and during this period I will use my strength to prove it to you. Hong Luan paused and said, I will prove to you that my mother wasn't wrong. Hong Ling wanted to say something, but he saw Hong Luan turn to leave without any hesitation, disappearing from his sight in the blink of an eye. After leaving the study room, Hong Luan turned back and glanced at the wide-open door. Tightly clenching her fist, she firmed up her inner resolution. Father, although you are a good father, you're not a good man. Therefore, I will prove to you that everything you've done is wrong. Soon after, she turned and walked in another direction. She did not head to her chamber but headed towards Yun Luofeng's chambers instead. Seemingly knowing she would arrive, Yun Luofeng had prepared a cup of tea beforehand while waiting for her. After Hong Luan came, she asked indifferently, You're here. Hong Luan raised her head. Looking at the young lady before her, her gaze was resolute. At that time, I will leave with you. She knew that after Yun Luofeng obtained her desired news, she would leave the East Province. Okay, Yun Luofeng only replied a single word, yet it caused a gorgeous smile to blossom on Hong Luan's face. Yun Luofeng, what you said was right. A man who truly loves you will offer you the entire world, and a man who doesn't love you will treat the world of more importance than you. With my departure this time, not only is it to temper myself, but I also wish to find a man who is truly willing to let go of the world for me. Yun Luofeng lightly sipped her tea and asked, How's the progress concerning the man I tasked you to investigate? I came here to inform you about the findings. We've located the Ghost Emperor, but my subordinates are still searching for his specific whereabouts. It shouldn't be too long before we can obtain some news. East Province subordinates could be found throughout the continent, and with the governor's estate's influence, it was much easier to search for someone compared to searching on her own. Chapter 1351, CO by Awakening 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Within the courtyard, the handsome man lifted a bottle of liquor, gulping a mouthful with liquor spilling from the corner of his mouth, yet he hardly noticed it as a bitter smile surfaced. The woman I loved had been deceiving me all along, and the woman who loved me was forcibly pushed away by me. Ha ha, the man laughed wildly. His laughter was filled with madness, causing the servant maid standing beside him to be impatient. Regardless, sir, ever since the young master returned to the North Province Governor's estate, he had been continuously drowning his sorrow in alcohol and would not take notice no matter how much they persuaded. Governor. Suddenly, the servant girl's eyes brightened as she looked at the middle-aged man walking over with haste. Just as she wanted to inform his arrival, she was stopped by the other party. Luanaire. The handsome man was still lowly whispering her name, not noticing the man walking over in the slightest. If I admit my mistakes, would you give me another chance? A tall figure stood before the man, blocking the sunlight that had been shining on his head, causing Ling Chen to raise his head in a daze. After spotting the middle-aged man standing before him, he rubbed his eyes somewhat in disbelief. Father, why are you here? The middle-aged man's expression was dignified, with a stern gaze. I'm aware of what happened between you and Hong Luan. Chinair, follow me immediately to apologize. Apologize? Ling Chen bitterly laughed. With a disheveled appearance, she'll never give me the opportunity. In this lifetime, Hong Luan was no longer willing to meet with him. Men, fetch a bowl of sobering soup for the young master. The middle-aged man sternly commanded and turned his line of sight towards Ling Chen. His dignified expression gradually softened. Perhaps you might still have a chance by following me to apologize. Chance. This word caused Ling Chen's eyes to brighten as he looked up at the middle-aged man. Father, is there truly a chance? That's right, in addition to bringing you to apologize, I will be handing Chia Chu to Hong Luan for punishment. Would you be unwilling? Hearing the name Chia Chu, Ling Chen gnashed his teeth in anger. That woman had deceived me. I've made a clean break with her, and if abandoning her can bring back Luanaire, I will not regret it. This is how a man is like. When they love you, they are willing to give you the world, and once they no longer have feelings for you, you are nothing in their eyes. All right, the middle-aged man coldly spoke. After drinking the sobering soup, follow me and we will set off. A gleam of hope surfaced in Ling Chen's originally sad eyes. Even if Hong Luan rejected him once again, she had to give face to his father. In this case, perhaps he would still have a chance. East Province, the governor's estate. Just as Yun Luofeng entered a meditation state, knocking sounds could be heard from the door. She slowly opened her eyes and said, "Enter." The door was pushed open, and a man in brocade clothing entered. Looking at the young lady seated on the bed, Hong Ling revealed embarrassment. Cough cough, he dryly coughed and cleared his throat to speak. Miss Yun, may I know if you're unoccupied at this moment? Is something the matter? Yun Luofeng quirked her brow and inquired of the middle-aged man standing before her. I came here to request a favor from you. The middle-aged man glanced at Yun Luofeng and continued, of course, I will not ask this favor for free. I heard that Miss Yun is also a physician, and as long as Miss Yun is willing to help, you can take any medicinal ingredient in the governor's estate. Chapter 1352, CO by Awakening 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng having the ability to identify Chia Chu's symptoms meant that she was a physician, and the item of most enticement for physicians was medicinal ingredients. Yun Luofeng was silent for a while. What favor do you wish to ask of me? This. Hong Ling's expression was even more awkward. I know that Luanaire has already made up her mind and will definitely follow you and leave. I beseech of you to take care of Luanaire in my stead. This girl's temperament is too overbearing and will not turn a blind eye to things. How can I not worry when she's away? Yun Luofeng stared unwaveringly at Hong Ling. A good while later, she said, I will not accept your medicinal ingredients. Miss Yun. Hong Ling's expression faintly changed, and just as he wanted to continue persuading her, the young lady's insipid voice sounded. It was like a heavy hammer that hammered on his heart. You have to believe in Hong Luan. With her strength, she does not require anyone's help. You have to believe in Hong Luan. All of a sudden, Hong Ling seemed to have been enlightened, and his heart instantly became clear and bright. Miss Yun, I understand your meaning. Luanaire is my daughter and I should have faith in her abilities. Hong Ling cupped his fists. Many thanks. After speaking, he turned to leave. After Hong Ling left, Yun Luofeng once again entered into a state of meditation. Feeling delighted as she sensed the thin barrier in her own body slightly breaking once again, she hastily entered the God Code world. Along with Yun Luofeng's increase in strength, the God Code world's medicinal field had also expanded several times, while the skies were also azure. Congratulations, Master, you are about to break through once again. Xiao Mo looked at Yun Luofeng and smiled while he sincerely congratulated her. Xiao Mo, I'll be breaking through right now. Prevent others from disturbing me. After speaking, she sat in a lotus position while faint traces of spiritual energy encircled her surroundings. Boom. A powerful force rammed against the paper-thin barrier in her body. Although this barrier was as thin as paper, it was extremely hard to pierce through. Every time Yun Luofeng used force, the barrier merely slightly rattled. Break for me. Yun Luofeng coldly shouted, and the spiritual energy in her body also transformed into a force that fiercely rammed against the layer of the barrier. Spiritual energy hovered everywhere in the sky. Perhaps due to excessive spiritual energy, it resulted in a whirlpool hovering above her head that looked spectacular. Unfortunately, as Yun Luofeng had her breakthrough in the God Code world, no one other than the spirit beasts who were in the space could notice this phenomenon. Boom. Boom boom boom. Without warning, traces of thunder and lightning also appeared and explosive sounds echoed, seemingly about to strike down. Xiao Bai's expression was somewhat anxious as he tightly clenched his fist. He watched attentively at Yun Luofeng with a worried look. Master will definitely succeed. It's impossible for her to fail. Huohuo was the opposite of Xiao Mo. She did not say a single word, and her huge bright eyes stared at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Her expression was one of trust, that in this world there was nothing that Yun Luofeng would fail to achieve. Gurgle. Little Tree smiled, giggled, and waved his arms, wanting to pounce on Yun Luofeng. Luckily, Huohuo had pulled him back in time and spoke softly, Don't disturb our master's breakthrough. Little Tree twitched his lips in an unhappy mood. I want Mommy's hug. Hug. After that. Little Tree struggled free of Huohuo's embrace and staggeringly walked to Yun Luofeng's side. He slightly opened his mouth and at that instant, the spiritual energy hovering above Yun Luofeng's head had been sucked into his mouth. Boom. Yun Luofeng had also finally broken through the barrier layer and her strength had entered a brand new phase. Chapter 1353, CO by Awakening 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I finally advanced to Sage King level low rank. Only after advancing to Sage King level cultivation would she be truly considered as stepping into the realm of an expert. Little tree, why are you here? Yun Luofeng noticed the chubby child standing before her and her expression was of shock. You seem to have grown up quite a lot. Little tree gave a satisfied burp and hastily pounced into Yun Luofeng's embrace, while an innocent and naive smile appeared on his tender face. Mother, I've eaten my fill. I want to pee. Yun Luofeng's expression darkened. Get Xiaomo to take you. Raising her head after speaking, she suddenly discovered that Xiaomo's body was enshrouded in a halo while his physique had also gradually grown. Xiaomo. Yun Luofeng stared blankly. She loosened Little Tree from her embrace and slowly walked to Xiaomo. Suddenly the halo enshrouding Xiaomo disappeared, and the original 6 to 7-year-old little body had also disappeared. Appearing before her was a tall young man with handsome looks that seemed young and inexperienced. The young man had a head full of black hair with an immature smile on his face. He looked at his own slender fingers while a joyous glint radiated from his eyes. You're Xiaomo, Yun Luofeng's voice questioned, as if not believing that the person appearing before her was that little boy who was both lovable and a nag. However, this youngster's aura was clearly Xiaomo's. Master, the young man looked up at Yun Luofeng, I can explain this occurrence to you. Before Master's strength had broken through to the Sage King level, I could only use a child's physique to meet with you and was unable to fight together with you by your side. All the more I wasn't able to linger in the outside world for an extended period of time. However, the youngster paused before continuing, once you broke through to the Sage King level, I also had a huge transformation and the transformation of my physique is only one part. More importantly, I can stay beside you forever from now on and fight together with you. Oh. Yun Luofeng stroked her jaw, quirking her brow and faintly smiling. Why do I feel that your most important use would be being able to marry Xiao Bai? Master. The youngster's expression was of resentment, remarkably alike to having suffered from humiliation. Master, look. Suddenly, Huohuo's voice sounded and Yun Luofeng raised her head, looking over. Originally an adorable and lovely young lady lay on the grassland in front of them. Yet at this moment, the young lady who was supposedly unconscious had gradually opened her eyes and was filled with bewilderment, just like a lost sheep. Xiao Bai woke up. Yun Luofeng's expression changed and her gaze did not contain the slightest joy. Impossible. Xiao Bai's soul has yet to completely recover as we have yet to locate the third soul fruit. Why did she awaken at this moment? Xiaomo, what are the consequences of regaining consciousness ahead of time? Previously, Yun Luofeng had used acupuncture to seal the young lady's soul, so why had she regained consciousness at this moment? Xiaomo's expression was also unsightly. The consequences of awakening ahead of time is incomplete wisdom. What's the reason that caused this? I'm not sure, but I suspect that it was most probably because your breakthrough caused a violent commotion, thus affecting her consciousness and resulting in her regaining consciousness. The spiritual energy storm caused by breaking through to Sage King level was too huge, to the extent that Little Tree couldn't help himself and absorb the excess spiritual energy so that it would not go to waste. Therefore, Xiao Bai getting affected was not strange. Why didn't you inform me of this earlier? Chapter 1354, Xiao Bai Awakening 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. I forgot. Xiaomo had indeed forgotten, so he felt very guilty. To think that he had actually forgotten such an important matter. Yun Luofeng knitted her brows and walked to Lin Ruobai's side. Bending down, she spoke gently. Xiao Bai, how do you feel? The young lady stared blankly, then questioned, who are you? Who are you? Yun Luofeng's brows furrowed increasingly tight, then turned towards Xiaomo. She lost her memories. I've mentioned it previously that her soul has yet to recover, and regaining consciousness beforehand would result in incomplete wisdom and including losing all her memories. Xiaomo lowered his head in shame. If it weren't for him, perhaps Xiao Bai would not have regained consciousness before it was time. What's the solution? Yun Luofeng calmly asked. Obtaining the third soul fruit. Third soul fruit. It seemed like she had to leave the East Province ahead of her schedule. Xiaomo, since Xiao Bai has awakened, then the God Code world will not allow her to linger. Therefore, I require you to leave and take care of Xiao Bai. What? Xiaomo anxiously shouted, you want me to take care of this demon girl? Yun Luofeng swept a glance at him, causing Xiaomo to be shocked stiff. He suddenly felt a cold chill and spoke resentfully. All right, I'll take care of her. It's my mistake that caused her to regain consciousness early, so treat it as compensating her. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng lowered her head and looked at the young lady before her. Xiao Bai, you have to remember me. I'm your master. Master. The young lady had a bewildered look and she softly blinked her eyes. You're my master and my name is Xiao Bai. That's right, your name is Lin Ruobai. Lin Ruobai. The young lady softly muttered her name and a smile that was even brighter than sunshine blossomed on her face, seemingly innocent and harmless. All right, my name is Lin Ruobai. He didn't know why, but when Xiaomo saw her smile it caused his heart to skip a beat. She was different from the previous savage and willful Lin Ruobai and was currently adorably naive, pure without a stain. It was just like she was a neighbor's sister that made you want to show tenderness. Thinking of this, Xiaomo hastily shook his head, shaking away the thoughts he had. Lin Ruobai was still Lin Ruobai. Even if her wisdom was incomplete, you would never fancy this woman. Master. Lin Ruobai stood up from the ground and hooked Yun Luofeng's arms. Raising her huge bright eyes, she spoke with a soft and sweet voice, Xiao Bai is feeling hungry. Shameless, Xiaomo snorted. He hated to see Lin Ruobai acting cute while pestering Yun Luofeng. In contrast, he felt that the previous willful Lin Ruobai was more likable. Having been unconscious for so long, Xiao Bai should be hungry. Yun Luofeng stroked Lin Ruobai's head with an indulging look in her eyes. Let's go, we'll take her out to eat. Master, I'd like to go along too. Huohuo pouted and looked impatiently at Yun Luofeng. Although Little Tree was not fond of eating human food, he did not wish to stay in the God Code world alone, therefore he had used his 4 limbs to grab Yun Luofeng, sticking close to her while unwilling to let go. Alright, let's all go together. Towards those on her side, Yun Luofeng would never be ruthless, so she did not reject everyone's request. Just as Yun Luofeng brought everyone to eat, drink and be merry, the North Province Governor Ling Li had brought a group of men to the East Province Governor's estate. Chapter 1355, CO by Awakening, 5. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. How could Hong Ling be unaware of their objectives? After sending someone to invite Hong Luan over, he sat down in the hall and waited. After a long time, a middle-aged man as the lead had walked into the hall with quick steps, appearing before Hong Ling. Hong Ling laughed heartily. Governor Ling, you've finally arrived and your arrival is timely. I have something to announce. Not giving Ling Li any opportunity to speak, Hong Ling got straight to the point. The alliance marriage between both provinces will end here. End here. Ling Li's eyes sank as he quietly asked, Governor Hong, what do you mean? You should ask your estate's young master regarding this. Hong Ling's eyes swept towards Ling Chen who had his head lowered. I believe he can provide you an explanation. Looking at his own son having a suffering expression, Ling Li could not help but suck in a cold breath. Governor Hong, I wish to meet Luanair. Hong Ling smiled. I've already sent someone for her. After that, an energetic red-robed figure walked in. The woman's appearance was matchless with almond eyes, sharp brows, and red lips, possessing an indescribable attraction. From the moment Hong Luan entered, Ling Chen's gaze lingered on her, without shifting away, and guilt emerged in his eyes. Governor Ling, you're here. Hong Luan stopped and turned towards Ling Li. Are you here to withdraw the marriage? Hearing how Hong Luan addressed him, Ling Li helplessly sighed. Luanair, you've always addressed me as uncle, so why are you being so distant today? I know that my son is in the wrong and I had specially brought him here to apologize. I've also brought along Chia Chu, that woman. As long as it'll allow you to cool your temper, she'll be punished however you wish. Hong Luan smiled mockingly. Governor Ling, Ling Chen and Chia Chu once had a child together. Why do you think I will accept him? Ling Li's stern expression was unsightly. Chenair is a man and it's not at all surprising that he had a woman in the past. In addition, I can promise you that my North Province Governor's estate will not allow the emergence of any woman in the future, and you can rest assured. To connect by marriage with the East Province, Ling Li had gone for broke this time around and Ling Chen did not say anything else. After his experience with Chia Chu, he had decided to follow his father's arrangement. My apologies, Hong Luan quirked her brow. I have mysophobia and I will never accept a man that has used a woman before. Hong Luan, Ling Li furiously berated. However, the instant he shouted, Hong Ling's hands suddenly landed on the table and his eyes were imposing and grave. Governor Ling, what are you thinking of doing? My daughter is not someone you can shout at. Hearing his words, Ling Li took a deep breath and suppressed his internal fury as he continued. Luanair, Uncle hopes that you can consider this through. There are few men who are willing to only have one woman in their life. No wait, they should be non-existent. As such, for Ling Chen who is willing to not have any concubines in the future, he can be considered as one of a kind. After Ling Li spoke, he cast a meaningful glance towards Ling Chen. Ling Chen suddenly reacted and hastily assured, I will swear that as long as Luanair is willing to marry me, I will not allow any woman to enter the estate in the future. He only said that he would not allow any woman to enter the estate, while Ling Li's words were that Ling Chen would never take in concubines. Both of them did not guarantee that Ling Chen would not find another woman in the future. How could a normal man not have any needs when he lived apart from his wife? As long as Ling Chen did not take in any concubines, it was proper and expected as a matter of course to find other women to settle his needs. Chapter 1356, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. How could Hong Luan not know the meaning behind their words? She sneered, and slowly glanced over Ling Li and his son with contempt in her eyes. Ling Chen, I've mentioned this before. I, Hong Luan, only want someone who can be with only me in this life. Hong Luan slightly raised her eyes and spoke while looking down at him. What qualifications does someone like you, who has his brain controlled by his body, have to marry me? Ling Li's brows furrowed. In the past, he had the impression that Hong Luan was very sensible, but at this moment she was as stubborn as a bull. Furthermore, Chenair had already guaranteed that he would not take in concubines. Was this insufficient? Luanair, playing matchmaker between you and Chenair is for your own good. Nowadays, what man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? A man willing to marry only you doesn't exist. As for bodily needs, it's a man's, and no one can exercise restraint. Hong Luan sneered. Since that is so, does it mean that everyone has their bodily needs? Then can a woman away from home have *****? Hong Luan, Ling Li burned with rage, and his tone was not as polite as before. What rubbish are you spouting? How can a woman be compared with a man? A woman should stay faithful throughout her life, and any woman who has an illicit lover deserves to be hacked into 1,000 pieces. There was a reason Ling Li was so furious, as Hong Luan's words had jabbed his pride. That year, his concubine was not capable of enduring loneliness and had sexual relations with another man. In a fit of rage, he had killed the male adulterer. In his mind, any woman who was unfaithful deserved to die. Ling Li. Hong Ling's eyes turned cold. This is the East Province, and Luanair is my daughter. I hope that you can be more polite or otherwise. Don't blame me for falling out with you. Hong Ling, you dare to criticize me. I'd like to ask you instead, how have you educated your daughter to actually dare to say such unconventional words? As a woman, does she even know what is called being embarrassed and shameful? She had actually claimed that women could also head out and satisfy their bodily needs. If this woman was not the East Province's eldest young miss, perhaps she might have already been killed by those righteous cultivators in the continent. Naturally my daughter was educated by me, and there's no need for you to preach. Hong Ling said coldly and expressionlessly. Men, send the guests out. From now on, my East Province governor's estate does not welcome people from the North Province. His tone was cold and ruthless, not caring in the slightest about the relationship he had all these years with the North Province. Besides, Ling Chen was at fault, and these people came here to apologize, yet they were repeatedly trying to force his daughter to marry him. Was there a need to be courteous towards these people? 20 years ago, he did not manage to protect his beloved, and 20 years later he would not allow his daughter to be harmed. Hong Ling. Ling Li's expression darkened as he coldly spoke. Are you sure about this? Yes. Hong Ling laughed grimly. Please go. Good, I hope you won't regret your decision in the future. Ling Li had a cold look in his eyes. Raising his head and looking at Hong Luan he said, Hong Luan, after letting go of a man like Chen, unless you do not marry in your whole life, your man will definitely marry 3 wives and 4 concubines. It's impossible that there will be a man willing to be with you alone. After throwing these words, Ling Li flung his sleeves, and hastily left while bringing his subordinates. Chiao Chu seemed to have been forgotten by them and was left behind in the hall. Her eyes filled with fear swept past everyone in the hall. Luan, how do you intend to punish this woman? Hong Ling looked at Hong Luan and asked. Hong Luan was silent for a moment. Everything she's done is unrelated to me. The only mistake she made was to have designs on Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1357, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 2. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Hong Luan looked at Hong Ling and said, Father, pass down an order that no influences are allowed to accept her. I want her to fend for herself. Ultimately, Hong Luan had shown mercy. Other than wanting to obtain Ling Chen, Chiao Chu did not do anything to harm her. Everything Hong Luan had done towards Chiao Chu was not because of herself, but for Yun Luofeng. No. Even facing such punishment, Chiao Chu could not refrain from shouting. Miss Hong Luan, I beg of you to spare me, please. If the East Province Governor Estate were to issue a ban, not only would her family expel her, it would also be extremely hard if she wanted to get a wealthy husband. It equated to her entire life being ruined. Thinking of this, Chiao Chu crawled towards Hong Luan and fiercely kowtowed with her head banging on the ground. She bumped her head forcefully and very soon, her forehead was dyed in blood that incessantly flowed down. Miss Hong Luan, I understand my mistakes, and I won't dare to do so in the future. I beg of you to spare me, please. Hong Luan lifted her brows. I've mentioned this before. This is the price you have to pay for framing Yun Luofeng. She would not personally dispose of Chiao Chu, but once the order was issued from the East Province Governor's estate, her life in the continent would become extremely arduous, and she would even perhaps wish she was dead. After that, Hong Luan sternly shouted, Get out. Immediately, 2 bodyguards went up and lifted Chiao Chu by her arms, throwing her out all of a sudden. Putong. Chiao Chu's body rolled a few times on the ground, resulting in her having a backache. At present, her eyes were filled with tears of helplessness while despair flooded her face. She knew that she would never have another opportunity to raise her status from now on. Her delicate and pitiful appearance might be effective against men, but in Hong Luan's eyes, it had only increased her loathing towards Chiao Chu. Within the hall, there was complete silence. Turning her head, her almond eyes gazed at the middle-aged man seated high up and slightly moved her lips. Thank you. Hong Ling's heart suddenly trembled. For numerous years, Luan had always resented him in her heart, and regardless of how much he did for her, he had never heard these 2 words. Don't be mistaken, seeing Hong Ling faintly twitching his eyes, Hong Luan continued. Thanking you is because of your protection for me earlier on. I'm afraid I can never forgive you my entire life for what you did back then. How could the pain and suffering of having her mother pass away be easily forgiven? Otherwise, wouldn't her mother have thrown her life away in vain? I know, Hong Ling bitterly smiled, even if you do not forgive me, I will use my entire life to make it up to you. Hong Luan originally wanted to continue, but the words that came to her mouth were ultimately not spoken. She took a last glance at Hong Luan before turning to leave. Behind her, Hong Lin's eyes followed her silhouette all along, until she had disappeared from his line of sight. Miss, just as Hong Luan walked out, a figure stood before her and respectfully spoke with her hands cupped. I have the whereabouts of the person you've tasked me to locate. What? Hong Luan rejoiced. Where's the Ghost Emperor at? Central Province, Kulong Town. All right, I understand. I'll look for Yun Luofeng right now and inform her this piece of good news. Currently, in the Shangshan restaurant, the restaurant that was initially bustling with activity was completely silent. The customers who were eating in the restaurant were looking at the adorable young lady who was making a clean sweep of all the dishes on the table like a hurricane. Everyone was amazed to the extent of being speechless. Chapter 1358, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. How could such an adorable young lady wolf down her food? And how could her tiny stomach fit so much food? Slow down, don't choke yourself. Xiao Mo frowned, not forgetting to remind Lin Ruobai. After the dishes on the table had been wolfed down, Lin Ruobai was still unsatisfied. She stroked her belly and looked at Yun Luofeng with a pitiful look. Master, I'm still hungry. 3 black lines surfaced on Xiao Mo's forehead, and he looked at Lin Ruobai in disbelief. It's not enough. Our master's money is not for you to spend in such a way, wastrel. If it was the previous Lin Ruobai who had her memories, she would definitely reply defiantly after hearing his words. Right now, she only pouted in discontent while her eyes had a look of pleading and grievance that caused one to feel sorry for her. One of the tables in the restaurant was seated with a few bodyguards, and after hearing Lin Ruobai's words, they couldn't help but glance at her. This little girl looks good, and if we bring her back to the young master, perhaps he might give us a promotion. Ling Chen had been depressed recently, passing his day in worthless pursuits for a long time. Now that they had spotted this adorable young lady, how could they not try to hit on her? Furthermore, the young master liked little girls that looked pure and innocent. Wasn't Chia Chu like this previously? Instead, I find the white-robed lady more beautiful, a matchless appearance that is rare in this world. It's not just rare, I'm afraid there won't be such a gorgeous beauty in the heavens. Unfortunately, she's carrying a child in her embrace, and he's most likely her child. She even has a child and definitely won't be a virgin. This kind of woman doesn't deserve the young master. Another bodyguard sighed regretfully. I wonder who is so blessed to have married such a beauty. How good would it be if this beauty were to be given to our young master? How could there be a man who could be compared with our young master? These North Province bodyguards did not follow Ling Chen to the East Province governor's estate as their status was slightly lower. Neither did they follow Ling Li to the governor's estate after Ling Li had arrived in the East Province, since they ended up doing something they would regret for the rest of their lives. Master, Lin Ruobai coyly said, when I walked past a street earlier on, I sniffed a very appetizing smell, can I? No. Xiao Mo did not wait for Lin Ruobai to finish speaking and spoke on behalf of Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Xiao Mo. You shall follow her, I have something to do right now. Alright. Xiao Mo helplessly lowered his head, with a dispirited face. Huo, let's go. After giving her orders, Yun Luofeng stood up and walked out of the restaurant. She had not seen Hu Li for a long time and was unaware of his and Wu's situation. She wanted to take advantage of this opportunity and check up on him. Hey. Seeing Yun Luofeng leaving, Xiao Mo looked at Lin Ruobai and he said in a rude tone, where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes and curiously sized the young man before her up and down. She then smiled brilliantly, reaching out her hands to knead Xiao Mo's face. Taking advantage of his inattentiveness, she scooted closer and kissed his face. Brother, you're very handsome. I like you. Boom. Similar to being struck by lightning, Xiao Mo stiffened and his entire being was dumbstruck, seemingly not believing that this mad girl Lin Ruobai dared to kiss him. Chapter 1359, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Oh god, his first kiss was gone. However, after he recovered his senses with great difficulty, he realized that the young lady who was standing before him had disappeared. On the streets bustling with activity, just as Lin Ruobai walked through 2 lanes of streets, she was blocked by a few bodyguards. She cutely blinked and gazed at these people in front of her in confusion. Why are you blocking me? Haha, a slightly older bodyguard laughed and said with a skin-deep smile, Miss, we think you are cute and wanted to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you would be willing to follow us. Lin Ruobai's eyes brightened and a brilliant smile perked up on her face. Both her canine teeth were revealed under the sunlight, looking extremely adorable. On the streets bustling with activity, just as Lin Ruobai walked through 2 lanes of streets, she was blocked by a few bodyguards. She cutely blinked and gazed at these people in front of her in confusion. Why are you blocking me? Haha, a slightly older bodyguard laughed and said with a skin-deep smile, Miss, we think you are cute and wanted to treat you to a meal. I wonder if you would be willing to follow us. Lin Ruobai's eyes brightened and a brilliant smile perked up on her face. Both her canine teeth were revealed under the sunlight, looking extremely adorable. Sure. The few bodyguards glanced at each other. A foodie like Lin Ruobai was comparatively easy to deceive. Little miss, let's go. As long as you serve our young master well, you can eat all you want, not like your poor master who is unwilling to even let you have your fill. Lin Ruobai suddenly stopped and puffed out her cheeks as she fumed, while her eyes glared at the bodyguard who humiliated Yun Luofeng. You're not allowed to badmouth my master. Apologize. The bodyguard's face stiffened. You're asking me to apologize. That's right. You badmouthed my master, so you have to apologize, or else I won't follow you. How could gourmet food be more important than her master? For her master, she could give up on eating. You better apologize now, the senior bodyguard poked him and said, to avoid causing trouble. After all, this was the East Province and they were unable to forcefully drag this little miss away. If she was unwilling to follow them, they did not have other means of making her come with them. The bodyguard who humiliated Yun Luofeng restrained his anger and unwillingly said, sorry. After reaching the North Province governor's estate, he would have his revenge. Little miss, can we leave now? Oh right, I don't know your name yet. My master told me, my name is Lin Ruobai. Oh, then what's your master called? Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng. The bodyguards looked at each other as they felt that this name was familiar, seemingly having heard it before. Meanwhile, from far off Yun Luofeng spotted Hu Li and the little boy lost in thought and seated near the doorway of a small wooden house. An undetectable glimmer streaked across her eyes. The instant Hu Li looked up, he saw Yun Luofeng appearing in front of him. His eyes brightened and he hastily stood up, rushing towards her. However, just as he stretched out his arms, wanting to embrace her, Little Tree suddenly looked up and giggled. The instant his giggle sounded, countless vines rose up and firmly wrapped around Hu Li. Yun Luofeng, I've missed you so much. Do you know how boring it was to face this little kid every day while you were gone? Hu Li's expression was filled with grief as if Yun Luofeng had done something that would anger the heavens. I came to inform you that we will be setting off 2 days from now and will leave the East Province. Are you serious? Hu Li's eyes shone brightly. That's great. I've been scared and on the edge these days in the East Province, afraid that I would become a punching bag for that madwoman Hong Luin. Do you know how many people were beaten up by her in the academy back then? Because of that, all the disciples of the academy were afraid when they saw her. Chapter 1360, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng listened to Hu Li's words in all seriousness and nodded. Let me tell you something unfortunate. Hong Luan will be coming along with us. Crack. Yun Luofeng heard the sound of a heart smashing into pieces. The smile on Hu Li's face that had yet to disappear became frozen all of a sudden. He questioned somewhat in disbelief, are you joking with me? You're bringing that mad woman along. Do you think I'm joking? Yun Luofeng lifted her brow and replied to his question with a question. In an instant, Hu Li's expression was filled with despair. I'm finished. Traveling with this mad woman is equivalent to asking for my life. You've sold yourself to me for 10 years, and it's too late to regret now. Yun Luofeng smirked. She liked to see Hu Li's despairing expression. Master. Just then, Xiao Mo's voice sounded behind Yun Luofeng. Quirking her brow and turning back, she suddenly paused for a moment after seeing Xiao Mo alone. You're alone. Where's Xiao Bai? Master, Xiao Bai is missing. Recalling Xiao Bai's kiss, Xiao Mo's voice became somewhat shy. In any case, this was his first kiss and he only managed to recover from the shock with great difficulty, but after regaining his senses, Xiao Bai had already disappeared. Although Xiao Bai's wisdom is incomplete, it's not a simple feat to harm her. I'm only worried that others would deceive her. Master, you can rest assured. I taught Xiao Bai previously that if someone asked her to strip, they're definitely bad guys and she had to defend her virginity. Xiao Mo looked at Yun Luofeng happily, with an expression as though he was expecting praise. With Xiao Bai's current wisdom, she wouldn't know of affection between a man and a woman. To prevent Xiao Bai from being deceived, he had warned her about this. Yun Luofeng glanced at Xiao Mo. You didn't instruct her not to leave with strangers. Xiao Mo's face suddenly stiffened as he scratched his head. I forgot. Let's go. We'll talk about this after finding Xiao Bai. After which, Yun Luofeng's wicked eyes glanced at Xiao Mo's handsome appearance. I'll get settle accounts with you after we return. Seeing Yun Luofeng leaving, Xiao Mo hastily followed and chatted, Master, why is Xiao Bai so disobedient? I was only distracted for a moment, and she went missing. This won't do. After she returns, I will educate her to prevent her from being abducted and sold. In the courtyard, a few bodyguards walked in sneakily from the gates with an adorable young lady. Seeing no one standing guard outside, they hurriedly walked towards the storeroom. The bodyguard who had once humiliated Yun Luofeng glanced at his few comrades and dryly coughed to clear his throat. Guard the door for me. I have to educate this girl and let her understand how she should serve the young master. Serve. Lin Ruobai blinked her eyes. I don't want to be a servant maid. Hearing her feeble voice, the bodyguards smiled at each other. Rest assured, you're not here to be a servant maid but to have a life of luxury. From today on, you'll have everything you wish for. That bodyguard pulled Lin Ruobai's arm and dragged her into the storeroom. After walking in, what entered her eyes was the room in a mess. Her huge bright eyes filled with confusion and she turned to look at the bodyguard. Chapter 1361, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Where's the food? Ha. The bodyguard sinisterly chuckled. Little girl, if you wish to enjoy delicacies, you'll have to use your body in exchange. Rest assured, my young master is very gentle, and if you can obtain his fancy there will be many delicacies waiting for you. Upon hearing there would be delicacies, Lin Ruobai's eyes shone with radiance. Really, how can I get delicious food? Take off your clothes. I have to check whether you are a virgin. Lin Ruobai did not know the meaning of a virgin, but she understood that the bodyguard before had told her to take off her clothes. No, my brother said that I cannot let anyone take off my clothes. Those who wish to do so are all bad guys. Lin Ruobai bit on her lips and retreated. Little girl, you don't have to be afraid. My young master will treat you extremely well. The bodyguard's smile became increasingly sinister as he pressed towards Lin Ruobai. In this instant, the bodyguard who was in a state of excitement did not notice the trace of red glint in Lin Ruobai's eyes. Scram! Lin Ruobai shouted, and her palm struck towards the guard. Pa! His head was just like a spinning top that spun rapidly with this strike. Splurt! In the end, the neck could no longer support the weight of the head, and it fell off while fresh blood splashed everywhere. He's dead. Lin Ruobai was frightened. She looked at her own hands while her eyes were filled with grievance. It wasn't on purpose. He died because he was weak and it's not my fault. Besides, brother told me that if someone tries to molest me, I have to kill them. Therefore, I'm not in the wrong. Although her words were as such, Lin Ruobai's eyes were brimming with tears, and her delicate face was deathly pale. She fearfully looked at the headless corpse before her and her body shrunk in a corner while trembling. The two bodyguards who were outside felt something was amiss. Usually, the storeroom shouldn't be silent without any noises of activity, yet it was unusually extremely quiet at this moment. Should we go in and take a look? Both of them glanced at each other, feeling unease. However, just as they wanted to go in, a loud bang sounded, causing the ground to vibrate. A white-robed young lady walked in from the gates, and her wicked eyes surveyed her surrounding as she spoke coldly. Have Ling Chen get out here. Ling Li and his son had already arrived due to the commotion. After Ling Li saw the white-robed lady standing at the gates, flames of fury gushed forth. Yun Luofeng, what do you think you're doing? Yun Luofeng looked at Ling Chen. I heard that the North Governor's bodyguards abducted my disciple. Yun Luofeng, you better not make slanderous accusations. Ling Chen was filled with boiling anger, and his face turned ashen. I don't even know who your disciple is, so how could I dispatch men to abduct her? From now on I'm no longer pestering Hong Luan, so what else do you want? Is there a need to find such a lousy excuse to make reprisals? Ling Li furrowed his brows. Hearing his own son's words, he understood that the young lady in front was the person who feigned to be Hong Luan's man. The young lady's eyes were domineering as her cold eyes fell on Ling Chen, and she expressionlessly said, "I'll only give you one chance. Hand over my disciple, or else, even if my soul is to scatter, I will take the North Province down the underworld together with me." "Keke," Ling Li sneered and looked at Yun Luofeng with contempt. "I'm the North Province's governor, and you're a low-ranked Sage King level cultivator. I wonder what qualifications you have to speak to me." Chapter 1362, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 7. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. Indeed, Yun Luofeng, who just entered Sage King level, couldn't be compared with Ling Li, who was already well known throughout the continent. However, to save Xiao Bai, she wouldn't fear anything, even if she had to sacrifice her life. "Father," Ling Chen suppressed his internal rage and said, "she has a good relationship with Hong Luan. If we were to touch her, the East Province Governor's estate would definitely side with her. Therefore, let me handle this instead." After speaking, Ling Chen walked up and spoke magnanimously. "Yun Luofeng, I can tell you that I have never abducted your disciple, and you've found the wrong place. I can allow you to search around this estate as you wish, but you have to apologize if you cannot locate her. However, if you happen to find her, the men of North Province shall be punished however you like." However, just as Ling Chen spoke, the two bodyguards walked over in haste. After they saw Yun Luofeng, who was standing before Ling Chen, a layer of cold sweat instantly covered their foreheads. It hadn't been very long since they abducted Lin Ruobai, so how did her master find them so quickly? Fortunately, it did not matter even if she located them. How could the North Province not be able to deal with this woman with their influence? "Master." Xiao Mo suddenly spoke. "I remember these two guards. When we were in the restaurant, they constantly glanced at Xiao Bai and whispered secretly. As they were a distance away and the restaurant was noisy, I couldn't hear their conversation. However, since they are the North Province Governor Estate's bodyguards, Xiao Bai's disappearance must be the doing." In an instant, everyone looked at the guards. Ling Li's eyes radiated sternness as he coldly asked, "What's going on?" "Governor," the older bodyguard wiped his sweat and said, This is what happened. As we noticed that the young master was depressed in recent days, we had specially brought a woman back, intending to let her serve the young master. Furthermore, she was perfectly willing herself. Since Lin Ruobai agreed to leave with them, it meant that she intended to use her own body in exchange for food." Thinking of this, the older bodyguard raised his head and looked at Yun Luofeng. "Miss, you mistreated your disciple, not allowing her to have her fill, so we found her pitiful and brought her back. Also, we never forced her, and she was willing." "You're spouting nonsense." Xiao Mo suddenly raged and was about to teach the guard a lesson by rushing over, but was abruptly stopped by Yun Luofeng. "Where is she?" Yun Luofeng's voice was very low, and it wasn't hard to detect the killing intent contained in her voice. "Where's Xiao Bai?" In this instant, Xiao Mo suddenly recalled the scene from some time ago. There was also a family who captured Xiao Bai to deal with Yun Luofeng. As a result, they had thoroughly enraged Yun Luofeng and were exterminated entirely. Currently, he figured that the North Province Governor's estate would not be able to exist for long. After understanding the situation, Ling Chen said sarcastically, "Your disciple was wanton, and you dared to blame us. Women would flock to me with a wave of my hand, and even if your disciple were to come to me, I might not fancy her." Boom. Killing intent surged forth from Yun Luofeng, and she coldly shouted, "Xiao Mo." In no time, Xiao Mo's figure dashed towards Ling Chen like a demon. His speed was extremely fast, to the extent no one was able to react in time. Afterward, a hand suddenly slapped Ling Chen's face. In an instant, he had been sent flying by the slap. Chapter 1363, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts, 8. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. "I'll ask you one last time, where is Xiao Bai?" Killing intent surged forth from Yun Luofeng. "If you do not intend to hand her over, then get lost and I'll look for her myself." Ling Li's expression was ashen and his tightly clenched fist was encased with a powerful force. With a shout, he started to dash towards Yun Luofeng. Just then, a domineering voice sounding through the air, "Ling Li, if you dare to injure my friend, the East Province will not let this matter drop." Hong Luan in red robes had entered Yun Luofeng's view. Her unyielding voice sounded, causing Ling Li to stop his attack. "Hong Luan, you're siding with her to oppose me." Ling Li narrowed his eyes while his tone was threatening. Hong Luan put her arm across Yun Luofeng's shoulders as she beamed and said, "Yun Luofeng is my friend, and who do you think you are? Don't tell me I am supposed to help you instead of siding with her." Looking at the red-robed lady, a warm current flowed throughout Yun Luofeng's heart. Since she had come to look for Ling Chen, she had been prepared. Even if she wasn't able to defeat Ling Chen, she had a 50% confidence that she could save Xiao Bai and retreat without harm. However, Hong Luan had come. For her, Hong Luan was willing to have a falling out with the North Province Governor's estate. How could she not be emotionally moved? "Yun Luofeng." Ling Li took in a deep breath and coldly glanced at Yun Luofeng. "You better not ever leave the East Province. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you without any exception." Yun Luofeng smirked. "That'll depend on whether you have the opportunity." HMPH. Ling Li snorted and turned towards the two bodyguards who were shivering. "Take her to her disciple." The expression of these two guards was filled with fear. It was only now that they recalled the reason why the name Yun Luofeng was familiar. Wasn't Yun Luofeng the name of Hong Luan's man? However, why weren't they told that she was actually a woman? "Hong Luan, you've sided with the wrong person." Ling Chen lowered his eyes and spoke. "It was Yun Luofeng's disciple who coveted power and delusionally wanted to seduce me, yet Yun Luofeng had the gall to demand her back. You're even protecting her." Towards Ling Chen's ridiculing voice, Hong Luan acted as if she was deaf and followed along with Yun Luofeng. Bang! The door of the storeroom was kicked open. Ling Chen and the rest, who originally had a complacent expression, were speechless after witnessing the scene inside the room. The two bodyguards who abducted Lin Ruobai nearly fainted due to shock. They were rejoicing in their hearts, thinking of what would have awaited them if they had entered the room earlier on. Master, brother. Lin Ruobai raised her head and saw everyone standing at the entrance. With a wailing cry, she leaped towards Xiao Mo. Bang! Xiao Mo nearly tripped but hastily steadied himself and gently consoled Lin Ruobai. It's all right, Master and I have arrived. Woo-woo, I killed someone, but it wasn't on purpose. I didn't expect he would be so weak. I only lightly smacked him and he's dead. I really didn't mean to kill him. A light smack resulted in sending the bodyguard's head flying. Ling Li's expression was somewhat unsightly. This little girl was looking down on the North Province Governor's estate's guards. She even dared to say his guards were weak. Don't be afraid, you're not in the wrong. Xiao Bai helplessly patted Lin Ruobai's back while sending a pleading look toward Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1364, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 9. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. He was at a loss on how to console Lin Ruobai. Xiao Bai, Yun Luofeng walked to Lin Ruobai while her palm gently caressed her head and spoke with a gentle voice. This is a world where we can pray to the strong. If you do not kill, others will certainly do so. Thus, if anyone bullies you in the future, you can kill them as you wish and I will deal with the aftermath. Really? Lin Ruobai raised her head while looking straight at Yun Luofeng with tearful eyes. What master says is right. If someone bullies me, I will kill them. A good kid had to listen to her master. Since her master said that killing was right, so what if she killed them? Master, both of them deceived me too. Lin Ruobai pointed towards the guards who were shivering. They deceived me and brought me here and wanted to strip off my clothes. Can I kill them? Yun Luofeng nodded. Yes, you can. Then, I'll kill them. Lin Ruobai smiled. Her smile was very brilliant, naive, and innocent. No one expected that such cruel words would be spoken by this innocent-looking little girl. Stop, Ling Li suddenly raged. He never expected that they would actually dare to kill his men in front of him. Thinking of this, he hastily dashed towards Lin Ruobai while the aura on his body surged forth with a loud rumble. Bang! Yun Luofeng suddenly moved and blocked in front of Lin Ruobai, raising her hands to welcome Ling Li's attack. In an instant, a powerful energy penetrated her body, causing her to retreat several steps. She nearly spat out a mouthful of blood but she forcefully swallowed it. Yun Luofeng, Hong Luan shouted. Master, Xiao Mo and Huohuo's expression had also involuntarily changed. Ling Li's attack was extremely fast and Yun Luofeng was also extremely nimble, while the rest could not even react. Compared to their worries, Ling Li's gaze was filled with shock. Impossible, this woman is only a low-rank Sage King level cultivator. She should have definitely perished under my strike with her strength, yet why did she only retreat a few steps? Impossible. Meanwhile, a cavity had appeared in the guards' chests after Lin Ruobai unperturbedly retracted her outstretched fists which were dyed in blood. Sticking her tender tongue out, she licked the blood and her appearance was extremely devilish, no longer as innocent-looking as before. Master, the instant Lin Ruobai turned back, she saw Yun Luofeng's pale expression. Staring blankly for a moment, she hastily walked to Yun Luofeng's side. Master, you're injured. I'm fine. Yun Luofeng shook and slightly raised her head. Lin Ruobai's black eyes were gradually dyed red like blood and she tightly clenched her small fists, while her cold eyes stared straight at Ling Li. You injured my master. I'll never let you off. Xiao Bai. Seeing Xiao Bai's actions, Xiao Mo's countenance changed and he hastily dashed forward to hug her body tightly. Your soul has yet to completely recover. You cannot overuse your powers or you'll be possessed by the devil. Let me go. Boom. Lin Ruobai's body exploded with a powerful force, causing Xiao Mo to retreat. Perhaps Xiao Mo hadn't expected Lin Ruobai to be so powerful as he looked at her in astonishment. The power of her bloodline is strong to this extent. Luckily she's Master's disciple. Otherwise, she would definitely become a formidable opponent of Master. Xiao Mo rejoiced for the fact that Yun Luofeng had accepted Lin Ruobai as her disciple. Chapter 1365, Yun Xiao's Whereabouts 10. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Yun Luofeng furrowed her brows and ordered, Xiao Bai, retreat. She was aware of the repercussions if Lin Ruobai forcefully used her strength. Lin Ruobai stiffened and felt wronged. Master. Xiao Bai, your soul isn't complete. Remember my words, you are not allowed to overuse your powers in the future. Xiao Bai was an obedient child, especially towards her master's words. Even though she was furious and wanted to kill, she withdrew her powers and stood beside Yun Luofeng while feeling aggrieved. Ling Li, you've harmed my friend and one day, I will return every single debt of today. Hong Luan glanced at Ling Li with chilly eyes. Walking to Yun Luofeng's side, she supported her. In addition, I will ask my father to settle the debts with you shortly. Yun Luofeng, let me help you back to recuperate. If it was Hong Luan of the past, she would definitely find Ling Li to settle debts on an impulse. However, she was calm right now. She knew that both she and Yun Luofeng weren't Ling Li's opponent and it was useless to stay here. It would be better if she went back to get her father's help. Yun Luofeng did not speak and allowed Hong Luan to support her as they left. After she walked out of the courtyard, she ordered, Huohuo, return with Little Tree and Xiao Bai first. All right, Huohuo nodded and glanced at Yun Luofeng. She then carried Lit Tree and pulled Lin Ruobai, while her body shot towards the skies in a flash. At this very moment, no one detected that Little Tree's pitch-black eyes were filled with rage. His expression looked like an adult rather than a child. Master, you've used the God Code's power once again, Xiao Mo pouted and said. This power was different from the power that Yun Luofeng used to save Yun Xiao. At that time, she had forcefully broken through to save Yun Xiao, resulting in severe repercussions. This time, although she had also increased her strength, she did not use that power to break through. As such, her soul would at most be in a weak state for 10 days to half a month. Poochie, the blood Yun Luofeng had contained in her throat finally splurted out at this moment. She faintly smiled. This is the power of governors among various provinces. One day, I will be above them. Master, Xiao Mo angrily shouted. Xiao Mo, I know you're worried. Yun Luofeng's gaze swept towards the young man. However, I don't regret my actions. As long as Xiao Bai is happy, I do not regret anything. If she did not use the God Code's power, she wouldn't have been able to block Ling Li's attack. Even if Xiao Bai could escape death by a fluke, she would be seriously injured. Xiao Mo, don't tell Xiao Bai of this matter. Even if she's not mature, she isn't a fool. I don't want her to be excessively worried. Yun Luofeng smiled. Furthermore, don't forget that I'm a physician. This weak state will be recovered very soon. Their conversation happened between their souls, and so Hong Luan, who was standing beside them, wasn't aware or hear their conversation. Oh right, Hong Luan recalled something and said, I wasn't able to find anything regarding the child staying with Hu Li, and he shouldn't be from the East Province. As for the Ghost Emperor, I found his whereabouts. Yun Luofeng stared blankly and stopped walking. She then turned towards Hong Luan. Where is he? Central Province, Kulong Town. Central Province, Kulong Town. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment. We'll pack up today when we return and set off tomorrow. We can't. Hong Luan frowned. Your injuries have yet to recover and we can't possibly set off tomorrow. Chapter 1366, Leaving for Central Province 1. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. My injuries aren't serious, it will not affect the journey. Yun Luofeng squinted, revealing a glint in her eyes. Yun Xiao must be waiting for me in the Central Province. No matter what, I have to go to his side. Looking at her determined face, Hong Luan did not say anything else. She quietly followed along Yun Luofeng while a smile surfaced on her gorgeous face. In the governor's estate, after learning that his daughter suffered a loss before Ling Li, he was extremely angry and immediately led troops to settle debts with Ling Li and his son. Even though Xiao Bai killed 3 bodyguards of the North Province, it was because they were in the wrong. As such, facing Hong Ling's rage, Ling Li couldn't refute a single word, allowing Hong Ling to demand compensation. Furthermore, this was the East Province's territory and his subordinates were not present. If he were to clash head-on with Hong Ling, it was hard to avoid a huge fight, and ultimately both sides would suffer great losses. In contrast to the restrained Ling Li, Ling Chen's rage overflowed while his eyes glared unwavering at Hong Ling. He tightly clenched his fist and revealed a fierce expression. One day, he would overturn this East Province and let Hong Ling and his daughter beg for forgiveness. Otherwise, it would be hard to dispel his internal rage. Hong Luan was acting aggressive, and only after a long time did he let Ling Li and his son off. Flinging his sleeves, he left for the East Province governor's estate together with his troops. Ling Chen's clenched teeth produced grinding sounds as he fiercely glared in the direction of Hong Ling's departure. Father, are we going to let him insult us without rebutting? In addition, we have to compensate for the shock Hong Luan received. Ling Chen was feeling extremely unresigned. His father was also the North Province governor, yet Hong Ling did not give them any face in the slightest. In any case, this is the East Province and we were wrong at first. There would not be any good to clash with Hong Ling. Ling Li narrowed his eyes and a dangerous glint streaked across. Son, remember that from today, the North Province and East Province cannot exist together. If I were to find an opportunity, I will never let Hong Luan off. One had to pay a painful price for humiliating him. Father, I want Hong Luan to crawl beneath my legs and beg for forgiveness. Along with Yun Luofeng, that woman, all of them will die miserably. At this moment, the guilt and regret Ling Chen felt towards Hong Luan had long disappeared, and what replaced them was inexhaustible anger. Hong Ling patted Ling Chen's shoulders and said, We shall set off immediately and return to the North Province. After returning to the estate, I'll send you to the Forbidden Realm to cultivate, and after you return your strength will have increased. Father, do we let Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng off? Ling Chen stared blankly for a moment. Didn't you say that once they leave the East Province, you would kill them? Ling Li shook his head. Compared to them, increasing your strength is of more importance. After that, no one can stop you regardless of how you want to take revenge. In addition, I will leave some subordinates in the East Province, and if Hong Luan and Yun Luofeng leave, they will take action against them. As for you, there's no need to stay. I understand. Hong Chen nodded, revealing a determined expression. Looking down on me, wasn't it because my strength is inferior to hers? The moment I come out from the Forbidden Realm, I will put Hong Luan beneath my feet and let her understand how huge of a loss was it to reject me. Even if he had Jia Chu, Hong Luan did not have the right to reject him. Which man could guarantee that he would only love a single woman? What right did she have to disdain him? Chapter 1367, Leaving for Central Province 2. Translator, DRZ Editor, Rock. It was in the night, and the moonlight was as still as water. A giggling sound could be heard outside the door, and Ling Chen, who had dozed off, suddenly opened his eyes. His sharp gaze looked outside as he sternly shouted, Who's there? Under the hazy night scene, a small figure stood upright. It seemed as if he had just learned to walk as he staggered, but his sinister laughter was just like a hungry ghost that had climbed out from the underworld, causing Ling Chen to shiver. Just as Ling Chen wanted to check out who it was, countless vines occupied the entire room, instantly pinning Ling Chen to the wall. Stop. Before he even managed to speak, a vine full of thorns rose from the side and pierced into his mouth in an instant. Bright red blood flowed from his mouth, and Ling Chen was in so much pain he nearly teared up. He wanted to cry for help, but wasn't able to utter a single word and could only produce whimpering sounds. Pa. Pa pa pa. The vines ruthlessly whipped Ling Chen. As he had been pampered and spoiled since childhood, his skin was soft and tender. Before long his skin burst open, drenching him in blood. Before this night scene, the chubby child clapped his hands and giggled, as if everything in the room was fascinating. An innocent-looking smile surfaced on his fair and adorable face. Little tree. A red silhouette landed from the tree and stood beside of the chubby child. We should go, or else master will notice our absence. The chubby child pouted, as he had yet to enjoy himself to the full. However, he obediently allowed Huohuo to pull his petite hands and gradually left the courtyard. After they left, the protective screen set up around the surrounding also disappeared. Two servant maids walked past and heard slapping sounds from the room, turning red from embarrassment. Young master is energetic. After Miss Chiachu was driven out, the young master has never been intimate with other women. I wonder who is the lucky lady tonight. We better not disturb the young master, lest we affect his mood. As their voices went farther and farther away, Ling Chen wanted to cry, but no tears flowed down. He wanted to stop those two servant maids, but his throat could only produce whimpering sounds. In fact, there was a reason for both of the servant maids' reaction. When Chiachu was present in the early days, their nightly movements would be very loud, seemingly afraid that others wouldn't know that he was brimming with energy. From the start, the servant maid thought that something happened and hastily rushed into the room. What she had seen was an embarrassing scene. After that, no matter how loud the movements were in Ling Chen's room, no one had taken a single step inside. Especially since both the servant maids were ignorant of nightly activities, and couldn't differentiate the movement sounds in the room. If a woman who has had a husband were present, they would notice that there were only slapping sounds in Ling Chen's room, without a female's moaning voice. It wasn't until the next day that people from the North Governor estate found the young master lying on the floor half dead. His flesh was lacerated from the corporal punishment he received, and blood was flowing out. Precisely because of the unforeseen incident in the North Governor's estate, Ling Li dispatched all his experts to seek for the culprit in a fit of rage. Furthermore, he had taken Ling Chen and hastily evacuated, without any spare energy to deal with Yun Luofeng. Chapter 1368, Leaving for Central Province 3. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. As for why Ling Li didn't suspect those from the East Province Governor's estate, it was because his son had been beaten so miserably last night, yet he did not sense any commotion. Those who could accomplish this feat were extremely rare in the whole continent, and was impossible for Hong Luan to go undetected by Ling Li if he had appeared with his strength. Therefore, Ling Li had excluded them from the list of suspects. Currently, within the East Province Governor's estate, Yun Luofeng had long received news of Ling Chen's condition. She quirked her brow and looked at the two who were standing before her. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Where did both of you go yesterday night? Huohuo lowered her head, not daring to meet Yun Luofeng's eyes. Her fingers nervously fidgeted with her clothes, revealing an obedient appearance of admitting to her mistakes. Mother, Little Tree outstretched his chubby petite fingers and gently caressed Yun Luofeng's face. His eyes were clear and as brilliant as the afternoon sun. They bullied you. Those who bully you are all baddies. Yun Luofeng reached out and hugged the plump child while sighing helplessly. Huohuo, Little Tree, do not take action without my orders in the future. The North Province would definitely have hidden cards up their sleeves to have their influence of today. If you were to land in their hands, wouldn't I have to save you? Hearing her words, Huohuo's eyes brightened. Master, you can rest assured. When Little Tree and I took action, Xiao Mo established a barrier for us, and with that, Ling Li can sense our presence. Xiao Mo's expression instantly changed after hearing Huohuo speak, as he was originally rejoicing in their misfortune. However, it was too late to stop her, as Huohuo had sold him out completely. Oh, Yun Luofeng lifted her brow and looked at Xiao Mo with a fake smile. You were the one who reported their actions to me. I didn't expect that you also participated. What? Huohuo got angry and stood with her arms akimbo, as she furiously glared at Xiao Mo. You exposed me and Little Tree to master. I can explain. Xiao Mo wiped his sweat and wanted to explain. However, before he finished speaking, Little Tree had directly attacked him by hanging him in the air and beating him up. Although it had only been a year since Little Tree was born, his wisdom was similar to toddlers of 5 to 6 years old, as he was not human. Hearing that Xiao Mo had sold them out, his small face became flushed red from anger, clearly forgetting who had taken care of him since he was young. Xiao Mo was filled with grief. It was all because Yun Luofeng had questioned him about Huohuo's whereabouts last night, and he accidentally let the truth slip, thus resulting in the current treatment he was receiving. If he had known earlier that this would happen, he would have shut his mouth last night without speaking. After Hong Luan arrived, she suddenly saw Xiao Mo being hung on a vine by Little Tree while getting beaten up. She was in such shock that her jaw nearly dislocated. Yun Luofeng, he's your son. Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before speaking. No, but he addresses me as mother. For a moment, I assumed he was your son, being so intrepid. Hong Luan touched her chin and looked at Yun Luofeng while beaming with a big smile. Yun Luofeng, I thought that if we were to leave during this period, we would definitely be chased down by the North Province experts. Now that they're in chaos due to Ling Chen's injury, I'm afraid they won't have spare energy to pay attention to us. Therefore, we should take advantage of this opportunity and leave. Chapter 1369, Leaving for Central Province 4. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Pausing for a moment, she continued. By the way, how are your injuries? Not a problem. Yun Luofeng stretched and slowly stood up. Hong Luan, bid farewell to your father and we'll leave after that. Hong Luan stiffened, and she slightly dropped her eyes. A helpless smile quirked on her lips. Yun Luofeng, although my father treats me well, I will never forget how my mother died. Unless my mother can somehow be revived, I will never sincerely forgive him. Actually, Hong Ling's change during this period had caused Hong Luan to waver. The only thing she did not forgive him for was her mother's death. Her mother's death was something she could never forget, and if it were unable to be reversed, it would be hard for her to forgive. Say, Yun Luofeng, do you think the underworld exists? Hong Luan raised her head, with her gaze looking straight at the young lady. If the underworld exists, I will definitely force my way in and fetch my mother out. Yun Luofeng patted Hong Luan's shoulders and comforted her soundlessly. After a long time, she slowly said, I'll wait for an hour. After that, we shall set off. All right. It was unknown how long it would be before she returned, and she ought to bid farewell to her father. In the room, the man stood with his hands behind his back, with his back facing the door. Perhaps sensing that Hong Luan was about to leave, he was uneasy the entire day. Suddenly, the door was pushed open by a lily-white hand, as a gorgeous lady in red appeared at the entrance. Father, she softly called, having an endless number of words she wanted to say. The middle-aged man stiffened and slowly turned. His dignified appearance softened after seeing his daughter. Luanaire, I will wait for you here, waiting for you to prove that you're correct and I'm wrong. Hong Luan nodded her head seriously. I will prove to you that by not relying on any relations, I can accomplish great feats. Ha ha, Hong Ling laughed heartily. This is how my daughter should be, never letting your father down. All right, you should leave with Yun Luofeng. She's not simple, and perhaps by following her, both of you will wander the world and accomplish great feats. Between the parting of father and daughter, no one mentioned any emotional conversation. Hong Luan took a last glance at the middle-aged man and turned to leave. After her departure, the smile on the middle-aged man's face slowly disappeared. At this moment, he seemed to have aged tens of years, and his initially straight back had gradually hunched. Perhaps I have really erred too much these years, but I think one thing I did right was for my daughter to be born. Luanaire, no matter if you hate me or blame me, I will hand the East Province to you in the best possible state. Within the entire study room, what replied to him was silence. Walking out the study room, tears suddenly flowed down from Hong Luan's eyes. She wiped her tears and looked at the tightly shut doors while her expression slowly became resolute. Father, after I have accomplished great feats, I will definitely return triumphant. Yun Luofeng was already waiting for Hong Luan at the gates. After Hong Luan appeared, she did not ask anything, merely saying with indifference, after bidding farewell, it's time for us to leave. Hong Luan pursed her lips and faintly smiled. All right. Sprue Province, Jun family. The middle-aged man sat on the chair in the study room while looking at the book in his hand with a headache. He rubbed his aching temple and sighed. Where have Master and Lingge run off to? Both of them are sure-free and unrestrained, yet throwing this huge Jun family to me to manage. Chapter 1370, Leaving for Central Province, 5. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Family head, family head. Suddenly an anxious voice sounded from outside, and the bodyguard broke in without waiting for a reply. The middle-aged man had a dignified expression. What happened? You're being rude and impetuous. Family head, the bodyguard knelt on the floor. Your subordinate received a letter from the East Province's governor. Reportedly, a young lady with the previous family head's jade plaque passed through the East Province. They're unsure if she's the person the old family head is searching for. What? The middle-aged man suddenly stood up, with joy across his face. Is this news accurate? The person you mentioned that has the jade plaque is a young lady but doesn't tally with junior sister's age. Could she be her daughter? Quick, search for the old family head. You must inform him of this news. Perhaps he was overly excited, but the joy of the middle-aged man who stood up was not fake in the slightest. No one knew how much Master had longed for his daughter all these years. At that time, if not compelled by circumstances, Master wouldn't have entrusted his daughter to someone else. After he had resolved his matters and went back to search for his daughter, he could no longer find any traces of her. Family head, this is the letter from the East Province and the jade plaque is drawn on the painting. The bodyguard presented the letter in an extremely deferential manner. After the middle-aged man roughly swept the content, he spread out the painting with the jade plaque. His finger gently caressed the jade plaque image and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. The Jun letter on this jade plaque was personally carved by Master. I recognize his handwriting and it seems that this isn't a fake. Oh right, did the East Province governor provide the young lady's portrait? The imperial bodyguard shook his head. The East governor only sent a letter and a drawing of the jade plaque. Actually, his actions were correct in not sending her portrait. Otherwise, if a mishap happened during the delivery, it would certainly cause her to land in others' hands and be used to threaten my master. Right now, it's sufficient to know that Master's daughter is on this continent. There will be one day where they'll come across each other. There was an irrepressible excitement in the middle-aged man's voice. After he spoke, he immediately dispatched his subordinates to search for the old lord's whereabouts. Central Province. Within a grand residence, a white-robed elderly man was playing chess against the old man seated before him. His eyes were bright and full of expression while containing shrewdness. Standing beside the white-robed elderly was a spirited young lady. She was around 16 to 17 years old and her appearance was not devastatingly beautiful. Instead, her appearance would allow others to feel comfortable as her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and the brightness was similar to the night stars. Ha ha, I win again this time. The old man in navy robes heartily laughed and placed the chess piece on the board. Looking at the white-robed elderly, he said, Old man Jun, you seem to be restless recently and your chess playing has deteriorated. What happened? Isn't it because of that disciple of mine? The white-robed old man bitterly laughed. People of the Jun family have been seeking for my whereabouts in the continent and I reckoned it's because that disciple of mine is thinking of abandoning his position. Therefore, I brought Lingge along to hide here. The navy-robed elderly man frowned and asked, How is your search going? Your daughter's whereabouts are still unknown after all these years. Old man Jun sighed and helplessly shook his head. I've been searching for numerous years and there's still no news of her. Do you think she's no longer alive? Grandfather. Hearing the old man's somewhat sad words, the young lady blinked her huge bright eyes and giggled. Chapter 1371, Leaving for Central Province, 6. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Rest assured, Aunt is definitely still alive. Merely, she's hidden somewhere and we have yet to locate her. Furthermore, with Aunt's current age, she must have already had her children, so Lingge must have cousins. Old man Jun heartily laughed. Forget about having a brother, I prefer girls and I hope that Junsa has given birth to a granddaughter for me. Compared to a boy, Old Man Jun preferred a girl. If his grandchild was a boy and learned bad habits from his disciple who constantly caused him to get angry, wouldn't he die from too much anger? A girl was much better, such as Ling'er, who was more sensible than her dad. Being lovable and obedient, making one fond of her. Grandpa, you're being biased. Ling'er wittily stuck out her tongue and said happily. HMPH, I wish to live for a few more years. If I were to have a grandson, what should I do if he infuriates me like your dad? The moment the old man thought of his obstinate disciple, he trembled with anger. If he had known earlier, he would have taken in a female disciple instead. The navy-robed elder looked at the young lady standing in front of Old Man Jun and a smile surfaced on his aged face. All these years, it was thanks to this girl who followed Old Man Jun to travel around. Otherwise, even if he didn't grieve from not able to meet his daughter, he would have become depressed. Grandpa, Ling'er's eyes swelled and a resplendent smile appeared on her face. Do you think something happened since father has dispatched so many men to look for you? What matter could he have? Isn't it wanting to hand over the Jun family to me? If the Jun family required this old man to manage, why did I accept a disciple back then? Old Man Jun snorted. In any case, he can dream on. The navy-robed elder dryly coughed, revealing awkwardness. Actually, you could nurture Ling'er to be your next successor. Her talent isn't bad and perhaps she would accomplish more than her father in the future. No way, I want her to follow me for a few more years. Unless you want that disciple of mine to accompany me. What fun is there with two men staring at each other every day? Old Man Jun flatly rejected his good friend's suggestion. He did not wish to face his disciple's face every single day. Grandfather Mew, after Ling'er accompanies grandfather to locate aunt, Ling'er will then return to become the successor. Ling'er sensibly spoke as she stood on one side. The navy-robed elder looked at Old Man Jun with envy. Old man, I envy you for having such a sensible granddaughter. Seems like I should also take in a disciple, to avoid being jealous of you. Although Ling'er was not of Old Man Jun's bloodline, he had long regarded her as his biological granddaughter in his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't love her dearly, intending to nurture her to become his successor. Come, let's continue playing chess. Old Man Jun heartily laughed. Oh right, Tianyu City seems to be bustling with activity recently, what's going on? Old Man Mew frowned. I heard it's because someone by the name of Ghost Emperor obtained something called Body's Heart. Upon consumption, one can be invincible for 3 days. Therefore, there are numerous cultivators chasing down the Ghost Emperor for the Body's Heart. Body's Heart. Old Man Jun stared blankly. I've heard of this item. Could it be that the Ghost Emperor is in Tianyu City? No, Mu Dong shook his head. The Ghost Emperor is in Kulong Town and one must pass through Tianyu City to reach there. However, the Ghost Emperor is too formidable and to prevent meaningless deaths, countless experts have convened an examination. Only those who pass the examination have the right to head towards Kulong Town. Apart from this, no one is allowed to go there. Chapter 1372, Leaving for Central Province, 7. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. There's something like this. Old Man Jun was somewhat astonished. Human beings die in pursuit of wealth, and birds die in pursuit of food, while an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. However, I find this examination quite interesting. Oh, Mu Dong quirked his brow, you wish to participate? Old Man Jun shook his head. The Ghost Emperor had the ability to obtain the Body's Heart and what does that have to do with me? I only want to see the strength of the Central Province. Old Man Mu, didn't you intend to take in disciples? Perhaps this might be a good opportunity, but I'd have to advise you on this, don't accept those with dubious moral standing. Haha, Mu Dong chuckled. If you are interested, I can accompany you to spectate this examination. As for accepting a disciple, that's something for the future. Clearly, these two old men were snorting disdainfully at these people encircling to annihilate the Ghost Emperor, but were interested in the examination. Tianyu City. On the streets bustling with activity, everyone was discussing the matter of encircling and annihilating the Ghost Emperor. As such, no one saw a white-robed young lady using her wicked eyes to coldly sweep past everyone on the streets at this very moment. Master, Lin Ruobai blinked her adorable eyes and asked, who's the Ghost Emperor they're talking about? Yun Luofeng lowered her head and gently stroked Lin Ruobai's head as a faint smile quirked up. Your master's lover. Oh, since they're thinking of killing him, should I kill them? Lin Ruobai spoke in a pure and honest manner. It seemed like killing was as simple as drinking in her mind. There's no need, the matter of vital importance now is to find him. After that, it won't be too late to dispose of them. A ruthless glint streaked across Yun Luofeng's eyes while killing intent spread out. Hong Luan standing on one side clicked her tongue. In the West Province continent back then, I remember that this man called Ghost Emperor was chased by numerous experts due to his wealth. Unexpectedly, even after arriving in the Central Province, the exact same scene happened. Hong Luan crossed her arms while a smile surfaced on her face. However, the experts in the Central Province are much more powerful than the West Province. For example, on the continent ranking board, there are only a few from the West Province, but in the Central Province, there are countless ranked experts. Therefore, Hong Luan paused before continuing, have Li and Wu stay behind. It's not safe for them to follow us. As for Lin Ruobai, there was an unusual power in her body and she wouldn't have any problem protecting herself. Hong Luan, what do you mean? Hu Li's expression changed instantly. At the very least, I've broken through to Sage King level and I have the ability to defend myself. Hong Luan shot him a glance and smirked. You can protect yourself, but what about this child? The boy was evidently afraid of what would happen next and helplessly looked at Hu Li with his huge eyes. Hu Li knitted his brow. Currently, he regretted bringing along this child, preventing him from helping Yun Luofeng. Instead, he had to supervise this child every day. Hu Li, you, Wu and Xiaobai shall stay. Master, Lin Ruobai bit her lips, looking at Yun Luofeng while her eyes gleamed with tears. I will not become a burden. I know, Yun Luofeng smiled. However, your soul has yet to completely recover and I can't allow you to face such a battle. Only after your body completely recovers will you then become the most powerful help by my side. Do you understand? Chapter 1373, Leaving for Central Province 8. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Lin Ruabai lowered her head, only looking up and nodded after a long time. I'll listen to you, but master, you have to find your lover as soon as possible. I will wait for you here. She was an obedient child and since her master told her to stay, then she would stay here and await her return. Compared to her bubbly and lively personality of the past, the current Lin Ruabai was obedient which caused one to love her dearly. Even if she did not wish to separate from Yun Luofeng, she would obediently listen to her and stay. Hong Luan, let's go. Yun Luofeng turned and walked towards the city gates, but things turned out contrary to her expectations, as she was stopped by two guards the moment she reached the gates. These city gates aren't open to the public in recent days, please turn back. What's the reason? Hong Luan restrained her anger and coldly asked. The guard did not even spare her a glance and naturally, would not answer her questions. Instead, a passerby answered, Miss, are you unaware that the road to Tianyu City has been sealed? If you wish to pass through, you have to undergo the examination set by the Tianyu City's City Lord Estate. What examination? There are two types of examination. One is martial prowess and the other is medical skill. Those who pass the examination can follow the team and leave here tomorrow. It's better not to leave the city by force. Otherwise, you'll be chased down by the experts of Tianyu City. Hong Luan tightly furrowed her brows, turning to Yun Luofeng and said, Yun Luofeng, regardless of your decision, I will support you. If we leave by force, I'm afraid it's not just a delay of a single night. She had the confidence to escape, but what about Huli and others? And Hong Luan? How could she allow Hong Luan and the rest to take risks together with her? Furthermore, even if she chose to forcibly break through, she had to face numerous experts chasing her and at that time, she would not be delayed by just a single night. Where's the examination? Thinking of this, Yun Luofeng's line of sight fell on the passerby who brought this to their attention and asked. Miss, what type of examination is your choice? The martial examination is in the battle stadium while the physician examination is at the medical hall. Yun Luofeng, I do not practice medicine so I'll be choosing the battle stadium. Hong Luan lifted her brow and declared, after hearing the passerby's explanation. Alright, then I'll head to the medical hall. After speaking, Yun Luofeng looked at the passerby once again. I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. This passerby was obviously willing to lead the way for two beauties. He happily performed an inviting gesture, then sent Yun Luofeng and Hong Luan to the medical hall and battle stadium in succession. At this moment within the medical hall, it was a hubbub as countless people were shrinking back in face of the examination questions. Only a few daredevils insisted on solving this difficult problem. Old Man Jun and Mu Dong walked in from outside while Linga followed alongside her grandfather all along. People of the medical hall did not recognize Old Man Jun, but they were aware of Mu Dong's identity. He was a figure that even the city lord of Tianyu City had to curry favors with. Therefore, after witnessing his appearance, people from the medical hall went up and welcomed him. Lord Mu, why have you come? Mu Dong's expression was of indifference. I only came to take a look at your examination. Oh right, it is said that you've brought out a difficult age-old question. I wonder if anyone has answered it. Lord Mu, you must be joking with me. How can anyone answer this difficult age-old question? According to the city lord's orders, if one can provide at least a fragmented answer, they will be considered as having passed the examination. Chapter 1374, Falling Out 1. Translator, BRZ Editor, Rock. Mu Dong faintly nodded. He had heard of this ancient difficult question and it was almost impossible for anyone to answer. However, if it was just a fragmented answer, perhaps there might still be some hope. Linga, Old Man Jun looked at the young lady beside him with a smile. I've been training you in medical skills all these years and your current skills have reached the realm of perfection. You should take a stroll around this medical hall. Linga's face revealed a brilliant smile. Grandfather, it's enough for Linga to accompany you. Unless grandfather dislikes Linga and doesn't wish for me to serve by your side. Haha, Old Man Jun heartily laughed. You're sure to be willing to follow an old man like your grandfather every day. I'm afraid you will get bored. Mu Dong looked at the old and young and envy while the jealousy in his eyes was dense and thick. At this moment, a sudden uproar could be heard from the front. Little girl, are you even well versed in medical skills? There's a basic mistake in your answer and obviously, you're pretending to understand when you don't. Don't waste our time and let us have our turn. After the medical hall manager heard the commotion, he subconsciously wiped his sweat. Lord Mu, I'll go and take a look at the situation. There's no need. Old Man Jun raised his hand and stopped the medical hall's manager. We shall go and take a look. The medical hall manager did not recognize Old Man Jun, so he cast an inquiring gaze towards Mu Dong. Mu Dong faintly smiled. Listen to him and we'll go and have a look. There was a vast crowd at front and everyone was encircling along the rectangular table while pointing fingers from time to time. Before the table, a white-robed young lady was holding a brush with a calm appearance, to the extent of not even thinking and quickly writing on the paper. However, people around her were frowning and sneered at the solution she provided. Unknowingly, Old Man Jun had cut through the crowd and walked at her side. At this moment, the surrounding clamorous voices seemed to disappear as he silently gazed at the content she wrote on the paper. Hey. Suddenly, Old Man Jun released a surprised shout, mixing Wang gallbladder and Crane's breath herb can cause a numbing effect throughout one's body. This was the first time he had heard of it. Yun Luofeng evidently noticed Old Man Jun standing beside her and answered him, which was rare for her to do so. Wang gallbladder originally has the effect of causing numbness because the effect is overpowering. The Crane's breath is tweaking the effect. Both can't do without the other. One side was lacking. The patient would immediately die upon consuming by gallbladder. So it's like that. Old man John suddenly saw the light and nodded. I know quite a few medicinal herbs that allow the patient's whole body to be numbed. However, each and every one of them has severe side effects, and I wonder what repercussions your prescription have. Therefore, being Shanghai is extremely important. Yu Luofeng's hands did not stop and she was answering old man John's question at the same time. When numbing the patient, be sure to add Bing Shuang heart. Its effect is to moderate the patient's blood flow, preventing a reverse blood flow condition. Old man John stood at the side and looked serious. The solution Yu Luofeng had written was unheard of. However, it opened a new door for him, giving him the feeling of being enlightened with perfect wisdom. Chapter 1375, Falling Out 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Old man, are you an idiot? You will believe anything this girl says. A bystander could not remain silent anymore and snorted. She is merely writing nonsense, but you would actually stupidly believe her. It appears that you know nothing about medicine. Having a patient consumed by a gallbladder isn't the same as killing them. Grandfather John's brows knitted, and he aloofly glanced at the man who ridiculed them. By gallbladder added with Crane's breath herb might really have a numbing effect. You haven't tried it, so how do you know that method won't work? It's true that I haven't tried it, but I knew it absolutely would work as soon as I heard it. Have you tried this method? He derisively retorted with another snort. Linga frowned, anger slowly creeping onto her face. However, Grandfather had not said anything yet, so she would not act recklessly. She remained standing beside Grandfather John. For me, my mind can calculate it without experimenting with it. This was the confidence of a talented physician. Unlike normal physicians, he did not need to personally test out the proposed solution. He only needed to mull it over in his mind, and he would know whether or not it would work. Humph, seeing that person about to continue speaking, Yu Dong snorted. This clinic truly allows anyone to enter, and he even dares to blow his own horn. Didn't he see the acupuncture procedure my disciple wrote as the legendary 1,000-needle method? To a physician, the silver needle was an item that was only second to medicinal ingredients. If a physician did not even know how to perform acupuncture, then they were not considered a competent physician. Hence, while Grandfather John paid attention to the combination of medicinal ingredients, Yu Dong focused on the acupuncture method that Yu Luofeng was writing. He grew more shocked the more he looked at it. This acupuncture method was not complete, but he could still roughly see that Yu Luofeng used the legendary 1,000-needle method on this problem. However, hold on. Grandfather John suddenly realized something and blankly stared at Yu Dong. You said your disciple. Where? My newly accepted disciple. Yu Dong pointed to the white-robed girl. Is her? BMMIT. As soon as Grandfather John heard this, he flew into a rage. This is my first time seeing how shameless you are. Since when did she agree to be your disciple? It turned out being shameless had a higher role of its own. Yu Dong chuckled. Anyhow, I've taken a liking to this girl. Based on this 1,000-needle method alone, I can guess that her medical skills are not simple. Humph, Grandfather John snorted. You can see it, so can I. Regardless of whether this girl can solve this ancient difficult problem or not, based on her written medical knowledge, I can tell that her talent must be superior. Yu Dong narrowed his eyes. You already have a disciple and such a clever granddaughter. Why don't you yield this girl to me? How about it? Who in the world would complain about accepting too many prodigy disciples? Why should I yield her to you? The two old friends suddenly stood on opposing sides in a flash. Simply because of a girl. Old man John, you want to fall out with me? Yu Dong's expression turned livid with anger. He disregarded the years of friendship as well and stated between clenched teeth, don't forget, you promised me that you would come with me to help me accept a disciple. But now you want to steal my disciple. Do you still want the old pride of yours? Chapter 1376, Falling Out 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Yu Dong, don't keep calling her your disciple. This girl hasn't formally become your disciple yet. You might not have any pride, but you still shouldn't say something like that. Grandfather John paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, this girl catches my eye too. It was unforeseen, so why don't you back out? I guarantee I will find another disciple for you. His words nearly angered Yu Dong to madness, and he spun to look at Linga and said, Linga, you should manage your grandfather. He has the gall to steal my disciple. Grandfather Mew, Linga said with a mischievous smile. My grandfather is right. This girl hasn't formally become your disciple yet, so she isn't your disciple. Also, I feel like she would flourish better if she follows my grandfather. Don't you think so? Yu Dong's beard quivered wildly, and his eyes were wide open. The two of you are teaming up to infuriate me. Let me tell you, this girl is mine for certain. Whoever dares to fight over her with me, we are no longer friends. Seeing how the two old men had come head to head, no one inside the clinic dared to say anything. Yu Dong was fairly powerful in Central Province, and they might not know who the white-robed old man was, but anyone who could use this type of tone to speak with Yu Dong must be someone important. They could not afford to offend either of them. Hence, everyone inside the clinic technically backed up and gave the two old men a wide berth. As for the person who humiliated Grandfather John earlier, when he felt the aura from the two old men, he nearly fainted from fright. Thankfully, the person next to him caught him in time, so he did not fall on the ground. At this time, Yu Luofeng finished writing the last stroke. She turned her head and discovered the old man who had asked her a question earlier had already started arguing with another old man. Confusion appeared on her face. What happened? Seeing the girl looking at him, the two old men stepped toward Yu Luofeng at the same time. However, Yu Dong used his body to shove Grandfather John away when he saw the old man approaching Yu Luofeng as well. Move over, don't disturb the reunion between me and my disciple. Reunion? What reunion? This was their first meeting. Oh, incorrect. She did not even know you at all, so what did they have to reunite about? Scram. Grandfather John waved his hand and sent a burst of palm-shaped wind toward New Dong. New Dong, don't force me to hit you. This time, Grandfather John's self-referral has changed from this old man to this is father. The fury in his heart was apparent. Hit me. Just try. I'm not afraid of you. You are more talented in medicine than me, but our strength has always been equal. New Dong Harrington not to be outdone. Yu Luofeng was somewhat dumbfounded. Because she was too concentrated during the latter half, she had no idea what had happened. Only, since when did she gain another master? Don't mind them. Suddenly, a voice, as melodious as bells, rang beside Yu Luofeng. She turned around and smiling, cute face into her eyes. The girl's grin was radiant and showed off her teeth. Her eyes were sparkling and her demeanor playful. My grandfather has always been like this. When he's on good terms with Grandfather Liu, they're like real brothers, but as soon as an argument happens, they turn into enemies. Linga curiously blinked. Grandfather Liu says you know the legendary 1,000-needle method. Do you really? Yu Luofeng was startled. 1,000-needle method? You're talking about the acupuncture method that I drew just now. Yu Luofeng lightly stroked her chin. If you are, then I don't know it. Chapter 1377, Falling Out 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This acupuncture method was recorded inside the medical god's code, and she deeply imprinted it in her mind, so she easily illustrated it. Upon hearing this, light emitted from Linga's eyes, and she extended her hand toward Yu Luofeng. Right, my name is Jun Linga. Jun. Yu Luofeng was very sensitive about this family name, so she paused briefly before grasping Jun Linga's hand. Yu Luofeng. On the side, the old men were awfully busy fighting and lost all sense of the outside world. Suddenly, she heard laughter from ahead of her. No wonder you still haven't finished your task after so long. It turns out you were seducing innocent young girls. Hong Lu energetically bounded over and put her arm around Yu Luofeng's shoulders. Her gaze landed on Linga with raised brows. This girl has a lively look. I like her quite a bit. Linga appeared to have never seen a woman so bold, especially with how domineering she teased her and instantly intimidated. She weakly responded, I'm not a lesbian. Ha ha. Hong Lu could not resist chuckling. Little miss, this elder sister is only joking with you. Of course, if I was a man, I definitely would be able to resist touching you. The girl as bright and lively as her, she really liked her even as a woman, let alone if she was a man. Linga blushed. She had never been so explicitly teased before in her life, to say nothing of how the other party was a woman. Yu Luofeng, it's full of excitement here. Hong Lu smiled. How was it? Did you pass? Yu Luofeng did not say anything and turned to look at the manager of the clinic. The manager wiped sweat from his forehead as he said, passed, she passed. See how Simu and his friend were fighting over this girl. How could he say she did not pass? Even if she wrote nonsense, she must pass. Since you've passed, let's go then. Hong Lu immediately looped her arm through Yu Luofeng's arm. She did not forget to turn back and squeeze Linga's fair and tender cheeks. Little miss, see you later. Outside the clinic, Yu Luofeng stopped walking and glanced at the girl dressed in red beside her raised brows and commented, I've never seen you interested in anyone for as long as I've known you. In other words, she was asking Hong Lu why she was so interested in the little girl. That little girl's identity is a bit special. Hong Lu smiled. If I guessed correctly, she is the daughter of the family head of the Jun family. A member of the Jun family. Lun Luofeng suddenly recalled her name was Jun Linga. Could she be a member of the Jun family from Spirit Province? Yu Luofeng. Hong Lu turned her head, and the smile in her features gradually receded, replaced with a serious look. It's because you are my friend that I will tell this to you. I don't know why you possess a jade pendant from the Jun family, nor do I know whether this will be good or bad for you. Before you discover the truth, you must reveal it even if it's a member of the Jun family. Hong Lu's expression was very solemn. After all, no one knew whether Yu Luofeng was truly a member of the Jun family. What if she was enemies with the Jun family? I understand. Yu Luofeng faintly smiled. Although she planned to seek an answer for Jun Fengling, she did not plan to reveal the jade pendant before she discovered the truth. I don't care whether you are a member of the Jun family, you are still my friend. Hong Lu clenched her fist and pounded against her chest. I will always stand on your side and never abandon you. Chapter 1378, Falling Out 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. What did Yu Luofeng's identity have to do with her? It was her character that Hong Lu approved of. Let's go. Yu Luofeng shrugged. Tomorrow, we can start our journey and leave Tianyu City. Hong Lu did not say anything and merely glanced back at the direction of the clinic, a cold glint flashing through her eyes. If her father had guessed wrong and Yu Luofeng was not a member of the Jun family, then she absolutely would not permit the Jun family to harm her. Clinic. The two old men finally stopped. They were out of breath with sweat covering their forehead, but when they turned around, they suddenly realized Yu Luofeng had gone missing. What happened to my disciple? Yu Dong was taken back. She left. Linga widened her big, bright eyes. I saw how engrossed you were in fighting, so I thought you were enjoying your fight and didn't remind you. What? Yu Dong was startled and hastily asked, then do you know whether she went east or west? West. Linga lied with wide eyes. In the minds of the elders, Linga had always been an honest child, so Yu Dong did not suspect anything and hastened toward the west. Grandfather, Miss Yu went east. She shouldn't be too far away. You should hurry, don't let Grandfather Yu reach her first. Grandfather Jun got forward and patted Linga's head. You cunning little fox, after grandfather accepts this disciple, grandfather will make you return home for a few days. Grandfather, Lingya wants to follow grandfather. Girl, don't think I don't know that you belong to your parents. Grandfather has done you wrong. In a few days, I will let you return and reunite with them for a period of time. Thank you, grandfather. Lingya's smile was radiant and illuminated grandfather Jun's heart. But Lingya's favorite thing to do is to accompany grandfather to travel the world. Oh, right, go chase Miss Yoon first. Otherwise, when grandfather discovers he's been deceived, he will certainly head to the east. All right, ha. Grandfather Jun loudly chuckled, and his white robe figure quickly disappeared from the clinic. At this moment, inside the clinic, everyone was sweating. No one expected this innocent and naive little girl would know how to swindle and deceive people. New Dong was pitiful, but it was his own fault for not having a considerate granddaughter and being outnumbered. Unfortunately, Lingya overestimated New Dong's intelligence. It wasn't until he did not find New Feng after searching all over the western side of the city that he abruptly realized he had been duped. As a result, on that day, the streets of Tianyu City reverberated the old man's enraged shout. Jun Lingya, you two actually teamed up to deceive me. Great, wonderful, I want to break ties with you. We are enemies from now on. Grandfather Jun was right on the tail of Yu Feng and Hong Lu as they entered the inn. He blocked Yu Feng's path with a grin and said, Miss Yoon, your medical skill has stunned me. I wonder if you would be willing to be my disciple. Yu Feng narrowed her eyes, a glint flickering through her eyes. I already have enough masters. I can't become your disciple. If you would like, we can discuss medicine. Ha! Seeing that Yu Feng did not completely reject him, Grandfather Jun brightly laughed. I will take it. I see that you are about the same age as my granddaughter. If you don't mind, call me grandfather and allow me to gain an extra granddaughter. Chapter 1379, Her Heartache 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. All right, Yu Feng smiled and called, Grandfather. Upon hearing this address, Grandfather Jun felt sentimental for some reason. If this girl was truly his granddaughter, he would certainly go mad with joy. Unfortunately, he did not even know whether Jinso was still alive and also did not know whether she had any children. Hong Luan stood on the side and did not say anything. She naturally knew Yu Feng's objective. This old man was a member of the Jun family. If Yu Feng wanted to scout any news, she must interact with members of the Jun family. Ha! Grandfather Jun broke into bright laughter again. Little girl, if you are willing, you can leave with me now. No need. Yu Feng shook her head and said, I still have something very important to finish. After I finish it, I will come and visit grandfather. Since it's like that, then this old man won't bother you. If you need anything, come find me at the Jun estate. Although grandfather Jun did not obtain Yu Feng as a disciple, he got a bonus granddaughter, so he left satisfied. However, he was greeted with a raging storm when he returned to the new estate. Jun Lingshan, you shamelessly starred. New Dong was livid, and his raging eyes fiercely glared at grandfather Jun. I never thought you were this type of person. I've misjudged you for all these years. Grandfather Jun did not grow angry and continued grinning. New Dong, don't get angry. I did find that girl, but she said she has too many masters, so she rejected me. Hearing this, New Dong felt better. Although he was late, Grandfather Jun also did not successfully obtain this disciple. However, suddenly, the old man's words took a turn. The little girl accepted me as her grandfather. What? New Dong blew up with rage. This time, he did not waste any words with Grandfather Jun and directly acted. His severe aura was akin to an unsheathed sword and exploded with a loud bang. Grandfather Jun shifted and dodged New Dong's attack. However, a deep hole replaced the ground he was just standing on. It was obvious how much power New Dong had put into his attack. New Dong, you are being serious. Grandfather Jun did not expect New Dong to be serious, and his eyes were wide open. If I didn't feel guilty toward you, I would have already retaliated. Humph, New Dong sorted. Leave. From now on, you are no longer my friend. Who knew whether Grandfather Jun would steal all of the disciples he took like you if they continued being good friends? New Dong, the two of us have been good friends for many years. Why must we fight over a trivial matter? Grandfather shamelessly walked toward New Dong, a big grin on his geriatric face. Seeing his infuriating appearance, New Dong wanted nothing more than to punch him in the face. He got the prize, so he naturally did not think they should have a falling out. If it were him who snatched the little girl, this old man would wage war against him without a word. While I was leaving, I took the problem that little Yun answered with me. Let's study it together and see if our answers are correct. Grandfather Jun knew how to move New Dong, of course, so he brazenly waved his hand, holding a piece of marked paper. Chapter 1380, Her Heartache 2. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. As expected, New Dong relaxed a bit, but his mood quickly turned tense again. After we finish studying this problem, I will settle my score with you. Don't worry, after we study this problem, this old man will certainly make amends and apologize. Grandfather Jun said with a grin, the top priority right now is to find someone to conduct an experiment on her method. There were very few people who could solve this ancient difficult problem in this alternate world. However, if it was in Waxia, the surgeon would have successfully taken care of it. Of course, although someone like Nangong Yuni also came from Waxia, he might not be able to solve this problem. After all, there were many differences in medicinal ingredients between this alternate world and Waxia. Even ingredients with the same name might not have the same medicinal effects. The reason Yu Feng could write down this method of heart surgery and solve this age-old difficult problem was because she ingeniously utilized the knowledge provided to her by the medical gods code and combined it with what she learned in Waxia. After Grandfather John spoke, they immediately sent someone to search for a patient with the same condition. Thankfully, although New Dong was living in seclusion here, he still had countless experts under his command, so it was not long before they found the patient. The treatment process did not allow any room for error, so Grandfather John and New Dong thoroughly studied the answer and gathered several physicians from the clinic as helpers before they tested New Feng's treatment method. However, they did not expect this treatment to last 3 days and 3 nights. With Grandfather John and New Dong's strength, the sleepless and restless treatment for 3 days and 3 nights, as well as the poor mental state, did not prove to be too big of a problem for them. But some of the people from the clinic could not endure it and were extremely weak. Just as they were about to collapse, mad laughter rang through the sky above New Estate. We succeeded. We truly succeeded. This eternal difficult problem was entangled in the hands of a girl. Ha ha ha. Grandfather John boisterously laughed. His expression was lighted, but there was more gladness. Glad that he was keen-eyed and had accepted such a genius granddaughter. New Dong was stupefied for a few seconds and suddenly charged at Grandfather John. Before Grandfather John snapped out of his joy, he was mercilessly choked by his neck. Return my disciple to me. Give me back my disciple. The previously snoozing physicians were abruptly awoken. When they saw New Dong's strange state, they hurriedly ran toward him and forcefully restrained his arms. Grandfather New, don't be impulsive. You mustn't be impulsive. Release him. Cough, cough. After New Dong loosened his grasp, Grandfather coughed a few times. He was not angered by New Dong's actions and continued to smile. New Dong, my granddaughter is your disciple, don't randomly claim relations. New Dong eventually calmed down, and he took a deep breath before asking, does your granddaughter still lack a grandfather? I can give all of my possessions to her, as long as she calls me grandfather. Compared to the mischievous Grandfather John, New Dong treasured prodigies. To him, possessions were worldly possessions, and it was worth it if he could trade all of his belongings for a genius granddaughter like her. Are you sure? Grandfather John raised his eyebrows. The treasures in your possession are innumerable. Even a single medicinal ingredient is exorbitantly priced. You want to use all of your belongings to recognize a granddaughter. Chapter 1381, A Heartache 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. That's right. As long as she becomes my granddaughter, I will give her anything. No good. Grandfather John shook his head in a panic. I still haven't prepared a present for my granddaughter. What if you outdo me? I heard the maritime section of Central Province has a medicinal herb that can greatly improve a person's strength. Wait until I obtain the herb for the bonus granddaughter that I picked up, then I will bring you to her. John Lingshan, let me tell you, if you don't bring me to find that girl, I won't be done with you today. New Dong angrily glared at Grandfather John. Evidently, if Grandfather John refused, he absolutely would not easily let off this old man. Seeing New Dong on the brink of madness, Grandfather John finally relented. Don't forget what you just said. You will give all of your possessions to her. If you go back on your words, I won't take you to go see her. Although he could not give his present to New Feng yet, how could he truly refuse the chance to allow New Feng to obtain so many treasures? Unfortunately, New Dong was still disappointed in the end. By the time they got to the inn, they learned that New Feng had already left a few days ago. The two old men could only return home in disappointment. The moment Grandfather John stepped out of the inn, a figure landed in front of him in a half-kneeling position. The person reverently said, "Old family head, this subordinate has finally found you." The old man's face immediately tensed up, and his voice was like ice. This old man already said that matters of the John family don't concern me, so why did you still search for me? Old family head, this matter is unusual. The guard wiped the first sweat from his forehead. Family had received a message that said the governor of East Province once personally saw someone carrying a jade pendant on their body, so they especially informed the John family. The guard immediately presented the paper containing the drawn pattern on the pendant to him. Grandfather John's body froze. His hands then shakily accepted the paper and he opened it up in slow motion. Over the years, he had experienced hope and despair until he did not dare to possess any more hope in the end. Hence, at this moment, he felt deep fear pervade his body. He was afraid this jade pendant was not the one he placed in his daughter's baby clothes. However, the instant he opened the paper, tears streamed down his face, and his fingers gently traced over the character John on the pendant. That's right, this is the jade pendant that I gave Junsa back then. Junsa is still alive. She is still alive. How many years had it been? How many years did he spend in longing and despair? He had even given up hope. But who would have imagined that he would be able to see this jade pendant while he was still alive? Grandfather John looked up and emotionally asked, did the governor of East Province provide Junsa's portrait? Or her current name? He merely said that the other person is a young woman about 20 years old and did not mention anything else. Young woman. Grandfather John was startled and the jubilance on his face intensified. Does Junsa have children of her own? That girl is Junsa's daughter. That's great. This old man has gained another granddaughter. The pitiful Grandfather John sadly did not know that New Feng was not John Feng's daughter and was her son's wife instead. Congratulations. New Dong might have been enraged by the earlier events, but at a time like this, he still walked up and tapped his old friend's shoulder. Chapter 1382, A Heartache 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. No one else knew his old friend's pain over the years as well as him. If Junsa was truly still alive, then it's a matter to be celebrated. New Dong, Grandfather John turned to look at New Dong. Lend me a hand and help me escort Lingao back to the John estate. New Dong was startled. What do you intend to do? I want to make a trip to the East Province and find its governor to ask about her appearance and name. Grandfather John deeply inhaled and staunchly declared, this time, I absolutely won't return to Sprit Province until I find her. Okay, New Dong lightly nodded. Leave Ling Air to me and go. You've become ill long over the years. Now that you finally received news of Jun's still being alive, you absolutely can't give up. Grandfather Jun sent the look of New Dong and clapped his back, but he did not vocalize any thanks. They had never needed to express thanks between the two of them. Without further ado, he turned around and his white figure disappeared from the street. Go back then. New Dong glanced at the Jun family guard. I will escort Ling Air safely home. Yes, so New Dong. The guard cupped his fist and also disappeared into the bustling crowd. Ever since they passed the examination, Yun Feng and Hong Yun followed the crowd and successfully left Tianyu City. However, they did not stay with the group and broke away from the procession after they left Tianyu City. They rushed toward Kulong Town as fast as possible. Currently, inside the silent Kulong Town, autumn leaves slowly drifted in the air and covered the streets. Perhaps because all the residents knew that there would be a battle taking place inside Kulong Town in the future, everyone had deserted the town and left the streets desolate and quiet. Inside a private room, a man sat upright on the bed. His black robes were wide open, his toned muscles had a powerful appearance, and his smooth chest listened urging people to touch it. The man was very handsome, but his face was stiff and motionless as always, and his cold, black eyes were similar to an abyss, immensely deep. Leave. The man's voice was chilling to the bones, causing the cyan-robed man standing at the door to shiver. He cupped his fist and said, yes. The cyan-robed man understood that after non-stop extraction for several days and nights, the medicinal liquid from the body's heart was finally procured. What followed was the cutting open of his heart to remove Bai Su's essence blood. Thinking about this, the cyan-robed man silently retreated and closed the door for the other man. A solemn silence settled in the room. The man flipped over his palm and held a shining dagger in his hand. The icy blade was pointed at his chest, and he ruthlessly pierced it in. The intense pain elicited a smothered groan from him, but his eyebrows did not furrow at all, and he did not hold back in his motions. A sharp voice was suddenly heard from outside the door, causing the man's hand to tremble, and he nearly lost his grip on the dagger. Mistress, why are you here? Bang! The door to the room was kicked open all of a sudden. Yun Feng burst into the room, and what flashed into her sight was the scene of Yun Xiao using his dagger to slice open his chest. This bloody scene caused Yun Feng's heart to shudder fiercely. She asked in disbelief, Yun Xiao, what are you doing? Feng, why are you here? Yun Xiao started, and his eyes landed on the girl. He had evidently forgotten about his pain. Chapter 1383, Her Heartache 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Tell me, what are you doing? Yun Feng's voice was filled with an irrepressible fury. You said you needed to leave for a period of time, but it was to harm yourself. What are you trying to do? Why didn't you tell me? Ever since she learned that Yun Xiao obtained the body's heart, she had a sense of foreboding, but she never expected that he would slice open his own chest. But why didn't this man tell her anything? And why did he have to bear this all alone? Yun Feng's fists were tightly clenched, and her heart felt like it was being ruthlessly squeezed, her body trembling from the pain. Feng, leave. Yun Xiao slightly frowned. Don't look. As though she did not hear him, she walked toward him. Feng, Yun Xiao tightened his grasp on his dagger. I beg you, please leave. Yun Xiao, no matter what, we can face anything together. Tell me what you want to do, perhaps I can help you. Yun Feng's voice was shaky, and her eyes were stuck to Yun Xiao's bloody chest. She wanted to do something for him and had no idea what his objective was. Master. At some unknown time, Xiao Mo had appeared beside Yun Feng. He glanced at Yun Xiao and said, there's a drop of essence blood inside his heart. I believe his objective is to extract that drop of essence blood. In the beginning, Xiao Mo did not sense the essence blood inside of Yun Xiao. It wasn't until Yun Xiao cut open his chest he could clearly sense it. Pain gripped her heart. Xiao Mo, are there any other methods? The cyan-robed man who was originally standing guard outside the door entered again. He glanced at Yun Xiao before turning to Yun Feng. It was Bai Su who injected the essence blood in Master, and it's a blood curse. This blood curse will cause him to never be able to stay together with you, Mistress. There is only one method to break the blood curse, and that is to have intercourse with another woman. But Master was unwilling to betray Mistress, which is why he thought of this method. Get out. Yun Xiao's expression was icily solemn, and although his voice was extremely weak, it still carried a harsh and imposing character. His words were naturally directed at the cyan-robed man. If it weren't for the intense pain emitting from Yun Xiao's chest, the cyan-robed man would have been unable to finish speaking. However, the cyan-robed man did not regret saying it. Even if he was sent back to receive punishment like Lin Qiang, he still must tell Mistress his master's actions. Otherwise, Mistress would be completely ignorant of everything his master had forsaken. Feng, I will be fine very soon. I beg you, don't look. Yun Xiao's dagger was still dripping with blood, but because Yun Feng was here, he could not allow any movements and could only pleadingly beg. However, when his sight landed on the girl's face again, he abruptly froze. You are crying. For as long as he had accompanied this girl, he had never seen her shed a single tear. But now, she was crying because of him. Thinking of this, Yun Xiao's heart was enveloped in self-reproach and guilt, so much that he had forgotten pain in his chest and could only feel his heart aching. Each of her teardrops was like an arrow, enough to make his heart feel like it was pierced by thousands of arrows. Xiao Mo, it's too late to find anesthetic medicinal herbs now. Yun Feng did not answer Yun Xiao and turned to look at Xiao Mo. Hence, I need your help. Xiao Mo was startled. You plan to supply the spiritual energy inside God's code space to Yun Xiao. Master, God's code space is related to your secret. If you provide an excess of spiritual energy to other people, it will cause damage to God's code space, and you will also lose your life at that time. Chapter 1384, Her Heart Aches 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. I don't care anymore. Liu Feng's gaze was staunchly determined. This time, I must help him. She could not let Yun Xiao face everything on his own. If she could save him, even if her spirits burst, she would not regret it, let alone damaging God's code space. All right. Xiao Mo nodded. No matter what you do, I will accompany you. Xiao Mo did not inform Liu Feng that once the God's code space was damaged, as its guardian spirit, he would also disappear. However, whatever she wanted to do, he would support her. Feng, although Yun Xiao did not understand what Liu Feng wanted to do, he still heard Xiao Mo's last sentence. He said with a frown, I can solve it myself, you. Shut up. Liu Feng harshly glared at him. I will give punishment to you later for hiding this from me. Huo, protect me, little tree, help me tie him up. Xiao Mo, mobilize the God's code space's spiritual energy to alleviate his pain. Feng, I'm a man, this pain is nothing. You don't need to risk your life. Yun Xiao stubbornly wanted to stand up, but at that second, countless vines appeared out of thin air and tightly bound the man to the bed in an instant. If Yun Xiao hadn't cut his chest open at the start, he would not have lost his ability to resist being completely tied up by the tree. The issue was he never expected Liu Feng to suddenly find him. Feng, Yun Xiao was overcome with urgency and his eyes were bloodshot. Release me. Yun Xiao, this time, I won't let you face problems on your own. Liu Feng smiled, a beautiful smile that touched people's heart. Compared to death, I am more afraid of heartache. If I do accidentally lose my life saving you, then come find me in the underworld. I will be waiting for you there. Wherever you are in the world, I will wait for you for all of eternity. Yun Xiao suddenly quieted down and stopped fiercely fighting back. If Liu Feng truly had a mishap, so what if he went to the underworld with her? Hand in hand, they could still make a world for themselves. At the doorway, Hong silently watched two people inside the room. She found herself understanding what true love was. For her, this man would rather cut open his heart and extract his blood than do anything to betray her. Ling Li kept claiming how his son was the best man on earth, then was Liu Feng's husband the best man in heaven. How could a person who could not even control his lower half compare to a lovingly attached person like the Ghost Emperor? However, love is a two-way street. He was willing to give up everything for her, but she was also willing to enter the underworld for him. Hong Luan was incredibly touched. What kind of person would lay a blood curse on the Ghost Emperor? If I learned who wanted to destroy such a perfect couple, I absolutely won't spare them. Hong Luan caught the noise of horse hooves from somewhere near, and her brows shot up. It looks like those people found us. Liu Feng, treat your husband here, leave it to me to handle those trespassers. Liu Feng was startled and turned to look back at Hong Luan. She was silent for a moment before nodding. Be careful, you must stay alive. Currently, Huo and Little Tree was the strongest on her side, but these people could not leave, so those experts would have to be left to Hong Luan face alone. Chapter 1385, Her Heart Aches 7. The same to you. Hong Luan gave Liu Feng one last look before turning and leaving. The cyan-robed man originally wanted to follow, but Hong Luan merely sent him an indifferent glance and remarked, "You're too weak, you are better off staying. I alone will be enough for them." Hearing the girl's ruthless words, embarrassment entered the man's expression. He wanted to tell her she was merely an intermediate rank Sage King level, but Hong Luan had already slammed the door shut with a bang. The streets were aflutter with the sound of horse hooves and the sea of people were charging forward atop handsome horses. The strength of these people was all above the Sage King level and they were unparalleled in their ability. Little girl, we came for the Ghost Emperor. If you step aside, perhaps we can spare your life. When the experts saw that the one blocking their path was merely an intermediate rank, Sage King level little girl, they were ambivalent and did not attach importance to her. Hong Luan smiled and placed herself in front of the room's door. Her red robe lightly fluttered in the air, and her mannerism was imposing and brazen. Today, for as long as I live, don't bother thinking about taking a single step inside. Of course, if you want to enter, it's not impossible, you just have to step over my corpse. Ha ha ha. Hearing the red robe girl's domineering voice, a middle-aged man burst out laughing. You alone. An intermediate rank Sage King level little girl dares to be so insolent. Great, then we will kill you first, and then kill the Ghost Emperor. All of a sudden, the auras of all the cultivators flooded into the air with a rumble. Hong Luan calmly withdrew a red box from her space ring. Her fair hand slowly opened the box and took out the fruit that was emitting a red glow. Mother, you left this to me before you passed away as a protective talisman. I did not expect that I would have a use for it so soon. Hong Luan faintly smiled. Back then, you told me that I must not use this unless I absolutely had to. But now, I have no choice but to use it. I am willing to bear the consequences. Hong Luan placed the fruit into her mouth and that fruit instantly turned into a light and disappeared into her. At the same time, her originally intermediate rank Sage King's strength started rising. Advanced rank Sage King, low rank Sage God, intermediate rank Sage God, advanced rank Sage God. Until it reached Sage Lord. That was correct. Her strength jumped Sage Lord all of a sudden. What? What is going on? Why did she suddenly reach Sage Lord? Could it be because she consumed the fruit? One of the experts pulled out in shock, his face having turned pale with fright. No, that isn't right. Her strength isn't very stable. It must be one of those temporary strength-raising methods. If we can hold on, we will be able to kill her off the effect wears off. One person quickly recovered his wits and hastily interjected. Hong Luan stood with the long sword in her hands, face devoid of expression. 2 hours will be more than enough to deal with you. Her words admitted that the fruit she consumed had a time limit indeed, but so what? She would use the quickest speed possible to deal with these people. In fact, the fruit she consumed was nurtured into existence by a Sage Lord cultivator with his own spiritual energy thousands of years ago. Hence, she gained the strength of a sage lord after consumption. Unfortunately, that sage lord had not mastered the technique of using spiritual energy to nurture medicinal ingredients, so this fruit was actually a failed creation. Hence, not only could it only raise the user's strength temporarily, but the consequences were also very serious. Kill. One of the experts waved his hand. In an instant, countless people darted toward Hong Luan and the sound of fighting and sword resounded on this desolate street. Chapter 1386, Her Heartache. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The current Hong Luan was like a warrior suited in red armor with a long sword in her grasp, sweeping everything before her and killing countless people. Ever since several months ago when she left East Province with Yu Nuofeng, she had come to a realization of the formidable enemies in her future. Moreover, for Yu Nuofeng, even if she had to bear the consequences of raising her strength, she absolutely would regret it. Inside the room, Yu Nuofeng was completely focused on opening Yun Xiao's heart to extract the essence blood and was in the dark about the events outside her house. But she believed in Hong Luan. She believed that she could definitely hold off those people. Yun Xiao's gaze was glued to Yu Nuofeng, perhaps because Xiao endlessly provided spiritual energy to him from God's code space. He did not feel too much pain. Even so, there was still a tinge of pain. Hence, Yun Xiao's gaze had slowly moved toward Yu Nuofeng and he reminisced about the times he spent with the girl in bed to distract himself. Master, sweat cascaded down Xiao's forehead, and his face was somewhat pale as he turned to Yu Nuofeng. Although there's an abundance of spiritual energy inside God's code space, and I've even said that the space can provide spiritual energy for you without limit, but in truth, the spiritual energy inside God's code space can be used up. I can already sense that this consumption is too great, and the God's code space can't hold on for much longer. Yu Nuofeng's brows did not even furrow. Keep holding on. All right. Xiaomo did not say anything else. He used his hand to send the spiritual energy into Yun Xiao's body to alleviate the pain of dissecting his heart. Feng, enough. Yun Xiao lightly frowned. I can withstand the rest. Have Xiaomo stop. If you don't want me to consume more, then shut up. Yu Nuofeng fiercely hollered. As soon as she remembered how Yun Xiao had such an important matter for her, she became extremely displeased. Yun Xiao glanced at Xiaomo, whose body had begun to tremble, and his heart abruptly clenched. His hands by his side also tightly balled into fists. Little Tree looked at Yu Nuofeng and at the deathly pale Xiaomo. He lifted his hand to scratch his butt before pulling out a chrysanthemum from his anus. That's right, it was truly a little yellow chrysanthemum. Huo speechlessly glanced at Little Tree. Was this guy's anus a treasure bag? Why did it have everything? After Little Tree fished out a chrysanthemum, he directed the vines to firmly bind Yun Xiao in place and went to God's code space. God's code space, originally abundant with spiritual energy, now appeared very desolate. The medicinal herbs planted in the medicinal fields had all with them fell apart with the wind. As soon as he saw what had become of his food source, Little Tree immediately turned furious, so angry that his head stood on its end and his eyes burned red. If God's code space was a person, Little Tree would immediately go and beat him up. However, Little Tree could not beat up God's code space and could only think of a solution to save the space that was on the verge of collapsing. Most importantly, he had to rescue his sustenance. As a result, Little Tree found the spot at a relatively good location and planted a young chrysanthemum he pulled from his anus. It was not until he saw the little chrysanthemum starting to grow that he clapped and nodded in satisfaction. The crumbling of God's code space was a trivial matter, but the loss of his food source was a gargantuan matter. How could he withstand starvation? However, the growth of the chrysanthemum was a bit slow, and the Little Tree was not content, so he opened his pants and started peeing on the little chrysanthemum. Chapter 1387, Her Heartache 9. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Shortly after that, the little chrysanthemum started rapidly growing and eventually became a giant chrysanthemum that was bigger than a large tree. In truth, this was merely a seed that resembled a chrysanthemum. Little Tree was using it to rescue God's code space. Oh right? No, it was to rescue his food source. As for why it was shaped like a chrysanthemum, Little Tree also did not know. Inside the room, both Xiaomo and Yu Nuofeng did not notice Little Tree's departure, nor did they not have the presence of mind to pay attention to the scene occurring inside God's code space. Hence, they did not know a chrysanthemum was robustly flourishing into maturation inside the space. Master, not much longer. The God's code space can't hold on much longer. Xiaomo's looked at Yu Nuofeng with a pale face. If you don't finish treating Yun Xiao, the space will crumble soon. The spirit energy that Yu Nuofeng normally utilized was merely a thread. It was like slowly sampling tea and completely unlike now, where it was like chugging water. Regardless of how big the water bottle was, it still could not withstand this type of drinking. Xiaomo, I am about to succeed, hold on a little longer. They have already reached this step, so Yu Nuofeng was unwilling to give up. Even if she had to forsake her life, she was still unwilling to let Yun Xiao bear the type of pain. Xiaomo's body was somewhat shaky. He glanced at Yu Nuofeng, and determination slowly crept into his bright eyes. Master, do you still remember the identity that I mentioned to you? Xiaomo smiled. My existence was created from the spirit energy of God's code space. Since the majority of the spirit energy inside the space is consumed by me, if this continues, you will die for certain. However, he looked up, his clear eyes glittering. Since my body is created by the space's spirit energy, I can also turn myself back into a stream of spirit energy and relieve Yun Xiao's pain. Xiaomo, Yu Nuofeng's heart abruptly clenched. The space should be able to hang on. Didn't you say before that the spiritual energy of God's code space has an endless supply and is inexhaustible? Even if it's not as exaggerated as you said, it should be able to hold on a little longer. Xiaomo shook his head. As the guardian spirit of God's code space, no one knows what is the limit of the spirit energy inside the space, so I can't keep mobilizing it. At least, I can't allow you to die. Once the space collapsed, they would both die. So, it would be better to have him be the sole departure. He was in existence that did not have a life to begin with, and it was God's code space that gave him consciousness and allowed him to meet Master. And Xiao Mo did not understand why he thought that foolishly adorable girl at a time like this. Xiao Mo, you Liu Feng's face abruptly transformed. I'm unwilling to allow you and Xiao to suffer pain, but I'm also unwilling to allow you to leave. So don't do anything stupid. Master, I'm already satisfied that I got the chance to meet you in this life. Right, remember to tell Xiao that if I can reincarnate like humans do, I want to marry her in the next life. However, he knew this was simply wishful thinking. He was nothing but a spirit entity. He did not have a life, nor did he have a soul, so how could he reincarnate? If he disappeared, he would never exist on this world ever again. Feng, seeing Xiao Mo about to sacrifice himself, Yun Xiao raised his hand and took Yun Liu Feng's hand in his. You have done enough already. Rather than letting him disappear, I am willing to suffer the pain. How could Yun Xiao not understand Xiao Mo's importance to her? If Xiao Mo really lost his life because of this, then she would definitely live the rest of her life in pain. Chapter 1388, Her Heartache 10. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. For Yun Xiao, Yun Liu Feng did not fear death, but she was unwilling to let Xiao Mo sacrifice himself. Besides this, was there truly no other way? Yun Liu Feng's heart was fiercely squeezed, and her fist harshly pounded on the floor. Damn it, there must be some other way. But this time, Xiao Mo had already accepted death, but his expression changed again. His resignation was replaced with an odd expression. Master, I clearly exhausted all of the spirit energy inside God's code space earlier. Why has it restored itself again? Hold on. As though he had detected something, Xiao Mo's eyes shot open with shock. Little tree, when did it run into God's code space? Also, what is that giant yellow chrysanthemum? No matter what, the recovery of God's code space filled Xiao Mo with a pleasant surprise. This meant he did not have to sacrifice himself and help Yun Xiao. Xiao Mo, I'm almost done. Continue to utilize the spirit energy. Yun Liu Feng returned her senses and hurriedly ordered after suppressing joy in her heart. Yes, Master. Xiao Mo inwardly released a sigh of relief. Better a bad life than a good death. If one could live, who would want to die? Hence, the recovery of God's code space was certainly preferable. Otherwise, he would truly sacrifice himself to preserve Yun Xiao. However, as soon as he recalled what he said, he was overcome with an urge to cry. Master, can I not marry Xiao Bai? Yun Liu Feng calmly glanced at him. Too late. At that moment, Xiao Mo's heart instantly chilled. He had no one to blame himself for running his mouth off. If he died, then he died. Why did he say something like marrying Xiao Bai in the next life? Although an amnesiac Xiao Bai was very adorable, she would certainly become a little demon again as soon as she recovered her memory. Hence, Xiao Mo was incredibly regretful, but it was too late. Yun Liu Feng did not pay attention to Xiao Mo anymore and concentrated on slowly extracting the drop of essence blood from the heart. Outside the room, Hong Luen's toes danced in the air as she gallantly fought a blood-soaked battle. Her feet never took a single step away from the door to the room and resolutely stood outside the door, not allowing anyone to advance the slightest fraction. However, she could feel the gradual passing of time, and anxiety filled her heart. No, she absolutely would not allow these people to enter and disturb Yun Liu Feng. Even if she died, she must hinder them without fail. Thinking about this, Hong Luen's gaze became more determined and cold solemnity covered her face. The incoming experts were too many, to the point of draining Hong Luen and turning her weary. For every person that she killed, countless others replaced them. The corpses on the street were piled up like a mountain, extending to the sky. Splurt. Suddenly, Hong Luen spat out a mouthful of blood, and her beautiful face turned deathly pale. Why is it ending so soon? Mother clearly told me that it would last an hour, but it has only been 15 minutes. Detecting the dwindling power, her expression was wrought with panic. Could it be because it is too old, so it caused the duration to also decrease? Not good enough. If I can't continue holding him off, Yun Liu Feng will certainly be in danger. She tightly bit her lips, her hand touching her chest. Give me 15 more minutes. I only need 15 more minutes to handle these people. I beg you. The fruit inside her did not listen to her imploring when the power continued to rapidly siphon away. When the power completely withdrew, Hong Luen's strength also wavered and she nearly fell on the ground. However, in order to not allow those people to discover anything unusual, she did not fall and used every tidbit of her strength to support herself. Even so, someone still detected something and exclaimed in surprise, this woman's raised strength has reached its end. Soon, she will drop back to intermediate rank Sage King level. At that time, we will be able to kill her, ha ha. Chapter 1389, Witchcraft Tribe 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Hong Luen coolly watched the strong cultivators charging toward her. Her complexion unconsciously whitened, but she did not back down at all and stood firmly in front of the door like an enormous mountain. Damn it, she harshly clenched her teeth as she felt her strength slowly leaking out. I wonder if Yun Liu Feng is done yet. I can't hold on for much longer. For as long as she breathed, she absolutely would not allow these people to advance a single step. Hence, watching the crowd swarming toward her, Hong Luen charged into the enemies without a second thought. Her red clothes flew in the air as she killed people without hesitation, but anyone could see that Hong Luen's power was rapidly ebbing away, and even her resistance appeared weak. Fush, PSHU. A long sword slashed across her arm, and her sleeve ripped open, sending blood in the air. It was similar to the most beautiful color in the world raining from the sky. Girl, do you still not plan to stand down now? An old man walked up and aridly questioned, icily looking down on Hong Luan stubbornly holding on. Hong Luan tightly clutched her injured arm, her features brimming with a domineering aura that could not be overlooked. I am afraid of anything but death. I have previously said that you must step over my corpse if you want to enter this room. Due to the wearing off of the pill, Hong Luan's strength dropped from Sage Lord to Sage God, and from Sage God to Sage King. Unfortunately, the regression did not stop when it reached Hong Luan's original strength. It continued dropping and dropping, until Sage level, God level. When the people who came to eradicate the Ghost Emperor saw her level drop, they all laughed loudly into the sky, their arrogant laughter resounding on the silent street. Little miss, I didn't expect repercussions for raising your strength to be that serious. It actually turned you into a trash. If she continued regressing at that rate, Hong Luan's strength would deplete completely, and she would become a trash from top to bottom. Hong Luan's heart tightened, and she tightly clutched her injured arm. Even she didn't imagine the consequences of consuming the fruit would be so serious. However, she did not regret it. I am quite curious though, who is the Ghost Emperor to you? That you would save him without reserve. The elderly man snorted and derisively glanced at Hong Luan, his tone disdainful. Hong Luan looked up, icily watching the crowd in front of her. Nothing could be done, who told the Ghost Emperor to be my Yu Feng's man. If he died, she would definitely be broken-hearted, so all I can do is protect him with my life. Moreover, Hong Luan paused before remarking in contempt, you people are truly shameless and thick-faced. Body's heart was obtained by the Ghost Emperor, but you hunted and intercepted him for some false poisonous-sounding reason. Even without Yu Feng, if I saw people like you, I would certainly fight for justice. Humph, it's useless to say any more. Little girl, since you chose to help the Ghost Emperor, then today, I will use your death as a sacrifice for the brothers and sisters who lost their lives in this battle. Boom. Instantly, all of the expert's auras exploded into the air. Hong Luan tightly clenched the sword in her hand and looked at people before her, covering heaven and earth. Perhaps I, Hong Luan, will truly lose my life here. My only regret in this life is that I was unable to carve my mark on this world to prove myself father. Chapter 1390, Witchcraft Tribe 2. This was her only regret. However, even when I die here, I will use everything I have to buy more time for them. Hong Luan's strength continued to generate with no end in sight, but she had abandoned all caution and released every last bit of her spread energy into the air. It turned into several dragons in the sky that darted towards the experts. Unfortunately, Hong Luan was too weak. Her remaining strength was similar to a cup of water in the wide ocean and was instantly submerged. I'm sorry, I have done my best, but I still can fulfill my promise to you. Hong Luan wavered. She could not resist in the end and planted headfirst on the ground. The sword in her hand also slipped down and fell onto the ground with a crisp bell-like clang. Out of nowhere, an arm extended from behind her and tightly pulled Hong Luan back. Hong Luan started. She wearily opened her eyes, and an mortal-like white figure appeared to her eyes. The person's black hair fluttered in the sky, beautiful like a picture. Yu Feng, seeing the girl pulling on her, a faint smile turned up on Hong Luan's lips. Her voice was undeniably light as it rang in the noisy surroundings. You succeeded. She succeeded. She fulfilled her promise to her. Hong Luan, you've worked hard. Sleep. When you wake up, everything will be resolved. Okay. Hearing this, Hong Luan closed her eyes. She was truly too exhausted and completely spent to her bones, so she fell asleep without even laying down. Xiaomo, bring her inside to rest. Yu Feng handed Hong Luan to Xiaomo first before turning to look at the people behind her. Feng, the man's black robes fluttered in the air. His face was stiff as always, devoid of any expression unless he was facing Yu Feng. Even if the people before him wanted to eradicate him. They came here for me. Then, I will kill them with my own hands. Boom. Within seconds, an austere murderous aura exploded out of the man, unrivaled in its strength. Everyone was stupefied. The Ghost Emperor. He broke through the Sage Lord. Impossible. Whenever a Sage Lord cultivator appeared on the continent, an abnormality in the sky would occur, so how did Ghost Emperor break through the Sage Lord silently without any warning? Hong Luan reached Sage Lord because she consumed medicine, so her strength was unstable and could not bring out the full power of a Sage Lord cultivator. Otherwise, she would have been able to take care of these people in 7 minutes, let alone 15. The man in front of them, though, he was a true Sage Lord cultivator. And the strongest cultivator among them was merely advanced rank Sage God. Run. Everyone looked at each other with hesitation before turning and escaping. But how could Yun Xiao give them the chance to leave? Boom. Just as they took a few steps, intense flames suddenly appeared underneath them, casting a red glow on the entire sky. Their heart-wrenching screams reverberated in the air. Kulong Town was a quiet little town, especially since all the residents had moved away after the Ghost Emperor arrived. But now, Kulong Town was engulfed in a giant fire that did not dissipate for several days, and anguished wails originated from the town, causing people not dare to take a single step into the town for many years. Yun Xiao. Seeing Yun Xiao stagger, Yu Feng hurriedly went up and supported him. Your injuries haven't recovered yet. Leave it to me to handle matters within my capabilities. Chapter 1391, Witchcraft Tribe 3. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. There's too many of them. Yun Xiao turned to look at Yu Feng and firmly replied, I didn't want you to get injured. Yu Feng had broken through the Sage King not too long ago, so even if she killed them all in the end, she would still be seriously injured, but he was unwilling to let her be injured. Suddenly, the girl threw herself into his arms without holding back. Perhaps because she accidentally hit his wound, he groaned but lifted his arms anyways and tightly embraced her. Yun Xiao, no matter what it is from now on, you aren't allowed to hide it from me. She did not dare to imagine the type of danger that Yun Xiao would have encountered if she did not arrive in time. Although he had consumed the medicinal liquid of body's heart, he could still faint due to intense pain. Losing consciousness at a time like that would be an incredibly dangerous thing. Otherwise, Yun Luofeng would not have risked mobilizing all of the spiritual energy from the god's code space to him. Yun Xiao was silent for a moment before saying, "All right." Hearing his agreement, Yun Luofeng slowly left the man's embrace and turned around, returning to the room. "Let's go, I need to check on Hong Luin." Inside the room, Xiao Mo was guarded by Hong Luin's bedside. Detecting their entrance, he turned his head, worry flashing past his fair and handsome face. "Master, Hong Luin's situation is a bit serious. She consumed something that forcibly raised her strength, causing her to experience the repercussion of having her strength regress. Hence, even if you cure Hong Luin, she won't be able to cultivate again in her life." Xiao Mo's brows tightly knitted. If it were not for Master, Hong Luin would not pay such a bitter price. So they should help her recover whether it's from a logical or emotional standpoint. I remember that the medical god code has records of a medicinal herb that can allow her strength to recover if it regressed due to an external force. Yun Luofeng lightly frowned and was silent for a moment before stating that herb is called witch flower. Witch flower. The silent cyan-robed man repeated in astonishment when he heard Yun Luofeng. He recovered his wits when Yun Xiao turned his gaze toward him, and he dryly coughed before saying, "Mistress, I have heard of the witch flower. They say that it's the guardian flower of the witchcraft tribe. The witchcraft tribe has always avoided contact with the outside world, so I'm afraid it will be very difficult to obtain the witch flower." "Where is the witchcraft tribe located?" Yun Luofeng asked after a glance at Hong Luin laying on the bed. Yun Xiao saw through her thoughts with a single look. He walked to her side, his eyes entirely focused on the beautiful girl. "I will go with you. Yun Xiao, your injuries haven't recovered yet, and you used your power almost immediately after I stitched up your wounds, so your wound is more severe now. Hence, Yun Luofeng paused briefly. This time, me going alone will suffice." As though feeling the worry in the man's heart, Yun Luofeng smiled. "Yun Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely come back to you alive. Moreover, during all the times you weren't beside me, didn't I make it through by myself? Believe me, as long as I don't want to die, no one can kill me." Yun Xiao's black eyes intently stared at her face. He extended his hand, his slender fingers gently brushing over the girl's hair, and his cold features slowly turned gentle. "I will wait for your return." After saying this, Yun Xiao abruptly tugged on Yun Luofeng's arm and pulled her into his embrace, kissing her like no one else was present. Chapter 1392, Witchcraft Tribe 4. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. The cyan-robed man turned his head in embarrassment. Xiao Mo and Huo also hurriedly covered their eyes, but secretly peeked at the kissing duo through the cracks between their fingers. Their unreal perfection was like a mural. When they consented, Yun Xiao released the girl in his embrace and gently said, "Go then. You must pay attention to your safety." Yun Luofeng nodded before ordering, "Xiao Mo, Huo, let's go." She sent a final glance toward Yun Xiao before turning in departure. Not long after she left, Yun Xiao coldly commanded, "You take care of this woman." Hong Luin remained here by herself, so she required someone to take care of her. In his lifetime, Yun Xiao was only willing to take care of Yun Luofeng. Hence, he immediately left Hong Luin to his subordinate and strode out with large steps. Raging flames continued to engulf the desolate little town, but Yun Xiao did not bother looking at those people and walked to the forest outside of the town. When he found a remote location, he pulled out a jade stone out of nowhere and pinched the stone turned into powder in his hand. This was initially given to him by Ji Jitian. They had fought to their heart's content during that fight, so Ji Jitian left the stone for Yun Xiao to crush if he wanted to continue fighting someone, and he would appear at any time. Not long after the jade stone was crushed, an enticing red figure appeared in the horizon, charging over. His laughter was incredibly confident and unruly, making Yun Xiao's complexion darken. The man descended from the sky, his skin fair like cream, his lips red like blood, and his features like a painting, his red clothes fiery like fire, so beautiful that he did not appear to be human. Especially the red mole between his brows, it turned his demeanor more seductive and bewitching. If it was a woman standing before him, perhaps she would not be able to resist this temptation. "Ghost Emperor, you want to continue fighting with me?" Ji Jitian's brows were slightly raised and his chin tilted up. His expression was haughty and coldly devilish. Yun Xiao was expressionless as always. Feng Er headed for the witchcraft tribe. Ji Jitian raised his brows. "Why are you telling this to me?" "I hope that you can go and protect her." "Oh," and an enticing smile appeared on Ji Jitian's lips. "You want this lord to go protect little Feng Er. Why don't you go yourself?" "She doesn't want me to go." Yun Xiao paused briefly before continuing. "I don't wish to do anything that will make her unhappy." In truth, Yun Xiao was well aware of his body's current condition. He also understood that if he insisted on going, he would certainly cause worry to his beloved woman. This was not what he wanted to see. Ji Jitian's strength was not too different from his. If he went, it would not be difficult for him to guarantee Yun Luofeng's safety. "Aren't you afraid of this lord stealing little Feng Er away while you are unprepared?" Ji Jitian smiled, a glint flashing through his seductive eyes. Yun Xiao sent a cold glance at Ji Jitian's enticing face. "Feng Er would not be interested in a silly man like you." Ji Jitian's appearance abruptly darkened. It was a while before his lips turned up with a smile. "If this lord wasn't afraid that it would sadden little Feng Er, this lord truly doesn't want to easily spare you." Same here. If Ji Jitian did pose a threat to Yun Luofeng, Yun Xiao also would not spare him. He would eradicate every enemy beside Yun Luofeng, but he also would not harm anyone who had once helped her. Chapter 1393, Witchcraft Tribe 5. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. This sword will go protect little Fenga. Jijian smiled. However, this sword respects you greatly. You first cut open your heart for her, and now, to protect her, you're willing to allow another man to go protect her. If this sword were you, I wouldn't be able to go so far. Yunxiu coldly remarked, so you won't obtain her. Jijian was domineering and powerful, but Yunfeng's personality was the same. If it were Jijian by her side instead, they would certainly argue and fight every day and night. She did not need a man who was powerful, she needed someone willing to hide all their life for her. Without a doubt, Yunxiu was a man like that. On the outside, he killed without batting an eye and was heartless to a fault. It was only toward Yunfeng that he was willing to arrange everything for her and would give her the empire that he obtained without reserve. From the start, he had laid down his pride, as apparent through his gesture of becoming a guard by her side. Only a man willing to embark on the battlefield with her could accompany her for her whole life. Jijian slightly narrowed his eyes and stated with a faint smile, "Why do I think it was because you appeared first that she chose you? Ghost Emperor, this sword admits I only approached this girl because of an old friend. But the more that this sword got closer to her, the more mesmerizing I found her to be. Even though I have never accompanied her, someone has reported everything that she has experienced to me." He slowly walked toward the Ghost Emperor, a smile appearing on his unworldly face, as he imperiously warned, "You better not do anything to let little Fenga down. Otherwise, this sword will certainly take her away and make sure you won't see her again for all of eternity." In truth, Jijian did have affection for Yunfeng. As for love, thinking to this point, Jijian laughed in self-derision. He doubted he could truly love anyone. "You won't have this chance." Yunxiu's tone was very certain. He would never give Jijian this chance. "Let's hope so, ha ha." Jijian madly chuckled and then started walking toward the base of the mountain with a swish of his red sleeves. His wild and uninhibited laughter continued to reverberate in the eerie valley. Which valley? Inside the valley, a middle-aged man sat on a stone stool and was flipping through a book. A tribe member hastily came to report, "Tribe leader, Lady Saintess is here." "The Saintess is here." The leader of the tribe was startled. He stood up and immediately saw a girl wearing a white robe and slowly walking over. This girl was plainly dressed but appeared stunningly beautiful. There was a sapphire headband on her head, a symbol of her status as the Saintess of the Witchcraft tribe. The Saintess had great power inside the Witchcraft tribe, and even the tribe leader had to be polite to her. This was because their ancestor had left prophecy that the Saintess was someone who could transform the Witchcraft tribe. If they found the Saintess, they must treat her differentially, and her power would be above most. Hence, the arrival of the Saintess was marked by pomp and circumstance. A group of maidservants wearing white dresses as well closely followed her, highlighting her beauty. "Why did you come, Saintess?" The tribe leader asked with a furrow of his brows. The Saintess had a bad temper, but their ancestor had left rules behind, so they could only go along with her. The Saintess was afraid that other women in the valley would be more beautiful than her, so she instantly dismissed all of the beautiful women inside the valley and instead recruited a group of people with average looks. Chapter 1394, Witchcraft Tribe 6. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Leader, a glint sparked in the white-dressed girl's eyes as a smile appeared on her lips. "Yesterday, I did a divination on the future of the Witchcraft tribe and saw the girl named Yunfeng will appear and destroy the Witchcraft tribe. Leader, you must immediately send people to go to the land of no return and kill Yunfeng." When she said this name, a bone-deep hatred shone in her eyes. She clearly hated Yunfeng to death. The leader did not notice the girl's oddness and asked with a light frown, "Saintess, are you sure the girl named Yunfeng will destroy the Witchcraft tribe?" "I'm a Saintess. Since I said this, then it's certainly true. Then you want to protect the peace of the Witchcraft tribe." The white-dressed girl snorted and coldly ordered, "If you still consider me a Saintess, then go kill Yunfeng. I will definitely protect the well-being of your Witchcraft tribe for thousands of years." After saying this, the girl stepped into the horizon with a flick of her clothes and quickly disappeared from the middle-aged man's sight. The man's expression was vivid, and he tightly clenched his fists, forcefully calming the rage in his heart. "I'm a leader of the Witchcraft tribe and a powerful sage Lord Cultivator. Yet I am now ordered around by a little girl with mediocre strength. If it weren't for your status as a Saintess, I would have kicked you out of the Witchcraft tribe ages ago." This Saintess had arrived at the Witchcraft tribe not too long ago. The Witchcraft tribe had ceaselessly searched for the Saintess for many years, but they did not expect to find her in the land of their return. The white-dressed girl did not go too far away. She walked to the bank of the creek and stared at her reflection in the water, a chilly smile appearing on her lips. "See how successful I am right now. No matter how great you are, Yunfeng, you are nothing but a tiny townmaster inside Endless City. But I have already become the almighty Saintess. You won't be able to surpass me in your lifetime. If Yunfeng was here, she would certainly be able to guess that this girl was a fugitive from the OU family of Endless City, OU. Also, she was the woman that Nangoni had once pursued. Back then, the OU family was eradicated by Yunfeng, but OU had escaped this calamity because she was heading toward her fiancé's clan. Later, she was deeply afraid that Yunfeng would come to her fiancé's clan, so she stole a hen from her fiancé's younger sister and planned to discreetly leave. Who would have thought that her fiancé's sister would discover her in the act of stealing? To prevent other people from finding out, she pierced the throat of her fiancé's sister and hastily left. Because she was hunted during her journey, she did not dare to sell the hen and kept it on her. She never expected that this hen would be the token of the Saintess of the Witchcraft tribe. OU gently touched her heaven on her head, and her smile turned more boastful as a cold glint flashed through her eyes. Besides this heaven, the tattoo on her body was also why she was able to get away with this. Back then, she saw a moon mark on the chest of her fiancé's sister and found it very beautiful, so she had someone tattoo it on her. It was precisely this tattoo that verified her status as a Saintess. You Feng, my current status is not something you can surpass anymore. The pain you brought to my OU family, I will return it right back to you one day. Also that damn Wang family. I merely stole Wang Yingying's hairpin. Why did they have to hunt me to my death? Chapter 1395, Witchcraft Tribe 7. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. Moreover, OU paused a second before continuing with a snort. If it weren't for Wang Ying discovering me stealing her hairpin and planning to send me to the punishment hall for punishment, I would have accidentally killed her. From beginning to end, OU never considered whether she was responsible or not, shoved all the fault to someone else instead. Naturally, she said this all in her mind. If the Witchcraft Tribe learned that the hairpin in her possession was stolen, then she not only would lose her status and would also die miserably. Back in the OU family, I had to keep disguising myself and use the best mask to face everyone. Only then could I rise above the others. But now, as the saint of the Witchcraft Tribe, I don't need any pretenses, and my position is still the highest. Anyone who dares to disobey me, killing them will do. A killing intent flashed through her eyes, but she immediately laughed in satisfaction, evidently happy about her current life. Witch Valley. A lively little town sat at the base of the mountain. The customs were very honest and simple, and the town was conspicuously prosperous. COMO, let's make discreet inquiries about the situation of the Witch Valley. You Feng lightly stroked her chin, with wind flashing through her eyes. Thankfully, the residents of the town were very naive, so you Feng quickly learned about the overall situation in Witch Valley. There were many dangerous spots inside Witch Valley, and if anyone who did not know the land well by they charged in, they would certainly lose their life there. Added with the parasitic techniques used by the Witchcraft Tribe, even if the people did not fall into danger, they would still be fatally poisoned. And this was the terrifying power of the Witchcraft Tribe. COMO, it looks like we will need to be fully prepared before heading toward the Witchcraft Tribe. You Feng's eyes flickered before her lips turned up with a languid and confident smile. Let's find a place to rest first. Hearing this, the polite old man near you Feng suggested with a chuckle, Miss, our town doesn't have an inn, so if you want rest, you can come to my home. My home doesn't have other people anyways. Besides me, there's only a little miss that I took in some time ago. You Feng pondered for a moment before lightly nodding, all right. This old man's strength was very mediocre and would not pose any threat to her. But even so, you Feng did not relax her vigilance and remain alert at all times. Miss, this is my residence. The old man pushed open a worn-out door and welcomed you Feng and COMO inside. Currently, another girl sat inside the room. Her face was covered by a veil and her eyes appeared dim and lifeless, and she was full of sadness. Perhaps hearing the sound of the opening door, she looked up and caught sight of the white-clothed girl standing at the door. She was dumbfounded for a second before abruptly standing up and darting toward you Feng like a lightning bolt. You Feng did not feel a killing intent from the girl, so she did not move at all and silently watched the masked girl. The girl's throat appeared to have some problem, and incomprehensible sounds came out of her accompanied by some gestures and emotional eyes, as though she wanted to tell you Feng something. You Feng aloofly watched her and asked, you know me. Hearing this, the girl fiercely nodded and light emitted from her eyes. Immediately, she took out a piece of paper from somewhere and jotted a few words down. You Feng, I finally found you. Chapter 1396, Saintess 1. Translator, Zen_editor, Rock. In the beginning, you Feng thought the girl had mistaken her for someone else. It wasn't until she wrote her name down that she was certain the girl before her wanted to find her indeed. How do you know my name? You Feng asked with raised brows, her bewitching eyes slowly surveying the girl. She was certain that she had never met this girl before today. The girl continued to write, I'm from Wang family. It was Nangong Yunyi who told me to come here to find you and said you'd help me. Nangong Yunyi. You Feng was startled. When she first eradicated the 3 great clans, only OUR of the OU family was not inside the city, so she sent people from the Physician Tower to the Wang family. She was not sure what the result was since she had already left land no return at that point in time. If she guessed correctly, then the girl in front of her was the daughter of the Wang family, Wang Yingying, also the younger sister of OUR's fiancé. Wang Yingying. Recalling this name, you Feng called out with certainty. Wang Yingying did not expect you Feng to know about her, and her eyes brimmed with emotion. She quickly wrote down the whole story on the paper. After seeing the content of the paper, you Feng grew silent. Back then, OUR came and sought shelter at the Wang family. We did not know what had happened to her inside Endless City. By the time news from Endless City had arrived, OUR had already stolen my hairpin and planned to secretly leave. This hairpin was a remnant left to me by my mother, and it has supposedly been passed down each generation. My mother originally came from a clan of the 7-province continent. My mother's clan was once powerful inside the continent, but deteriorated as time passed by. It was to protect their peace that the whole clan moved to land at their return. When OUR stole my hairpin, I was very furious and went to confront her by myself. Since OUR gave people a kind impression, I could understand her stealing the hairpin and running away, but I did not expect her to kill me without any scruples in order to keep her actions secret. What was coincidental was that Nangong Yunyi had brought people of the Physician Tower to capture OUR that day and discovered me on the brink of death. It was people of the Physician Tower who saved me, but my throat was too severely injured, so I am unable to speak. However, the girl's pen paused for a moment and she switched to another piece of paper before writing the rest down. After OUR left, people from the Physician Tower and the Wang family both hunted for her. Unexpectedly, 2 people came to the Wang family not a year later and annihilated the whole family. It was at that time that I understood OUR had actually gone to the 7-province continent and became the saintess of the Witchcraft Tribe. Because OUR thought I was already dead, I was able to escape that calamity. Ouyar became the saintess of the witchcraft tribe. Yu Feng's face abruptly darkened. Did anything happen to the physician tower of the Yar family? If Ouyar annihilated the Wang family, then the next target would be the physician tower of the Yar family. Wang Ying shook her head. Those people left after annihilating the Wang family, so the physician tower is fine for now. But if we don't eradicate Ouyar, it's very possible that she will harm physician tower. In truth, after Ouyar sent people to decimate the Wang family, it was not that she did not want to destroy the physician tower as well. It was only because she had just become the saintess of the witchcraft tribe and did not know the status of the saintess inside the tribe, so she merely had the tribe leader send the two maidservants tending her to annihilate the Wang family. Chapter 1397, Saintess 2. Translator, RS8197 Editor, Rock. The two maids were not weak. After all, they were members of the witchcraft tribe and sage-level spirit cultivators. However, there were also a lot of sage-level spirit cultivators on the continent of No Return, so the two maids alone can challenge the medical tower. When Ouyar learned the saintess was superior to the leader, she rushed to the leader excitedly and asked him to send people to eradicate the medical tower. No matter how strong the medical tower was, no matter how talented Yu Feng was, they can resist the witchcraft tribe. Miss Yun, please, help me. I want revenge against Ouyar. You are the only one on the Seven Province continent who can help me with this. If you help me, I will be at your service for the rest of my life. After writing this, Wang Ying looked up at Yu Feng with imploring eyes. Yu Feng was now the last straw. She would cling to her and never let go. I'll kill Ouyar, Yu Feng said, glancing at Wang Ying, but not for you. It's to keep Ouyar from hurting my family. Cut the weeds and you must dig up the roots. After Ouyar escaped, she knew this woman would become a disaster if she didn't solve her. Thank you. Wang Ying could make any sound from her throat, but she mouthed the two words silently. She didn't care why Yu Feng wanted to kill Ouyar. She only knew that Yu Feng could avenge her. That was enough. Wang Ying, do you know why Ouyar became the saintess of the witchcraft tribe? Yu Feng asked languidly, raising her eyebrows. Wang Ying shook her head. This was something she couldn't understand. Of course, she didn't know that Ouyar became the saintess because of her. Your throat was badly injured. Yu Feng glanced up and down at Wang Ying and said to the old man and Siomo behind her, step outside as I'm going to treat her. To be honest, Wang Ying was innocent. Although her brother was Ouyar's fiancé, Ouyar was good at deceiving others. When she was in the city, she could even deceive Nangle Yunyi, let alone others. So Yu Feng didn't have any bad feeling towards the Wang family. Most importantly, she had something to do with Wang Ying's tragedy. It was because she wanted to kill Ouyar that she tried to escape and stole Wang Ying's sapphire head and his traveling expenses. Unexpectedly, Wang Ying found it out, and then she suffered from such a disaster. Emotionally and reasonably, Yu Feng should cure her. Little girl, you. The old man paused and wanted to say something, but was pulled out by Siomo. Yu Feng raised her hand and tore apart Wang Ying's clothes. Her bruised and battered body immediately appeared before Yu Feng's eyes. It'll take at least half a month to heal these scars. I'll treat your throat first. If Yu Feng used spiritual herbs, these scars would be removed quickly. The problem was that spiritual herbs within the code world had been eaten up by the tree, so she could only treat her with ordinary medicinal herbs. Wang Ying blushed. She lifted her veil and looked somberly at the bruises all over her body. These scars were left from her adventures along the way, and she, who had been pampered, took great pains to avenge herself. Chapter 1398, Saintess 3. Translator, RS8197 Editor, Rock. Moreover, from now on she was the only one left in the Wang family, and she was no longer the delicate and pampered miss. Wang Ying, we will stay here for 3 days. In these 3 days, I will heal your throat. As for the scars on your body, I will remove them as soon as possible. Hearing her words, Wang Ying looked up, her eyes shining with gratitude. She just wanted Yu Feng to help her take her revenge, but she didn't expect she would heal her wounds. Everyone said Master of the Medical Tower, Yu Feng, was cruel and heartless, and she always saw her enemies root and branch. But now Wang Ying found the gorgeous girl in front of her was really a nice person. She wondered why those people slandered her like that. Was it because of jealousy? Yes, it must be jealousy. Because of jealousy, they vilified a beautiful girl into a murderous demon. What's wrong? Yu Feng looked up and asked when she spotted Wang Ying was in a trance. Wang Ying quickly shook her head but felt warmth in her heart. No one had been so kind to her since the death of her family. 3 days passed in a flash. In the morning after 3 days, while Yu Feng was sipping tea, a girl in an orange robe lifted the curtain and slowly walked out of the room. Her voice was still hoarse, but she was able to say, thank you. The first words she said were, thank you, to Yu Feng. You've almost recovered, let's go, Yu Feng said, glancing at Wang Ying. By the way, how did you come to the Seven Province continent? It was Master Chen. Wang Ying blinked and said in a hoarse voice, Master Chen said he was your friend and helped me, and then he brought me to the Seven Province continent. Chen Yuqing. Yu Feng was surprised. If Nangle Yunyi helped Wang Ying, it was understandable. After all, Nangle Yunyi was a kind-hearted busybody. But what kind of person was Chen Yuqing? That man looked like a relegated immortal, but his heart was actually cold. He would never meddle in others' matters, even though Wang Ying shared the same enemy with her. What else did Chen Yuqing say to you? Yu Feng asked, taking a sip of tea. Wang Ying cast a careful glance at Yu Feng. Master Chen said that if you take revenge for me, I have to pledge my loyalty to you and never betray you. Have Wang Ying pledged loyalty to her? Yu Feng frowned. Wang Yingling was not very gifted and was only average among the peers on the continent of no return, let alone the 7 province continent. Was there anything special about her? Let's go. Since Chen Yijing had said this, he must have a reason. Unfortunately, he was not here, so she didn't even have the chance to ask him. Okay, Wang Yingling smiled, her face beaming with a beautiful smile. Knowing Yu Feng was going to leave tonight, the old man asked sadly, "Ladies, are you leaving now?" He had been alone for so long and finally 2 girls came to visit him, but now they were about to leave. Yu Feng pondered, "The next time I come back here, I'll bring someone to accompany you." At this moment, Yu Feng thought of the book she got from Juqian. With the instructions in that book, she could make puppets with life. But she could even try after so many days. Chapter 1399, Saintess 4. Because to make a puppet, something was required. That was the witch bone. So, she came to the witchcraft tribe for the witch bone in addition to the witch flower. After saying that, Yu Feng left with Wang Yingling and Xiao Mo without looking back. However, the moment she walked out of the door, a familiar red figure came into her sight and made her scowl. The man in front of her was dressed in a showy red robe, with an enchanting smile on his blood-red lips. He was so gorgeous that he wasn't even like a human being. His beauty was simply breathtaking. Jijian, what are you doing here? Jijian smiled, taking a walk. Taking a walk. Walk from the west province to the central province. She was not so silly as to believe him. Keep walking then. Wang Yingling, Xiao Mo, let's go. Wang Yingling, however, was stunned by Jijian's looks. After Yu Feng said that, Wang Yingling recovered from her trance and hurriedly followed her. Miss Yun, who is this lady? She is really beautiful. Lady. Jijian's face suddenly darkened and he cast a grim glance at Wang Yingling. Had she not been Yu Feng's subordinate, he would have killed her for this word alone. Xiao Mo chitted, Wang Yingling, this guy isn't a woman. He's a man. A man. Wang Yingling felt goosebumps all over her body. She had thought that the person who was so beautiful could only be a woman, and had praised her for her beauty, but it turned out that she was a man. A man who looked like this was creepy. Feng. Seeing that Yu Feng was going to leave, Jijian moved and appeared in front of Yu Feng. He smiled helplessly. All right, I admit I'm here to find you. I'm glad you finally told me the truth. Yu Feng raised her eyebrows and looked at him with a faint smile. Why did you come to me? The Ghost Emperor found me. Jijian looked at Yu Feng with a complicated look, and he asked me to protect you. Yun Xiao. Yu Feng's heart shuddered, and she lowered her eyes and raised a sweet smile. That man was always like this, silently preparing everything for her. How could she not be moved? What more could a woman ask for? Yu Feng, what do you think of me compared to the Ghost Emperor? Jijian flirtatiously reached out a finger to lift Yu Feng's chin only to be slapped away by her. He looks like a man. He looks like a man. What did she mean? While Jijian was wondering, Yu Feng added, but you don't. That's the difference between you and him. Jijian's visage turned black. He tried hard to suppress his anger, reminding himself that she was the inheritor of Juqian. After quite a while, he finally managed to resist the urge to go on a rampage and force a smile. No wonder you two could be a couple. You speak just like him. Yun Xiao said he was androgynous, and Yu Feng said the same thing just now. Did he really not look like a man? Jijian looked at himself and thought that he could be more masculine. Why did Yu Feng think he didn't look like a man? You can follow me if you want, but... Yu Feng narrowed her eyes and smiled at Jijian. Don't meddle in my affairs if I can handle them. Chapter 1400, Saintess 5. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. She didn't want to be helped with things she could solve herself. Jijian laughed. You are the inheritor of Juqian. Of course I won't solve everything for you. I came to you just to keep you safe. After all, I don't want you to be killed before growing strong enough. The witchcraft tribe lived on top of Witch Mountain. During the 3 days when Yu Feng stayed in town, besides treating Wang Yingling, she also got a clear picture of Witch Mountain and made adequate preparations. But as soon as she walked to the foot of Witch Mountain, she heard some people talking. Why did Leader send us to the continent of no return to kill those asterisk S-holes? I don't even want to step into a place like that. Hush, keep it down. Don't let the Saintess hear it. I heard that someone on the continent of no return offended her, so she ordered Leader to avenge her. Anyway, it's just a small power and we'll finish the task soon. The continent of no return. Saintess. Boom. Yu Feng suddenly released a powerful aura and a murderous gleam flashed through her wicked and cold eyes. While these people were still talking, a snow-white figure suddenly fell from sky and landed before them. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of them, they all paused and then asked, Miss, what are you trying to do? Are you going to the continent of no return? The young girl looked cold, with a chilly and murderous aura. May I know who you were going to kill? Sensing the murderous aura she released, these people got off after a brief pause. You were just a sage king low-rank spirit cultivator. How dare you challenge us? Do you know who we are? Let me tell you, some BTCH on the continent of no return offended our Saintess and we were told she was the master of the medical tower. Now we are going to destroy the medical tower as ordered by the Saintess. Bang! Suddenly, Yu Feng raised her hand and released a cold gust of wind which struck the man who was speaking like an invisible hammer. Suddenly caught off guard, the man retreated a few steps, his face black with anger. How dare you attack me? Brothers, come on. Let's kill this BTCH. Yu Nufeng slightly raised her eyes, and her evil voice resounded throughout the windy foot of the Witch Mountain. Sorry, I happen to be the master of the medical tower you just mentioned. Hearing this, their faces all changed. Then, without saying anything, they all rushed towards Yu Nufeng. The wind whipped up and her white robe was fluttering. Yu Nufeng stood before the crowd, her face unchanged and her eyes unruly. She looked so arrogant as if she didn't take these people seriously. Looking at this dangerous scene, Wang Yingning was so nervous she couldn't even speak. She clenched her small fists and stared at Yu Nufeng without blinking. Xiao Mo was silent too, his gaze fixed on Yu Nufeng. Only Ji Jian looked quite relaxed. He took out a chaise lounge chair from his space ring, lay on it and took out a fruit bowl. Picking a grape with his long, slim fingers and elegantly putting it into his mouth, he leisurely watched the battle in front of his eyes. On the battlefield, the girl released a murderous aura and the long sword in her hand shone with a chilly glint. Before these people came to her, she had already moved. Chapter 1401, Saint Test 6. Translator, RS8197 Editor, Rock. As fast as the gust of the wind, she whistled past them. Except for a sound in their ears, no one could catch her movements. All of these people were stunned. None of them expected that the sage king low-rank spirit cultivator, Yu Nufeng, could be so fast. Before they recovered from their trance, the girl had arrived behind one of them. The sword in her hand, with a chilly glint, was quick and sharp, and if that man had reacted quickly enough and turned back to dodge her attack, he might have had his head cut off by the sharp sword. BMIT. The man was in a cold sweat. As the sage king intermediate rank spirit cultivator, how could he be defeated by a low-rank one? However, before he recovered from shock, Yu Nufeng's attacks, like a meteor shower, kept striking against him, not giving him a chance to react. Bleg. As the two swords collided, a powerful force rushed into his body. He backed up a few steps and vomited a mouthful of blood. Turning pale, he looked up in shock at the girl who appeared before him again. Swoosh! 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 The other people rushed Yu Nufeng from behind and attacked her relentlessly. However, as if having eyes in the back of her head, the girl suddenly turned around and waved the sharp sword in her hand. Caught off guard, one of these people had their chest cut open by the sword. Blood gushed out of his wound and he trembled with pain. This girl is not like a sage king low-rank spirit cultivator. Her strength is at least between the intermediate and high ranks. Look how fast she is. I don't think we can resist her. Another person nodded and said, hurry up, let's go back and get reinforcements. Hearing this, the rest of the people had no desire to continue fighting and turned to run away. However, just after they went a few steps, a white figure stood in their way again. The girl with the murderous aura was still smiling. Do you want to leave? May I ask where are you going? Girl, we are from Witch Valley, one man said, trying hard to suppress his panic. If you kill us, you'll become the enemy of Witch Valley. You'd better give it a second thought. Yu Nufeng raised her eyebrows. You mean if I let you go, Witch Valley will stop hunting me? Hearing that, the man thought Yu Nufeng was going to let them go, so he hurriedly nodded, yes. If you let us go, the Witch Valley will never bother you again. In that case, Yu Nufeng squinted, you can go now. Hearing her words, the people of the Witch Valley heaved a sigh of relief and said with a smile, girl, since you let us go this time, the Witch Valley won't do anything against you. Brothers, let's go. When they returned to Witch Valley, they would get more strong masters to come and find her and kill her. Maybe Yu Nufeng's words made them relax the guard, so they casually walked in the direction of Witch Mountain, laughing and talking. Even without looking at Yu Nufeng, they walked past her. However, just as they walked past Yu Nufeng, a long sword suddenly stabbed from behind and pierced one of them who died before having any time to react, his eyes wide open. Even up to his death he didn't figure out what had happened. BTCH, what are you doing? Seeing what happened, the others turned pale and yelled, you said you would let us go. Why didn't you keep your word? Chapter 1402, Saint Test 7. Translator, RS8197 Editor, Rock. Yu Nufeng smiled languidly. I did say you could go, but did I say I would let you go? She did say they could go, but didn't declare that she would let them go. Hearing this, these people all scowled and glared at Yu Nufeng. You are shameless. Yu Nufeng smiled. You're too weak to escape. Is it my fault? At this point they realized Yu Nufeng had no intention of letting them go from the very beginning. Aren't you afraid of Witch Valley? Even now, they still tried to threaten her with Witch Valley. It never occurred to them that Yu Nufeng knew they were from Witch Valley from the start. If she really feared Witch Valley, she would not have fought with them in the very beginning. Although Witch Valley was powerful, she was bound to be their enemy. Your Witch Valley wants to kill me. Even if I let you go, Witch Valley will still send stronger men to kill me. So why should I let you go? Yu Nufeng gave him a wicked smile. Let's kill her. One man clenched his teeth and took the lead in pouncing on Yu Nufeng. Numerous vines suddenly popped up from the ground. Like being alive, they chased the Witch Valley people and pierced their chests. Yu Nufeng stroked the vines and her face lit up with an evil smile. Little Tree's weapon is really great. These people couldn't injure her, and she couldn't kill all of them in a short time either. Just now, she killed one of them easily because that man was too careless to perceive her sneak attack. For the rest of them, she used Little Tree's weapon to kill them without any trace. Let's go. Yu Nufeng looked at the stunned Wang Yingning, shrugging. If Wang Yingning was still that spoiled miss, she would have been scared, but her experience over the years had shown her that this was a dog-eat-dog world. Showing mercy to your enemy was being cruel to yourself. If anyone wanted to kill you, you must kill them first to gain the upper hand therefore. Wang Yingning was only stunned at Yu Nufeng's strength. Your trousseau, Jijin said and slowly rose from his lounge chair with a garish smile on his coquettish face. You finally sold them. I was starting to lose my patience. Yu Feng cast a sideways glance at him. You just lay there watching the show. Jijin smiled. That's because you told me not to intervene. But I didn't say you could look on with folded arms. Jijin raised his eyebrows. With a wave of his hand, he took back all the stuff that he had taken out just now and strolled over to Yu Feng. Do you want me to solve which value people for you? The coquettish smile on Jijin's face grew wider. If you need my help, give me a kiss, all right. Okay, Yu Feng took her finger at Jijin. Come here. Jijin was stunned. He remembered little Feng was very loyal to the Ghost Emperor. Why did she agree to his ridiculous request so easily? However, looking at her sexy red lips, he couldn't help but put his face close to hers. And then, while Jijin was in a trance, Yu Feng lifted her leg and kneed his eggs with a bang. Chapter 1403, Saint 8. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Jijin's face turned blue in an instant, and he broke out in a cold sweat from pain. My leg has kissed your eggs. How does it feel? Yu Feng looked at the grim-faced Jijin with a smirk. I can satisfy you if you want another one. Jijin kept gasping to suppress his rage, and gnashed his teeth. Yu Feng, will you be responsible for me if this affects my fertility? Not answering him, Yu Feng glanced at him and said, I don't like being molested because I like taking the initiative. Jijin endured the pain and looked at Yu Feng, then I don't mind being molested by you. Hearing this, Yu Feng smiled. I'm sorry. If I have to molest someone, that person must be Yunxiu. In her lifetime, Yunxiu would be her sole and only man. She would love no man but him. Jijin frowned. For some reason, hearing Yu Feng's words had produced a strange feeling in his heart, but he didn't know what it was. Little Fenger, be nice to me. Jijin took a deep breath and earnestly looked at Yu Feng with his slanted eyes. After all, I am of good use. At least I can fight for you. If you are nice to me, I can help you more. Yu Feng said with a smile, I didn't use all my strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid you would have already lost your fertility. Although Jijin was quite strong, like any other man, some parts of his body were still vulnerable. Of course, with Jijin's strength, if the one who attacked him wasn't Yu Feng, he wouldn't be able to injure him because, before he could get close to him, he would have been killed. Well, should I appreciate your mercy? Jijin sneered, otherwise, I might have lost my fertility. Hearing this, Yu Feng raised her eyebrows. Are you Qian's old friend? Yes, Jijin never meant to conceal his identity, so he admitted without hesitation. The descendants of the Ji family are not your children. I don't have a woman. How could I have father children? Those people are descendants of my brothers and sisters. Well, in that case, living as a virgin for thousands of years, what do you need fertility for? Jijin was stunned. He couldn't believe that he thought. Yu Feng had a point. He hadn't fathered any child over the years. So why did he still need fertility? Jijin, I have some questions for you. The first is, you've lived for 1,000 years. How is your strength? Jijin's face filled when he heard this question. He turned his head in embarrassment and said, you don't need to know about this. Even if I told you, I'm afraid you couldn't understand it. And is it true that you didn't touch any woman over the last 1,000 years? Humph, those old women. How can I take an interest in a woman who is stunned every time she sees me? Jijin was quite confident. How could those vulgar, commonplace women deserve him? More importantly, Jijin had become accustomed to his own beauty, and he simply couldn't accept a woman who was uglier than him. As for his sexual desire, he did try having sex with women. However, the moment he saw those women, his sexual desire was gone. In that case, he would rather solve it with his right hand. Chapter 1404, Saint 9. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Master, it's time to go. Xiao Mo curled his lips. As a loyal supporter of Yunxiu, he didn't want Master and Jijin to talk too much. Let's go, Yu Feng shrugged and turned around. The Witchcraft Tribe. The leader was telling someone something. At this moment, Ouyuya came to him in a hurry again. As soon as she came in, she asked, Leader, have you done the thing I asked you to do for me? Knowing what Ouyuya was talking about, the leader nodded. I've sent several Sage King Spirit cultivators to the continent of no return. What? Hearing this, Ouyuya exclaimed in surprise. You've just sent Sage King level Spirit cultivators. Why not Sage God level Spirit cultivators? The leader, who was already very dissatisfied with Ouyuya, scowled at her words. Sage God level Spirit cultivators cannot be sent out at random, and the strongest people on the continent of no return are nothing but Sage level Spirit cultivators. Sage King level Spirit cultivators will be enough to deal with them. Leader, you don't understand. Ouyuya said with a worried face, Yu Feng is very talented. And I haven't seen her for a long time. During this time, she must have improved a lot. Sage King level Spirit cultivators will not be able to catch her. The leader said suddenly, Sage God level Spirit cultivators can't leave Witch Valley at will. If those Sage King level Spirit cultivators are not enough, I will send a few more. Ouyuya's face darkened. She still wanted to persuade him, but the leader's voice rang again. By the way, Saintess, when are you going to take the inheritance? In the Witchcraft tribe, there was an inheritance specifically for the Saintess. It was said that the inheritance would test the blood of the Saintess. If it was a person without real Saintess blood, that person would immediately die. However, if the Saintess successfully took the inheritance, she would gain great strength. Leader, why the hurry? Saintess paused and said, I don't want to take it now. You don't want to take it now, but the witchcraft tribe is running out of time. Only by taking the inheritance can Saintess be strong enough to protect our witchcraft tribe. I hope you can do it as soon as possible. The leader frowned. A great opportunity to improve her strength was in front of her. He didn't understand why Saintess refused it repeatedly. Yu patted her forehead. Leader, I can't help it. Because you know wounded me, my body has an insidious disease. If I take the inheritance regardless of my physical state, I'm afraid I won't have enough energy to finish it. If anything bad happens, the witchcraft tribe will be affected. Upon hearing this, the leader frowned again. Our witchcraft tribe is good at using parasite poison and knows nothing about medicine. Besides, we barely have any contact with the outside world, so we can't find a physician for you. Leader, don't worry. I studied medicine and I think I can heal my insidious disease, but... Yu stopped and gave a smile. If you bring Yulifeng here and make her treat me, I'll recover sooner. The leader fell silent. Normally, the people who are above sage god level would leave the witchcraft tribe. However, if this matter concerned the future of the whole witchcraft tribe, you would have to send sage god level spirit cultivators there. Okay, I'll send sage god level spirit cultivators there, and bring Yulifeng here. Yu lowered her eyes, with a triumphant smile over her lips. Leader, Yulifeng and our enemies. I don't think she'll be willing to treat me, and in order not to treat me, she may frame me up, telling you that my body doesn't have any problem. I hope you don't believe what she says. Go to sleep. I'll fix this. The leader pondered for a while and said to Yu. Chapter 1405, Saintess 10. Translator, Iris 8197 Editor, Rock. Saying no more, Yu turned around and walked out. The moment she turned around, the triumphant smile on her face grew wider and she thought, the witchcraft tribe people are really gullible. Seeing the sapphire heaven and crescent tattoo, they immediately believe that I am the Saintess. As for the inheritance, I just made an excuse at random and he also believed me. If it was someone else, maybe Yu would be able... She raised her chin